The first thing I did after going back to the end times was to pry open the door of the dress-up female streamer Lu Yufei. Even though she was wearing cool clothes at this moment, I didn't look at her one more time. Instead, I went straight to a pot of aloe that had grown fruit, then swallowed the fruit in one bite. All this was because of global mutation. The end world broke out, and 70% of living things including humans all changed into monsters. For a time, social order fell apart, and all survivors became food for the mutant creatures. Until someone found the devil fruits existed, only then did they have a place to survive in the end world. At this time, in a room in Diamond Bay neighborhood, Lu Yufei was wearing black stockings, staring ahead with a face full of terror. In front of her, her boyfriend was crazily licking a cross-shaped white cloth piece with blood stains. She was so scared that her whole body shook, and she stepped back half a step without thinking, her voice trembling. "Xiaojun, don't lick anymore." Hearing the woman scream, the man suddenly turned his head, a pair of blood-red eyes staring straight at her, like a hungry beast that had been starving for a long time eyeing its prey. Seeing this, Lu Yufei screamed while running desperately toward the room door. But just as she was about to push open the door, she was knocked down to the ground by the crazy man. Just at this life and death moment, my shadow rushed in like lightning, flying with one kick to send the man flying. Then I took down the fire axe and chopped one axe toward the man's neck. Lu Yufei lifted her head, wanting to see who exactly saved her, and saw me chop the man into pieces on the spot with one axe. Her face was full of terror, her voice changed tone. You hit a person. Stupid fool, just now if it wasn't for me, he would have bitten you to death, understand? I cursed once. After that, I held the axe in one hand and dragged Lu Yufei back to the room with the other hand. Lu Yufei was scared stupid, leaning against the wall shaking. "Thank you for saving me, can you leave now?" "Shut up." I scolded once, then started searching around the room. According to my past life memory, Gao Xiaolong found the fire devil fruit in Lu Yufei's room and became a powerful overlord, from then on doing all kinds of evil every day. Women with some looks lived worse than death. Lu Yufei's room hung all kinds of stockings, but at this moment I had no heart to enjoy them. Finally, I found a pot of aloe on the bedroom windowsill. On top of the aloe was a red fruit. The fruit looked like a red ball with flame-shaped spiral patterns on the surface. I couldn't wait to pull down the fruit and bit it in one bite. In an instant, a burning feeling exploded in my body, and my skin also became red, just like being put on a steamer. After a full 10 minutes, I found there was an extra red light ball in my head. The light ball was only as big as a soybean, but it contained terrible energy. Feeling the surging power in my body, I felt I could punch a cow to death now. As my mind moved, flames instantly wrapped around my fist, and one punch directly blasted a big hole in the wall. The steel bars inside were also burned red hot. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't help but laugh out loud with pride. In the end times there is no order, whoever has the hardest fist makes the rules. But soon, I forced myself to calm down. Not to mention that the food in the whole neighborhood could only last 1 month at most, just those constantly mutating creatures that kept growing in number. Wanting to break out would be as hard as climbing to heaven. And other neighborhoods must hide more powerful ability users. Just when I was full of worry and frowning, a cold machine voice suddenly rang in my mind. Blood coming detected, guard system starting, host has been bound to 10,000 times return system. Resources consumed by women scoring 90 points or above will be returned to host at 10 to 10,000 times. I was stunned at first, then wildly happy. Originally I was worried about how to survive after eating all the food in the neighborhood, but now with the system, food was completely not a problem. As for beautiful women, I wasn't worried. Next to Diamond Bay neighborhood was built a film and TV base, and many short drama actors lived there. Although their fame couldn't match stars, their looks were not bad. Catching a few back as return tool people, wouldn't that be wonderful? Just as I was lost in the joy of getting the system, Lu Yufei's trembling voice rang in my ears. Probably scared by my punch that blasted the wall just now, that pitiful look had a special kind of beautiful woman charm. Just as I was looking Lu Yufei up and down, an information panel popped up in front of my eyes. Name, Lu Yufei. Age, 23. Body, 93 points. Looks, 90 points. Experience ranking, total score 91 points. Meets cashback conditions. Seeing this, I smiled and lifted Lu Yufei's chin. Do you want to live? Hearing this, Lu Yufei thought I wanted to kill and silence her, and started begging. Please, don't kill me, I can give you money. I sneered at Lu Yufei. Look outside the window, blood moon rising, zombies and mutant beasts everywhere. Do you think money is still useful? Lu Yufei ran to the window to look outside, and sure enough found that in broad daylight, the sky outside was dark red. Thinking of her crazy boyfriend just now, her face couldn't help but turn pale, then she looked at me with despair. Please, don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want. My eyes looked Lu Yufei up and down without hiding, and I blurted out 3 words, it's you. Lu Yufei was stunned for a moment, then after reacting, her face was full of anger. Impossible. I dated Xiaojun for 2.5 years and never gave it to him, don't even think about it. I didn't force her, but opened the door and threw her out. Fine, then get lost, this home belongs to me now. Looking at the locked home door, Lu Yufei was confused. Just threw her out like that? Even buying vegetables requires bargaining, right? Looking at Xiaojun who had become 2 pieces beside her, Lu Yufei was scared to death, crying and beating the door. Let's get to know each other first, after we have feelings I'll give it to you, okay? Just then, the security door next door suddenly made a toothache twisting sound. Lu Yufei turned her head to look. He glimpsed the two glowing cracks on the anti-theft door, torn by beast claws. Those claws were like two knives. Catch! Suddenly, a hole was torn open in the anti-theft door. A cat's leg, about half a meter long, thicker than his thigh, stretched out from the hole inside. Through the hole in the anti-theft door, she saw a British Shorthair cat. This British Shorthair stood over a meter tall, its body almost 3 meters long. Does anyone in the family understand? I saw a cat bigger than a tiger. Watching the mutant cat continuously strike the door, ready to pounce at any moment. Zhang Minghui, terrified, frantically slapped the door. Big brother, let me in. Quickly, let me in. I'll give it to you right now. Please save me. God knows how many mutant beasts are in this building. To stay alive, I can only hide in the house first. Hearing this, Li Muge suddenly pulled open the door and dragged her inside. At the same time, he looked out through the peephole. At that moment, the anti-theft door next door fell to the ground, and a giant British Shorthair, as big as a tiger, walked out with a tiger's stride. It walked up to Xia Yingjuan's corpse and bit into it. Heavy breathing. The sound of chewing meat. Through the door, the sounds drifted into the room. Zhang Minghui was so frightened. Li Muge wasn't afraid though, he was an ability user now, dealing with a newly mutated big cat was no problem. But soon. It seemed like the mutated British Shorthair had eaten its fill. It grabbed the remaining half of the corpse and returned to the next room. It left? Hearing the outside grow quiet, Zhang Minghui nervously looked at Li Muge. At the same time, she sized him up. Li Muge was tall, around 180 centimeters. But his looks were average. He wasn't as handsome as her ex-boyfriend, Xia Yingjun. Zhang Minghui was a face control person, and before, she wouldn't have even glanced at someone like Li Muge. Thinking about how she was soon going to be claimed by him, she couldn't help but take a half step back. Li Muge nodded and said, it's time to handle business. Here it comes. Zhang Minghui lowered her head, her face flushed, her heart thumping wildly. She slightly lifted her head, sneaking a peek at Li Muge. Is she really going to give herself to him? But if she rejects him again, he would probably throw her out, right? Thinking about the big cat outside, Zhang Minghui gave up struggling. To stay alive. Not to lose face. Chapter 3, System Return Test, Collecting Devil Fruits. Zhang Minghui's small face was flushed, her hair damp with sweat, sticking to her face and forehead, adding a touch of messy beauty. Zhang Minghui had resigned herself to her fate. She comforted herself in her heart. It's the apocalypse now, being handsome is useless. Following a man like Li Muge, at least she could survive. At this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding, congratulations, host, you have collected a subordinate. Current loyalty, 3, may betray at any time. Loyalty below 60, may betray the host at any time. Loyalty 60 to 80, will not easily betray the host. Loyalty 80 to 90, will not betray the host. Loyalty above 95, the host is their everything, obeying all commands. Each beauty subordinate with loyalty reaching 95 will bring additional rewards. Host, keep it up. Li Muge was stunned. The system can see loyalty? This is so great. In his past life, Li Muge had been killed by Gao Xiaolong after Li Chao's betrayal. Now with the system, he could prevent those with low loyalty from betraying him. Li Muge turned around. Zhang Minghui lay like a delicate doll. Her eyes tightly shut, soundly asleep. Her fair face had a healthy glow. She's really beautiful, but her loyalty is a bit low, though it's okay, it will increase over time. Let's try my system return first. Li Muge didn't linger on her beauty, finishing a cigarette before running to the kitchen. The apocalypse was advancing, and order was collapsing. A bucket of instant noodles could make a small celebrity sleep 7 times. What he needed to do now was accumulate strength and food. Zhang Minghui was a female streamer and didn't cook. The fridge only had some eggs, milk, and quick foods like snail noodles and instant noodles. After the big battle, Li Muge was hungry too. He lit the stove and cooked 2 bowls of snail noodles. The unique smell of snail noodles woke Zhang Minghui up. Brother, are you cooking snail noodles? Zhang Minghui walked into the kitchen in this pajama. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that Li Muge looked much more handsome than before. When he saw her come over, Li Muge smiled. Yeah, go wait in the dining room, it'll be ready soon. Brother, I still don't know your name. Li Muge. Li Muge, such a nice name. I'll call you brother from now on. Okay. While chatting, the snail noodles were ready. Li Muge served it into a bowl and brought it to Zhang Minghui. Eat. You eat first, brother. Zhang Minghui pushed the bowl towards Li Muge, giving a cute smile. To stay alive, she decided to take good care of the man in front of her. Eat, there's more in the kitchen. Lee Muge went back to the kitchen and got a second bowl of snail noodles. After he ate, Zhang Minghui started eating. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed a bag of snail noodles, triggering 10,000 times return. Return multiple, 180 times. The items have been transferred to the system space, please check. Lee Muge was overjoyed. He immediately muttered to check the system space. A light screen appeared in front of him. In the top left corner of the screen was a space showing the packaging of Lee Ziki snail noodles. At the bottom right corner of the packaging, it said 180. It looked just like the backpack space in a game. Lee Muge was in a great mood. With this 10,000 times return system, he would never lack food again. But, the random multiplier was a bit too low, wasn't it? Ding! Return multiple is related to loyalty. The system prompt appeared just in time. Lee Muge suddenly understood. It seemed like tonight he would need to launch an attack to increase loyalty. But, one woman was too little. With the apocalypse coming and dangers everywhere, what if Zhang Minghui died? Wouldn't that mean no one would be left to give him rewards? He had to learn from Gao Xiaolong. He would take all the beautiful women of Diamond Bay for himself. But before that, he needed to take good advantage of this tool and gather some rewards. It's spicy, right? Drink some coconut juice. Lee Muge went to the fridge and got a bottle of coconut juice. He twisted open the cap and handed it to Zhang Minghui. Thank you, brother. Zhang Minghui took the coconut juice and drank half a bottle. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed a bottle of coconut juice, triggering 10,000 times return. Return multiple, 210 times. The items have been transferred to the system space, please check. Zhang Minghui looked at Lee Muge with a face full of happiness. She was feeling a bit happy now. This man was quite gentle. Even though he was so strong, he didn't have any macho attitude. He could cook and even helped her twist the bottle cap. Following him seemed pretty good. Chapter 4, Online Sheltering of Beautiful Women. Oh, brother, it's too much. I really can't eat anymore. Zhang Minghui rubbed her round little belly and looked at Lee Muge pitifully. For the past hour, Lee Muge had fed her all the food in the house. After you're full, massage my legs and help me digest. Lee Muge waved his hand from the sofa, and Zhang Minghui obediently sat down. She placed Lee Muge's legs on her own thighs and gently massaged them with her small hands. Brother, the apocalypse is coming, shouldn't we stock up on some food? Zhang Minghui asked with a worried face. You don't need to worry about the food. As long as you take care of me, I'll make sure you eat well every day. Lee Muge said. After feeding her earlier, his space now had thousands of bags of snail noodles, hundreds of bottles of coconut juice, and instant noodles, bread, frozen dumplings, and so on. Without worrying about getting tired of eating them. The stockpile was enough for them to eat for years. But after testing, Lee Muge also discovered that consumed system-returned items wouldn't trigger a second return. This also eliminated his idea of exploiting a bug. The variety of food is too little. I need to collect more. Lee Muge thought to himself. He opened the owner group. The group had already become a mess. Building 1, 1701 Fitness King, does anyone know what's going on now? Building 2, 1003 Death God, the blood moon is rising, the apocalypse for humanity has arrived. Building 2, 902 Meow Meow, upstairs, stop talking nonsense. The blood moon is just a natural phenomenon. It will pass tomorrow. Building 3, 601 Aunt Lu, my dog, Wang Kai, has mutated. What should I do if it's going to enter my daughter? Who in Building 3 can save my daughter? Then, there was a video. In the video, a 2-meter-long teddy bear was pressing a long-haired beauty onto the sofa. An elderly person rushed over, trying to kick the teddy bear off, but was flipped onto the ground by the bear. The teddy bear charged forward and sank its teeth into the middle-aged person's neck. Put. Ah. With a scream, the elderly person died on the spot. The video abruptly ended. Brother Wang from Building 1, 1701, at Aunt Lu, what's going on? Did your dog mutate? Is it eating people? God of Death from Building 2, 1003, when the blood moon rises, both humans and animals mutate. Humanity has done too much evil and is about to be exterminated, giggle. Meow Meow from Building 2, 902, don't believe that guy, he's a delusional teenager, talking nonsense. Uncle Wang from Building 3, 602, it's true, I heard the tragic screams from next door, everyone, don't go out. Wait for the government to rescue us. After 10 minutes, Lee Muge finished reading the chat history. He found that everyone had already accepted that the end of the world had come. Moreover, because most of the people living in the Diamond Bay community were young white-collar workers, short drama actors, and streamers, etc. They didn't cook at home, and there was no surplus food. The better-off ones, like Zhang Minghui, had instant noodles, snail rice noodles, and chips to last a few more days. But the ones with less had nothing for dinner today. Many in the group were already asking if anyone had extra food and if they could sell some to them. So, he sent a message. AAA Extra Actor Lee Mugu, the apocalypse has arrived, influenced by the blood moon, animals and plants at home have mutated. Ordinary people are no match for mutant beasts, so, before your home's animals mutate, hurry up and throw them out or kill them. Even if you don't have mutant beasts at home, the community is full of danger, you can't go out to get food, you can only stay at home and starve. With a compassionate heart, I've decided to take in homeless or foodless beautiful young girls, with food and shelter. As long as you're a beauty, DM me with an unfiltered full-body selfie. Also accepting mutated plants, DM for more details. Immediately, the group exploded. Brother Wang from Building 1, 1701, bro, are you joking? Meow Meow from Building 2, 902, I'm directly laughing, just say you want the photos, this excuse is pathetic. Manager Wang from Diamond Bay Property, little brother, in the face of disaster, we should work together and get through this. I suggest you take out your food, and we will distribute it as property management. Director Big King from Building 3, 1802, Li Mugu, you actually want to exchange food for women, how shameless. I order you to send all the food to me, or I'll blacklist you and you'll never be able to act in movies again. Chow Mingda from Building 12, 101, don't believe him, a stinky extra, how much food can he have at home? My family runs a supermarket, I take in beautiful girls, especially married women. Meow Meow from Building 2, 902, where's the group owner? Can you kick these two perverts out? Li Mugu was calm. It was the first day of the apocalypse, everyone still had food, they weren't afraid. Wait for 3 to 5 days. When their reserve food runs out, they'll be in a panic. He looked for a while and found that everyone was discussing him taking in beautiful girls, no one was talking about the mutated plants, so he closed the group chat. Zhang Minghui was massaging his legs while browsing her phone. When she saw the message Li Mugu sent in the owner's group, she froze. Take in beautiful young girls? Am I not cute enough? Or am I not satisfying him? He actually wants to find someone else? Zhang Minghui immediately became unwilling. Brother, you already have me, how can you look for other women? Saying this, she pushed Li Mugu's legs away. Pouting, she put her hands on her hips. Slap. Li Mugu got up and slapped Zhang Minghui across the face. Zhang Minghui was stunned, her eyes wide open. You hit me? I gave you my first time, and you hit me? Don't you have a conscience? Saying this, she charged at Li Mugu to scratch him. Slap. Another slap. She was knocked onto the sofa. Li Mugu looked down at her from above. Zhang Minghui. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's the fucking apocalypse now. I'm not fucking dating you, understand? But you just cooked snail noodles for me, gave me coconut juice, treated me so gently. Zhang Minghui said with a sob, feeling wronged. That was because I was in a good mood and decided to reward you, get it? Li Mugu grabbed Zhang Minghui's chin. Hold those tears back. Or I'll throw you across the street to feed the cats. Zhang Minghui immediately stopped crying, staring at Li Mugu in fear, her body trembling. That's more like it. I'm not heartless. As long as you stick with me, I promise you'll have good food and drinks from now on. He had to teach this woman a lesson. Make her understand what kind of world it was now. Otherwise, if he picked up another woman later, and she started getting jealous and stirring up drama like some palace harem fight, how the hell would he live? What Li Mugu needed was an obedient refund farming machine. If someone didn't listen, he'd just switch her out. In the apocalypse, the last thing missing were desperate beautiful women like her. Zhang Minghui remembered what she saw in the building's group chat, an old man's neck bitten off by a teddy dog bigger than a tiger. Watching someone get eaten bit by a mutant beast, worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Just thinking about it made Zhang Minghui shiver all over. Big brother, I won't do it again. Please don't throw me out, okay? Zhang Minghui cried out. Zhang Minghui had captured many rich men with her sweet and cute looks. Those men would shower her with insanely expensive gifts in live streams. Even her real-life boyfriend, Xia Yingjun, was obsessed with her. He gave her this very apartment. But even so, she never let Xia Yingjun get what he wanted. And now, she ran into a playboy who didn't know how to cherish a beauty. Zhang Minghui was so wrong she almost cried. Looking at the once glamorous, spotlighted beauty streamer now begging like a dog, Li Mugu couldn't help but laugh. Now that's more like it. If you want to live, you better figure out your place first. Chapter 5, Killing the Mutant Beast, Zhang Minghui changes. The next morning. Brother, you're awake. Li Muge opened his eyes to see an oval-shaped face and big eyes, hazy with sleep, sweet and cute. It was none other than Zhang Minghui. Yesterday wasn't a dream. He really was reborn. Li Muge kissed her on the face. Get up. After breakfast, we'll go kill that mutant cat. Then we'll bring back all the food from her place. Okay, big brother, I'll go cook for you. Those 2 slaps yesterday had completely sobered Zhang Minghui up. She knew now, if she wanted to survive, she had to serve Li Muge well. Wearing her nightdress, she went to the kitchen and started working. 10 minutes later, 2 bowls of snail noodles were placed on the table. Because they were returned by the system, eating them again today didn't trigger another return. Brother, let me feed you. Zhang Minghui offered. All right. Seeing her so obedient, of course Li Muge didn't refuse. Zhang Minghui picked up the chopsticks, grabbed some noodles, blew on them to cool them down, then fed Li Muge. While enjoying the beauty feeding him, Li Muge browsed his phone. Last night, over 20 people had messaged him privately. They were all people he used to film short videos with. Most were men. A few women messaged too, but they were all ugly. He didn't bother replying to any of them. After breakfast, Li Muge got ready to take care of the mutant cat. Zhang Minghui changed into sportswear and followed behind Li Muge. Her legs were sore, and she limped slightly as she walked. At the door, Li Muge warned Zhang Minghui, no matter what happens later, don't scream. If you attract other mutant beasts, I won't be able to protect you. Got it, big brother. Zhang Minghui nodded. There were 3 households on their floor. Zhang Minghui's was the one in the middle, and the mutant cat was in the one to her right. The door had fallen to the ground. A trail of blood stretched from the hallway into the neighboring room. There were even chunks of flesh on the ground. Meow. A sharp, loud scream rang out in the room. Then, the large British Shorthair, as big as a tiger, with a fierce look in its eyes, walked out of the room. Seeing this, Zhang Minghui's legs went soft from fear. It wasn't that she was cowardly, but who wouldn't feel their legs go weak when a tiger walks toward them? While she was in a daze, Li Muge had already raised his fist and rushed forward. The mutated cat looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, as if mocking this human for overestimating himself. Raising its front paw, it swiped at Li Muge. Fire fist. Li Muge growled, flames bursting from his fist as he collided with the cat's paw. Boom! The mutated cat was knocked to the ground. Its front paw was scorched. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Li Muge followed up with a series of punches, riding on the mutated cat's back and smashing its head. The sharp pain made the mutated cat let out a piercing scream. Meow! 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 Its limbs flailed, trying to kick Li Muge off. But after eating the devil fruit, Li Muge not only gained special powers, but his strength had increased several times. The mutated cat was no match for him. 10 seconds later, Li Muge delivered a punch that crushed its skull, and the mutated cat stopped struggling. Blood splattered all over Li Muge. But he acted as if nothing had happened, dragging the mutated cat's body toward the next room. In his previous life, he had even killed other survivors, and his heart had long been hardened. Zhang Minghui watched the scene, her legs instinctively squeezing together. So strong. Really too strong. It was like the rebirth of Wu Song, the resurrection of the Overlord. Zhang Minghui had felt a bit wrong before, thinking, I'm so beautiful, why does Li Muge want to find 3 or 4 wives? But now, seeing how strong Li Muge was, she suddenly felt relieved. When the apocalypse came, the order was chaotic. It was like returning to the primitive times where humans ate each other. Her brother was so strong, equivalent to an emperor in ancient times, and forget about 3 wives or 4 concubines, having 3,000 beauties would be expected. And with her brother's strength, he shouldn't have just a few sisters. As for herself, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come over. Li Muge called as he saw Zhang Minghui still in a daze. Oh, coming, brother. Zhang Minghui quickly ran inside. Ugh. As soon as she entered the room, Zhang Minghui vomited. On the floor, besides the mutated cat's corpse, there was also a half-eaten body. From the pants, it was Summering June. His upper body had been eaten clean, and his lower body was torn apart. Zhang Minghui, being a young girl, had never seen such a scene before. She held onto the wall and vomited violently. Li Muge handed her a bottle of water and said, Do you know why I brought you here? Zhang Minghui shook her head. Li Muge pointed at the corpse on the floor. The world has changed. Things like this will become very common. Maybe one day, you'll have to kill someone too. It's better to get used to it now. Li Muge didn't expect Zhang Minghui to help him kill people or snatch supplies. But at least, she shouldn't hold him back. I understand, brother. Zhang Minghui raised her head and looked at the corpse on the floor. Despite being terrified, she forced herself to keep looking. A few minutes later, she felt much better. Brother, I'm not scared anymore. MHM. Lee Muge nodded and said, go to the kitchen and bring all the food you can find to the living room. I'll throw these two bodies outside, to avoid the smell of blood attracting more mutated beasts. Zhang Minghui nodded and went to the kitchen to gather food. Lee Muge opened the window and threw Summering Juan's body down. Zhang Minghui lived on the 30th floor, and the body hit the ground with a loud thud. Then, two mutated dogs appeared from the hallway and began tearing into Summering Juan's body. As for mutations, Lee Muge had heard a theory in his previous life. When the blood moon first arrived, all animals became mutated beasts. As for humans, some turned into zombies. What the conditions for mutation were, Lee Muge didn't know in his previous life. Both zombies and mutated beasts could evolve. After evolving, not only would their strength increase, but they would also gain intelligence comparable to humans. However, in his previous life, Lee Muge had never even left the Diamond Bay neighborhood. I just heard from Gao Xiaolong that there is a mutated beast with intelligence in the film base where they filmed short dramas before. It leads all the mutated beasts around the neighborhood. To survive, having food is not enough, you must become stronger. Unfortunately, in the previous life, Gao Xiaolong didn't tell me how an ability user increases their strength. Lee Muge withdrew his gaze, returned to the living room, grabbed the mutated cat's corpse, and was about to throw it out when Zhang Minghui suggested, brother, her house is similar to mine, just some snacks. How about we keep this cat and eat it? It could last us a long time. Oh, right. How did I forget this? The nutrition in these mutated beasts is more abundant than that of regular animals. Eating them often can strengthen the body. Although it's not as strong as an ability user, it's stronger than an ordinary person. Moreover, past experience also proved that eating mutated beasts won't turn us into zombies. This is a cat, can you really eat it? Lee Muge lifted the corpse to the kitchen, looking at Zhang Minghui and asking. Zhang Minghui said, although cats are cute, it has mutated. And our food is so scarce. As long as it's not poison, there's nothing we can't eat. Lee Muge nodded in satisfaction. In the apocalypse, kill the saintly bitches first. This is a wise saying. So far, Zhang Minghui is adapting to the apocalypse very quickly, and she's the first woman I took in, so in the future, if there are benefits, I can consider her first. Lee Muge placed the mutated cat on the counter and cut off its head. Then he stored the rest of the corpse in the system space. He wasn't lacking food, so he didn't bother eating the cat's head. The system space is static, and food stored inside won't spoil even after 100 years. Seeing the corpse vanish out of thin air, Zhang Minghui was stunned. But she quickly reacted. Brother's fist can shoot fire, isn't it normal to store things out of thin air? Unknowingly, Lee Muge had already become someone invincible in her heart. Lee Muge was about to throw the cat's head out of the window when a small bead fell to the ground. Huh, what is this? Inside the mutated cat's head, a bead fell out. It was the size of a soybean, completely black. Lee Muge curiously picked it up, and the next second, the bead turned into a warm current and flowed into his body. Lee Muge closed his eyes to feel it. It seemed like there was no change in his body. This black bead seems the same as the one in my head. At this moment, Lee Muge suddenly remembered that he also had a light ball in his head. The size of a soybean. But it was red. Could it be that this light ball is the source of power for ability users, mutated beasts, and zombies? By devouring other people's light balls, continuously growing stronger? At this moment, Lee Muge had the thought of taking the initiative. He wanted to eliminate all the mutated beasts and zombies in the building. Perhaps he could break through. But he knew he couldn't be too hasty. His flame ability couldn't last long, only 5 minutes. Dealing with 1 or 2 mutated beasts wasn't a big problem. But if surrounded, there would be no way out. After throwing the cat's head out of the window, Lee Muge went to the kitchen to wash his hands. Then he and Zhang Minghui began cleaning up the supplies. This was a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 bedroom, 1 study. The decoration in the house was pink and cute, the owner must be a girl. She probably didn't cook, as the house only had some instant food. Turkey noodles, potato chips, sugar-free cola, hot pot, frozen dumplings, chocolate, etc. Lee Muge stored all of these into the system space. Do you know the family in 3001? The variety of food was still too small, no rice or flour, so Lee Muge set his eyes on the house next door. 3001 just finished renovation, no one has moved in yet. Looks like we have no choice but to risk going to the supermarket. Diamond Bay has 4 districts. A, B, C, D. Each district has 12 buildings, each building has 32 floors, and each floor has 3 households. They lived in Building 7, District A. The fresh food supermarket is outside the neighborhood, and going there will surely attract the mutated beasts inside. If only there were a shining fruit. Run with the wind, like lightning. Those mutant beasts simply can't catch up. This thing is not urgent. Anyway, his food is enough to eat, so he will hide for now, and wait until he becomes stronger. Let's go home first, and taste the meat of the mutant cat. After returning home, Lee Muge shows his skills. Because there are no side dishes, Lee Muge simply cuts 2 jin of meat and makes cat steaks. Sprinkle some salt, add some chili powder. The aroma floats and fills the whole house. Wow, brother, it smells so good. Zhang Minghui walks in. Xiaoying Jun is a rich second generation, and often takes her to fancy restaurants. But even Michelin steak is not this fragrant. Just by smelling, her mouth is almost watering. Little greedy cat, take it and eat. Lee Muge reaches out his hand and gently rubs Zhang Minghui's nose. Zhang Minghui smiles sweetly, hee, I will wait and eat together with brother. 5 minutes later. Another piece of cat steak is fried, the two of them take it to the dining room and start eating. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed 1 piece of cat steak, returned 270 pieces. Already stored in system space. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed 1 bottle of cola, returned 300 bottles. Already stored in system space. Did the return multiplier get higher? Lee Muge is happy, and immediately checks Zhang Minghui's information. Name, Zhang Minghui. Age, 23. Figure, 93. Appearance, 90. Comprehensive score, 92, young girl shyness +1. Loyalty, 65, will not betray easily. Lee Muge feels some joy. Loyalty of 65. The pretty girl has already basically submitted, can be trusted, no need to worry that when he goes hunting, she will team up with others to rob the house. Brother, you eat too. Seeing Lee Muge's dazing out, Zhang Minghui cuts a piece of cat steak and brings it to Lee Muge's mouth. Lee Muge eats the cat steak, and finds that a warm current enters his body too, but it is very weak. He guesses, even if he eats a whole mutant cat, it's only 1/5 of the black bead's spiritual power. The bead is where the essence is. The two people eat and drink their fill, then sit on the sofa and play with their phones. In the owner's group, things have already exploded. Zombie, there are really zombies in building 2. Really? I am in building 2, don't scare me. I saw it too, that zombie is all covered in blood, nails are very long, like a wild beast. I called the police, Uncle Hat said, they are powerless too, told me to wish myself good luck. Who has food at home, I am about to starve to death. Who has cola, 100 for 1 bottle, will buy unlimited. No way? Only 1 day and no food? Don't you stock up at home? You cook once in 800 years, who stocks food? Me too, not a single grain of rice at home? Just as Lee Muge thought, in Diamond Bay, at least half of the owners are like Zhang Minghui, not even a bag of rice at home. A day and a half has passed, and many people are out of food. Hee, now it's my turn to take action. Lee Muge takes out all kinds of food, puts them on the dining table. Then he pulls out his phone, takes a few pictures, and posts them in the group. AAA group actor Lee Muge's last night I took in a homeless pretty girl, today having an indulgence meal with her. Lots of food, can't finish it, keep taking in pretty girls, all inclusive, if you want to come, private message. Also collecting mutant plants, can exchange food. In the photos, there is hot and steaming instant hot pot, more than 10 pieces of Dove chocolate, a pile of cola like a little mountain, and 2 pieces of fried meat steak, making people drool. Also, there is a pretty girl in Lolita dress, feeding him grapes. The group instantly explodes. Building 1, 1701 Fitness Wang bro damn. Building 2, 902 meow meow how can there be such a shameless woman, for a bit of food just sells herself, so cheap. Building 3, 601 Aunt Lu young man, you need to know to respect the old and love the young, quickly bring me 2 pieces of steak. Building 3, 601 Aunt Lu and bring 6 bottles of cola, my eldest grandson loves it. Building 3, 1802 Director Big Wang Lee Muges, I sent you a private message yesterday, you dare not reply, do you still want to mix in the short drama world? Building 3, 1802 Director Big Wang hurry up and bring all the food to me, or I will block you. Building 2, 1003 Death God Wowo, my goddess Zhang Minghui, I watch your live stream every day, send you gifts, and you actually woo-woo. Zhang Minghui is a cosplay streamer, and often goes to all kinds of comic conventions. The Grim Reaper, a die-hard anime fan, didn't cry even when the world ended. But when he saw Zhang Minghui feeding grapes to Lee Muge, he cried. Building 6, Room 801, Wushioka, Lee Muge, didn't you say you like me? Bring me something to eat, and I'll give you a pair of used stockings. Building 12, Room 101, Xiaomingda, don't be fooled, everyone. He's just a background actor. How much food could he really have? What you see in the photo is all of it. Building 12, Room 101, Xiaomingda, my family owns a supermarket. We have lots of food. If you want to eat well, message me privately. Married women and housewives get priority. Building 2, room 902, meow meow, pa, you two pieces of trash. We fairy girls would never sell ourselves for just a little food. Hope you both get eaten by zombies, humph. The group chat exploded. Some cursed at Lee Muge, while others just wanted free stuff. Lee Muge laughed. Because friend requests kept coming non-stop. He handed the phone to Zhang Minghui. Shall we, help me sort through the friend requests. Reject all the men. Add the women, then tell them to send photos. Okay. Zhang Minghui took the phone and started operating. Lee Muge lay down on the sofa, resting his head on Zhang Minghui's lap, feeling carefree. At that moment, Zhang Minghui suddenly said, "Brother, a guy added you. He said he has a mutated plant." Really? Lee Muge sat up with a jolt. His head bumped into Zhang Minghui's body. Zhang Minghui let out a soft moan and handed the phone to Lee Muge. Yes, his screen name is Lee DePeo. Lee Muge immediately accepted the request. Background actor Lee Muge, what kind of mutated plant do you have? Chapter 7, Trading the Devil Fruit, Lee DePeo's Ambush. Lee DePeo, my money tree mutated. It grew a fruit. Lee DePeo, picture. The other guy didn't waste time. He sent 3 pictures right away. Lee Muge's eyes lit up. It really was a devil fruit, but it was dirt yellow in color. Lee Muge remembered that in his past life, there were 7 people with powers in Area A of Diamond Bay. 6 of them followed Gao Xiaolong. Only one, named Johan, awakened his power and chose to fight his way out. Lee Muge still remembered that morning when Johan held a straight-blade sword and shouted, "The apocalypse has come. Let there be heroes to hold up the sky. Those who dare to hold up the sky, follow me to kill." His momentum was like a rainbow. A true hero. Then, he hadn't even rushed out of Area A's gate before he was torn apart by dozens of mutant beasts. A once-in-a-generation talent, tragically sacrificed. Back then, many laughed at Johan for overestimating himself, but Lee Muge only felt sorrow and awe. At that time, humans really needed a hero to lead them to survive. Lee Muge heard that by then, humans had already built a few safe zones. Life in the safe zones wasn't as good as before the apocalypse, but at least it was safe. Sadly, half a month after the apocalypse started, water, electricity, and internet all collapsed. They had no way to get outside information. The one person most capable of leading them out, Gao Xiaolong, just wanted to hide in his little piece of Diamond Bay. Actually, Lee Muge knew. Gao Xiaolong was afraid that if they made it to a safe zone, there would be stronger people there. He wouldn't be able to act like a local tyrant, hogging all the women and resources. Could that Grim Reaper in the group be Johan? Thinking of all the dramatic things the Grim Reaper said in the chat, Lee Muge thought he seemed quite like Johan. He could test him later when there's a chance. If he really is Johan, Lee Muge could buy that devil fruit from him, so Johan wouldn't awaken powers and then run off to die again. That's not how heroes should be. Before becoming strong, one must grow in the shadows. Back to the main story. Lee DePeo's dirt yellow devil fruit should be the strength fruit. After eating it, you instantly become Tyson. As strong as a bull, able to break mountains with a punch. In his past life, when Gao Xiaolong led people to a fresh food supermarket to grab supplies, they got surrounded by a bunch of mutant beasts. The guy with the strength fruit lifted a car with his bare hands and smashed several mutant beasts to death. And the strength fruit's power is permanent. It's not like the fire fruit, which leaves you exhausted like a dog after just 5 minutes of fighting. After getting this fruit, Lee Muge could go to loot the fresh food supermarket. AAA Extra Actor Lee Muge, 5 bags of snail powder, 5 bottles of cola, in exchange for this fruit. Lee DePeo, bro, can I ask what this fruit is for? AAA Extra Actor Lee Muge, I'm not sure either, planning to buy it back and study it. Lee DePeo, it looks a bit like the devil fruit from One Piece. Could it awaken special powers after eating it? AAA Extra Actor Lee Muge, well, you can try it. Lee DePeo, I'm just asking. There are so many zombies in the neighborhood, maybe they became like that after eating it. I'm not daring to eat it. I'll sell it to you. Lee DePeo, which building are you in? I'll bring the fruit to find you. Lee Muge instantly became alert. Come to find me? Isn't he afraid I'll ambush him at home? For a moment, Lee Muge seemed to catch something. I was wondering why he didn't bargain. Turns out, he wanted to catch me all at once. AAA Extra Actor Lee Muge, I'm in Building 7, how about you? Lee DePeo, what a coincidence, I'm also in Building 7. AAA Extra Actor Lee Muge, which floor are you on? I'll come to find you. Lee DePeo, sure, I'm on the 7th floor, room 702. Knock 3 times on the door when you arrive, I'll open the door for you. Putting down his phone, Lee Muge curled his lips into a cold smile. If Lee DePeo was really trying to trade honestly, that would be fine. But if he wanted to backstab him, he wouldn't mind letting the other party taste the power of Fire Fist. Lee Muge stood up and said, "Shall we? I'm going to find them for the trade. Stay at home and wait for me." "Brother, let me go with you," Zhang Minghui said, a bit worried. "Don't worry, a few regular people, I don't even take them seriously," Lee Muge said confidently. "When someone knocks, you check through the peephole first to make sure it's me before opening the door." Lee Muge kissed Zhang Minghui on the face and left. Inside room 702. "Big brother DePeo, what do you think this thing is for?" A young man, holding the devil fruit in his hand, was looking it over. "What's it for?" "We'll ask that kid later." A tall and strong young man with a crew cut smiled and said, "They have so much food at their place. If we take him down, it'll be enough for us to eat for half a month." "Hee, Big brother DePeo, not only do they have food, they also have a beautiful woman." "Right, Big brother DePeo, that woman is called Zhang Minghui. She's a female streamer, beautiful with a sweet voice. I watch her stream every night, always wanted to taste her salty flavor." Next to him, a pale, thin young man said with anticipation, "Big brother DePeo, after you're done, can we have a turn too?" "Ha ha ha." Lee DePeo laughed loudly. "Don't worry, I'll be the first one, and you guys follow behind, one at a time." Lee DePeo was also an extra. He and the other 4 extras rented this 2-bedroom apartment together. The 5 of them were from the same hometown and had a good relationship. At first, the 5 of them would gather to play cards, chat, and wait for national rescue. But after a day and a half passed, there was still no news of any rescue, and they finally realized that the apocalypse had really come. The 5 of them were rough men and didn't usually cook. There were only some snacks and beer in their house. They were already worrying about what to eat tomorrow when they saw Lee Muge in the group, eating delicious food and being fed by a beautiful woman. He immediately got anxious. "Damn it, we're all extras, why should you be enjoying good food and drink, hugging women? And I'm here starving?" At this moment, a little brother said that Lee Muge was collecting mutated plants, and coincidentally, their money tree in the living room had mutated and grown a fruit. So Lee DePeo came up with a sinister plan. He wanted to trade, find out Lee Muge's room number, and then go over to rob him. But he didn't expect that Lee Muge had no guard up at all and even took the initiative to suggest meeting him. Would he refuse this meal sent to his door? "In a moment, listen to my orders. When I say go, immediately pin him down. Ask him what this fruit is for and what his room number is. Then, chop him up to use as reserve food. Got it, Big brother DePeo." 10 minutes later, Lee Muge arrived outside room 702. He was holding a bag of food. Dang dang dang. Lee Muge knocked on the door 3 times. Hearing the knocks, Lee DePeo felt a burst of joy. It had been more than 10 minutes, and he thought Lee Muge didn't dare to come. "You guys hide first." After giving this order, he went to open the door and let Lee Muge in. Lee Muge looked around. The apartment layout was the same as Zhang Minghui's. Inside the room, only Lee DePeo was there. The devil fruit was placed on the coffee table in the living room. "Where is the stuff?" Lee DePeo's strong body blocked the door. The green dragon tattoo on his neck wriggled as he swallowed. "Snail noodles and Coke, let's trade." Lee Muge opened the bag, showing the snail noodles and Coke inside. "I suddenly changed my mind." A trace of greed flashed in Lee DePeo's eyes. He said, "I think this fruit is worth more." Lee Muge raised his eyebrows and smiled. As expected, the trade was just a cover. This man was after him. "How much do you want to sell it for?" "Everything." Lee DePeo bared his teeth and said darkly, "Hand over all your food, and that woman too. From now on, you'll be my lackey and follow my orders." "What if I say no?" Hearing Lee Muge's words, Lee DePeo twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. "Lee Muge, you think you have the right to refuse? From the moment you came to my house, you were already a turtle in a jar. Come out, all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people burst out from each bedroom. Plus Lee DePeo. Exactly 5 people. They surrounded Lee Muge tightly. Chapter 8, Kill Lee DePeo, strong fruit in hand. Lee Muge, we're all extras. Now I give you 2 choices. First, take us to your place, hand over the food and the woman, and I'll spare your life. Second, we kill you, go to your house, eat your food, and sleep with your woman. Lee DePeo didn't bother acting anymore and directly threatened Lee Muge. "Lee DePeo, I'll give you a chance too. Kneel down now, knock your head on the ground, and call me daddy. I'll let you live." Hearing this, Lee DePeo thought he was hearing things. "You want me to kneel? You really don't see the situation clearly. Li DePeo got furious and cursed, F*CKU, Li Muge, you're really crazy. 5 against 1, we have the advantage. You still dare to make me kneel? Are you F*King insane? The others also shouted loudly. Li Muge, you really think we're bluffing? It's the end of the world. Even Uncle Hat can't protect himself. You think anyone will care if we kill you? DePeo bro, stop talking, just kill him and go sleep with Zhang Minghui. A fan of Zhang Minghui roared, raised a kitchen knife, and charged at Li Muge. Li Muge turned and threw a punch. Idiot, using fists against a knife? You think you're Iron Man? That man's face was full of disdain. But the next second. Bang! With a dull thud, his right arm shattered instantly. Flames burned up his arm. Since these people wanted to die, Li Muge would fulfill their wish. Ah! The man with the broken arm screamed in pain. Li DePeo and the others were shocked dumb. What the hell, what's going on? Why is his fist on fire? Devil fruit, that must be a devil fruit. Eat it and you get powers. Li DePeo reacted first and rushed toward the strong fruit on the coffee table. He had seen Li Muge on set, always playing background roles. But he, Li DePeo, was a professional villain actor. Strong and powerful, like a bull. If he ate the devil fruit, he would definitely be stronger than Li Muge. Just as Li DePeo was dreaming of awakening powers and rising to the top of life. Boom! Li Muge punched his head. Li DePeo's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless body fell to the ground. Ah! Those extras had never seen such a bloody scene and screamed in fear. This guy isn't human, run. 3 people were scared out of their minds and ran. But since Li Muge was blocking the door, they could only run into the bedrooms. The man with the broken right arm, overwhelmed by fear. He stepped on the bottle and directly fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he saw a huge, fiery foot. Boom! A size 43 foot slammed heavily onto the man's head. In an instant, it took his life. Mercy? Kindness? No. Having experienced the man-eating era of the previous life, Li Muge understood one thing. Don't start, don't stop. If you cut the grass, you must remove the root. Li Muge, don't kill us, we were also deceived by Li DePeo. We are innocent, please give us a way to live. In the room. There were 3 pale faces. They pushed the bed to the door, trying to stop Li Muge from entering. Boom! Li Muge punched out. The wooden door was smashed with a hole. The 3 people inside the room felt a buzzing in their heads, scared out of their wits. Spare us, please spare us. We are willing to acknowledge you as our boss, we will listen to you from now on. Boom! Boom! Li Muge remained silent, only throwing punches. The sound of impact was like a huge hammer, hitting their hearts. Boom! Half of the door was blasted apart. Li Muge sneered and jumped onto the bed, walking towards the 3 people. Dad, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Please spare me. The extras were so scared they knelt on the ground. Ha, when you were planning to block me, weren't you very arrogant? Why are you so cowardly now? What you said just now is true, the apocalypse has come, I kill you, and no one will collect your bodies, hee. I will fight you to the end. Seeing that Li Muge had no intention of letting him live, one of the extras picked up a fruit knife and lunged at Li Muge's stomach. Li Muge didn't retreat, but advanced, throwing a fiery punch. Humans are different from mutated beasts. They are too fragile. With one punch, the person's chest had a hole in it. The body fell to the ground, blood flowing into a pool. Demon. You are a demon. The other 2 extras were already terrified into a stupor. This is no human. This is worse than a zombie. They backed up, but the room was so small. They shrunk into the corner, with nowhere to retreat. Li Muge rushed up, and with 2 punches, smashed their heads. Smashing their heads. It's not that Li Muge had some weird obsession. It's because in the future, humans who die without having their heads chopped off will turn into zombies after 3 days. It's faster to smash their heads than to chop them off. Li Muge also smashed the head of the corpse at the bedroom door, then went to the bathroom to clean the blood off his body. Then he returned to the living room, picked up the devil fruit. With this strength fruit, my self-preservation ability is even stronger. Li Muge was about to eat it, but then stopped just before it reached his mouth. Wait. What if I feed this devil fruit to Zhang Minghui? Will the system return it to me? Li Muge hurriedly asked the system, but there was no response. He was a little conflicted. The combat power of the strength fruit in the early stages is stronger than the fire fruit. The fire fruit needs to be upgraded, and only then can it release flames to kill people from a distance, showing its true power. But the strength fruit, once eaten, makes you as strong as Tyson, punching mutated beasts and stomping little zombies. If Zhang Minghui eats it and it can't be returned, he would have lost big. But soon, Li Muge decided to take the gamble. Now Zhang Minghui's loyalty has already exceeded 60, she won't easily betray me. If I win the bet, and the system returns hundreds of devil fruits, I can mass-produce supernatural beings. Or, if I eat a few hundred at once, maybe I can level up directly. With this in mind, Li Muge couldn't wait to go back and experiment with Zhang Minghui. Before leaving, he didn't forget to scavenge the kitchen, finding 2 bottles of white liquor and a box of beer. It wasn't a wasted trip. Brother, did you fight? Are you hurt? Zhang Minghui opened the door and saw the blood on Li Muge's clothes, immediately panicking. She wasn't pretending, she really cared about Li Muge. After all, in this apocalypse, the only person she could rely on was Li Muge. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to live either. Li Muge took off his clothes and smiled, saying, "The other side was too greedy, wanting to take you back as a captive bride. How could I be willing? I punched each one, and they all died. As long as you're not hurt, big brother, those bad people deserve to die." Zhang Minghui didn't care about Li Muge killing people. She took the clothes and said, "Big brother, I'll go wash your clothes for you." "Alright, big brother, you should go home and get some clothes, otherwise you won't have anything to change into." "Wait a moment." Li Muge stopped Zhang Minghui. "Eat this." Zhang Minghui asked in surprise, "Big brother, what is this? It looks a bit like the devil fruit from One Piece." Li Muge nodded. "It is the devil fruit. After eating it, you'll awaken powers like me." What? Chapter 9, New Skill, Eye of Detection. What? You want me to eat the devil fruit? Zhang Minghui was extremely shocked. In this apocalypse, powers are more useful than guns. With powers, the chance of survival goes up a lot. But now, Li Muge was actually willing to give such a precious devil fruit to her. She was deeply moved. She thought that although Li Muge was sometimes rough, staying with him actually felt kind of happy. Not only was there no worry for food and drink, now she could even eat a devil fruit. The world will only get messier, and I can't protect you all the time. You need to have some power to protect yourself. Hurry up and eat it. Zhang Minghui nodded gratefully. Big brother, I'll definitely take good care of you from now on. Zhang Minghui took the devil fruit and took a bite. The taste was pretty bad. Hard to swallow. But thinking that she'd awaken powers soon, she started eating big bites. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed Zhuang Fruit X1, refunded 1,000 pieces. Stored in system space. Li Muge was overjoyed. Even the devil fruit can trigger a refund. And it was a full 1,000 pieces, he was flying on the spot. Li Muge couldn't wait to take out a Zhuang fruit and eat it. In an instant, there was a crackling sound from his body. Like bones being crushed and remade. Pain that went deep into the bones. Big brother, it hurts so much. Zhang Minghui's little face was covered in sweat, almost crying from the pain. Endure it a bit, it'll feel good soon. Okay. 10 minutes later, the two of them completed their awakening. Zhang Minghui felt full of power now, like she could slap a mutant cat flying. She couldn't wait to show off to Li Muge. But she saw that Li Muge had taken out another Zhuang fruit and was eating it. "I've got plenty of these. If you behave well, you'll get to eat devil fruits like snacks." Just a second ago, Zhang Minghui was proud of awakening powers. After hearing this, she instantly turned obedient again. She realized that even if she got stronger, in front of Li Muge, she could only obey. "Big brother, I'll definitely behave well from now on. I'm all sticky, I'll go take a bath." After saying that, Zhang Minghui went to the bathroom. After awakening, the impurities in her body were expelled, making her feel sticky and uncomfortable. Li Muge didn't rush to take a bath, and continued eating Zhuang fruit. Unlike the pain the first time, this time, it was like absorbing a mutant cat crystal. A warm flow spread through his body. He let out a moan of comfort. He ate 20 in a row. The light spot in his mind, originally the size of a soybean, became the size of a peanut. Ding! Congratulations host, Zhuang fruit strengthened to level 2, unlocked Eye of Detection. The system has a new feature? Li Muge's eyes lit up, and he checked it right away. Eye of Detection, level 1 can detect the level of living beings not higher than the user's level. Note, after 100 uses, it can be upgraded to level 2. Level 2 Eye of Detection can check the properties of devil fruits and the powers possessed by beings not higher than the user. Holy crap! This ability is kind of strong. From now on, if he meets a mutant beast, he'll throw out an Eye of Detection first. If its level is lower than his, he'll attack directly. If he can't see the level, he'll turn around and run. That way, he avoids getting wrecked by something hiding in the dark. And this is just the first level ability. When upgraded to the second level, it'll be even more incredible. Don't even mention the power to detect devil fruit abilities. Just the second one alone. Eye of detection can actually see what powers the other side has. This was just like when he and Zhang Minghui had that encounter in the wild. They hadn't even started fighting. He already knew Zhang Minghui's power was body enhancement, so he could just throw skills from far away, kite him, and never let Zhang Minghui get close. If only Jiraiya had a pro-buy back then. Then maybe he wouldn't have disappeared like a dragon diving into the sea, never to return. 2 hours later. Zhang Minghui fell into a deep sleep. Li Muzong, however, looked at the beauty beside him and began testing his new skill. Pro-buy. Name, Zhang Minghui. Level, 1. After using pro-buy, 2 lines of text appeared above Zhang Minghui's head. To be honest, it was a bit too simple. But that was fine. As long as he used it 100 times, it would level up to 2. Pro-buy. 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 Li Muzong began crazily grinding skill proficiency, but when he used it the 4th time, the system alert suddenly sounded. Ding. Level 1 pro-buy can only be used 3 times per day. 3 times? So that means, I'll need to wait over a month to level it up? This prompt completely frustrated Li Muzong, who had planned to max his proficiency using Zhang Minghui. But a month would pass in the blink of an eye. He could afford to wait. After understanding the pro-buy, Li Muzong pulled out a zhuang fruit. Just as he was about to eat it, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Devil fruit is not suitable for frequent consumption in a short time, or it may cause unpredictable consequences. It is recommended that the host not eat more than 20 of the same fruit each day. Unpredictable consequences? Could it be that if I eat too many, I'll turn into a zombie? Li Muzong decided to trust the system. He would continue eating tomorrow. After his zhuang fruit leveled up to 2, his body was now terrifyingly strong. He had just fought Zhang Minghui for 2 hours and wasn't even tired, not sleepy at all. So he took out his phone and checked the chat log in the resident group. Why hasn't Gao Xiaolong said anything at all? I remember, in my previous life, on the 2nd day of the blood moon outbreak, which is today, he risked going out to find food because he ran out. He found Zhang Minghui's house door unlocked and discovered the burn fruit inside. I wonder if he'll still come this time. Li Muzong felt a bit of anticipation. He decided to go to the living room and wait for Gao Xiaolong. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly saw message after message asking for help. Building 12, room 101, Xiaomengda F*****, who's smashing my door? Get the hell away or I'll call the police. At property manager, someone is smashing my door, send a security guard now. At property manager, at security captain Li, at district police officer Wanhao. Someone help. My door's about to break. Someone come save me. Chapter 10, Chaos begins. Some people can't hold on anymore. Li Muzong looked at these messages and could feel Xiaomengda's fear in every word. People have started robbing others? Li Muzong wasn't surprised at all. In the apocalypse, zombies were scary, mutated beasts were scary, but the scariest thing was people. Maybe 1 second they're calling you brother, and the next they stab you in the back and send you to hell. Xiaomengda still overestimated human nature. When everyone is starving, he actually dared to say in the group chat that his home was like a supermarket, with tons of food. Isn't that just asking to die? Maybe someone would ask, didn't Li Muzong also show off that he had food? But don't forget, his username in the group was AAA Extra Li Muzong. And he wasn't staying at his own place, he was in Zhang Minghui's house. Even if someone knew where he lived, they'd come and find nothing. But Xiaomengda? He directly posted his room number. What is that? That's basically yelling to everyone, hey hey hey. My house has food, come rob me. Pure idiotic behavior. If the person was a beautiful woman, Li Muzong might have considered saving them. But it was Boss Chow, who loved other people's wives. Forget it. He still remembered, this Xiaomengda once fought with him to take in a homeless pretty girl. But the next message made Li Muzong freeze. Gao Xiaolong at building 12 room 101 Xiaomengda. I heard you have quite a bit of food. I'm borrowing it. You have 2 choices now. First, open the door, we'll take the food and leave. Second, we break the door, kill you, then take the food. I'm giving you 1 minute to decide. As soon as these words were spoken, the group chat exploded. Building 1, room 1701, fitness brother Wang, Gao Xiaolong, what you're doing is illegal. Building 3, room 601, Aunt Lu, Xiao Gao, listen to auntie, don't do something crazy. Building 2, room 902, meow meow, humph, serves him right for acting like a jerk in the group all the time. Building 7, room 1201, Wang Xianxian, the apocalypse is here. We should unite and face this together. Killing each other is wrong. Gao Xiaolong, you should leave. Gao Xiaolong, Building 7, room 1201, Wang Xianxian, judging by your profile pic, you look pretty. Wash up and wait for me. Once I kill Chao Mengde, I'm coming for you. Building 3, room 601, Aunt Lu, young man, you are knowingly breaking the law. You'll be shot. Gao Xiaolong, at Building 3, room 601, Aunt Lu, you old hag, I've noticed how you love to hoard vegetables. I remember your address. I'll kill you first. Gao Xiaolong, Chao Mengde, time's up. Get ready to die. With that said, everyone in the group started cursing Gao Xiaolong. But they also realized what was happening, and quickly changed their names, afraid Gao Xiaolong would find their homes using the room numbers. This time, Gao Xiaolong didn't go floor by floor searching. Instead, he went straight to rob Chao Mengde. Next, he should be forming an alliance. For a moment, Li Muge wanted to go to Chao Mengde's home and kill Gao Xiaolong. But he quickly held back. People in the neighborhood still hadn't realized how cruel the apocalypse really was. Well, China was too safe. Many had never even seen a fight. Even though there were zombies and mutant beasts. So far, those zombies only wandered in the hallways or outside the community. They hadn't attacked any doors. So a lot of people thought, just hang on a little longer, and the government would come save them. Once Gao Xiaolong started killing. Only then would this group truly fall into despair. By then, taking in pretty girls would be much easier. Building 12, room 101. The first floors in Diamond Bay community had split levels. There was a basement level below. Chao Mengde's family ran a supermarket. He turned the basement into a warehouse and stored tons of goods. He wasn't worried about food or drink at all. When he saw Li Muge collecting pretty girls in the group, he got tempted too. But he didn't expect it would bring doom to his door. Hearing the pounding on the door, Chao Mengde trembled all over. If this was before the apocalypse, one call and he could summon dozens of police in minutes to arrest these thugs. But now, even the police were barely surviving. Should I just give them the food? Chao Mengde hesitated. If he gave it, he'd have nothing left to eat. But if he didn't, what if Gao Xiaolong really broke in? Bang! Just as Chao Mengde hesitated, the door was suddenly kicked open. 3 big men stormed in from outside. The leader was nearly 1.8 meters tall, buzzcut, strong build, clearly a ruthless type. All 3 of them were holding kitchen knives. You're the damn Chao Mengde? Gao Xiaolong roared and rushed forward, kicking Chao Mengde hard to the floor. Gao Xiaolong, no, brother Long, I was wrong, I'll give you all the food, please don't hurt me. When the door broke open, Chao Mengde's heart died. He knelt down and begged in despair. F*** your mother, I told you to open the door earlier and you didn't. Now you're begging? Too late, bastard. Gao Xiaolong's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised the knife and swung it down hard. Splurt. Blood sprayed everywhere. The knife stuck in Chao Mengde's head. His body fell backward. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he couldn't believe Gao Xiaolong really dared to kill. Holy shit. B brother Long, why you really killed him? Even Gao Xiaolong's 2 lackeys were shocked. They were just normal guys. They'd never seen anything like this. They thought they'd just scare Chao Mengde and grab the food. Now someone was actually dead. The 2 of them were at a loss. I killed him. Gao Xiaolong's voice was cold. He started mingling with people in society at the age of 16, and later, when the crackdown happened, he went to Hong Kong Island to be a bodyguard for his boss. When he was 22, the starlet his boss was keeping ended up having an affair with the director during filming. When the boss found out, he was furious and ordered Gao to go to the capital and teach the director a lesson. Gao blocked the director in the parking lot and stabbed him 27 times. The director didn't die. But Gao was sentenced to 7 years for intentional injury. He took all the responsibility upon himself, without implicating his boss, which made the boss very happy. He received a large sum of money from his boss. After taking the money, he returned home and bought a house in Diamond Bay. But just less than half a month after moving in, the apocalypse broke out. He was not a good person. Yesterday, he lay low all day and confirmed that the order had collapsed, and the national machine could not operate. He felt excited. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. He, Gao Xiaolong, wanted to gather his little brothers and become the emperor of Diamond Bay. Heizi, Xiaotian, this is the damn apocalypse. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right, and whoever has food is the dad, understand? Wait until I get a machete and I'll get you 2 steel pipes. become bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. His two little brothers were inspired by Gao Xiaolong's momentum. They were incredibly excited. Dragon brother is right, become bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. I, Xiaotian, will follow Dragon brother from now on. Gao Xiaolong showed a satisfied smile. People's hearts could be used. But relying only on the three of them wasn't enough. He needed to gather more little brothers. Gao Xiaolong laid Xiaomingda's body flat. He took out his phone and took a picture. He sent the photo to the owner group along with some text. Gao Xiaolong, I just wanted to borrow some food, but he dared not open the door, so I had to send him to heaven. However, the beauty Wang Xianxian from Building 7 is right, the apocalypse has come, and we humans should unite. I plan to establish a human alliance and sincerely invite everyone to join. If we gather together to keep warm, even if we encounter zombies, we won't lose. After joining the alliance, all food must be handed over, and the leader will distribute it uniformly to ensure everyone has something to eat. If you want to follow me, please private message me. By the way, Wang Xianxian from Building 7, Room 1201, have you cleaned yourself up? I'm coming to pick you up now. Chapter 11, All are forming alliances. Room 1201, Building 7. A beauty curled up in the corner of the sofa, the cold light from the phone screen illuminating her pale face. Her long, black hair was disheveled over her silk nightgown, and the neckline faintly revealed the curves that rose and fell rapidly due to her hurried breathing. Those long legs that once made all women envious were now unconsciously rubbing against each other, revealing the owner's inner fear. This person was Wang Xianxian. At 23 years old, Wang Xianxian had just graduated from university and was preparing for the civil service exam. Although she hadn't secured a position yet, she acted like a civil servant already. Seeing Gao Xiaolong smashing down the door of Xiaomingda's house, she immediately shouted at him. But unexpectedly, what responded to her was a gruesome photo of Xiaomingda's death. Gao Xiaolong's threats lingered in her mind like a nightmare. They are crazy, all of them are crazy. She trembled and pushed the coffee table toward the entrance, the wooden furniture scraping against the tiles with a piercing sound. But she was still uneasy. Should she go hide in someone else's house? But in this apocalypse, who would take in a girl like her? At that moment, someone suddenly added her as a friend. Note, do you want to survive? Wang Xianxian was slightly taken aback. Isn't this the lecherous Li Muge who always posts in the group, wanting to shelter homeless beauties? She really disliked Li Muge's opportunistic behavior. Just yesterday, she and Miao Miao from Building 2 had scolded Li Muge together. In normal times, if such a scumbag and lecher wanted to add her, she would definitely refuse. But now, in the face of calamity, she hesitated for a few seconds, but still added the other party. Li Muge, beauty, you don't want to be killed by Gao Xiaolong, do you? Xianxian, what do you mean? Li Muge, I can save you, but I have to see if you are worth it. Xianxian, I have money, I also have 2 gold necklaces. A bracelet, as long as you can save me, I will give you all of this. Li Mu Gu. Big sister, what time is it now? Money means nothing now. Xianxian. Then what do you want? Li Mu Gu. Be my woman, I will protect your safety, and guarantee you will eat well and live well every day. Wang Xianxian bit her lip. Isn't that the same as being caught by Gao Xiaolong and the others? She heard people in the group talk about Li Mu Ge's identity, a small supporting role, and his house is still rented. 3 days ago, she wouldn't have even looked at such a nobody. But now, he actually dares to ask her to be his woman. Wang Xianxian was furious. She directly deleted Li Mu Gu. Then she blocked the door with furniture and stools, trying to stop Gao Xiaolong and the others from coming in. Maybe they were fated not to die. Just as Gao Xiaolong and the others were about to go out, they encountered a few mutated dogs. Seeing the mutant dogs that looked like cows, Gao Xiaolong was also a bit frightened and hid in Xiaomingda's house. Not seeing Gao Xiaolong coming, Wang Xianxian's anxious heart also calmed down. She opened the homeowner group to find out the situation. As a result, she saw a homeowner from Building 12 say that a mutated dog was attacking the door of Xiaomingda's house. She clasped her hands together and began to pray. Buddha, Jade Emperor, Mother Earth, Jesus, please bless the mutated dog to break in and eat that murderer Gao Xiaolong. Building 3, Room 1802. Wang Disheng took a sip of wine, his eyes full of ruthlessness. His house ran out of food yesterday. Fortunately, there were more than a dozen Maotai bottles in the wine cabinet to satisfy his cravings. Damn it, if he Gao Xiaolong can kill and rob food, can't I Wang Disheng rob too? That little supporting actor Li Mu Gu actually hugged a beauty and ate meat. I've disliked him for a long time. Get a few people, let's take all the food he has. Thinking of this, Wang Disheng opened a group chat. Following Director Wang leads to 3 days of 8 meals, 72. This group was created when he was filming. It's full of extras. Every time he prepares to shoot, he sends out job notices in the group. Li Mugu is also in it. Wang Dishang first kicked Li Mugu out of the group chat, then released the message. At everyone, the situation is critical. Not only are there mutated beasts, zombies, but also the insane Gao Xiaolong. I think we must unite now. I suggest we form an alliance, join forces, and get through this tough time. Someone asked, Director Wang, do you want to go against that murderer Gao Xiaolong? Yes, Director Wang, Gao Xiaolong is also forming an alliance. Why don't we just join him? Wang Dishang had already planned this. Join his alliance, then won't we become his lackeys? Do you think that guy will share resources equally with us? And, didn't you see how he treated Wang Xianxian? If we really let him be the boss, how will the safety of our girls in the group be guaranteed? As for going against him, I think you don't need to be afraid. They are only 3 or 4 people, we have dozens, aren't we afraid of them? As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. Especially the actresses, they all saw Gao Xiaolong threatening Wang Xianxian in the group just now. They definitely didn't want to become Gao Xiaolong's playthings. Someone asked, Director Wang, what should we do now? Wang Dishang replied, the urgent task is to gather together. Everyone, bring the food from home and come to room 1802 in building 3 to find me. After gathering, the men will form a guard team, starting from room 101, knocking on every door for supplies, and collecting all the resources of the building here for unified distribution. Those who don't cooperate, we will follow Gao Xiaolong's example and kill directly. In the apocalypse, we cannot be soft-hearted. Although many people felt that killing was wrong, just thinking of the dead Chao Mengde, they couldn't refute. Someone asked, Director Wang, what about us girls? Yes, Director Wang, we girls are weaker, we can't just fight zombies, right? Wang Dishang's eyes flashed with cunning. Fight zombies? No, when you come, just fight with me. Before Wang Dishang could speak, a male actor had already opened his mouth. Of course, girls are here to be our tools for relaxation. That's right, I fight with zombies and people outside, so is it wrong to come home and vent on you? Well said, we provide strength, and you provide your bodies, it's very reasonable. As soon as these words came out, the group instantly erupted. Shut the hell up. What you're saying is no different from Gao Xiaolong or Li Muge. That's right, don't think we women are easy to bully. Half of the Tang dynasty was conquered by Li Xiaoning. Without Empress Ma, could Zhu Yuanzhang take the world? A bunch of ugly toads, thinking they're beautiful. The group was filled with tension. Both sides kept throwing insults at each other. Seeing this, Wang Dishang directly muted the group members and sent a message himself. Survival of the fittest, this is the law of survival in the apocalypse. But I won't force anyone. Those who can accept this, immediately bring all the food and weapons from your home to gather at my house. In 1 hour, the guard team will start dealing with the zombies, mutated beasts, and those who refuse to join the alliance in Building 3. We'll turn Building 3 into our stronghold. Those who refuse to come, just wait at home to die. Chapter 12, Wang Xuanchuan's plea for help, I'm willing to be your. Gao Xiaolong killed Chao Mengde. It was like opening Pandora's box. At his provocation, people like Director Wang Dishang began to stand up, forming cliques to seize food and women. The darkness of human nature was completely unleashed at this moment. The entire Diamond Bay fell into chaos. As the first to step forward, Gao Xiaolong successfully gathered a dozen or so younger brothers. They teamed up and killed the mutated dog. They took photos and posted them in the group. Hey at Wang Xianxian, I'm here to find you, hee hee hee. 5 minutes later. Gao Xiaolong and his group entered Building 7. Gao Xiaolong brandished a bloody kitchen knife, his face wore a crazy smile. Brothers, although there is a lot of food from Chao Mengde, we can't just sit back and eat it all. Let's start clearing the building and grab all the food. As for those people, they can either be my little brothers or die. With Gao Xiaolong's command, Building 7 instantly became a hell on earth. A dozen of them wielded kitchen knives, steel pipes, and other tools to start smashing doors. Those who resisted were dealt with directly. Please, let me go, I beg you. Whoa, my child, my child. Mourning cries. Screams of agony. Cursing shouts. Together, they formed a mournful melody that echoed in the hallway. Some mutated beasts and zombies were attracted by the sounds and came over. But Gao Xiaolong was clever, he had everyone act together. The newly mutated zombies were not strong, and with a dozen people wielding weapons, they easily killed the zombies. Although some were injured, it didn't have much impact. Gao Xiaolong lit a cigarette, took a big puff, blew out smoke rings, and asked, which floor does that girl Wang Xianxian live on? Blackie leaned over with a lewd grin, bro, she lives on the 12th floor, number 1. I've seen her before, she's really beautiful. As soon as he said this, Xiao Tian and the others' eyes lit up. Xiao Tian, you take the brothers to keep prying doors and stealing food. After Gao Xiaolong finished speaking, he looked at Blackie. You four come with me to the 12th floor to find Wang Xianxian. Xiao Tian had long been coveting Wang Xianxian. How could he let this opportunity pass? So he suggested, Brother Long, we came suddenly. This group was caught off guard. Now everyone knows we are robbing, and some will surely band together to resist us. I think we shouldn't split up. Gao Xiaolong thought what he said made some sense. Alright, then let's go to the 12th floor together to capture Wang Xianxian, then get food. The group nodded. They had just eaten at Xiaomingda's place and weren't too hungry now. 1201. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the banging on the door outside, Wang Xianxian trembled. Gao Xiaolong, I beg you, let me go. Killing is against the law, you can't make another mistake. Wang Xianxian was about to cry. The soundproofing of the community isn't very good, she just heard a lot of heartbreaking screams that scared her to death. Outside the door, Gao Xiaolong's face was twisted with rage. He shouted directly, Wang Xianxian, if you open the door willingly, I can reduce your suffering. But if I have to break in, you'll be in real trouble. Hearing this, Wang Xianxian trembled in fear. Oh heavens! Please send someone to punish them. Bang! Outside, seeing Wang Xianxian not replying, Gao Xiaolong slashed at the security door with a knife. Damn it, how ungrateful can you be? Smash it down. As his voice fell, Hazy and the others began to frantically smash the door. Wang Xianxian, with red eyes, held a kitchen knife, ready to fight Gao Xiaolong desperately. But her trembling legs revealed the fear inside her heart. In despair, she suddenly remembered Li Mugei's words. When you are my woman, I will protect your safety and make sure you eat well every day. After receiving this message, she deleted Li Mugei immediately. She thought he was a disgusting toad, ugly and unworthy. But now, Wang Xuanxuan's heart wavered. She thought, if I follow Li Mugei, I might still be bullied, but if Gao Xiaolong breaks in, I'm doomed. But there were more than 10 people outside. Can Li Mugei really save me? Bang bang bang. The violent banging of the door sounded like a death knell. A dead horse is better than no horse doctor. Wang Xianxian quickly took out her phone and added Li Mugei in the group. Wang Xianxian, at AAA group actor Li Mugei, Gao Xiaolong is smashing my door, please come save me. I will cooperate with anything. After sending the message, Wang Xianxian pushed the sofa and tables to the entrance, hoping to buy some more time. She had already made up her mind. If the door was broken and Li Mugei still didn't come, she would kill herself. Better to die than to be ravaged by that group of people outside. At Zhang Minghui's home. Zhang Minghui was also watching the chaos in the community via the owner's group. Seeing Wang Xianxian at Li Mugei, she looked up and said, Brother, Wang Xianxian is asking you for help in the group. Hearing this, Li Mugei opened his phone and glanced at the group chat. Ha, now that trouble has come, she knows to ask for help. After thinking for a moment, he re-added Wang Xianxian as a friend. After all, the more tool people he could use for refunds, the better. Having a bit of temper doesn't matter. He could save her and train her slowly. This time, the friend request was accepted right away. Li Mugei called her on video, and Wang Xianxian answered immediately. What came into view was a delicate face, tear-streaked like a pear flower. Unlike Zhang Minghui's cuteness, despite the tear stains, her cold demeanor was still noticeable. This kind of woman can provoke a man's desire to conquer the most. They're going to break in soon, please come save me, my home is in Building 7, Room 1201. Li Mugei was not anxious, he smiled and said, Are you willing to be my woman now? Wang Xianxian wanted to curse him. Even at this moment, this man was still negotiating terms with her. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud crash. A big hole was smashed in the door. A hand reached in, unlocked the door, and a group of people pushed hard to get inside. Sofa, coffee table, and those items were being forced in slowly, making a screeching noise. Outside, Gao Xiaolong's triumphant laughter became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Xianxian, did you really think a broken door could stop me? Ha 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 ha. Wang Xianxian panicked and rushed into the room, locking the door behind her, while shouting at her phone. I'm willing, if you come save me, I'll listen to you. Please, hurry and come. Chapter 13, Kill Gao Xiaolong, Nurture the Corpse to Respect Myself. Bro Long, look at this. In the corridor, Xiaotian took down a fire axe. He swung it at the door, banging down hard. After several strikes, a big hole was made in the door. Gao Xiaolong pushed aside the coffee table inside and jumped into the room. He cleared away the clutter at the entrance, opened the door, and let his brothers in. More than 10 people stood in front of the bedroom door. Xiaotian stepped forward, boss, step back. Watch me smash this door open too. In the bedroom, Wang Xianyuan turned pale with fear upon hearing this. Wang Xianyuan decided to give up completely. Before dying, she wanted to discuss these people, a bunch of scumbags. This lady would rather jump off the building than submit to you. Hao Xiaolong and the others were furious upon hearing this and could no longer hold back. Damn it! You're about to die, and still putting on an act. Xiaotian, smash the door for me. Alright, Brother Long. Xiaotian swung the axe and smashed it, creating a hole in the wooden bedroom door. Seeing this, Wang Xianyuan hopelessly moved to the window. If the door was broken and Li Mugu still didn't come, she would jump to her death. At that moment, a refreshing voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, I'm here to find Wang Xianyuan. He really came? At this moment, Wang Xuanyuan's eyes actually welled up with tears. She knew that Li Mugu was also lustful. But for him to risk his life to save her was already a tremendous effort. She finally understood why Lu Bu was so despicable, why he had such a bad reputation, yet Diao Chan was still deeply devoted to him. Because this man could protect her peace in a chaotic world where life was as worthless as grass. That was enough. In the living room, everyone looked at Li Mugu as if he were a fool. Damn, who is this idiot? He seems to be Li Mugu. I saw Wang Xianyuan asking for help from him in the group. Ha ha, we have so many people and he still dares to come? He's really asking for it. Boss, let me kill him. One little brother wanted to make a name for himself, grabbing the fire axe and charging at Li Mugu. As the man got closer, Li Mugu dodged the axe and slapped him. With a crisp smack, the little brother was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Damn, your strength, ouch. Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were even a few big yellow teeth in it. His left cheek burned with pain, and he couldn't help but shout, damn, it hurts, so damn much, damn it. Seeing this, a group of little brothers froze in shock. He sent a person flying with just one slap? How much strength did that take? Hao Xiaolong squinted his eyes, no wonder he dared to come alone, he must be quite skilled. Brothers, let's all go together. No matter the cost. As soon as he finished speaking, eager Xiaotian swung the fire axe again. Die. Li Mugu raised his fist and slammed it forward, flames bursting from his fist. With a loud bang, he struck the fire axe. Immediately, the fire axe was sent flying. It arced through the air and landed with a crack on the head of a Chengdu little brother. The Chengdu little brother's face was covered in blood. His neck bent at an odd angle, and he died on the spot. Xiaotian looked at the axe handle in his hand, his eyes wide open. You. What are you stuttering about? Just lie down. Li Mugu lifted his leg and kicked Xiaotian in the chest. Xiaotian immediately flew into the air, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, and with a thud, he fell to the ground unconscious. This kick, Li Mugu only used 3 points of force. Otherwise, he could have kicked right through him. It wasn't that Li Mugu was merciful, but he thought of a way to gain experience. After a person dies, as long as the head remains, they will turn into a zombie 3 days later. Zombies have crystal shards in their heads. Absorbing those can increase strength. When killing Li Depeo and the others, Li Mugu only had the burning fruit and couldn't fight for long, which is why he aimed for headshots. Now, his Zhuang fruit was already level 2, and even against dozens of zombies, he was unafraid. So he planned to raise the zombies for his own weight. While Gao Xiaolong and the others were still dazed, Li Mugu charged forward. When Li Mugu fought them, it was like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. In less than a minute. Aside from Gao Xiaolong, all the other dozen people went to hell. Their faces were filled with horror, as if they had seen something frightening just before death. Brother, we just came in. We haven't even touched Wang Xianyuan, can't you let me go? Gao Xiaolong retreated to the window, his hand trembling with the kitchen knife. At this moment, he regretted it. If he had known Wang Xuanyuan's man was so ruthless. With 800 of his courage, he wouldn't dare to come here. Looking at Gao Xiaolong, whose face was filled with terror, Li Mugu smiled. Brother Long, actually, I don't hate you. You are right, the weak are prey to the strong, that's the survival rule of the apocalypse. But now, the roles have reversed. Now, I, Li Mugu, am the strong one, and it's my turn to send you on your way. Good luck on your journey, Brother Long. As Li Mugu spoke, he walked towards Gao Xiaolong. Gao Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Does he know me? But I've never seen him before. But he understood, Li Mugu wanted to kill him, so he frantically begged for mercy. Brother, let me go, from now on I'll acknowledge you as my boss, charge into battle for you, grab food for you, snatch women for you, how about it? Gao Xiaolong kept begging, but Li Mugu simply walked toward him with a blank expression. There was no sign of mercy in his eyes. Gao Xiaolong realized that nothing he said would matter, his heart grew cold, and he swung the kitchen knife toward Li Mugu's head. ****ing hell, die for me. Bang! Li Mugu raised his hand and threw a punch, hitting first, before Gao Xiaolong could strike. With a crack sound, Gao Xiaolong felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down, and to his shock, a hole had been smashed into his chest. His heart shattered, and his consciousness began to fade. A few seconds later, his whole body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 14, Wang Xuanchuan's Split Leg. Looking at Gao Xiaolong lying on the ground, Li Muge remained calm. In his past life, Gao Xiaolong had killed him with a single punch. Today, he returned that punch. He had thought he would be excited, but after getting revenge, he felt nothing at all. He knew, in this apocalypse, Gao Xiaolong wasn't even a small boss. At best, he was just an extra. To survive, fight against people, fight against zombies, fight against mutant beasts, but more importantly, fight against the heavens. The apocalypse had just begun, the influence of the blood moon wasn't strong yet. But as time passed, electricity would collapse, the internet would fail, and humanity would return to the primitive era. In this life, he would create a safe zone, just like the big shots in his past life. Become the king of the safe zone. Fight against the heavens. A few minutes later. Hearing the silence return to the living room, Wang Xianxian opened the door and walked out. Seeing the corpses all over the floor, she immediately vomited. Ugh! She hadn't eaten all day, and all she vomited was bile. After several minutes, she finally calmed down, her face pale as she looked at Li Muge. Very young. But fortunately, his combat power was off the charts. He could protect her. Thank you for saving me. You serve me, I protect you, it's only right. Li Muge said indifferently. At the same time, a system prompt appeared before him. Name, Wang Xianxian. Age, 23. Body, 90. Appearance, 92. Overall rating, 91. Loyalty, 6, may betray at any time. Eligible for cashback. Not bad. Her score met the cashback condition. It wasn't a wasted trip. Li Muge walked to the kitchen, collected all the food from the fridge into his space, then said, "This place isn't suitable to stay anymore, come with me." Is she coming? Wang Xianxian felt uneasy inside. But the experience of life and death had completely shattered her pride, and she finally chose to compromise. I'll take a few pieces of clothing. Wang Xianxian returned to the bedroom, grabbed a few changes of clothes, and then went upstairs with Li Muge. She didn't expect Li Muge to also be in Building 7. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Brother, you're finally back, I was so worried. As soon as she entered the room, Zhang Minghui rushed over and hugged Li Muge, almost as if declaring her ownership. Wang Xianxian realized that Li Muge already had a woman. But she didn't expect her to be this beautiful. A sense of crisis immediately rose in her heart. Is dinner ready? Li Muge asked. Just one soup left, brother, go wash your hands first, dinner will be ready soon. Zhang Minghui ran into the kitchen, busying herself. Knowing Li Muge had gone to rescue another woman, Zhang Minghui feared her position in the household would be threatened. Usually, she didn't even touch a drop of water, but now, following cooking videos, she had made several dishes. The delicious sizzling pork chops. Cooking snail powder, frying instant noodles, frying eggs, seaweed egg drop soup, and egg cake. The aroma filled the air. Wang Xianyuan hadn't eaten enough these past few days, and the little food she had just got all thrown up. At this moment, looking at the table full of dishes, her stomach began to grumble uncontrollably. Li Muge smiled and said, I didn't lie in the group, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you will eat well every meal. Let's dig in. Hearing this, Wang Xianyuan didn't hold back, picked up her chopsticks, and started grabbing food. These dishes were not considered delicacies under normal circumstances. But Wang Xianyuan thought the fried eggs tasted better than lobster and abalone. After eating her fill, she enjoyed a bottle of ice-cold cola. What a life it was. Are you full? Li Muge asked when he saw Wang Xianyuan put down her chopsticks. I really thank you so much. Wang Xianyuan nodded gratefully. Li Muge smiled and said, just saying thank you is not enough. Li Muge looked Wang Xianyuan up and down. Her figure wasn't as good as Zhang Minghui's. But those long legs were snow-white and straight. A full meter long. Ha! Wang Xianyuan guessed Li Muge's meaning and her little face turned red instantly. Is it coming? Wang Xianyuan was a bit reluctant initially, but thinking of the corpses at home, she compromised. I'm going to take a shower. She gritted her teeth and walked into the bathroom, holding her clothes. Shall we have another woman at home now, are you jealous? Li Muge suddenly asked. Of course not. Zhang Minghui cuddled in Li Muge's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and said, Brother protects my safety and makes sure I eat enough, I'll listen to my brother always. I just hope my brother won't fall for someone new and forget about me. Zhang Minghui looked like a little cat, snuggling in Li Muge's arms, her watery big eyes looking at him softly. Good girl, continue to help me advertise in the group. After Li Muge said this, he returned to his room. 20 minutes later, Wang Xianyuan walked into the room. Brother, I'm going to perform a special skill for you. Chapter 15, The Prince's Dream with an Amazing Figure. On the third day of the blood moon's rise. When Li Muge woke up from his soft bed, Zhang Minghui had already prepared breakfast. He ate while scrolling through the owner's group. The chaos from yesterday made these people realize the cruel reality of the apocalypse overnight. Sigh, when will the country come to save us? Stop dreaming, accept reality. All we can rely on now is ourselves. Yesterday afternoon, the screams in our building never stopped. Yeah, someone came to break down my door. Luckily, my security door is good quality, otherwise, I would be in danger. So scary, there is killing everywhere now. Woo-woo, I have nothing to eat at home, what should I do? Everyone, we encountered a zombie yesterday, it wasn't that terrifying. I suggest we go out together and clear out the Xinlongjia supermarket. It's been 3 days, the vegetables in Xinlongjia must be spoiled, right? The meat might be bad, but the vegetables should be fine. Director Weinstein has cleared all zombies and mutated beasts in Building 3. Strong men and beautiful women are welcome to join, details, please message me privately. Now every organization has set up their own small chat groups. There are not as many messages in the owner's group anymore. Li Muge quickly finished reading. The current survivors fall into a few categories. One type is the king and tyrant type, like Wang Dishing and Gao Xiaolong, gathering little brothers and robbing food. Another type is the withdrawn type, hiding at home, living each day as it comes. And another is the self-rescue type, trying to break out of the community to find food in supermarkets and fresh food stores. Li Muge took a photo of his breakfast and posted it in the group. AAA group member Li Muge today's breakfast, simple 4 dishes and a soup. Sincerely looking to shelter beautiful girls without homes or food. Benefits, 3 meals a day, meet every time. Interested parties, please message me without makeup selfies. Can come to pick you up. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat exploded again. Meow Mao good brother, can you give me a piece of steak? I feel like I'm going to starve to death. The young man, Li Mugu, in the AAA group, said, I remember you, you cursed me in the group. Meow Mao replied, good brother, I'm sorry. I will trade you a piece of meat for the used stockings I wore for 7 days, okay? Li Mugu snapped back, get the hell out of here. Li Mugu cursed. Then he turned to Zhang Minghui and said, shall we, give a smile? Zhang Minghui was confused but obediently flashed a sweet smile. Li Mugu took several photos. He sent them directly to the group. Li Mugu wrote, at Meow Meow, I don't need any more beauties, keep your stockings for yourself. Louis chimed in, young man, Aunt Lou is willing to accompany you, but you must ensure my grandson and I have enough to eat every day. Li Mugu shot back, old hag, get lost. Meng exclaimed, isn't this Ming Hui? At Koi, is it you? Koi replied, Meng, it's me, let's chat privately. Li Mugu put down his phone and curiously asked, Xiao Wei, do you know this person? Zhang Minghui nodded, yes, her name is Wang Zimeng, she is my classmate and a live streamer. Li Mugu asked, do you have a photo? Let me find it. Zhang Minghui opened Wang Zimeng's moments and handed her phone to Li Mugu. Li Mugui's eyes lit up instantly. Just in terms of looks, Wang Zimeng couldn't match Zhang Minghui or Wang Xianxian. But her figure was absolutely stunning. In the photo, she wore a yellow dress that accentuated her alluring curves. The deep neckline created a profound line of attraction. If this picture isn't edited, Wang Zimeng is definitely naturally gifted. Her figure is this good? Li Mugu felt a stir of interest. Zhang Minghui also had a great figure, but it was still normal, while Wang Zimeng could only be described as breathtaking. Zhang Minghui silently mumbled to herself. Sure enough, all men like the big ones. Brother, her figure really is good, she is an F cup. Good, please talk to her for me, if she's willing to come, I can go pick her up. Okay, brother, her family doesn't have much food, I believe she will come. Zhang Minghui took on the task. I need to go to Xinlongjia supermarket, after I leave, block the door with the sofa. Li Mugu instructed. Brother, let me go with you, I am strong now. Zhang Minghui flexed her bicep, having eaten the strength fruit, she could take on mutated beasts. Li Mugu kissed her on the cheek, having that spirit is good, when I return, keep an eye on Wang Xianxian. By the way, you performed well these past 2 days, here's a reward for you. Li Mugu was quite satisfied with Zhang Minghui's performance and took out a strength fruit, placing it on the table. Then, Li Mugu grabbed a fire axe and walked out. After Zhang Minghui sent him out the door, she hurriedly ate the strength fruit. 10 minutes later, she successfully digested the energy inside and lifted the sofa to block the door. Wang Xianxian, just getting up, was stunned by this scene. Sister, are you a strong man? Ha? How do you have such strength? Zhang Minghui secured the door and smiled, "Don't be surprised, this is a special ability. After the apocalypse, some plants grew devil fruits, and eating them grants various abilities. The fruit I ate is the strength fruit, now I'm as strong as Tyson." Wang Xianxian's eyes widened, "You're so powerful, and still want to be his woman?" Zhang Minghui replied, "My devil fruit was given by my brother." Wang Xianxian marveled, "Such an amazing thing, he actually gave it to you?" Zhang Minghui smiled and said, "My brother is really good. If you serve him well, he will give you a devil fruit too. I'll tell you secretly, he has many devil fruits, they could be snacks." Wang Xianxian felt it was unfair. Why is it that everyone just arrived in the apocalypse, and Li Mugu already has so many devil fruits? Is he the chosen one? Shouldering the responsibility of saving humanity? If that's true, being his woman doesn't seem bad. "Okay, you eat breakfast first, I still need to help my brother find a woman." Zhang Minghui washed her hands and then started chatting with Wang Zimeng. She needed to hurry up. Otherwise, what if she kept Dream Meng hungry? Her brother would be unhappy. As Li Mugu went downstairs, he noticed that several mutated beasts gathered at the entrance of Building 12. That's where Chao Mengda's home is. Mutated beasts and zombies, as long as they absorb the moonlight of the blood moon, won't feel hungry. But eating seems to make them stronger faster. Chao Mengda's house has a lot of food, they must have turned it into their base. Li Muge didn't provoke these creatures but walked straight outside the community. Outside the community, there is a row of public buildings. Supermarkets, fresh food markets, restaurants, pharmacies, everything is complete. Li Muge's target was Xinalongia Fresh Supermarket. Xinalongia has 2 floors, each covering 800 square meters. The first floor sells fruits, drinks, snacks, etc. The second floor sells vegetables, seafood, noodles, etc. Once he looted this place, he wouldn't have to eat snail rice noodles and instant noodles every meal anymore. When he arrived at the lobby of the community, he saw 3 people holding kitchen knives, lingering at the door. They seemed to want to go in. But they also looked too scared to enter. Li Muge asked, "What are you two doing here?" "Damn!" The 2 were startled and turned around. Seeing just Li Muge, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. One of them even showed a fierce look. Chapter 16, Looting the Supermarket, Encountering Survivors. "Boss, should we?" One of them showed a fierce look but was stopped by the boss's gaze. The boss, Wang Quan, smiled and said, "We want to go out, but there are zombies in the lobby." "Oh." Li Muge, carrying a fire axe, arrived at the lobby door. In the corner of the lobby, there were 2 people sitting. Looking closely, these 2 had pale faces, sharp teeth, and their mouths were covered in blood. They were zombies. Under the 2 zombies, there was a corpse, its heart hollowed out. It seemed to have been eaten by the zombies. The 3 people at the door must have been scared by the scene, which is why they didn't dare to enter. Li Muge pushed open the door and walked into the lobby. "Damn, is he an idiot?" The 3 immediately ran back and hid behind a flower bed. One of them said, "Boss, he's just one person, why didn't you kill him just now?" "Are you stupid?" Wang Quan rolled his eyes, "Look at his rosy complexion, clearly hasn't been hungry, and the blood on the axe shows he has killed someone. We're all starving, can we really fight him? But this guy is a bit stupid, there are 2 zombies in the lobby. Even if he can win, he'll definitely get hurt. When they fight each other, we can take advantage." Wang Quan thought happily. "Boss, he. The little brother looked terrified at the lobby. Wang Quan furrowed his brows, could it be? He instinctively looked up, and his expression froze. He saw 2 zombies lying on the ground. Their heads were chopped off by Li Muge. Li Muge lifted his foot and stomped down hard, hearing a pop sound. The zombie's head shattered. 2 zombies. In less than a minute. All dead. Damn. Wang Quan cursed and panicked in an instant. The 2 little brothers were also dumbfounded, their faces turning pale with fear. The little brother who had just thought of killing Li Muge stuttered and spoke. "BB boss, thank goodness you stopped me just now, or else, we'd already be gone." Wang Quan also felt a surge of fear, his eyes full of shock. Damn it, this guy is the real deal, but his methods are too cruel. Stepping on the crushed zombie's head, Li Muge obtained 2 small crystal stones. He absorbed them on the spot. The energy was very little, but better than nothing. Li Muge pushed open the door and walked out of Diamond Bay district. Someone upstairs saw the scene and immediately notified the group. "Someone is coming out of the community. Damn, it seems pretty safe outside the community. Hurry up to Xinalongia to grab food, if we're late, there won't be any left." The group exploded in chatter. Many survivors rushed out of their rooms and ran towards Xinalongia. At this moment, Li Muge had already entered the Xinalongia supermarket. Inside the supermarket, there were 3 zombies wandering around. There were also several mangled corpses on the ground. From their clothes, they seemed to be supermarket employees. Seeing Lee Muge enter, the zombies shrieked and rushed at him, claws bared. Good timing! Lee Muge shouted loudly, charging towards the zombies. He was now level 2 and completely disregarded these level 1 zombies. Lee Muge aimed for the zombie's head and unleashed a fierce attack. Thud! 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 3 axe strikes fell, and the 3 zombies in front had their heads chopped off. They fell to the ground, green blood flowing out. Dying is better than being a zombie, consider this sending you off to reincarnation. Lee Muge muttered. Then he chopped open the zombie's head, not caring about the mess, and reached in to take out the crystal. This time, he didn't absorb it directly but stored it in the system space. Because he found that, compared to leveling up, it had another powerful function. It could restore spiritual energy, equivalent to a mana recovery potion in a game. Better to keep some, just in case. Meow. Suddenly, a mutated cat launched a sneak attack from the side. Lee Muge quickly turned and kicked the mutated cat in the belly, sending it flying over 20 meters into the wall. Lee Muge was just about to go over and kill it. The mutated cat suddenly got up, charged through the glass, and escaped. So fast, this mutated cat already has intelligence? Lee Muge was a bit surprised. Level 1 zombies and mutated beasts only had fighting instincts. They were the type that fought until death. But the mutated cat from earlier saw it couldn't win and turned to run. It was probably not far from leveling up to level 2. Lee Muge dared not waste more time, fearing that the mutated cat would return with companions. Lee Muge looked towards the supermarket. It was all fruit. Peaches. Watermelons. Strawberries. Apples. Coconuts. Pineapples. Lee Muge's heart blossomed with joy. Before the apocalypse, he could never enjoy freedom with fruit, but now he could. Lee Muge quickly began to loot, putting all the unspoiled fruit into the system space. Behind the fruit area was a small supermarket. Lee Muge waved his hand and took the shelves along with the goods. After clearing the first floor, Lee Muge rushed up to the second floor. The second floor had vegetables, meat, grains, and seafood. But unfortunately, 3 days had passed. The vegetables were mostly fine, but the meat and seafood had all spoiled. Lee Muge thought it was a pity but didn't pay much attention. Next to Diamond Bay was the Yellow Sea, which was full of fish. Even if they mutated, weren't they still fish? When the opportunity arose, he could catch a few. After looting, Lee Muge prepared to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a group of people. 6 men and 2 women. The 6 men were all in security uniforms and held electric batons. Leading them was a young man in his 30s. His name was Hu Dahai. He was the head of security in Area A. After the apocalypse began, he and his brothers waited for rescue in their dorm. However, the rescue never came. But they saw Chow Meng-de constantly at the property manager, saying someone wanted to kill him and urging the security to save him. Hu Dahai laughed so hard in the dorm. That fool Chow Meng-de acted arrogantly in front of them like he was a god. Now that he's in trouble, he remembers us? Only a fool would come to save you. However, this incident inspired Hu Dahai. If Gao Xiaolong could kill and loot, why couldn't he? So, he discussed with the other 5 security guards and set their sights on the Lu sisters. As security guards, they knew the sisters lived together. Moreover, they loved cooking and always came home with a big bag of groceries. So they took a fire axe and electric batons and pried open the Lu family's door. 2 little lambs stood no chance against 6 hungry wolves. Last night, the 6 of them took advantage of the sisters several times. They even enjoyed delicious stir-fried meat. But as they calculated in the morning, the Lu family's groceries were plentiful, yet with 6 people, it wouldn't last long. Moreover, many in the group said that zombies weren't that scary. With weapons, 2 or 3 people could take down one. Hu Dahai and his group had electric batons. So they were even less afraid. After discussing, they decided to raid Xian Longjia for some groceries to take back. To prevent the Lu sisters from escaping, they brought the sisters along as well. But unexpectedly, someone was faster than them. However, it seemed like they returned empty-handed. Looking at Lee Muge's empty hands, Hu Dahai frowned and asked, "Why are your hands empty? Isn't there anything to eat in there?" Lee Muge glanced at the 2 girls first, saw they had only over 70 points, and lost interest instantly. He casually said, "Well, all the good stuff has been cleared out. There's only some stinky fish, rotten shrimp, and spoiled fruit left." After saying that, he was about to leave. A few security guards, upon hearing this, quickly ran into the supermarket and found it truly empty, and they were dumbfounded. Damn, it really has been cleared out. How could this be? The second floor of Zinlongjia covers 800 square meters per floor. With so many vegetables and fruits, if you brought a truck, you could easily haul several loads. How could it just all be gone? Lee Muge paid no attention to the shocked crowd. He was not a murderer. If others did not provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to kill. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a sharp scream. Team leader who, don't let him go. Chapter 17, Slaughter. Team leader who, don't let him go. The one shouting was the girl in the yellow dress. Block him. Upon hearing the girl's words, Hu Dahai immediately commanded his subordinates to block Lee Muge. Then he asked, Little Lu, why do you want me to block him? Do you not like the look of him? Team leader who, he is Lee Muge. The one in the group who shelters beautiful girls, providing food and lodging. He must have a lot of food at home. If we kill him, all that food will be ours. The Lu sisters were editors in the film crew and had seen Lee Muge many times, so they recognized him. The sisters had previously thought that if their food ran out and no rescue came, they would go to Lee Muge for food and shelter. But now that they had the security team, they no longer needed a small puppy like Lee Muge. What? He is Lee Muge? Damn, I get it now, the food in Zinlongjia supermarket must have been cleared out by him and hidden away. How else could he have so much food? Kid, I'm in a good mood today. Take us to your home and hand over the food, and I'll spare your life. Boss, he has a beautiful female host at home too. He's wasting her, let's take her along. At this moment, many people came to Zinlongjia to grab food. Seeing this scene, they all stopped. Seeing Lee Muge surrounded by a group of security guards, they silently mourned for him. This young man is so pitiful. Yeah, those security guards have electric clubs, he's in serious trouble today. Sigh, this is the apocalypse, murder has become the norm. When will rescue come? Lee Muge's gaze swept around, finally landing on Hu Dahai. He said faintly, what if I don't hand it over? Instantly, a few security guards revealed fierce looks and stepped forward. The electric clubs struck their palms with a silent sound. Kid, don't push your luck. It's the apocalypse now, murder is not illegal. Keep talking, and believe I will directly kill you. The security guards all looked fierce, eager to beat Lee Muge to death at the slightest disagreement. Hu Dahai was also eager to try. He planned to gain fame by taking down Lee Muge, build his reputation in Diamond Bay, and get more younger brothers and beautiful women. Lee Muge laughed instead of getting angry. The fire axe in his hand raised, forming a flower of the axe. Those who are not afraid of death, come at me. Lee Muge was not a murderer, but since this group. Is this guy Tyson? The other security guards were also shocked, not expecting Lee Muge to be so strong. He's all alone, let's go together. As long as we shock him once, he'll die, a bold security guard shouted. Lee Muge sneered, you think too highly of yourselves. Slow as a snail, and you want to shock me? Lee Muge couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. Die. Lee Muge grabbed the fire axe and charged at the security guard in front. Lee Muge's speed and strength were several times that of ordinary people. With full force, his body left a trail of shadows. Puff! The stubborn security guard didn't even react before Lee Muge slashed his throat. The other security guards saw this and cranked their tasers to maximum power, thrusting clumsily at Lee Muge. But in Lee Muge's eyes, their movements seemed to be in slow motion, easily dodged. The fire axe was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. One axe, one down. One axe, one down. In just a few seconds, the security guards who had been so arrogant just moments ago were all lying on the ground. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Wang Quan and his two companions were trembling in fear. Fortunately, they didn't act at the entrance, otherwise, it would have been them who died. Now it's your turn. As Lee Muge walked towards Hu Dahai's expression changed dramatically. The fierceness on his face turned into terror. His voice trembled, brother, dear brother, dad, grandpa ancestors, please spare me. At this moment, Hu Dahai was filled with regret. He had thought that with his 6 brothers and their tasers, they could dominate Diamond Bay. Little did he know that before their venture began, they met this peerless demon. Fine, I'll give you a chance to live. Lee Muge actually agreed. Hu Dahai was overjoyed. If you kill those 2, I might consider letting you live. Lee Muge pointed at the Lu sisters. He hadn't forgotten that today's troublemakers were actually them. Lee Muge, don't kill us. We are beauties too. Yeah, Lee Muge, you must not have tried sister flowers, right? We can do any position. 2 girls with scores over 70 still dared to call themselves beauties? Lee Muge's gaze was filled with disdain. Hu Dahai's expression was twisted. I'm sorry, but I want to live, so I have to send you both on your way. The Lu sisters' faces turned pale as they ran toward the Xin Longjia supermarket. No, don't kill us. Hu Dahai, when you slept with me yesterday, didn't you say you would protect me for life? Fool. You believe a man's words? As he spoke, he jabbed a taser into Lu's older sister's lower back. Lu's older sister felt a blackout and collapsed onto the ground. With another kick, he sent Lu's younger sister crashing to the ground. Lu's younger sister was terrified and begged, Hu. Puff. Before she could finish, Hu Dahai pulled out a fruit knife and stabbed it into Lu's younger sister's chest. I'm sorry, beauty, I want to live too. After saying that, he pulled out the fruit knife and did the same to Lu's older sister. Hu Dahai's hands were stained with blood. He looked at Li Mugu eagerly. Ancestor, I've killed them, can I leave now? Li Mugu smirked slightly, mocking, Fool, you believe a man's words? This was what Hu Dahai had just told Lu's older sister. Now Li Mugu returned it to him. Hu Dahai was stunned for a few seconds, then realized he had been played by Li Mugu, who never intended to let him go. Hu Dahai's expression twisted with rage. I'll fight you to the death. He raised the taser and thrust it towards Li Mugu's waist. Too slow. Li Mugu calmly stepped to the left, dodging the taser while throwing a punch. His fist was like a hammer, crashing into Hu Dahai's chest. With a loud bang, Li Mugu's punch directly pierced through Hu Dahai's chest. Chapter 18, Gathering Brothers, Plastic Girlfriends. Puff. Li Mugu withdrew his fist, revealing a large hole in Hu Dahai's chest, blood pouring out. Wait to become a zombie. Li Mugu shook off the blood on his hand, then began to search the bodies. Not much was gained, just a few boxes of cigarettes. Li Mugu picked up 6 police batons. These things pack quite a punch and can be left for Zhang Minghui and the others to protect themselves. Damn, he's walking towards us. Suddenly, someone screamed. The onlookers all panicked, trembling as they looked at Li Mugu. They were just ordinary people, even though they held kitchen knives, wooden sticks, and other makeshift weapons. But facing Li Mugu, this murderous maniac, they were truly terrified. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. Li Mugu stopped and reassured them, I am not a murderous maniac. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't harm you. When the crowd quieted down, he continued, there are some slightly spoiled foods left in the Xinlong jelly. If you don't mind, you can go check it out. This is the importance of power. Li Mugu was alone, yet he overpowered dozens of survivors with his presence. As soon as he said this, the survivors rushed into the supermarket. Ha, there's meat on the second floor. The person in front found thousands of pounds of meat in the butcher shop and rushed forward to grab a large chunk. There are fish here. I found a potato. Wah, I've been hungry for 3 days. Finally, I can have a full meal today. Many people cheered. Though the food all had a strange smell. Having food now was good enough, who cared about the details? Big boss, please hold on. Someone chased after Li Mugu, shouting. Li Mugu turned to look, it was the same trio from before at the main entrance. Big boss, my name is Wang Quan. These are Gao Shang and Zhao Bin. You are Li Mugu, the big boss of the group, right? Wang Quan and the others had smiles on their faces. Yes, that's me. Why are you stopping me instead of looking for food? Big boss, the 3 of us want to follow you, work hard and be loyal, just asking for a full meal. I didn't plan to take in any underlings. Big boss, don't be so quick to refuse. You are very strong, but one person is ultimately weak. That director in our community has over 40 underlings, and 2 fists can't compete with 4 hands, let alone 40 hands? Old Wang has over 40 underlings? Li Mugu was a bit surprised. He had no good feelings toward Wang Dishing, that dog didn't treat actors as human beings at all. Once, Li Mugu played a passerby who teased the female lead and got beaten up by the male lead. Normally, they just fake it a bit, but Wang Dishing demanded real punches, the kind that hurt. Li Mugu's nose bled, and he still thought it wasn't good enough and wanted to film another take. At that moment, Li Mugu was furious. Damn it. If you were filming a grand award-winning film, sure, pursue realism. But you were filming a silly short skit, why act so demanding with me? Later, even the male lead couldn't stand it and spoke up for Li Mugu, preventing further retakes. Wang Dishing was also a big lecher. He often harassed female actors. However, short skit actors didn't earn much. Some well-known ones might only earn 1,000 or 2 a day. Those girls weren't dumb and wouldn't let themselves be taken advantage of over such a small amount of money. But Wang Quan's words also reminded Li Mugu. After being reborn, he couldn't think like in his past life, just one day at a time. He had to build a safe zone. To create a safe zone in the apocalypse, he couldn't rely on himself alone. He had to gather underlings. He also needed to recruit talent. Otherwise, when the power system collapses in half a month, he wouldn't even know how to generate electricity. But when recruiting people, he can't just take anyone. He couldn't see the loyalty of a man now. What would happen if he took in a backstabber? So he said, I only accept the elite. Let's add each other as friends for now, and I'll assess later. Thank you, big boss. We will definitely work hard to pass your assessment. The three of them excitedly added Lee Mugu as a friend. Although Lee Mugu didn't directly agree, he also didn't refuse, right? Wang Quan was a leader of a small company and was quite confident in his abilities. He was sure he could pass the assessment. These 3 electric batons can be kept for self-defense. Lee Mugu left 3 electric batons and walked quickly back to Building 7. After Lee Mugu left, Wang Quan picked up an electric baton and said excitedly, let's go home first and wait for our boss's instructions. The first task our boss gave us must be completed beautifully. As long as we can become his little brothers, we won't just be well fed, at least we won't go hungry. Meanwhile, in Building 8. Wang Zimeng stared at the texts and photos on her phone, her face full of anger. Meng, my brother is really super strong, and there's so much food we can't finish it. You should come to my house too. In the photo, there were 8 dishes and 1 soup, and she could smell the aroma even through the screen. Wang Zimeng and Zhang Minghui were both streamers, but Zhang Minghui took the sweet cosplay route, while she took the sexy route. Zhang Minghui treated her as a close friend. But in reality, she and Zhang Minghui were just pretending to be friends. She only liked to connect and make videos with Zhang Minghui because of her many fans, to attract Zhang Minghui's followers. She had always hated Zhang Minghui. Why can I sell myself online every day and have only a few 100,000 fans? You change a few outfits, smile, and suddenly have 3 million fans? Why, during a competition, I dance and sing and only earn a few thousand? You just shout a few times brother and someone gifts you 10,000? Now that the end times have come. I am at home starving, while you are enjoying good food and drinks. Is that cola really chilled? Wang Zimeng immediately felt unwilling. Zhang Minghui can rely on men, and I can too. Wang Zimeng opened WeChat and found a person named Ruijia Real Estate Wan Lei. Wang Lei was her rental agent. He was also in Building 8. He had contacted Wang Zimeng yesterday, saying he had gathered more than a dozen brothers to form the Building 8 Mutual Aid Alliance. If Wang Zimeng joined, as long as she slept with him, she could eat and wear without worries. Wang Zimeng replied at the time that she would think about it. Wang Lei urged her to consider quickly because the Mutual Aid Alliance was already preparing to raid the building. Raiding the building meant breaking down doors to steal food and women. Being robbed is one concept. And actively joining is another concept. Wang Zimeng took a deep breath and began to type. Wang Lei, I want to discuss something with you. I know a girl who is being kept by Lee Mugu, and she is inviting me. Lee Mugu has a lot of food, but he is all alone. Didn't you say the mutual aid group has many people and they all have weapons? I want to team up with you to deal with Lee Mugu. If you are willing to cooperate, bring people to my house. I will only wait for you for half an hour. After sending the message, Wang Zimeng felt as if she had been drained and lay motionless on the sofa. 10 minutes later. There was a knock on the door. Wang Zimeng jumped up. Wang Zimeng, it's me, Wan Lei. Hearing the voice, Wang Zimeng got up, approached the door, and looked outside through the peephole. There was a crowd at the door. They were all holding fire axes, looking fierce. Wan Lei really has many little brothers. Wang Zimeng felt delighted, thinking she made the right choice. Being with Wan Lei actually seemed pretty good. Thinking of this, she tugged her pajamas downward, revealing a patch of snow white and a deep neckline. Zhang Minghui. Before the apocalypse, you overshadowed me everywhere, and after the apocalypse, you still overshadow me. What kind of apocalypse is this, then? Wang Zimeng opened the door. Chapter 19, China will not abandon anyone. Xiao Hui, open the door. Hearing the knock, Zhang Minghui immediately ran over, pulled the sofa back to the living room, and opened the door for Lee Mugu. Brother, welcome home. She took out slippers and helped Lee Mugu put them on. Zhang Minghui peeked outside, and seeing no new guests, she let out a sigh of relief. Brother, how was this hall? Very big, we have extra food tonight. He had wiped out the entire Zinlongjia, with a full variety of vegetables and fruits. No more having to eat scrambled eggs every day. By the way, how about your friend? Lee Mugu sat down on the sofa and asked curiously. She said she's considering it, but I feel like her heart has already been touched. Zhang Minghui said. Then let's stimulate her a bit more. After saying that, Lee Mugu waved his hand, and dozens of kinds of vegetables and fruits fell onto the tile floor. Wow! So many fruits. There's even durian. I love durian the most. Brother, you are amazing. Zhang Minghui's eyes widened, looking completely adorably dazed. Li Mugo looked at her cute little appearance and liked her more and more. He reached out, pulled her into his arms, and rewarded her with 2 bites. How does it feel to have fruit freedom? Hee, happy. Zhang Minghui, like a little cat, curled up in Li Muji's arms, rubbing her little head against his chest. If you're happy, go eat. Li Mugo smiled and said, after eating, let's cook. Today let's make something more sumptuous, and I'll send some photos to your friend. Brother, you're so bad. Zhang Minghui's eyes curved into crescent moons. Meng Meng is so hungry that her front is stuck to her back, and you're still teasing her. She got up to head to the kitchen, but Li Mugu suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, where is Wang Xianxian? It's been so long since he came back, yet she didn't even greet him. Has she floated away? She's busy in the room. Zhang Minghui explained, I asked her to add all the girls in the owners group to promote your policies, helping you to attract more beauties. Oh, not bad. Li Mugu smiled so wide his mouth couldn't close. Xiao Wei, you really understand things well. Hee, as long as brother is happy. I'm going to cook now. Zhang Minghui picked up the vegetables and bounced her way to the kitchen. Look at how thoughtful this girl is. After she left, Li Mugu lit a cigarette and started smoking, puffing rings of smoke. Food that can't be finished. Beautiful and obedient beauties. I really am a winner in life. Li Mugu squinted his eyes, leisurely blowing smoke rings. But having such a powerful system gifted by God, guarding this small piece of land, is too low level. I need to find ways to gather more talents. Create a safe zone. Li Mugu murmured, at that time, I'll set up internet cafes and amusement parks. Pulling together 4 beautiful girls for a team. After playing, just hug Xiaohui to sleep, and when I wake up, I'll let Xianxian feed me. Wow! Isn't this the script of King Zhou? Li Mugu sighed. Although he lived again, he was still an ordinary person. There's no Grim Reaper in Building 2, that grand vision of wanting to go against the heavens, just follow my lead. Not to mention the spirit of sacrificing himself to save others. Because, you see, he had seen so much betrayal in his past life, and he was afraid of being betrayed after sincerely giving. While Li Mugu was considering how to develop his future, from the next bedroom came Wang Xuanxuan's voice. Brother, come quickly and look at the news. The country has announced something. What? Li Mugu was stunned, feeling very surprised. He remembered that in his past life, until the 15th day of the apocalypse, the country had not issued any announcement. How come it's only the 3rd day, and there's an announcement already? Could it be the butterfly effect of being reborn? Li Muji's expression turned serious, and he picked up his phone, instantly seeing dozens of pop-ups. Sina Weibo. Tungshuan News. Little Red Mouse. Sister Group. All kinds of apps popped up with an article named Official Emergency Notice, Global Crisis Response Headquarters Spokesperson's Speech. After a brief pause, Li Mugu clicked on it. To all compatriots. At this moment, we are facing the most severe challenge in human history. The blood moon rises, and the apocalypse descends. Zombies roam, and animals mutate. The country has entered the darkest hour, but we will never accept our fate. We hereby announce the following. 1. We will never give up on any citizen. Every place, hats, soldiers have done their best to rescue, but due to the severe situation, it is difficult to save every trapped compatriot immediately. 2. In the darkest hour, we must watch over each other and overcome difficulties together. Darkness is only temporary, please remain calm, and do not attack each other. Communities can form mutual aid groups to collectively respond to the crisis of mutated beasts, especially to protect the elderly and young. 3. Starting today. Resources like water, electricity, and gas are all free, ensuring the basic life of citizens. Comrades, family. The history of China is vast and magnificent, with disasters and calamities that have never ceased. The ancestors have told us through history that unity is hope. Perhaps the road ahead is dark, and perhaps the mutant beasts are powerful, but as long as we stand together, shining light for each other, we will certainly get through the tough times and welcome tomorrow. There will be times to ride the winds and break the waves, setting sail to cross the vast seas. The command center will continuously rescue citizens around the clock, until the very last moment. After reading the announcement, Li Mugu fell into silence. In his past life, he did not see this announcement and did not receive any rescue. To survive, everyone could only turn on each other, and in the end, it became a tragic scene of humans eating humans. But he knew there were safe zones outside. However, mutant beasts and zombies ran rampant, and they could not escape, only waiting to die in their community. But today's announcement felt like a fire, warming the hearts of many. The country has not given up on everyone. They are working hard to rescue us. It's just that this is their first experience of an apocalypse, caught off guard, and temporarily unable to rescue everyone. Self-rescue. It is a must-to-do. Lee Mugu believes that once this announcement is made, many will rekindle hope, forming mutual aid associations to resist zombies and mutant beasts, sharing food, cooking together, trying to ensure that no one will starve to death. Even small leaders like Wang Deshang will no longer kill people recently. They must also consider, what if the country really comes to rescue and then settles accounts in autumn? Of course, this is all temporary. Once 3 days, 5 days, or even 10 days pass, if people still do not see the rescue team, the urgent crisis of life and death will still make the world go mad. The announcement did not mention the devil fruit. Lee Mugu murmured, unable to guess the command center's purpose. It is obvious that swallowing the devil fruit to awaken abilities is the quickest and most effective way to counter mutant beasts, yet the command center did not mention it. Are they afraid that those who awaken abilities will become uncontrollable and disobedient? Chapter 20, Choice. I want to stay by my brother's side forever. Lee Mugu fell into a long silence. Perhaps the command center is really trying to rescue, but they are hiding something. In this life, I will never let others control my fate. Even if a safe zone is really established, I will still be the boss. Lee Mugu forcibly extinguished his cigarette but, having made his own decision, he opened the owner's group. The group was already in an uproar. Ha ha ha, I knew the country would not give up on us. I still have some biscuits at home, I can definitely last until the rescue comes. Those who are breaking down doors and killing people, you just wait to be sanctioned. It is not surprising that these people are so naive, because the patriotic feelings in China have always been like this. Earthquakes, wildfires, pandemics, explosions. As long as the country takes action, they can calm it down in no time. No matter how powerful those mutant beasts are, can they withstand bullets? So now, everyone has rekindled hope. Not long ago, Meow Meow was even trying to trade food for pantyhose, and now she has stepped forward. Meow Meow, a AAA group actor. Lee Mugu, Smelly Pan June, the country said to help each other, hurry up and bring me 3 bags of river snails rice noodles, and 2 meat patties. Oh right, I also want a bottle of cola. Meow Meow at Koi, little brat, regretting going to sleep for food now? Ha ha ha. Seeing this message made Lee Mugu laugh. This Meow Meow is really stupidly adorable. However, the earlier announcement indeed gives a sense of the disaster will soon pass. Shall we, Xian, come over here? Lee Mugu called the 2 girls over, saying, you both saw the announcement, right? What do you think? Stay or leave? Wang Xian fell silent. Lee Mugu's appearance is ordinary, and his family background is average. And she will soon be able to reach the surface. If the apocalypse ends, she would never be with a bottom-tier man like this. Moreover, still share with others. Zhang Minghui walked behind Lee Mugu and began to massage his shoulders. In a gentle voice, she said, brother, I don't care about that much. Even if the apocalypse really ends, I will still be your person. As long as you don't dislike me, I will never leave you. She live-streamed, she played cosplay, she took money from her brother. But she was actually a very traditional girl, or she wouldn't have had several boyfriends and still had feelings for them, until finally being taken advantage of by Lee Mugu. Even though Lee Mugu was a flirtatious man. But she also thought that a strong man being polygamous was normal. Besides, she knew how powerful Lee Mugu was, he had enough devil fruits to treat as snacks. Even if the apocalypse ends, Lee Mugu could still rely on the devil fruits to become exceptional. So good. Lee Mugu nodded and turned to Wang Xian, what about you? If you want to wait for rescue, I can let you go home. Wang Xian hesitated upon hearing that. She was a bit confused. How could Zhang Minghui be so devoted to Lee Mugu? Before it was the end of the world, there was no choice for survival. Now that the country's rescue is coming, why does she still want to be a maid? Is she crazy? How to choose? How to choose? How to choose? Wang Xian thought quickly. Then she suddenly realized that she should stay. The country said there would be rescue, but did not say when. She had no food at home, leaving Lee Mugu would mean starving to death. Staying, at least she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. When the country's rescue arrives, she can leave then, why not? After all, she had already been with Lee Mugu once. What's the harm in doing it a few more times? Moreover, that kind of thing wasn't only comfortable for Lee Mugu, she also enjoyed it. Thinking of this, she squatted down and started to massage Lee Mugu's legs. Brother, like shall we, I will always be with you. Lee Mugu looked at her with a half-smile. He. Sounds nice, but if it wasn't for your loyalty rating of 20, I might actually believe it. Lee Mugu had already guessed Wang Xuan's little thoughts, but he had no intention of chasing her away. From the beginning, he regarded Wang Xian as a tool for getting rewards and hadn't hoped for true feelings. And by the way, that long pair of legs was indeed tempting, especially during splits. So many flavors, making people reluctant to leave. You two are doing well, shall we get two? Xian get one, take them and eat. Li Mugu waved his hand, and two devil fruits landed on the coffee table. Brother, is this magic? Wang Xian was stunned. This was the first time she saw Li Mugu conjuring objects out of thin air. Personal space is also a type of ability, otherwise, how do you think I brought back these vegetables and fruits? Wang Xian was shocked. So amazing. She looked at the strong fruit, her eyes shining. Eating it would allow her to hug the sofa with her bare hands like Zhang Minghui, right? Suddenly, she felt that even if the apocalypse ended, following Li Mugu wouldn't be a bad thing. Hurry up and eat it. After eating, go cook. Li Mugu gave an instruction, then took out 20 strong fruits and began to eat. After finishing, the light ball in his head grew a bit larger. But his level didn't change, still level 2. It was Wang Xuanxuan's first time eating strong fruit. After eating, she was full of impurities. Li Mugu told her to take a shower. He and Zhang Minghui went to cook. With men and women working together, it wasn't tiring. The two quickly prepared a table full of dishes. Wow, so many dishes today. Wang Xian came out of the shower and her eyes widened at the sight of all the food. Stir-fried pork, grilled cat ribs, cola cat leg meat, stir-fried garlic sprouts with eggs, hand-torn cabbage, fish-flavored eggplant, disancian. More than 10 dishes. So luxurious. Zhang Minghui giggled. Brother brought back a lot of ingredients today, we can eat like this every day from now on. Li Mugu said, come eat. After the three sat down, Zhang Minghui picked up a piece of stir-fried pork for Li Mugu. Brother, you should try the pork I stir-fried. Wang Xian didn't want to be outdone, so she opened a bottle of cola for Li Mugu. Tastes good. Let's get started. As the two girls began, a series of system prompts rang out. Ding. Zhang Minghui consumed a plate of stir-fried pork, returning 5,709 plates. Stored in the system space. Ding. Wang Xian consumed a plate of stir-fried pork, returning 220 plates. Stored in the system space. There's a bug. Li Mugu realized that after Zhang Minghui and Wang Xian ate one plate of stir-fried pork each, both had returned. And what was returned was still plates of stir-fried pork. He could just take it out from the space as hot dishes, no need to cook again. Wait a minute. Why is Zhang Minghui's return so high? Li Mugu noticed that the staggering return of 5,709 times. He hurriedly glanced at Zhang Minghui's attributes. Name, Zhang Minghui. Age, 23. Figure, 94. Appearance, 90. Overall score, 91. Loyalty, 81, will not betray. 81? This little girl's loyalty is increasing too fast. Could it be that his charm is so great that she has fallen for him? And her figure also went up by 1 point, becoming 94, it must be thanks to the strength fruit. This girl is obedient, considerate, good-looking, and has a great figure. She provides high emotional value. Li Mugu decided to treat her a bit better in the future. At this moment, Zhang Minghui suddenly spoke. Brother, that Meow Meow has been tagging us in the group, and her words are so harsh. Zhang Minghui looked at her phone, puffing up with anger, and said, I want to curse her, can I? Chapter 21, Ambush, he's cultivating. Is Meow Meow still cursing? Hearing this, Li Mugu's face darkened. Has this woman gotten too bold? Li Mugu opened the group chat and indeed saw her still cursing. Meow Meow, at AAA Extra Li Mugu, stop playing dead, hurry up and bring me food, or when the command center people arrive, I'll report you for being a parasite. What the hell, it's the end of the world. Still thinking of herself as a little fairy? AAA Extra Li Mugu, idiot, if the command center is that powerful, why don't you ask them for food, why are you bothering me? Meow Meow, do you dare to curse me again? I'm going to call the police and get you, the parasite, and that wench arrested. AAA Extra Li Mugu, go ahead and report, but I must remind you, I know your home address. Once these words were spoken, Meow Meow immediately quieted down. Seeing she wasn't responding, Li Mugu took a photo of today's dishes and sent it to the group. AAA Extra Li Mugu, hey, shall we made 12 dishes again today, we can't even finish, inviting pretty little girls to my house to share, little fairy roll out. As soon as the photo was out, the group erupted. Wow, how come your food at home keeps increasing? So you're on a holiday during the apocalypse? Bro, the country's rescue is about to arrive, hoarding so much food is useless, sell me some. Yes, we need to respond to the country's call, help each other. Aunt Lu, young man, Aunt looks 90% like Louis Fei, come and pick me up, the drain at my house hasn't been cleared in years, remember to bring a bottle of cola, my grandson loves it. Koi, at Aunt Lu, dead old woman, your stinky drain has been rotten, my husband won't care to clear it, roll out. Aunt Lu, at Koi, why are you cursing? Koi, cursing you, also at Meow Meow, you little wench, just keep waiting for your rescue team, hope they can come before your corpse rots. Meow Meow, at Koi, wench wench wench. Alright, Xiao Huier. Li Muge put down his phone and picked up a piece of meat for Zhang Minghui. No need to argue with them, in a few days, when they can't wait for rescue, they will come to beg us. Zhang Minghui nodded, most survivors ran out of food yesterday. Fortunately, tap water hasn't stopped, relying on drinking water, they can last a few more days. 3 to 5 days later. When they are so hungry that they feel dizzy. If they can't wait for the rescue, that will be the truly most desperate moment. Brother, if she comes to beg you, don't give her food, okay? I hate her. Zhang Minghui said. Of course, I don't have a tendency to be a masochist. Suddenly, Wang Xianxian said, Brother, when the time comes, we can make her our maid, let her scrub the floors, wash the dishes, give massages and foot rubs. If she disobeys, punish her by not letting her eat. Let's see if she dares to act up. Ha, sure. I'll listen to you. Li Mugo originally thought, if this woman dared to nag at him in reality, he would directly take her to the underworld with a quick move. But to a proud little fairy, being a babysitter seemed to be even more painful. Li Mugo suddenly remembered something and said to Zhang Minghui, there's someone in the group called Death. He might have a devil fruit. He seems to be your fan. Add him, and buy the devil fruit. Zhang Minghui nodded, just about to add Death. A private message popped up. It was sent by Prince Meng. Meng, sister, are you having a feast with a dozen dishes? Koi, yes, the food is still hot, come and eat together. Meng, but I'm scared to go out. Koi, no worries, I'll have my husband come get you. 1101, Building 8, if I remember correctly? Meng, yes, hurry and let him come. I'm starving. Brother, Meng can't hold on any longer, she wants you to pick her up, hee hee. Zhang Minghui handed over the phone, seeking praise. Compromised? Li Muge nodded after reading the conversation. Okay, I'll go pick her up. Building 8. As soon as Li Muge walked into the hallway, he noticed that the doors of 3 families on the first floor had been pried open. There were several bloody footprints in front of the doors. Li Muge entered room 101. Inside, there were 2 corpses. One was old and the other young. The bodies were intact, with no bite marks, indicating that the ones who killed them were human. Is there a gang in Building 8? Li Muge squinted, feeling more alert. He took the elevator to the 11th floor and arrived at the door of room 1101, knocking on the door. Prince Meng, it's Li Muge. The door opened. Prince Meng came out, wearing a nightgown, grand in size, which could indeed suffocate someone. However, at that moment, she wore a mocking expression and sneered. Li Muge, you've been fooled. As soon as she spoke, someone jumped out from behind her. It was Wang Lei. Wang Lei was holding a kitchen knife, shouting, Brothers, come out and welcome the guest. Crack. Crack. The doors of 1102 and 1103 instantly opened. A group of armed survivors rushed out, surrounding Li Muge. Li Muge looked around. There were a total of 13 people. That was quite a number. Wang Lei wrapped one arm around Prince Meng's slim waist, holding the kitchen knife in the other. Li Muge, I see you pretending in the group every day. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time, but I didn't know where you lived. Now you've delivered yourself right to me, so I won't be polite. Brothers, this guy made 10 dishes at home and there are 2 gorgeous beauties. Let's kill him, then we can hold a celebration party at his place. Go! At Wang Lei's command, the little brothers immediately rushed toward Li Muge. Yesterday, they had already killed someone, so their attack now was ruthless, targeting vital spots. At that moment, Li Muge moved. Boom! A muffled sound. A fiery fist slammed into one of the little brother's chest, causing the man's body to jerk, and a hole appeared in his chest. He looked down at the flames in his wound, his eyes wide with shock. He knows magic. Li Muge withdrew his fist, flames blazing on it, offering a complete visual impact. Fire fist? Damn, he really knows magic. Wait, are we still hungry? She's become a fairy? The group of little brothers, with eyes full of greed, were all stunned in fear. Li Muge swung his fist, smashing towards another person. Boom! Another dull sound sounded, killing another one. Level 2 body plus level 1 fire. This kind of combo for a group of level 0 ordinary people was simply bullying children. Run! No one knew who screamed first, and the remaining little brothers scattered in all directions, turning to flee. Cursing in their hearts. Brother, we just entered the apocalypse, still in the era of cold weapons. And you have become a fairy? That's too unfair. Prince Meng and Wang Lei also wanted to run, but their escape route was blocked by Li Muge, forcing them to hide in the room and lock the door. Li Mugu didn't chase the little brothers, it was too wasteful of time. He went to the door and kicked it hard. Boom! The door flew straight into the living room. Wang Lei and Prince Meng shivered in fright as the door flew in. When they saw Li Mugu walking in, Prince Meng was so scared that she directly knelt down, crying and begging for mercy. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! It was Wang Lei and the others who forced me. I'm just a weak woman, threatened by a group of big men. What can I do? Wang Zimeng said, and then directly took off her pajamas. Her snow-white cleavage was so deep it was unfathomable. Defamation, he's defaming me. Wang Lei, hearing this, hurriedly explained, it's this bitch who sent me a message, asking me to join her in plotting against you. I still have the chat records on my phone, bro, you have to believe me, I'm the one who's been wronged. Wang Lei, towards the end, also knelt down and started banging his head on the ground in front of Li Mugu. No need to fight over it, I wasn't planning to let either of you go. Go to hell and be a pair of tragic lovers. Mercy? That's impossible. Want to kill me? Then be ready to be killed by me. Chapter 22, Zombies Break the Door, Two Women in Crisis. Li Mugu's words made the two of them fall into an ice-cold abyss. Wang Lei stopped begging for mercy, trying to resist, but the next second, a huge force hit his chest. Bang, crack! Wang Lei flew out. His sternum was shattered by Li Mugu's punch, piercing his heart. Before he died, he saw Li Mugu throwing Wang Zimeng to the ground. Bang! Bang! Two kicks landed, and Wang Zimeng was stomped into a bloody pulp. A pair of dog men and women, going together to the Yellow Spring Road. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Mugu's face was calm. Wang Zimeng's score exceeded 90. It could be used as a return tool. But he couldn't tolerate betrayal, no matter the reason, betrayers must die. After cleaning the blood on his shoes in the bathroom, Li Mugu began to search the room. The kitchen was empty, not even a vegetable leaf. Just as Li Mugu thought he would return empty-handed, suddenly his eyes lit up. On the windowsill in the bedroom, an aloe vera plant actually bore a devil fruit. It was a white devil fruit. Unfortunately, his eye of detection was only level 1, so he couldn't see its specific effects. This is really an unexpected delight. After picking the fruit, Li Mugu returned to the living room and rummaged through Wang Lei's phone. After unlocking it with his fingerprint, he found a group chat. Diamond Bay Brotherhood, 21. Li Mugu flipped through the chat records, and after those little subordinates ran away, they shared the situation here in the group. A group of people decided to gather on the 30th floor to huddle together for warmth, to prevent being taken out by Li Mugu one by one. They gathered together? That saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. Li Mugu was not a murderer, but neither was he a saint. Since these people came to plot against him, he could only send them to the afterlife. Just as Li Mugu was preparing to go upstairs, his phone suddenly rang with a voice call from Wang Xianxian. After answering, a hurried voice came from the phone. Brother, you need to come back quickly. Zombies, there are so many zombies smashing the door. Li Mugu's face changed. Zombies smashing the door? The zombies from the past few days rarely took the initiative to attack. How could they suddenly gather and smash doors? But now was not the time to think about this. Although Zhang Minghui had special abilities, she was only level 1. 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. If the door were broken, she might be able to protect herself, but Wang Xianxian would definitely die. He still wanted to get a steel pipe, try the aerial split kick. Wang Xianxian couldn't have an accident. You guys blocked the door with the sofa and coffee table, I'll be back right now. Li Mugu hung up the phone and immediately took the elevator downstairs. He returned to Building 7. Just as he was about to go in. Roar! An angry growl echoed in the hallway. Li Mugu looked up, and the fire escape door was smashed open. A zombie rushed out from inside. Its eyes were lifeless, its face pale, and its 2 tusks were 5 centimeters long, covered in blood. Roar! The zombie bared its teeth and claws, charging towards Li Mugu. It was clear that its speed was much faster than the 2 zombies Li Mugu encountered earlier in the lobby. Xiao Hui and the others were in danger. Li Mugu's heart raced as he quickly accelerated, flying forward and kicking the zombie in the face. This kick could crush Wang Lei's head. But this zombie, although knocked to the ground, only had a little blood on its face. Take advantage of your sickness, and take your life. As the zombie was about to get up, Li Mugu rushed over, mounted the zombie, and delivered a barrage of punches. Fire fist. The fire-covered fist smashed the zombie's head into a mess. The zombies stopped struggling. Li Mugu dug out a crystal, finding it indeed a bit larger than the crystals from the zombies in the hall and supermarket. Zombies and mutated cats are getting stronger. I'm afraid in just a few days, level 2 zombies will be born. Li Muge got up from the zombie and was just about to press the elevator button when the elevator doors opened. Roar! Two zombies appeared in front of him. Seeing Li Muge, their eyes seemed to gleam with light as they rushed towards him. Damn it, zombies can use elevators now? Li Muge was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out an electric baton. The electric baton powered on. As the first zombie approached, Li Muge poked with his left hand, pressing the baton against the zombie's chest. The zombie's body froze, stunned by the electric shock. Effective! Before Li Muge could feel pleased, the other zombie charged at him, its sharp claws swiping towards Li Muge's face. Li Muge lifted his leg for a swift kick, fire blazing on his feet. With this kick, he sent the zombie flying 5 or 6 meters, its chest charred black. Li Muge swung his fist, aiming at the sunlight spot on the zombie's temple for a heavy strike. Bang! Bang! Crack! With the third punch, the zombie's head burst open. Green blood flowed out. Before he could collect the crystal, the other zombie had already climbed back up. Li Muge repeated the method, knocking it unconscious with the electric baton, then sent it to the afterlife with a flat attack. In a short time, he first killed Wang Lei and then the zombies. The consumption of spiritual power was enormous. The burning fruit was about to cool down. Fortunately, the crystals could restore spiritual power. Li Muge dug out the crystals from the two zombies on the ground and absorbed them. His inner spiritual power was instantly filled. He could fight for another 5 minutes. Although using the strong fruit instead of the burning fruit could also kill the zombies, the efficiency was a bit lower. Once surrounded, there was a risk of being hit by the zombies. If scratched or bitten by the zombies, one would not turn into a zombie. But their teeth and claws contained a lot of toxins, which could be extremely terrifying once infected. This also reminded Li Muge that he should go raid some pharmacies next. Otherwise, anyone who got hurt later would be in great danger. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Li Muge turned around suddenly. Brotherly, it's us. Li Muge focused his eyes and found that it was his apprentice brothers. Wang Quan, Gao Shang, and Zhao Bin. These three held electric batons, looking cautious. Brotherly, we saw on the monitor that you were fighting with zombies, and we ran over to support you right away. But it seems like you didn't need us after all. Wang Quan pointed at the dead bodies on the ground with a wry smile, wanting to take this opportunity to get closer to Li Muge. Who would have thought Li Muge was this abnormal? They ran over in just over a minute, and Li Muge had already killed all 3 zombies. Li Muge wondered, you guys can see the monitor? Yeah, I know a bit of technology and hacked into the community's surveillance system, Wang Quan explained. I didn't expect you to be such a tech talent. Li Muge decided to give them a chance and said, there are a lot of zombies upstairs smashing my door. If you want to follow me, then come with me to kill them. But I have to say, these zombies are much stronger than the ones you saw in the hall. I also have to be careful, I can't protect you. If you get scratched or bitten by a zombie, it's just your bad luck. After Li Muge finished speaking, he stepped into the elevator. Wang Quan and the others exchanged glances and followed him in without much hesitation. Just as Zhao Bin was about to step in, Wang Quan pulled him back and stood in front of Li Muge. We 3 will stand in front. Turn on your electric batons. When we encounter zombies later, don't be cowardly. Stab hard. Wang Quan gritted his teeth. Li Muge glanced at him with appreciation in his eyes. This Wang Quan was quite sensible. First, by standing in front, he would face the zombies first when the elevator doors opened. Wang Quan was telling Li Muge that the 3 of them were not useless. When it came to fighting, they could charge in. Secondly, they were still unfamiliar with each other. Stand behind, ready to hit the person in front with a club. They stand in front, showing that we are sincere about mixing with you, not having ulterior motives. Li Muge is prepared to watch their performance next. If they do well, perhaps he can really take them in as little brothers. Chapter 23, Fierce Battle, Zhang Minghui's first kill. 30th floor. Bang! The zombie's sharp claws fiercely struck Zhang Minghui's door, nails scraping against the door, making a sizzle sound. The aluminum alloy security door quickly got slashed with deep grooves. Through the grooves, one could see outside the door, where zombies with gruesome faces lurked. Ah! What to do? Xiao Hui, what should we do? Woo woo woo, why hasn't Li Muge come back? Didn't he say he would protect us? Wang Xianxian shouted in fright. When someone slammed the door, she was scared too, but she knew those people would mostly just be rough and wouldn't kill her, so she wasn't too panicked. But looking at the zombies' sharp fangs, she was about to break down in fear. If they break the door, wouldn't these zombies just bite them to bits and eat them? Stop yelling! Zhang Minghui shouted. The zombies banging on the door were already annoying enough, now Wang Xianxian was yelling like crazy. There are so many things at the door, the zombies won't get in anytime soon. Besides, you also ate the devil fruit. If it really comes to a fight, who knows who would be stronger? Who wants to fight those monsters? Zhang Minghui was speechless. Her brother gave her this devil fruit, it really was a waste. She stared intently at the door. If the door was broken before Li Mugu returned, she would have to confront these zombies. Suddenly, a roar came from outside. The zombies that were banging on the door suddenly turned and walked away. It must be brother coming back. Ding! The elevator has arrived. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a group of zombies all turned to look over. Then, like they saw a delicious feast, they lunged at the three with claws outstretched. Li Mugu scanned the area and found 7 zombies in the corridor. At the same time, zombies were also rushing out from room 3003. However, the corridor was narrow, and only 4 could attack them at once. Everyone be careful. Li Mugu warned, then charged forward with his electric baton raised. Buzz! The electric baton hit the zombie's chest, the powerful current leaving the zombie in a daze. Li Mugu followed up with a series of strikes to the zombie's temple. The zombie was instantly decapitated, green blood splattering everywhere. Li Muji's bravery gave Wang Quan and the others confidence. Wang Quan swung his electric baton, stabbing at another zombie. Taking advantage of the dazed state, he pulled out his pig slaughtering knife and struck it on the zombie's head. However, the zombie's tough skin and flesh only allowed the knife to sink halfway in, getting stuck on the bone. As Wang Quan attempted to pull out the knife, the zombie suddenly woke up. It swung its right arm, clawing at Wang Quan's head. The zombie's nails were 5 centimeters long, like 5 sharp daggers. If it clawed him, Wang Quan might not survive. Brother Quan, be careful. Gao Shang jumped up suddenly, kicking the zombie away. The zombie was kicked back 5 or 6 steps. Wang Quan felt a wave of fear. Just now, watching Li Mugu kill the zombies was like cutting vegetables. He thought the zombies weren't that powerful. But once it came to a fight, he was stunned. Zombies were strong and felt no pain. Even with the knife stuck in its head, it could still keep attacking like it was nothing. And even the electric baton, which he thought was a trump card, could only immobilize the zombie for 3 seconds. How the hell do you fight like this? These zombies are stronger than before, you guys electrify them, and I'll take the heads. As he spoke, Li Mugu killed the second zombie. Hearing his command, Wang Quan and the others swiftly picked up their electric batons and jabbed at the zombies. The zombies that got hit would fall into a 3-second trance. Seizing this opportunity, Li Mugu fully unleashed the power of the burn fruit and punched out. Annihilate! With a loud bang, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Wang Quan and the others with blood. 3 people were churning inside, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit, while continuing to help Li Mugu fight the zombies. Aim! Suddenly, a mutated cat leaped over the zombie's head, its sharp claws swiping towards Li Mugu's head. Li Mugu moved at lightning speed, smashing his fist into the mutated cat's paw, sending it flying away. But the zombie in front took the chance, its claws scratching at Li Mugu's body. His clothes were torn to shreds. 4 blood marks appeared on his chest. If it had been Wang Quan, he would have likely lost his intestines from that hit. Taking the hit made Li Mugu furious, and he swung his fist for a counterattack. Boom! This punch directly shattered the zombie's skull. Aim! Suddenly, the mutated cat pounced again, too agile, almost flying across the walls. Li Mugu was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the mutated cat. The mutated cat opened its bloody maw, biting towards Li Mugu's neck. Li Gu! Wang Quan saw this and shouted nervously. The corridor was filled with zombies. If Li Mugu died, they would all become zombie food. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and thrust the electric baton towards the mutated cat's rear. 1,000 years killing. The electric baton delivered a brutal blow, overwhelming in power. The mutated cat immediately gasped for air, convulsing all over. Seeing this, Li Mugu flipped the mutated cat over and got on top, pounding it with several fists. Detective technique. Feeling that the mutated cat was a bit strong, Li Mugu used the detective technique. Mutated cat, level 2. Damn! No wonder it was so strong, it had already leveled up to 2. However, under Li Mugu's relentless assault, the mutated cat soon met its end. At that moment, zombies continuously surged out of room 3003, but luckily the corridor was narrow, and Wang Quan and his friends blocked their way. The 3 of them were nearly overheating their electric batons. Li Gu, come help us, we can't hold on much longer. Gao Shang shouted. Just then, the door of room 3002 opened. Brother, I'm here to help you. Zhang Minghui shouted, then rushed out, holding a steel pipe. Wang Quan saw this scene and cursed in his heart, you little canary, what are you showing off for? Great, now not only do we have to deal with zombies, but we also have to protect you. But in the next second, Wang Quan's eyes widened. He saw that beautiful girl kick a zombie at the door flying, then swung her knife towards another zombie. The blade flashed, and the zombie's head was actually sliced off halfway. The flying half of its head landed right at Wang Quan's feet. Holy crap! Wang Quan exclaimed, completely stunned. Wasn't it said that Li Mugei's canary was some female broadcaster? Are you telling me that this person who just cut off half a zombie's head is a broadcaster? What a joke! Don't be dazed. Li Mugei kicked away the zombie that was attacking Wang Quan. Wang Quan awkwardly smiled, I was just startled, I'll get back to zapping zombies. Li Mugei nodded. The zombies were not much faster than a normal person, the really difficult one was that mutated cat. Now that the mutated cat was dead, dealing with this group of zombies would be much easier. He glanced around and didn't see any suspected level 2 zombies. Boom! He finished off the zombie that Wang Quan had injured. Li Mugei pulled out the slaughter knife from its head, swung it fiercely, and split the nearby zombie in half. Zhang Minghui had never really fought before. She swung the kitchen knife randomly. Luckily, she was strong, and with a few swings, she could also take down a zombie. Soon, the zombies in the corridor were cleared out. Wang Quan and the others also took advantage of the situation, killing a few wounded zombies, scoring their first kills in the apocalypse. Shall we, are you hurt? Li Mugei walked through the sea of corpses to Zhang Minghui's side. It was so dangerous a moment ago, a girl like her, who had never fought, actually dared to come out and help him fight zombies. This made Li Mugei quite gratified. If at first saving Zhang Minghui was for a return, as they slowly interacted. He thought this girl was really something special. Special or not? He, Li Mugu, wouldn't hang himself on one rope, at most, he would favor her a bit more in the future. Brother, I'm not hurt, it's just, ugh. Chapter 24, Kneel Down. The first time killing someone. Even if it was a zombie. But the impact was still huge. Zhang Minghui leaned against the wall, throwing up uncontrollably. Li Mugu looked at her pale little face and couldn't help but feel a bit of pity, pulling out a bottle of mineral water and handing it to her. Rinse your mouth. Thank you, brother. You three performed well just now. Li Mugu kicked open the door to room 3001 and said, go in and rest for a while. Okay. After a fierce battle, the three of them were exhausted. Once inside, Zhao Bin and Gao Shang lay on the sofa to rest, while Wang Quan went to the bathroom. Wang Quan washed his face and began to summarize the battle. To be honest, the three of them did quite poorly, spending the entire time as support, their results pale compared to Zhang Minghui, that little girl. However, his electric baton 1000-year kill successfully saved Li Mugu, that credit should be quite valuable. This assessment should count as passed, right? Wang Quan thought happily. When the battle ended, Wang Xianxian finally dared to come out. Wang Xianxian saw the wound on Li Mugui's chest and immediately put on a concerned expression. Brother, how did you get hurt? Before Li Mugu could answer, she turned and scolded Zhang Minghui angrily. Zhang Minghui, I told you not to come out and cause trouble for brother, but you wouldn't listen. You got brother hurt by a zombie, are you happy now? Zhang Minghui was at a loss, both confused and surprised. Big sister, since the zombies started banging on the door, you've been crying. When did you ever advise me? What are you still standing there for? Didn't you see brother got hurt? Who knows if the zombies' claws have a virus? Hurry up and find some alcohol to disinfect him. Wang Xianxian didn't even give Zhang Minghui a chance to explain, directly labeling her as not caring for Li Mugu. Smack! As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mugu slapped her. The slap was heavy, and Wang Xianxian fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Damn it! While the zombies were around, you hid in the house and wouldn't come out. Now that they're dead, you come out to lecture, shall we? Am I giving you face? Wang Xianxian was stunned by the slap. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. A considerate little sister like me shouldn't be scolded. She covered her face, her eyes red, looking pitifully at Li Mugu. Brother, I'm just a weak girl, how can I fight against zombies? I stayed in the room to avoid causing you trouble, woo woo woo. Wang Xianxian cried her heart out, but inside she was cursing. Stinky man. You wait for me. When the rescue from the command center arrives, I'll accuse you of rape and get you locked up for 3 years. Li Mugu noticed that Wang Xianxian's loyalty had dropped to 7. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. I protect you and provide for you, and you still want to betray me? From now on, kneel for me. You can stand up only when I forgive you, understood? Wang Xianxian held back her tears. Brother, I never thought of betraying you, Wang Xianxian wanted to stand up and plead for mercy, but then Li Mugu kicked her in the stomach. Boom! Wang Xianxian felt as if her intestines had been shattered, her stomach aching unbearably. Only then did she realize that Li Mugu was serious. But how did he know she was thinking of betraying him? Did he have mind-reading powers? Wang Xianxian didn't dare to play tricks anymore. She knelt on the ground, pleading pitifully for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please forgive me. Tonight, you can be however you want. Zhang Minghui laughed coldly inside. Deserved it. You totally deserve it. I previously interceded for you and taught you how to please brother, and you turned around to mess with me. You deserve to be beaten. However, Zhang Minghui didn't want to kick her while she was down. She didn't want Li Muge to think she was petty. By the way, brother, why did you come back with 2 men? What about my best friend? Zhang Minghui suddenly remembered Wang Zimeng. She tried to set me up with the bully from Building 8, so I killed her, Li Muge said casually. As soon as the words came out, Wang Xianxian immediately shut her mouth. She used to think that Li Muge was a big lecher and that he would never harm her as long as he desired her long legs. But she saw a picture of Wang Zimeng, and she was no worse looking than herself, with a pair of amazing attributes. If someone that exceptional could be killed, then what was she worth? Wang Xianxian lowered her head, constantly reminding herself. From now on, be obedient, and be a good little sister to big brother, no more messing around. Little Hui, I killed your best friend, are you angry? Nope. Zhang Minghui quickly shook her head. She wanted to harm my brother, so it's justifiable for my brother to kill her. I just think she was too foolish to follow a bully. Why not follow my brother and be happy? She wasn't stupid. Why would she get angry at Li Muge for someone who was already dead? At most, on holidays, she would burn some paper for Wang Zimeng. Li Muge chuckled lightly. Alright, go change your clothes, then meet me in 3001, there's a reward. Then he picked up the pig slaughtering knife from the ground and threw it to Wang Xianxian. Chop open the zombie's head and find the crystal inside. Remember, don't absorb it privately. When you hand it in later, if one is missing, I'll knock out one of your teeth. And also, you must crawl the whole way. If I see you standing up secretly, I'll break your legs so you can only crawl for the rest of your life. He wanted Wang Xianxian to remember this lesson. Wang Xianxian felt 800 unwillingness in her heart. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't even wash a bowl at home, and now she had to chop a zombie's head. She raised her head to plead for mercy, but she met Li Muge's murderous gaze. I will definitely do it well. Wang Xianxian cowered. She took the knife, crawled to the zombie, and struck its head with all her might. Colorful things flowed all over the ground, and Wang Xianxian directly vomited. But what could she do? If she disobeyed, she could really die today. Post-apocalypse command center, when will your soldiers come to liberate Diamond Bay? There's a big villain here. Stop pretending, you all saw it, right? Li Muge walked into 3001 and looked at the 3 people sitting upright on the sofa, smiling. We saw it, brotherly. The 3 nodded, their perception of Li Muge changed completely. Not only ruthless to zombies, but also ruthless to his own people. Previously, they thought Li Muge was strong, but still young and inexperienced in society. After forming a gang, they would have to manage everything themselves. But now, Wang Quan no longer had this thought. Li Muge's intelligence was absolutely adequate. They should abandon any crooked thoughts, otherwise, they might end up like Wang Xianxian. Don't be afraid, I'm actually quite easy to get along with. As long as you are loyal to me, I will never treat you poorly. But if you want to betray me or think I'm young and easy to fool, then you should ask yourselves if your brains can withstand my fire fist. Li Muge looked calmly at the 3. The 3 dared not have any treacherous thoughts and immediately stood up to express their loyalty. Brotherly, we 3 will absolutely be loyal. Brotherly, if I betray you, may thunder strike me. I, Zhao Bin, will be Brother Li's dog from now on, the most loyal dog. The image of Li Muge knocking out a small zombie with 3 punches was still fresh in their minds. In this apocalypse, it was their luck to hold on to such a strong thigh. Only the foolish would think of betrayal. Guliolu. At this moment, Wang Quan's stomach grumbled. Wang Quan looked embarrassed. Sorry, brotherly, I haven't eaten all day, and my stomach is just water. It's my fault. Li Muge waved his hand, and in the next second, a dozen dishes appeared on the coffee table. Wang Quan and the 3 looked dumbfounded. Whoa, is this magic? Telekinesis? So awesome, my brother. Li Muge smiled lightly. This is space ability, just like my fire fist from the devil fruit. You guys eat first. After finishing the meal, I will talk to you in detail about these things. Then we will not be polite, brotherly. The 3 of them looked at each other and grabbed the food on the table, gobbling it down. Chapter 25, Clear Rewards and Punishments, The Strong Fruit. Wow, it's so delicious. How could there be such a delicacy in the apocalypse? Before, I thought just following brotherly was enough to fill my stomach, but now I realize, this place is heaven. Gao Shang wolfed down a piece of pork chop, while Wang Quan dug into his plate, shoveling vegetables into his mouth. No one is competing with you, eat slowly or you'll choke, Li Mugu laughed. 10 minutes later. The three of them leaned back on the sofa, their bellies round, with satisfied smiles. At that moment, Zhang Minghui also walked in, carrying a medical box. Brother, I'll help you disinfect with alcohol. Zhang Minghui took off Li Muji's coat, used a cotton swab dipped in alcohol to clean the wound, and then wrapped it up with a bandage. Her movements were gentle, afraid to hurt Li Mugu. This scene made Wang Quan and the others extremely envious. While others were still worried about lunch, Li Mugu was enjoying tasty food and holding a beautiful girl. What a carefree life. My injury is not serious. Li Mugu pointed to a chair beside him and said, You sit down, I have something to say. Zhang Minghui obediently sat down. Now let's get serious. Wang Quan and the others immediately sat upright, listening earnestly. I, Li Mugu, always believe in clear rewards and punishments. When I was in danger, Wang Xianxian hid and watched the excitement. I punish her by making her kneel and pick up crystals to teach her a lesson. You four faced danger without fear, fought alongside me, and you deserve rewards. Li Mugu waved his hand and pulled out 22 strong fruits, placing them on the coffee table. Little Hui killed the most zombies, I reward you with 19 strong fruits. After eating, you can level up to 2, with battle power not inferior to mine. Wang Quan, you 3 each get 1. After eating, your battle power can match the zombies we just encountered. Thank you, Brother Mua. Zhang Minghui jumped up, kissed Li Mugu on the cheek, and then embraced the strong fruit and started eating. Brother Li, if I eat this, will I become stronger? Wang Quan and the others curiously observed the devil fruit. Yes, after the blood moon rises, some plants mutate under its light, giving birth to devil fruits. Each devil fruit has different abilities. The one I gave you is called the strong fruit, eating it can turn you into Tyson. Li Mugu explained the situation of the devil fruits. With more zombies and mutated beasts appearing, relying solely on himself, it would be tough to survive. He decided to gather a group of loyal followers and let them awaken their abilities. After hearing Li Mugu, Wang Quan was stunned. Devil fruit? Awaken abilities? Such treasure, and Brother Li just gives it away? Is he not afraid that after I awaken my abilities, I won't follow him anymore? No. Wang Quan suddenly realized. Just now, Li Mugu carelessly rewarded 21 fruits. This indicates he may have hundreds in his hands. Wang Quan couldn't help but be amazed. Endless food, countless devil fruits, what does this mean? Li Mugu was directly invincible in this apocalypse. For some reason, he felt Wang Xianxian was a bit foolish. Such an invincible man, can you satisfy him? Not serving him well, and still trying to play games with other girls. Foolish. Extremely foolish. Look at Zhang Minghui, because she is considerate and obedient, caring for Brother Li, and he directly rewarded her with 19 fruits. I must remember this negative example, I cannot have ulterior motives towards Brother Li. Zhao Bin and Gao Shang did not have so many thoughts, upon hearing they could become stronger, they directly started nibbling on the fruits. Outside the door. Wang Xianxian was kneeling, chopping off zombie heads. Her skirt and body were splattered with colorful liquids. Finally. After half an hour, she finished killing the zombies, holding the crystals she got, and crawled into the room on her knees. Only to see Zhang Minghui gnawing on the devil fruit. That indulgent expression made H. She has already been cued by Li DePeo and the others. Now here with Li Mugu, there is no worry about food and drink, what is there to be dissatisfied with? Brother, this is the crystal I picked up. Wang Xianxian held the crystal with both hands, looking tearfully at Li Mugu. A look that makes one feel pity for her. Li Mugu counted the number of crystals, confirming it was correct, and nodded, saying, Get up, you are a first-time offender, today I will give you a lesson. If there is a next time, I won't let you off, understand? Brother, there will absolutely be no next time. Wang Xianxian hurriedly declared. Li Mugu glanced at her information. Name, Wang Xianxian. Age, 23. Figure, 90. Appearance, 92, face swollen -2. Comprehensive score, 90. Loyalty, 30, may betray at any time. Eligible for cashback conditions. Although the loyalty is not high, it is much better than the previous score of 7. Who told me I need the return tools? I'll keep her. Brother, I broke through, I feel so strong now. One punch, one little zombie. Zhang Minghui threw punches at the air, making papa sounds. Not bad. Li Mugu waved his hand, Come here, I have more for you. What is it? Here, a new devil fruit. Li Mugu took out the fruit he found from Prince Meng and handed it to Zhang Minghui. Wow. Thank you, brother, love you. Zhang Minghui kissed Li Mugu on the cheek. Not only has the Zhuang fruit upgraded, but there's also a new fruit. Brother is so good to me. Tonight, I must serve him well. Wang Xianxian made brother angry. Will she not be allowed to serve him tonight? Then will it just be me alone? For some reason, Zhang Minghui felt a bit happy. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed a searching fruit, triggering a 6,500 times quality return, returning a heavenly eye fruit. Stored in system space. Heavenly eye fruit? Quality return? Seeing the system prompt, Li Mugo was a bit surprised. This was his first time encountering a quality return. System, is the quality return and quantity return random? Li Mugo asked in his heart. Loyalty below 80 can only trigger quantity return. Loyalty above 80 has random triggers. So it's related to loyalty. Li Mugo realized that loyalty is a very important piece of data. Firstly, the higher the loyalty, the higher the return multiplier. Secondly, only loyalty above 80 can trigger quality return. Thirdly, reaching 95 loyalty can earn a system reward. However, despite this, Li Mugo had no plan to be a sycophant, flattering women to increase loyalty. She hadn't even specially flattered Zhang Minghui, and didn't her loyalty rise steadily? A 6,500 times quality return. What will happen if I eat the heavenly eye fruit? Li Mugo excitedly took out the heavenly eye fruit, finding that it looked similar to the searching fruit. But it seemed to have more and more complex patterns. He didn't rush to eat it, but instead waited for Zhang Minghui to digest the searching fruit and asked, Little Hui, what is the ability of this fruit? Brother, let me try. Zhang Minghui experimented for a while, then golden light shone from her eyes. Brother, I can see your levels. The three of them are all level 1, and brother is level 2. After speaking, Zhang Minghui rubbed her eyes, saying, It feels a bit tiring after looking 4 times, I think I need a rest after looking again. Chapter 26, The Hidden Effect of the Crystal. See levels? Isn't that the same effect as level 1 searching eyes? Li Mugo thought and swallowed the heavenly eye fruit. It tasted sweet and delicious. 1,000 times better than the zhuangzhuang fruit. Ding! Detected that the host consumed heavenly eye fruit, overlapping with searching eye effect. Merging. Merging complete. Searching eye has reached the highest level. Searching eye, max. Can check levels, attributes of all things below God level in the world. No usage limit. Boom! Li Muji's brain roared. It felt like someone had expanded his brain capacity 100 times. The world before his eyes became extremely clear. Even a speck of dust on the ground, he could see very clearly. He eagerly tried out the new function. Name, Zhang Minghui. Level, 2. Fruit ability, zhuangzhuang fruit. Oh. Is this loyalty level the effect of the eye of inspection? Li Muge looked again at Wang Quan. Name, Wang Quan. Level, level 1. Fruit ability, strong fruit. Loyalty, 61. Li Muge was overjoyed. He could see a man's loyalty now. Now he didn't have to worry about being backstabbed. He observed Xiaobin and Gao Sheng again, both had loyalty in the 60s. Although they were still in the range of possible betrayal. But they were better than that little bitch Wang Xianxian. Moreover, the upgraded eye of inspection had no usage limit. Li Muge eagerly walked to the window and looked up at the blood moon in the sky. Blood shadow moon, super divine item, cannot be inspected. Super divine? Item? Li Muge frowned slightly, categorizing the moon as an item didn't seem wrong. Wang Quan, you three go take a shower in room 3003. Xian, you go wash up at Xiao Hui's house. Half an hour later, gather back here, we'll have a small meeting. Half an hour later, everyone returned to room 3003, and Li Muge began the meeting. Everyone. The zombies we just encountered are much stronger than a few days ago. Even level 2 mutated cats have appeared. We must gather enough resources while most zombies are still level 1. What do you think we should collect? Everyone speak freely, shall we take notes? Xiaobin spoke first, food and water. Gao Sheng said, in the apocalypse, even the workers at the water and electricity plants are hiding at home. I think it won't be long before the whole country runs out of water and electricity, we need to prepare. Wang Quan said, the property management has generators, we can get one and find some diesel, it should last for a while. However, Wang Quan looked at Li Muge, if there really is no water or electricity, living on the 30th floor is inconvenient. Should we consider moving to the first floor? Li Muge said, moving is not urgent, I have my plans. Others didn't know, but he did, there were still 12 days until the water and electricity were cut off. At this time, living on a high floor was safer than living low. Wang Xianxian raised her hand and said, brother, I think we can get some medicine, just in case. Li Muge nodded, that's a good suggestion. You four are only level 1. If you get scratched by a zombie, the consequences could be serious. The group brainstormed and soon established the targets for collection. First, food, such as vegetables, fruits, grains, canned goods, etc., because food returned cannot trigger a refund, more food is better, new food for women and returned food for others. Second, water. Third, daily necessities, like toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, clothes, blankets, etc., to prevent extremely cold weather. Fourth, lighting items, like candles, flashlights, lighters, etc. Fifth, weapons, like fire axes, butcher knives, electric rods, steel pipes, etc. Sixth, energy items, like generators, solar panels, and batteries, etc. Eighth, medicine. Ninth, communication items, like walkie-talkies, to avoid communication breakdowns without signal later. Lee Muge summarized, these are the preliminary items. Is there anything else anyone wants to add? Everyone shook their heads. Alright, everyone has worked hard, let's take a break. Once we're rested, we will go gather supplies. Lee Muge said to Wang Quan, you three will live here from now on, it's convenient to support each other. We'll listen to you, brother Lee. Lee Muge led the two women out, then waved his hand to absorb all the zombie bodies outside into the system space. Not to keep them as spare food. Mainly, there were 17 level 1 zombies and 1 level 2 mutated cat in total. He was afraid that if he left them outside, it would make the zombies outside stronger. Moreover, so many zombies coming to bang on his door today made him feel something was off. Level 1 zombies are mindless. They rarely gather like this to come bang on a door. He guessed that there were already level 2 zombies in the community. Of course, it was also possible that these zombies were commanded by the earlier level 2 mutated cat. After storing the bodies, Li Muge instructed Wang Xianxian to clean the bloodstains in the hallway, then entered the room with Zhang Minghui. By the way, Xiao Hui. Li Muge looked at Zhang Minghui, did you add that death god? I added him, but just after adding, the zombies came to bang on the door, so I haven't talked to him yet. Zhang Minghui said. Alright, ask him first. He is your fan, it should be easier to get him. Li Muge chuckled. Okay, big brother. Li Muge took out a zhuangzhuang fruit, snapped a photo, and sent it to the owner group. AAA supporting actor Li Muge 1 box of instant noodles or 10 bags of snail powder, collecting this mutated fruit, any color is fine. Also collecting beautiful women, meals and accommodation provided, can pick you up if you want to come, added Koi for a private chat. Even the country has started to take action, and you are still collecting beautiful women, sooner or later, you will be captured. At Koi sold herself for a bit of food, I've never seen someone so cheap. At AAA supporting actor Li Muge, the command center has arrived, the first to be shot is you. By the way, this fruit looks really ugly, it seems poisonous, what are you collecting it for? Looking at the group chat messages, Li Muge raised the corner of his mouth. Rescue? You can wait slowly. Even if the sky falls and the earth crashes, no one will come to help. Suddenly, Li Muge felt a tickle in his chest. He took off the bandage and found that the wound was already scabbed over. This recovery ability is really fast. By the way, I seem to have collected a level 2 mutated cat crystal earlier. If I absorb it, I should get a lot of energy. Li Muge took out the mutated cat crystal, which was clearly bigger than the zombies by several circles. Eye of Investigation. Item, Crystal. Level, 2. Effect, absorbs when spiritual power is not full, prioritizes replenishing spiritual power. Once spiritual power is full, can upgrade level. Hidden Effect 1, each upgrade requires absorbing 100 crystals of the same level. Hidden Effect 2, the spiritual power ratio of level 2 crystals to level 1 crystals is 10:1. Level 3 and level 2, also 10:1. Hidden Effect 3, when having more than one type of demon fruit in the body, can actively choose to increase the spiritual power of one of them. Hidden effects? Li Muge's eyes lit up, so, I need to absorb 100 level 1 crystals to upgrade zhuangzhuang fruit to level 2. And for zhuangzhuang fruit, eating 20 fruits will upgrade it to level 2. By the way, can I have investigation see how many fruits I need to eat to upgrade to level 3? Li Muge took out the zhuangzhuang fruit and tossed it to Eye of Investigation. Item, zhuangzhuang fruit. Level, 1. Effect, after eating, you can gain powerful strength. Hidden Effect 1, each upgrade requires absorbing 20 fruits of the same type and level. Hidden Effect 2, the spiritual power ratio of level 2 fruits to level 1 fruits is 10:1. Level 3 and level 2, also 10:1. Hidden Effect 3, the same type of fruit can be eaten a maximum of 20 per day, otherwise adverse effects will occur. It's still 10 times. In other words, to reach level 3, he needs to eat 200 zhuangzhuang fruits. I have already eaten 40 fruits, still need 160 more. That's 20 fruits per day, which is 8 days. I should aim to get the burning fruit to level 2 in these 8 days. Li Muge pulled out all the crystals from his space. 1 level 2 crystal. 23 level 1 crystals. Just when he was about to absorb them, Zhang Minghui came over. Brother. I asked about the death god demon fruit. He said he could give it to me, but I need to agree to one condition. I asked what condition, and he said he would think about it. Okay, if he wants to eat it, just give it to him. If he wants to take advantage of you, just agree first, then when you meet him, snatch the demon fruit directly. The death god is a fan of Zhang Minghui. It seems he is quite a crazy fan. This request might just be a casual brush of a kind. Li Mugu would never trade his woman for something. If he gives death god a chance and doesn't seize it, then Li Mugu can only use force, leaving him empty-handed. All right. Zhang Minghui nodded with emotion and then said, by the way, brother, someone just added me in the group, asking if the meals and accommodation are real and if you really pick up people. I said of course it's real, and asked her to send me a photo. I think she looks quite pretty, brother, what do you think? Zhang Minghui handed over her phone, and Li Mugu took it and looked. In the photo was a girl with exotic charm. She had three-dimensional features, fair skin, and long black hair cascading down her back, with a faint smile bright like the sun. Indeed nice, push her to me. Okay, big brother. The other party was called Alia. Her avatar showed her holding a soccer ball, sitting on the grass. Do you want to come to my house? Alia yes, but you have to come pick me up. Do you know what you have to give in return? The other side fell silent for nearly a minute before replying. Alia I know, I have to give my body, but I have no choice, the food was finished yesterday, and there are monsters outside, I don't want to die. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger with me around. Which building are you in? Alia I'm not upstairs, I'm in the restroom inside the soccer field. In the soccer field? That's a bit far away. On the east side of Diamond Bay Community, it's about a kilometer to the short drama shooting building. It's nearly 2 kilometers further east to reach the soccer field. The soccer field is very large, capable of holding 63,000 spectators at the same time. Li Mugu suddenly recalled. If it weren't for the apocalypse, there was supposed to be a soccer match that night. From Alia's avatar, she might be a cheerleader, who went ahead to rehearse and prepare. Seeing that Li Mugu hadn't replied for a long time, Alia bit her lip and sent over a dozen photos. In the photos, the woman wore garments characteristic of the western regions, her eyes lively, charming but not seductive. It made Li Mugu feel a bit itchy inside. They say in the western regions, every 3 steps there's a Diba, every 5 steps a Naja, it's indeed true. Our ancestors attacked the western regions, it wasn't just for those reasons after all. Left Gong, your decision to recover the western regions was brilliant back then. Wait for me, I'm going to rescue you right away. Alia thank you, please hurry, I'm scared the monsters outside will come in. Block the things in the restroom at the door, I'll be there soon. Almost forgot the important matter. Li Mugu slapped his forehead, a look of regret on his face. What's wrong, brother? Xiao Hui, absorb these crystal stones, they can enhance your strength. Li Mugu handed all 24 crystal stones to Zhang Minghui. At the same time, he thought to himself how foolish he had been. He had completely forgotten to have Zhang Minghui brush for a refund earlier. Thank you, big brother, love you. Zhang Minghui stood on her tiptoes and kissed Li Mugu on the face. Li Mugu always gave her the best things first, which touched her deeply inside. While thinking about what new positions to use to repay Li Mugu tonight, she began absorbing the crystal stones. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed 1 level 2 crystal stone, refunded 2070 pieces. Already stored in system space. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed 1 level 1 crystal stone, refunded 5,700 pieces. Already stored in system space. Ding! The system's prompt sound flew by quickly, leaving Li Mugu regretting that this time there was no quality refund triggered. But there were many in quantity. Level 2 crystal stones, 2070 pieces. Level 1 crystal stones, 11,500 pieces, with an average refund of 5,000 pieces each time, it was very effective. Li Mugu couldn't wait to start absorbing. With over 90 level 1 crystal stones absorbed, Li Mugu's burning fruit successfully advanced to level 2. Li Mugu arrived at the empty 3003, and punched out. Fire fist. This time, flames shot out from the fist, disappearing only after flying 3 meters. The flames can burst forth, it feels great. To advance from level 2 to level 3, 100 level 2 crystal stones were needed. Li Mugu, now wealthy, directly swallowed 200 pieces. Both the strong fruit and burning fruit were raised to level 3. The effects were significant after leveling up. Li Mugu's chest wound healed completely, leaving no scars behind. He tested his strength, it was more than twice what it was before. If he encountered a level 2 mutated cat again, he could knock its head off with one punch. His body had also become stronger. He was like steel and iron bones. He went to the kitchen and found a kitchen knife, slicing it across his arm, and surprisingly, it didn't even break the skin. Now, even if he was surrounded by a group of zombies, he wouldn't have to worry. The level 3 burning fruit was fearfully strong. Li Mugu learned a skill. Skill, Flame Blade. Effect, summons a flame blade, slashing towards the enemy. The power of the flame blade depends on the user's level. Range, within 5 meters around the user, increases as the user's level rises. Li Mugong couldn't wait to give it a try. With just a thought, a 1-meter-long flame knife appeared out of thin air by the wall and struck down. The bedroom wall was immediately sliced open, even cutting through the steel bars. Seeing this damage, Li Mugong's eyes lit up. The flame knife was not only stronger than the fire fist, but most importantly, it could appear anywhere within 5 meters of him. It could kill from a distance. However, the flame knife consumed a lot of energy. He felt he could only use it 5 times before his spiritual power would be exhausted. But then again, Li Gu was rich, holding over 100,000 crystal stones, so he wasn't really afraid of the spiritual power drain. He could just pop some pills. I wonder how strong a level 4 flame fruit is. Imagining the scene of him waving his hand and a large fireball smashing into zombies made Li Mugong extremely excited. I finally understand the thrill of Duan Yu using the star absorption technique to suck Daicho Moja's energy overnight. So satisfying. Crystal stones, I command you to come to me. Chapter 28, Location Exposed, Li Chao's Betrayal. Wait a minute. To level up from level 3 to level 4, I need 100 level 3 crystal stones, which is equivalent to 1000 level 2 crystal stones. I've absorbed 1100 already, so why is there no reaction from the light ball in my mind? System, what's going on? After frantically absorbing, Li Mugong found that the light ball in his head had no change at all, leaving him dumbfounded. Ding, level 3 crystal stones can be used to enhance level 2 abilities, while level 2 crystal stones cannot enhance level 3 abilities, similarly for devil fruits. Then why didn't you remind me earlier? That's 1100 level 2 crystal stones. And what about the 20 zhuang fruits I ate today? Did they go to waste too? Ding, because you didn't ask. Ding, yes. Damn it. Reality felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on Li Mugong, extinguishing his newly ignited ambitions. He originally thought he could rely on his crystal stones to become unbeatable. But that dream was shattered. Li Mugong desperately needed to calm down. He took out a cigarette and lit it, and as he puffed away, he quickly found clarity. Most zombies right now were only level 1, with very few level 2. Referring to his own double abilities at level 3, saying he was unbeatable wasn't an exaggeration. As for the extra crystal stones, they could be used as mana-restoring pills, so there was no fear of running out of energy while fighting. His explosive power was fierce. And his stamina was strong. Who could resist that? As for upgrading his subordinates' levels, there was no need for that at the moment. People's hearts are complicated. As the boss, he needed to stay much stronger than them to ensure they would not harbor any thoughts of betrayal. When their loyalty was as high as Zhang Minghui's, only then would he consider these matters. First, let's go rescue that Western beauty. Tonight, I'll change up my taste to relieve my mood. Li Mugong extinguished the cigarette and walked outside. Meanwhile, in Building 5, on the 7th floor. Bang! 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 A person wielding a fire axe was wildly hacking at the lock of room 701. Behind him stood a dozen people. At the forefront was the director Wang Dishing. After the apocalypse broke out, Wang Dishing took his group of extras and announced the establishment of the Rescue Association at Building 3. He demanded that the residents of Building 3 hand over their food to be managed collectively by Wang Dishing. Of course, some were unwilling. But as Wang Dishing and his crew broke open a few doors, killing a few people and sending those bloody photos to the Building 3 group, the residents of Building 3 had no choice but to compromise. After the food was collected, the men became Wang Dishing's lackeys, while the women were reduced to playthings for everyone's desires. As for the old and the young, they were left at home by Wang Dishing to fend for themselves. As the boss, Wang Dishing didn't lack food, but every time he saw Li Mugong post food, post beautiful women, and messages about free food and accommodation in the group, he felt furious. Especially the mouth-watering meat dishes, which almost made him cry with desire. Wang Dishing was very angry. Who the hell is this little extra to eat better than me? For the past few days, he had been searching for Li Mugong. With perseverance bearing fruit, there was an extra who often acted in scenes with Li Mugong. Li Muji's whereabouts are known. So, Wang Dishang brought people over. Crack! With a crisp sound, the door lock was broken, and Li Chao shouted excitedly, "Director Wang, the door is open." Go in and take down Li Mugu for me. Wang Dishang waved his hand. A few lackeys rushed into the room with weapons. Damn, There's no one here. Hearing someone shout inside the room, Wang Dishang frowned. No one? Wang Dishang walked into the room, looked around, and indeed saw no one. He looked at Li Chao and coldly said, "Didn't you say Li Mugu definitely lived here? Where is he now?" "Director Wang, I didn't lie to you. He really lives here. We even drank here together a few days ago," Li Chao said excitedly. "Stop fucking talking nonsense." Wang Dishang kicked Li Chao. "I fought off 3 zombies to get here, and now it's all for nothing. How the hell are you going to compensate me?" Li Chao was dumbfounded. "Wait, if we didn't find him, shouldn't I be the one to compensate?" But looking at Wang Dishang's murderous eyes, Li Chao was extremely anxious. "Think quickly, you fool. Where could Li Mugu go? In this community, besides me, he has no friends. Director Wang, I know where Li Mugu went. We all thought wrong, we thought Li Mugu was at home, but actually, he has been at that female anchor's house all along." Listening to Li Chao, Wang Dishang felt it made sense. Maybe that food was all stored by the female anchor, otherwise, how could Li Mugu, that little extra, hoard so much food? "Do you know where that female anchor lives?" Li Chao shook his head. Just as Wang Dishang was about to kick him, another extra said, "Director Wang, I know where she lives." Right before the apocalypse broke out, everyone in the group included their building number in their name. I often check whose profile picture is pretty in the group members, then add them as friends. I remember her name is Zhang Minghui. She lives in Building 7, Apartment 3002. Wang Dishang lit a cigarette and narrowed his eyes. "Li Mugu, this time I want to see where you run." Just as Wang Dishang was about to head downstairs, someone shouted, "Director Wang, someone at home found that Li Mugu has been collecting fruits in the group, and someone said that eating that fruit can gain superpowers." "Gain superpowers?" Wang Dishang immediately looked over and asked, "What's going on? Explain it clearly." Someone online said that his family's cactus grew this kind of fruit. He thought it looked really ugly and was afraid it was toxic, so he never dared to eat it. But yesterday he was starving and ended up eating the fruit. As a result, after eating it, his fist could turn into an iron fist, and with one punch, he smashed a big hole in the security door. He waited a whole day and didn't find any side effects, so he posted this online. He even verified if there were any side effects before posting. That person is pretty good. After everyone saw the post, they started looking for that fruit. Just now, my family sent a message saying they saw a fruit on your bedroom's pothose. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back. After hearing the report from his lackey, Wang Dishang stepped out. With a punch, he smashed open the security door. This strength could smash zombies head on, right? Wang Dishang knew that whoever possessed superpowers could rule in the apocalypse. He had to go back immediately. Otherwise, what if some lackey develops ulterior motives and eats the fruit? How would I, as the boss, be able to maintain my position? Director Wang. Li Chao chased after him, proactively sharing the burden. "Director Wang, why don't you go back first? I will take people to deal with Li Mugu." "You?" Li Chao nodded. "Yes, Director Wang, Li Mugu is just a waste. If you give me 5 people, I guarantee I can deal with him." He was afraid Wang Dishang would disagree, so he added, "Director Wang, think about it. If we can guess that Li Mugu is at the female anchor's place, others can guess too. What if someone else gets there first? We'd be at a huge loss." "What you said makes sense." Director Wang nodded and then warned, "But he might have awakened his superpowers, so be careful." "Director Wang, you are overthinking it. If he had awakened his superpower, could he still be hiding at the female anchor's house?" "Long ago, just like you, he claimed his throne." Li Chao looked down disdainfully and said, "I guess he saw the posts online before buying the fruit." Wang Dishang thought it made sense. "Alright, you take 5 people over. Once you've taken down Li Mugu, I'll allow you to be the first to sleep with that female anchor." Hearing this, Li Chao nearly jumped up in excitement, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Director Wang, rest assured, Li Chao will not fail your orders." Li Chao, accompanied by 5 people, boldly charged towards building number 7. Both he and Li Mugu came here from out of town to struggle for success. They often shot short dramas together and had a good relationship, gathering for meals when they could. However, he lived in Area B. He wasn't in the same owner group as Li Mugu, so he hadn't seen the delicious food photos Li Mugu posted. Until today, another crew member, who often acted with him, screenshot the chat records, revealing how well Li Mugu was eating. He was so envious. He immediately contacted Li Mugu, thinking that as brothers, surely he could lend him a hand at this moment. But unexpectedly, Li Mugu had actually blocked him. Li Chao was instantly unhappy. He directly contacted Wang Dishang through that crew member and revealed Li Mugu's address. This led to the events that just occurred. "Li Mugu, if you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I, Li Chao, will take your food and women." Chapter 29, Save Aaliyah, buy one get one free. Li Mugu found a balance bike in the lobby of the community. He strapped a fire axe to his waist and rode the balance bike towards the soccer field. Passing by the short drama building, he thought he saw someone inside. I didn't think the short drama building could actually be a good base. The short drama building had a total of 5 floors. Each floor covered almost 17,000 square feet. Inside, they crafted dozens of various rooms. Offices, companies, a president's home, courtrooms, banquet halls, hospitals, and so on. You could say, whether ancient or modern, whether a sweet drama or a domineering CEO, this building could shoot it all. It was spacious enough, with plenty of rooms, and surrounded by open space, allowing for good observation of the zombie and mutated beast attacks. If bored, he could also direct and star in a short drama with Zhang Minghui and the others, changing his mood. Like, what if I had 8 concubines in the Republic? Traveling back to the time of King Zhou, starting with a feast of wine and meat. So thrilling. Let's consider it a backup. Li Mugu thought to himself, continuing to ride east, with the soccer field getting closer in his view. Binhai City is a soccer city. Fans are enthusiastic, and the atmosphere is great. So the soccer field was built very luxuriously and grandly. Last year's World Cup qualifiers, where Huaxia played against Saudi Arabia, were held here, and Li Mugu had attended. The ending, well. Naturally, it was a defeat. Buzz. Buzz. Just as Li Mugu was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Aliyah, Li Mugu, how long until you arrive? There's a sound outside, it seems like monsters are coming. Li Mugu, I've already reached the soccer field and am making my way to you. Li Mugu quickened his pace and rushed into the soccer field. Following Aliyah's hints, he charged to the lounge on the first floor. From a distance, he saw 2 figures swaying in the hallway. One of them was actually a 1-meter-tall crab. Its massive pincers were like 2 sharp knives. The other was even more frightening, its lower half had 2 legs, while its upper half was a fish. That fish happened to see Li Mugu and screeched, charging towards him. Li Mugu pulled out the fire axe and swung it towards the weird fish's head. Clang! The fish's head was covered in a layer of scales, extremely hard. When the axe came down, it actually made a metallic clanging sound. The force was just right, leaving it stunned without injury. The weird fish screeched again and initiated a counterattack. The strange fish was just over a meter tall, so it couldn't reach Li Mugu's neck, only opening its massive mouth to bite at Li Mugu's arm. Li Mugu reacted quickly, taking 2 steps back and following up with a swing of the axe at the fish's mouth. This mouth had no scales. Splash! The axe went down, tearing open a gash in the fish's mouth. Li Mugu seized the opportunity. With one kick, it was sent tumbling over. Riding on top, a fist struck directly into its mouth. Fire fist. Flames surged into the monster fish's mouth, creating a huge pit in its neck from the inside. The monster fish struggled a few times, then finally breathed its last breath. At that moment, a large crab rushed over, its pincers snapping towards Li Mugu's neck. The pincers were incredibly sharp. If caught, Li Mugu would definitely be in 2 pieces. He pulled back his hand, retreating while unleashing his skill. Eye of Inquiry. Type, mutant crab. Level 2. Description, a slow-moving mutant crab, but with a body like armor and terrifying pincers, very powerful. Weakness, back of the head. Friendly reminder, do not let its pincers catch you, even if you are level 3, bones can still be broken. The back of the head, huh? Li Mugu narrowed his eyes, just in time to try out a new skill. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Flame blade. As the mutant crab entered the attack range, Li Mugu let out a loud roar. Buzz. A 1-meter-long blade of fire appeared out of thin air behind the mutant crab. Aiming for the back of its head, he struck down forcefully. Thud. With a dull sound, the mutant crab's head was split in 2, dying instantly. Killing from a distance, how terrifying! Li Mugu exclaimed, then took the crystals from both mutant beasts and stored them. The flesh of a level 2 mutant beast should be very delicious. The head of the mutant crab emitted an enticing aroma as it was burned by the residual flames of the flame blade. Li Mugu extinguished the fire, then stored the bodies in the system space. Only then did he knock on the lounge door. Aliyah, it's Li Mugu, open the door. Coming, is it safe outside? A voice with a hint of a Western accent came from inside. Don't worry, the monster has been killed by me. Soon, the door opened. A beautiful woman full of exotic charm appeared before Li Mugu. Aliyah had long, flowing golden hair, complemented by exquisite and striking features, full of exotic allure. Li Mugu couldn't wait to check her attributes. Name, Aliyah. Age, 21. Body, 94. Appearance, 95. Overall rating, 94. Loyalty, 30, may betray at any time. 94 points? Li Mu-ge's eyes lit up. This was the highest-rated girl he had ever seen. But with this beauty, this figure. 94 points are well-deserved. Hello, I'm Aaliyah, thank you for saving me. Seeing Li Mu-ge staring at her, Aaliyah didn't get angry, instead, she felt a bit relieved. Over the past few days, she had been lurking in the group. At first, like Meow Meow, she felt disgusted and ashamed of Zhang Minghui being kept by Li Mu-ge for food. But when the food ran out, her stomach growling, with monster sounds echoing outside. And as each bully posted their killing photos in the group, Aaliyah came to terms with it. She was just a weak woman, to survive in the apocalypse, she could only cling to someone else's legs. She observed the group for half a day. In the end, she discovered that while other bullies showed off murder photos to demonstrate power, only Li Mu-ge shared food, and it got better with each meal. She felt that Li Mu-ge was a good person, with even better food, so she decided to contact Zhang Minghui. She knew there were more than one woman around Li Mu-ge. So while waiting, she felt very anxious. Afraid that Li Mu-ge wouldn't find her appealing. Now seeing Li Mu-ge's fiery gaze, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Li Mu-ge wanted to deal with her right here, she wouldn't refuse. It's fine, you must be starving these days, have some food first. Li Mu-ge waved his hand. 4 dishes and a bowl of fragrant rice appeared on the table. Aaliyah was amazed. This. Li Mu-ge smiled, this is my supernatural ability, I have endless food in my space. Stay with me, you will eat well for 3 days. So amazing. Aaliyah looked at Li Mu-ge in awe, then her stomach grumbled in protest. Let's eat first, once you're full, I'll take you home. Aaliyah no longer restrained herself, picking up the bowl and gulping down the food. A simple stir-fried egg, yet she tasted the texture of lobster and abalone. That piece of steak was even more tender and juicy, leaving a fragrant taste on her lips. Whoa woo. Aaliyah, oh Aaliyah. What were you being reserved about a few days ago? If you had contacted Li Mu-ge earlier, would you have to suffer hunger? Suddenly, she remembered something and looked up at Li Mu-ge. Li Mu-ge, do you really have endless food? Chapter 30, The Special Ability Player. What do you mean? Li Mu-ge raised an eyebrow, is this questioning my strength, wanting to back out? Aaliyah showed a nervous expression, it's like this, I have a very good sister who is also on the soccer field. I want to, if you have a lot of food, can you bring her home with you? Li Mu-ge laughed after hearing this, I have plenty of food, but I have 2 conditions for bringing someone. First, she must be pretty. Second, she must be obedient. Return the helpers, the more the merrier. Li Mu-ge was eager for her to introduce more beautiful girls to him. My friend is very pretty, she has hundreds of thousands of followers on Elang Video. Aaliyah took out her phone, found a picture of her friend, and handed it to Li Mu-ge. Look, this is her photo, totally barefaced. The girl in the photo wore a simple white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, with little white shoes. Her long black hair was blown by the wind, her brows and eyes pure, definitely a campus dream girl. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together, you are beautiful, and your friend is beautiful too, Li Mu-ge said with satisfaction. As long as you think she's beautiful, that's enough, Aaliyah said shyly, but she already has a boyfriend, you don't mind, right? Li Mu-ge was dumbfounded upon hearing this. What the heck? She has a boyfriend? Are you taking me for Chow Mengda? Let me explain, her boyfriend. Seeing Li Mu-ge's serious face, Aaliyah thought he was angry, and quickly started explaining. Her sister was named Huang Jing, a college student at Binhai University of Technology. In her freshman year, Huang Jing was in a car accident and stayed in the hospital for 3 months. Zhang Bo was her counselor, who visited her in the hospital every day during those 3 months, caring for her tenderly. Before entering college, Huang Jing was a homebody, studying and reading, having little contact with boys. So she quickly fell for him and became Zhang Bo's girlfriend. But Aaliyah discovered that Zhang Bo had ambiguous relationships with many female students. Today, Zhang Bo, Huang Jing, and more than 20 classmates from their department came to watch the evening match. Aaliyah was a cheerleader. After the rehearsal, she went to greet Huang Jing. However, while passing by the restroom, she saw Zhang Bo hugging another girl and entering a stall together. She crouched at the door to eavesdrop and discovered they were actually making out. Fuming with anger, she ran to tell Huang Jing, but Huang Jing was completely in love and didn't believe her. Frustrated, she scolded Huang Jing a few times before returning to the break room. Listening to you, she is just in love, are you sure she will come with me? Li Mu-ge asked. As long as you don't mind she's not a virgin, it's fine, Aaliyah said. A virgin? Li Mu-ge really had no attachment to that. The spirit of Wei Wu remains eternal. On the 3rd floor of the soccer field, in the VIP viewing room. More than 30 people were staying here. Except for Gao Xiaohai, all were girls. They all looked gaunt, hungry, and listless, yet they didn't dare to go out. Instead, they blocked the door with the sofa. because someone outside was pounding on the door. Damn, I'll say it for the last time, open the door. If not, wait until I break this damn door down, you will suffer immensely. At the door of the VIP room, a strong man was angrily shouting inside. This man was bare-chested, with tattoos of dragons and tigers on his arms, and a fierce look in his eyes. Gao Xiaohai was the captain of the soccer team. When the apocalypse broke out, they were in the lounge eating sea cucumbers, preparing to play later and discuss life with a few cheerleaders. After the apocalypse broke out, many strange fish and crabs appeared outside the soccer field. There was no escape. Everyone hid in the soccer field. Fortunately, the soccer field had a kitchen and a reception area, so there was no worry about food and drink. This morning, he saw a strange fruit on a green bamboo. He felt that this fruit resembled the devil fruit from One Piece. He thought, if animals can mutate in this apocalypse, why can't humans? Maybe this devil fruit is just like the one in One Piece. With a gambling mindset, he swallowed the devil fruit and indeed awakened his special ability. After gaining his powers, he was unwilling to hide any longer and began to sweep through the soccer field. Unexpectedly, he actually discovered some survivors. You can't do this, it's illegal. Zhang Bo, being a counselor, stepped forward and scolded. Illegal? Gao Xiaohai sneered, it's the apocalypse, are you still talking to me about laws? Get out of my way. He raised his fist and smashed it against the glass wall. Bang! The glass wall shattered with a sound, and Gao Xiaohai's group charged in directly. The students screamed in fright and all huddled in the corners. Seeing their fierce appearance, Huang Jing hugged Zhang Bo's arm in fear. Gao Xiaohai's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Zhang Bo. Aren't you going to call the police? Go ahead. Gao Xiaohai, you all are football team members, you are public figures, don't. I don't give a damn. Before Zhang Bo could finish speaking, Gao Xiaohai slapped him across the face. With a smack, Zhang Bo's lips split open, and his face was covered in blood. Ah, how can you hit someone? Huang Jing was shocked but still gathered her courage to stand in front of Zhang Bo. Oh, a beauty saving a bear? Gao Xiaohai squinted his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him. Huang Jing, being the type of campus sweetheart, with her slightly haggard face after a few days of hunger, looked even more precious, making people want to protect her. You, don't do anything crazy. Huang Jing felt flustered under his gaze and instinctively covered her chest with her hand. Looks gentle, but has quite a temper. Gao Xiaohai looked down at Zhang Bo, saying, Kid, do you want to live? Yes. Zhang Bo answered without hesitation. If you want to live, let your girlfriend spend the night with me. Gao Xiaohai had a lewd grin on his face. He could directly force her, but Huang Jing gave him the feeling of being externally gentle yet internally strong. If he forced her, she would be like a dead person, not making a sound at all. Too boring. Impossible. Jingjing is my greatest love, even if I die, I will never let her go to someone else. Zhang Bo stood up, protecting Huang Jing behind him. Hearing this, Huang Jing felt deeply moved, she knew she hadn't misjudged him. Brother Bo truly loves her. Such a loving couple. Gao Xiaohai smirked, and the next second, he suddenly changed his expression, grabbing Zhang Bo's neck and lifting him up. Then he violently threw him. Bang! Zhang Bo flew 5 to 6 meters, crashing into the wall. Zhang Bo felt like all the bones in his body would break. Brother Bo, Brother Bo. Huang Jing rushed over and hugged Zhang Bo tightly. I'm fine, cough cough. Zhang Bo suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Bo, how are you? Boo-hoo, it's all my fault, I got you hurt. Huang Jing cried, heartbroken, seeing Zhang Bo spitting blood. Gao Xiaohai walked over, looking down at the two, and said coldly, Kid, you know there are mutant beasts outside, right? I'll give you 2 choices. First, I toss you out to feed the mutant beasts. Second, have your girlfriend obediently serve me. If you please me, not only will I let you live, but I can also give you food. Tell me, how do you choose? Chapter 31, I'll send you my girlfriend. You don't need to say anymore. Huang Jing stared fiercely at Gao Xiaohai, shouting, my love with Brother Bo has transcended life and death, how could he ever do something as despicable as selling his girlfriend? After saying that, she looked down at Zhang Bo, Brother Bo, don't worry, I will die with you. In the next life, I will still be your girlfriend. Gao Xiaohai's face darkened. He guessed Huang Jing was a girl who was strong inside yet soft outside. I didn't expect it, even life and death mean nothing to her. This kind of woman. Even if you use force, it's better to just sleep with a doll. Damn, such a turnoff. Gao Xiaohai impatiently waved at his underling, since the 2 of them want to die together, then let them. Throw them out to feed the monsters. 2 players walked toward them. Huang Jing's face was calm, trying to help Zhang Bo up, Brother Bo, let's go together. Jingjing, let go of me. Huang Jing just wanted to lift Zhang Bo, but was pushed away by Zhang Bo. Brother Bo, why did you push me? Zhang Bo was silent for a moment, then looked at Huang Jing with a pleading face. Jingjing, I don't want to die. Just give in to Gao Xiaohai. He's so strong. You won't lose out by being with him. Once these words were spoken, Huang Jing was completely stunned. Bo, brother Bo, did I hear you wrong? You want me to be with him just so you can live? Zhang Bo also felt a little reluctant. But when the image of himself being bitten by mutant beasts flashed in his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore. Jingjing, didn't you say you'd even give up your life for me? So what if you stay with him for a bit? For me, for these classmates to survive, can't you just sacrifice a little? After he said this, others actually agreed. Yeah, Jingjing, don't be too selfish. If it were me he liked, I'd definitely go with him. I'm only 21, I haven't even been to Lake Baikal, haven't seen Naladi grassland, I don't want to die. Jingjing, please. Gao Xiaohai is a soccer star, you being with him is actually your gain. None of their business, yet they kicked her when she was down. A group of girls stood on the moral high ground, chirping and urging Huang Jing. Huang Jing stood there blankly, her heart crumbling. She couldn't understand, how come it seemed like if she didn't go with Gao Xiaohai, she was the one killing everyone. And Zhang Bo, that man who swore to love her forever, to protect her always, was now personally pushing her into the hands of a villain. Suddenly she felt. After 2 years, she never really knew her boyfriend at all. Suddenly, Huang Jing remembered what her sister Aliyah once said. She questioned Zhang Bo, did you cheat on me with Hu Yuan behind my back? Jingjing, what's the point of saying this now? For everyone's sake, just sacrifice a little. Zhang Bo said. He admitted it. Haha, Huang Jing, oh Huang Jing, you're really the biggest fool in the world to believe the lies of this scumbag. Little beauty, your man already gave you to me, come with me. Don't worry, big brother here will make you forget that trash real fast. Gao Xiaohai grinned evilly, reaching his hand toward Huang Jing's face. Clap. 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 Suddenly, a burst of applause rang out. In danger, instead of protecting your girlfriend, you use her as a shield. With this kind of behavior, you think you deserve to be a teacher? The sudden voice caught everyone's attention. They turned to look, and saw that at some point, 2 more people had appeared in the hallway. Aliyah? Huang Jing recognized Aliyah and immediately called out, Aliyah, they're all bad guys, run away. Aliyah said, it's okay, Jingjing, my man is super strong. These guys who only eat sea cucumbers but don't score goals, he can kill one with a single punch. Aliyah, I was just thinking of finishing this floor and then going to find you. Didn't expect you to come to me instead. Gao Xiaohai also knew Aliyah. Half a year ago, Aliyah just joined the cheerleading team. After one match, he messaged her on WeChat. But Aliyah directly blocked him. He was a player, Aliyah was a cheerleader, different systems, couldn't take advantage of her. But now it's the end of the world. He can sleep with whoever he wants, no one can stop him. As for the man next to Aliyah, he didn't take him seriously. He was a superpower user, how could he not handle one guy? Kid, before I get mad, get lost. Or I'll cripple you and throw you out to feed the mutant beasts. Gao Xiaohai, right? I remember you. Getting high pay, eating sea cucumbers, but don't train, kicking a ball with your big belly. You really shamed the national team. I've wanted to meet the real you offline for a long time. Come on, you white-cut chicken. Li Mugo provocatively waved his fingers. Damn, are you looking for death? Gao Xiaohai hated being called a white-cut chicken, and he immediately got furious, shouting. Get him. Those players had fierce faces, charging at him with sticks. A bunch of white-cut chickens. Li Mugo aimed at the frontmost player and threw a punch. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The player's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering all over the people nearby. Holy shit! The players nearby were all stunned, a chill rushing straight to the top of their heads. They had killed when they had robbed, but they had never seen such a terrifying sight of a head exploding. They wanted to run, but their legs shook uncontrollably, not obeying at all. Li Mugo stomped hard with his left foot and kicked out repeatedly with his right foot. White City nesting kick. In an instant, the 7 players in front of him were all kicked away. They crashed into the bleacher glass, heavy thuds hitting the ground, blood pouring out from their chests, as if their sternums were crushed. Blood kept gushing from their mouths, clearly not able to survive. Ah! The group of female college students hurriedly ran to the other side, their gazes towards Li Mugo filled with both fear and admiration. A deity descended from the heavens. Is this person sent by the heavens to save us? Aliyah looked at the man in front of her, her eyes full of admiration. She did not forget to wave to Huang Jing, calling her over, but Huang Jing was already so scared that she didn't notice at all. You're also a capable one? Gao Xiaohai frowned tightly. He did not expect that in this small gym, two capable ones had awakened. And it seemed that Li Mugu looked a bit stronger than him. Oh, you're also a capable one? Li Mugu was somewhat surprised and immediately activated his Eye of Insight. Name, Gao Xiaohai. Level 1. Fruit ability, strong fruit. Friendship level, -70. Ding, members of the same faction show loyalty, neutral and hostile factions show their friendship. Friendship level above 95 can be considered as bosom friends, and if a neutral member reaches 95, additional rewards will be granted. Friendship level below 95 means that if the benefits are sufficient, one may stab you in the back. Negative friendship level means they are enemies of the host, and the higher the value, the more hatred they have for the host. If the value exceeds -50, it is a feud to the death. Chapter 32, The Ultimate Scumbag, asking Huang Jing for a breakup fee. Brother, we are all capable ones, why not be friends and get through this apocalypse together? To show my sincerity, this little beauty belongs to you. Gao Xiaohai had a sincere look on his face. He felt that Li Mugu was a bit stronger than him and thought he might lose if they really fought. Better to feign weakness first, gain Li Mugu's trust, and then find an opportunity to kill him. But he did not know that Li Mugu could see friendship levels, and that low -70 level had already betrayed him. Li Mugu coldly stared at him. Are you qualified to be friends with me? Friends, we are both capable ones, if it really comes to fighting, it's hard to tell who will win. Gao Xiaohai, seeing Li Mugu so arrogant, immediately became unwilling. Don't go too far. I am going too far, what can you do? Damn it, a toast not being accepted is a punishment drink, die for me. Seeing there was no negotiation, Gao Xiaohai exploded, swinging a punch at Li Mugu's head. Bashing an egg against a rock. Li Mugu also threw a punch to meet it. Bang, crack. The harsh sound of bones cracking suddenly rang out. Gao Xiaohai's right arm was directly broken. A piece of bone pierced through his skin, coming out from the surface. Ah! Gao Xiaohai did not expect Li Mugu to be so strong, letting out a terrible scream as he turned to run. Li Mugu lifted his leg and kicked him in the back. With a bang, Gao Xiaohai flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. A large pit formed in his back. After landing, he lay still, clearly dead. Li Mugu walked over and stomped on his head until it shattered. Then he picked up the crystal stone. Ah! The students, seeing this scene, screamed in terror, their gazes toward Li Mugu filled with fear. Holy shit! This person is a demon, right? Killing someone is not enough, you even smash their skull and dig out their brains? Don't be afraid, I'm different from them, I won't kill innocent people. Li Mugu glanced at those female classmates. He seized the chance to observe their data. But unfortunately, none scored above 90. The girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes towards Li Mugu changed. In their hearts, they thought, although he is cruel, he is not a bad person and doesn't bully the innocent. If only they could cling to his thigh, it would be great. At least they wouldn't worry about encountering danger again. Wow, so handsome and so powerful. Aaliyah looked admiringly at him, feeling she made the right choice. You are Huang Jing? Li Mugu looked Huang Jing up and down. Obviously, she hadn't been well these past few days, her face was haggard, her skin pale, and her originally black and shiny hair looked somewhat messy. This messy beauty perfectly matched her first love face. It made people unable to help but want to protect and cherish her. Name, Huang Jing. Age, 20. Figure, 90. Appearance, 93. Overall score, 92. Friendliness, 60. Eligible for cashback. Li Mugu was slightly taken aback. Since she hadn't agreed to be his woman yet, was she considered neutral? Her score was quite high. It was worth making this trip. I'm Huang Jing, thank you for saving me, Huang Jing said weakly. What had just happened had hit her too hard. She couldn't catch her breath for a moment. At this time, Aaliyah ran over, linked arms with Huang Jing, and said with a smile. Jing Jing, why are you being so polite? He is our future husband, saving you is what he should do. Ah? Husband? Huang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Aaliyah took out her phone and pulled up photos of the dishes she had just eaten. Jing Jing, do you want to eat these dishes? Gulp. Huang Jing swallowed hard, her eyes wide. They had been relying on fruits, drinks, and snacks in the VIP room to stave off hunger these past few days. And they had run out of food yesterday. Now seeing the meat steak, scrambled eggs, how could she hold back? I want to eat. If you want to eat, just go home with our husband, as long as you're obedient, the meat steaks will fill you up, Aaliyah seduced. Huang Jing's expression changed. She understood her friend's meaning. If it had been before, she would have definitely refused without hesitation. But suddenly she remembered the scene just now. Her loyal love had already turned into a pathetic joke. Then, why should she cling to it anymore? She smiled sadly. Aaliyah, I am willing to go with you. Jing Jing, it doesn't matter what you say, you have to ask our husband. Aaliyah pointed at Li Mugu. Huang Jing looked at Li Mugu, pleading, handsome, husband, can I go home with you? Huang Jing smartly called him husband directly, which made Li Mugu very satisfied. From now on, work well with Aaliyah to take care of me, don't worry about food and safety. Thank you, husband. Aaliyah happily linked arms with Huang Jing and walked to Li Mugu's side. Wait a minute. At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Zhang Bo walked over and said to Li Mugu, handsome, you know that Huang Jing is my girlfriend, right? Zhang Bo, you shameless. Huang Jing trembled with anger upon hearing this. When there was danger, you used me as a shield, and now that the danger is gone, you remember I'm your girlfriend? Jing Jing, don't be anxious, Li Mugu comforted Huang Jing, then looked at Zhang Bo with a teasing expression. So? What do you want? Just now, Gao Xiaohai said that as long as I give him Huang Jing, he will give me food. Now I've given you Huang Jing, you should give me some food. Zhang Bo acted as though it was only natural. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Li Mugu laughed aloud. It was the first time he met such a rare man. To sell out his girlfriend so shamelessly. Huang Jing was stunned. She didn't expect Zhang Bo to be so despicable. Aaliyah couldn't stand it anymore. This dog thing, even at this time, still trying to pit Huang Jing. Zhang Bo, I've never seen someone so shameless, I'll kill you. Aaliyah wanted to rush up to hit Zhang Bo, but was stopped by Li Mugu. Li Mugu looked at Huang Jing and asked, Huang Jing, you decide. Should we give him food? How much? Aaliyah said, husband, don't. Li Mugu said, it's fine. We have plenty of food at home. One more bite won't make a difference. Of course, it wouldn't make a difference. But Li Mugu didn't plan to give him any. He let Huang Jing decide as a test for her. Li Mugu didn't mind driving a second-hand car. But he didn't allow the previous owner to still have the key. Just now, Zhang Bo treated Huang Jing like that, and if Huang Jing still felt soft-hearted and begged for food for Zhang Bo, that meant she still had him in her heart. Maybe one day, when he wasn't around, the original owner would drive the car away again. Then why should he save her? Might as well help this tragic couple go to heaven together. Zhang Bo, upon hearing this, dropped to his knees in front of Huang Jing with a loud thud, begging. Jingjing, do you still remember who took care of you day and night when you had the car accident? It was me, Jingjing. I loved you so much. How can you let me starve to death? Jingjing, please get me some food. Don't worry, once I get food, I'll never bother you again. We were together for 2.5 years. Just treat it like breakup money, okay? Chapter 33, Nugulu Jingjing. Breakup money? Hearing those 3 words, Huang Jing felt so sick she almost threw up. Huang Jing looked disgusted and said, Zhang Bo, from the moment you told me to go accompany Gao Xiaohai, we were finished. And you still have the face to ask me for breakup money? She turned to Li Mugu and said, husband, don't bother with him. Let's go. No. If you don't give me food, you can't leave. Zhang Bo stood up and reached out to grab Huang Jing. Li Mugu's face turned cold, and he suddenly struck. With a loud slap, he hit Zhang Bo on the face. Crack! Zhang Bo's head twisted in a circle from the slap. His neck broke instantly, and blood kept spurting from his mouth. His eyes bulged wide, staring at Li Mugu, as if he couldn't believe Li Mugu really killed him. I could have given you food for Jingjing's sake. But you can't grab it. Understand? Li Mugu pushed with his hand, and Zhang Bo's body fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. Huang Jing stared at Zhang Bo's corpse with no expression, feeling no pain, even a bit of relief. The naive little white flower, Huang Jing, was already dead. Now standing here was Nugulu Jingjing. Husband, let's go. Huang Jing took Li Mugu's arm and walked out. Wait a second. Suddenly, someone shouted again. Li Mugu turned his head and saw a girl in a super short skirt stand up. What, you also want food? Li Mugu looked at her coldly. No, husband, I want to go with you. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by how pretty Huang Jing looks. Her skills are bad. If it weren't for her viral videos having fans and making money, Zhang Bo would have dumped her long ago. Husband, take me with you. I've trained specially. I can definitely make you forget everything else. To survive, Hu Yuan threw away all shame. Her words were so blunt they made everyone blush. Li Mugu remembered Aaliyah said Zhang Bo flirted a lot with his students. So he laughed and said, anyone else who's been with Zhang Bo, and he said you're better than Huang Jing, stand up, let me see. As soon as he said that, the blushing female students all had a sparkle in their eyes. Could it be Lee Muge wanted to take them home? It had to be that. Beautiful faces are all the same. But extreme skill is 1 in a million. So, 2/3 of them stood up. Zhang Bo praised me. Handsome guy, take me too. I've learned dance since I was a kid. Husband, I'm from Taiwan. Zhang Bo said. My voice hooked his soul away. Everyone was speaking at once, desperately showing off their strengths. Alia was so angry her face turned purple. A bunch of shameless women, acting so righteous about being mistresses. She looked at Huang Jing and saw that she remained calm, finally letting out a breath of relief. She had feared Huang Jing would lose control and curse at these shameless women. Lee Muge would not take any concubines. To put it bluntly, the two of them were nothing more than playthings to Lee Muge, and they had no right to order him around. Alright, those who followed Zhang Bo, step to the left, those who didn't, stay where you are and don't move, Lee Muge interrupted them. Soon, the female students were split into 2 groups. More than a dozen mistresses stood on the left, puffing out their chests like victorious hens. Lee Muge grinned and looked at the group of mistresses, saying, so you know your place, and you're so proud of it? Do you think I, Lee Muge, am so desperate that I'd want trash like you? As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 fiery blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed down. In an instant, all the girls, except for Hu Yuan, were sliced in half at the waist. Ah! Hu Yuan screamed in fear. The girls on the right were trembling all over in terror. But deep inside, they were incredibly relieved that they hadn't gotten involved with Zhang Bo. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Jingjing, do you dare to kill? Lee Muge picked up a fire axe and handed it to Huang Jing. Huang Jing gripped the axe with both hands, her icy gaze falling on Hu Yuan. She imagined that if the apocalypse hadn't come, perhaps she would never have discovered their affair. At that point, she would have been filming videos, taking ads, and all the money would have been spent by Zhang Bo and this bitch. Unforgivable. Huang Jing gripped the axe and walked step by step toward Hu Yuan. Jingjing. Calm down, Jingjing. Killing is a crime. I was also deceived by Zhang Bo. I am also a victim, Jingjing. We are both women. Why make things hard for each other, Jingjing? Bitch. Since you like Zhang Bo so much, then go to hell and stay with him forever. Huang Jing shouted and swung the fire axe down. With a crack, the axe buried into Hu Yuan's skull, but due to Huang Jing's limited strength, the axe only went in halfway. Hu Yuan didn't die immediately. Her eyes were wide open, and she raised her hand, trying to grab the axe. But her consciousness was gradually fading. Finally, she slumped to the ground. Maybe it was the shock of having killed someone, or maybe it was because she hadn't eaten in so long. Huang Jing's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Alia quickly ran over and helped her up, concerned. Jingjing, are you okay? I'm fine. Huang Jing shook her head, not wanting others to think she was weak. Let's go to the next room. Lee Muge called out and walked into the next private room. Alia supported Huang Jing and followed him. The 6 surviving girls wanted to follow, but they dared not. Just as they were hesitating, Lee Muge's voice came from outside. The other girls can come over too. The 6 girls were overjoyed. Did this mean that Lee Muge had noticed them and was taking them home? Lee Muge did indeed plan to take them back. Although their scores were below 90 and couldn't trigger a return, they could still do chores like laundry and cooking. And didn't Wan Quan and his group have no women either? A mix of men and women could make the work less tiring. Once they entered the next room, Lee Muge took out 4 dishes and a soup. Seeing the delicious food, the stomachs of the girls, unable to control themselves, rumbled loudly. Jingjing, you eat first. Lee Muge said, then turned to the 6 girls and asked, do you want to live? Yes. The 6 girls answered simultaneously. To be honest, your looks don't meet my standards, but I have some subordinates. You can follow them. But don't worry, when you come to my place, you won't be like public buses where anyone with money can get on. It's more like a private car, with one-on-one service. As long as you behave and don't cause trouble, the treatment won't be as good as Jingjing and Alia, but you'll have enough to eat. After speaking, Lee Muge waved his hand, and 6 steaming bowls of snail noodles appeared on the table. I never force anyone. Those who want to come with me can start eating, those who don't can leave on their own. I will not stop you. Chapter 34, Kill the Little Fairy, Li Chao breaks the door. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail. Pointing at Huang Jing's 4 dishes and a soup, she said, why can they eat 4 dishes and a soup while we can only eat snail rice noodles? This is unfair. So, you want to eat the same as them? Li Mugo asked with a teasing look on his face. Exactly, we all serve men, so it should be fair. The girl with the ponytail said with confidence. Li Mugu laughed. He had already killed so many people, and yet this woman dared to make demands of him. Did she really think of herself as a little fairy? Li Mugo walked up to her, suddenly made a move, grasped her neck, and lifted her up. What are you doing? Cough cough. I don't want to cough, let go. The girl with the ponytail's legs swung in the air, struggling desperately as she found it hard to breathe. But the only response to her was a snap sound. Li Mugo twisted her neck, casually threw her outside, then looked at the remaining 5 girls. If you want to live, just obediently listen, otherwise, she is a lesson to learn from. Li Muji's words were like the whispers of death, sending chills down the spines of the 5 girls. Be brother. I'll go with you, I'll listen, can I eat now? A girl with a round face asked weakly. Eat? Thank you, brother. The round-faced girl ran over, picked up the snail rice noodles, and devoured it without caring about the heat. The other 4 girls also expressed their intentions to Li Mugo, promising not to act like little fairies and to listen obediently. On the other side. At Zhang Minghui's house. Damn it, another super ugly beauty with a beauty level of 10, Wang Xian, did you gain anything? Zhang Minghui complained to her phone, puffed up with anger. After Li Mugo left, she started advertising with Wang Xian to take in homeless beautiful girls. But after adding several, all were candidates with a beauty level of 10. With the beauty filter off, each one was uglier than the last. Don't mention it, at least you added girls, I've added several creepy fake girls. Wang Xian complained. Sai, it seems there are no beauties in Area A, we need to find a way to join the owner groups of Areas B, C, and D. Just as she was speaking, there came a loud crash. Another zombie coming? The two immediately stood up and looked towards the door. The door had been scratched by zombies, and through the gaps, they could see someone was banging on the door. Wang Xian, get something. With battle experience, Zhang Minghui calmly grabbed a fire axe. Though a bit nervous, Wang Xian also picked up an electric baton. Bang! With a loud noise, the door was kicked open. Li Chao, bringing 5 extras, rushed into the room. Seeing the 2 beauties in the living room, Li Chao's eyes widened. Damn! They are so beautiful. Did Li Mugo eat this well? Don't be scared, beauties, I'm here to save you. Tell me, which room is Li Mugo in? Li Chao's eyes gleamed with lust. Wang Dishing had promised that after killing Li Mugo, these 2 women would be his first prize. Damn it. One with a cute figure. One with long legs and a cold demeanor. In my 30 years of life, I can finally experience the joy of being filthy rich, just to enjoy these beauties. How do you know he lives here? Zhang Minghui asked. Their location was exposed. This was not good news. What if someone attacked while they were sleeping? Li Chao, we went to Li Muji's place first, but it was a bust. I guessed he must be at your place, and I was right. Alright, beautiful girl, hurry and call out Li Mugo. After I kill him, I'll have a deeper exchange with you too. Zhang Minghui scoffed, a bunch of smelling perverts, you think you can exchange with me? Do you deserve it? Li Chao's expression darkened as he coldly stared at Zhang Minghui. Damn it, have I been too nice to you? Li Chao, enraged by the insult, raised his hand. Go, tie up these 2 bitches first, then find Li Mugo. L. The 3 immediately became anxious. If anything happened to the elder sister-in-law, would brotherly return and chop them to pieces? Wang Quan exploded with anger, taking a step forward, and punched the back of an extra's head. With a bang, the extra's head burst open, and he fell straight to the ground. Damn, there's someone behind us, go take care of them. Li Chao came back to his senses and swung a steel pipe toward Wang Quan's head. Wang Quan sneered, grabbed the steel pipe, and then punched Li Chao in the stomach. Li Chao's face turned pale with pain, his legs weak, and clutching his stomach, he thudded to the ground, emitting a painful groan. Gao Shang and Zhao Bin were not idle either, rushing toward the other few. They had come in a hurry, without weapons. But after eating the strong fruit, their strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people. The movements of the few extras appeared slow as snails to them. At this moment, fists and kicks were used, each strike aiming at vital points. In less than a minute, the previously arrogant extras all lay on the ground, losing their ability to fight. Wang Quan looked at Zhang Minghui with guilt on his face. Elder sister-in-law, I'm sorry, we came late and scared you. It's okay. Zhang Minghui shook her head. Then she walked up to Li Chao, kicked him over, and stepped on his lower body. You want to sleep with me, huh? After saying that, she suddenly applied force to crush him. Ah! Li Chao immediately let out a scream of agony. Wang Quan and the others felt their scalps tingle, secretly thinking, indeed, one cannot offend women, her methods were too ruthless. Zhang Minghui did not stop but instead kept increasing the force. With a splat, blood flowed from underneath Li Chao. Ah, it hurts, please, ah. I beg you, don't step on me. I was wrong. I'm friends with Li Muge, a few days ago we even drank together, spare me, spare me. Li Chao desperately begged for mercy. But Zhang Minghui not only did not stop but lifted her foot and stomped down hard. This made Li Chao scream like a pig being slaughtered. My brother's friend actually brought people to break down the door and wanted to kill my brother, that's even more unforgivable. Wang Quan's heart tightened, indeed, she was the elder sister-in-law. So damn fierce. Wang Xinshan, however, found it hard to watch, and feeling compassion, advised, Xiao Wei, killing is not just about a single blow, you shouldn't torture him. Wang Xinshan, are you teaching me how to do things? Zhang Minghui turned her head and coldly stared at Wang Xinshan. Their eyes met. Wang Xinshan felt as if she was being stared at by a fierce beast. She couldn't understand. Why, in just a few days, had Zhang Minghui transformed from a sweet girl into a heartless killer? She suspected that if she refuted again, Zhang Minghui might kill her too. She hurriedly shook her head, I didn't, you do your thing, I'm going to find a woman for my brother. Wang Xinshan ran back to her room, closed the door, and decided that what she couldn't see wouldn't trouble her heart. HMPF. Zhang Minghui crouched down, grabbing Li Chao's hair, asking, tell me, where is your gang's headquarters? How many people are in the headquarters? What supplies do you have? Chapter 35, Killing Li Chao, the past grievances are completely settled. I'll tell you everything, I promise. We are all extras, the boss is named Wang Dishing, the headquarters is on the 18th floor of Building 3. All the supplies in Building 3 have been taken by Wang Dishing, only he knows the specifics. Counting us, Wang Dishing has over 30 little brothers and has captured quite a few women. By the way, Wang Dishing originally wanted to come himself, but someone in the headquarters found out about the devil fruit. Online, some say that eating the devil fruit can awaken special powers, so he returned to the headquarters first. The bond of brotherhood shattered with a kick, and the confession was filled with names of brothers. The heart-wrenching pain of broken eggs completely crushed Li Chao's will. He confessed everything he knew in a rush. Right now, he had only one thought. Stop hitting me. Zhang Minghui frowned, brother guessed correctly, the matter of the devil fruit is indeed hard to conceal for long. Wang Quan. Sister-in-law, I'm here. Bind them up and lock them in the next room, we'll deal with them when brother returns. Okay. Wang Quan returned and tore several pieces of clothing, using the rags to tie Li Chao and the other's hands and feet. Threw it to the neighbor. Then hacked into the surveillance system. Staring at the monitors on the first floor of several apartment buildings, if Wang Dishing sends someone again, they can be prepared in advance. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sister-in-law, Li Gu is back. Wang Quan saw Li Muge and others in the surveillance footage and quickly reported. Yeah. Zhang Minghui changed into a new outfit. On top, she wore a western sailor suit, with a white lace collar decoration and a black gothic belt tied around her waist, looking very fashionable. On the bottom, she had a black pleated short skirt, the hem just above her knees, paired with black overknee socks and a pair of running shoes. She looked like the heroine who walked out of an anime. Wang Quan really couldn't connect this adorable girl in front of him with Zhang Minghui, who just kicked away brotherhood with a ruthless three-legged kick. Ding! The elevator door opened. Li Muge walked out with a group of people. Among them, 2 stood beside her, one on the left and one on the right. One was exquisite, tall, and elegant. The other was pure, like the girl next door. As for the 5 behind them, they were somewhat ordinary. But compared to Aliyah and Huang Jing, they were still quite remarkable. After all, they were all in their 20s, naturally youthful and beautiful, and with some makeup, they could enchant a lot of people. For example, the 3 of them. When doomsday arrives, without the constraints of law, human desires will be magnified countless times. Moreover, the best and simplest way to relieve pressure is to indulge in those desires. Looking at the charming girls in front of them, it would be a lie to say they weren't moved. But the 3 of them were smart, knowing they had to rely on Li Muge to survive, so they could only dare to steal glances. However, this desire would accumulate deeper and deeper over time. This was also one of the reasons why Li Muge brought them back. Brother, this time you brought back so many sisters. Zhang Minghui didn't expect Li Muge to bring back so many people, but still took the initiative to greet them. Hello, I am Zhang Minghui. Aliyah already knew that Li Muge had more than one woman, so she was not surprised at all. She took the initiative to get closer. Sister shall we, I'm Aliyah, we talked before. Wow, you look even prettier in person than in the photos. Sister shall we is the prettiest. We are all brothers women, no need to be so polite, you can just call me shall we. Zhang Minghui chatted a few more sentences with Huang Jing and the others, focusing on making sure no one felt neglected. Then she looked at Li Muge, brother, just now Wang Dishing sent a group of people to smash the door, and they were subdued by Wang Quan and the others. The leader's name is Li Chao, and he says he's your friend. I locked them in the next room. Zhang Minghui recounted what had just happened. Wang Desheng? Li Chao? I didn't expect those 2 to team up. Li Mugei's heart sank, and he said to Zhang Minghui, shall we, take Alexa and Huang Jing to take a shower and change clothes? Xian, take the 5 of them to the next room to shower and change clothes. Wang Quan, you guys come with me. Li Mugei, brother, you finally came back. Seeing Li Mugei walk in, Li Chao shouted as if he had seen a savior. Li Mugei smiled coldly, you brought others to kill me, you are indeed my good brother. Li Chao desperately shook his head, it's a misunderstanding, brother, I was coerced by Wang Dishing, if I didn't come, he would kill me. It's okay, today you didn't come, I would have gone to find you someday. Li Mugei shook his head and walked towards Li Chao. Brother, I beg you, let me go. Li Chao pleaded desperately, regretting it immensely. Damn Li Chao. Why did you have to provoke trouble? If Wang Dishing had brought people to capture Li Mugei himself, wouldn't that have worked? Now it's all broken, and you're going to lose everything. Li Mugei smiled, when you brought people to my house, did you ever think about letting me go? In the past life. They had planned to assassinate Gao Xiaolong while he was sleeping. But Li Chao betrayed Li Mugei. Give Gao Xiaolong a heads up. It led to Li Mugei being punched to death by Gao Xiaolong as soon as he entered the room. Now, this grudge should come to an end. Brother, spare me. I am willing to follow you. Otherwise, with just a few of you, how can you fight against Wang Dishing? Li Chao shouted desperately, trying to show Li Mugei his value. Wang Dishing? He's nothing but a skinny guy. Bang! A kick shattered Li Chao's chest. The other 5 extras stared horrified at Li Mugei, their eyes filled with extreme despair. They thought Li Mugei would persuade them to surrender after he returned. But the result was killing. Wang Quan, send them to be reborn. Li Mugei spoke calmly, and Wang Quan picked up a pig-killing knife, stabbing each of their hearts one by one. Li Mugei walked to the window and looked at building number 3 across the street. I remember Wang Dishing is in building number 3, right? Wang Quan nodded, yes, brother Li, according to Li Chao's testimony, their headquarters is on the 18th floor, with more than 30 little brothers. Moreover, Wang Dishing has obtained a devil fruit and may have already awakened his powers. Li Mugei shook his head disdainfully, a newly awakened level 1 ability user was nothing in front of him. Killing intent surged in his eyes, I kept him before to stir the waters, to let these survivors realize the cruelty of the apocalypse. But now that he has come knocking, let's send them to be reborn. Li Mugei's tone was calm, as if he was going to kill not more than 30 people but 30 pigs. This is the apocalypse, lives are as trivial as grass. The weak are prey to the strong, only the strong can survive. Brother Li, should we kill them now? Wang Quan was eager to try, even though Wang Dishing had many people, there was only one ability user. If it came to a fight, they could easily overpower him. No rush, let him be proud for a while longer. Let's go back first, I have some good news for you. Good news? Wang Quan and the others were confused, did Brother Li think they performed well and planned to reward them with more devil fruits to promote to level 2? That would be amazing. The 3 were excited and followed Li Mugei back to room 3001. Chapter 36, Brother Li, you are indeed my real brother. Brother, they have finished their baths and are changing clothes. Seeing Li Mugei bring so many women back, Wang Xianxian felt a sense of crisis. One Zhang Minghui was already enough of a green tea girl, with so many more, if she didn't perform well, she might get kicked out. So as soon as Li Mugei entered, she kindly helped him take off his bloodstained jacket and obediently asked, Brother, do you want to wash up too? No hurry, let them finish changing first. Li Mugei said. 5 minutes later. 5 enchanting young girls walked out from the bedroom. They were all wearing Zhang Minghui's cosplay outfits, either JK or Lolita, paired with their natural, fresh faces, catching everyone's attention. Brother Li. The 5 girls stood in a row and greeted Li Mugei. One in a maid outfit was the boldest, puffing out her chest towards him, dazzlingly. Clearly unwilling to give up, she wanted to flirt with Li Mugei. Quan, you 3 sit here. Li Mugei waved to Wang Quan and the others. Coming, Brother Li. As soon as the 3 sat down, Li Mugei wrapped his arm around Wang Quan's neck and asked, So, did you see anyone you liked? Wang Quan was taken aback. Memories of going to karaoke and picking fruit platters flooded back. Brother Li, do you mean? Li Mugei took out a cigarette, and Wang Quan quickly helped him light it. Li Mugei took a puff and then smiled. These beautiful ladies, too, are down on their luck and now homeless. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I decided to take them in. But my energy is limited, and I can't take care of so many, so I want to ask you 3 to help me each take care of one, how about it? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrow at Wang Quan, clearly implying that the word take care held deeper meaning. Wang Quan understood in an instant. Beside him, Wang Xianxian understood too, so she hurriedly came to Li Mugei's back and started giving him a shoulder massage. Afraid that one day she would be neglected. Given to others by Li Mugei. Li Ge, you're not joking, right? Quan, I Lee Muggy am not a selfish person. I see your performance today, you are sincerely with me. I can't treat you unfairly, but... At this point, Lee Muggy changed his tone. What I hate the most are traitors. If you eat my food and drink my drinks while plotting behind my back, then... Bang! Lee Muggy waved his hand, and a flaming knife formed out of thin air, striking the bedroom wall. The wall of the bedroom was instantly split open. This wall is your fate. Hearing this, the three people stood up excitedly. They captured Li Chao today, but ultimately, it was Lee Muggy who gave them the devil fruit, granting them the power to fight. What if Lee Muggy gives the fruit to someone else? Others could be that strong too. The three of them could be replaced at any time. So, although they saw Lee Muggy with women on each arm, they were very envious. But they were not at all afraid of any disloyalty. After all, in this apocalypse, being able to eat and drink well is already a great happiness. But now, Lee Muggy actually arranged marriages. This made the three of them feel incredibly excited. Li Ge, it's better for a soldier to die for his confidant. I, Wang Quan, will say it here, from now on, I am your vanguard. Wherever you point, that is my battlefield. Through fire and water, I will not flinch. Zhao Bin, me too. Gao Sheng, me too. The three of them were so excited that they almost wanted to kneel down and shout, Father above. Lee Muggy checked and found that the loyalty of the three had risen to over 80. Sure enough, just having a big stick is not enough, it's also necessary to give out some big dates. To put it in apocalypse terms, for a monthly salary of 80,000, I'd be okay with working overtime at the company every day. For a monthly salary of 2,000, what dreams can you speak of? Alright, let's choose people first. Lee Muggy said. Thank you, Li Gu. The three shouted joyfully, turning to look at the five girls. With words that were direct and greedy. The five of them felt a bit nervous under the gaze. Feeling a bit sad in their hearts. Never thought that one day, they would stand here like items, being selected. Before you choose, I want to say one more thing. Lee Muggy snuffed out his cigarette and said calmly, I do not welcome little fairies here, but I do not advocate violence either. Once you choose someone, she is your girlfriend, lover, wife and not an object, nor a slave, understand? Wang Quan and the others immediately understood. Lee Muggy was telling them that once they bring someone back, they cannot be abused or harmed. Wang Xianxian pouted upon hearing this. She secretly muttered in her heart, when you forced me to kneel and chop off zombie heads, why didn't you mention human rights? And the few girls felt relieved upon hearing this. With Lee Muggy's words, at least they didn't have to worry about suffering too much in the future. Actually, what Lee Muggy did had its considerations. He wanted to establish a safe zone. With a safe zone, there must be rules and order, otherwise, when there are too many people, it would be impossible to manage. In his previous life, he was just a minor supporting actor and didn't understand any of this, so he could only figure things out slowly. Of course, Lee Muggy would not be merciful. Just like the ponytail on the soccer field, who overestimated themselves and made demands, he sent them straight to the afterlife. Everything he did was to ensure he survived better in the apocalypse. Soon, the three of them chose their partners. The two girls left behind nervously looked at Lee Muggy. You two, first follow Xianxian to help me recruit people in the group. Lee Muggy turned to Wang Xianxian and said, in addition to recruiting beautiful girls and collecting devil fruits, help me recruit some people with special skills, electricians, welders, anything works. First, compile the specifics, then ask me. Got it, brother. I will definitely do this well. In the room. Aliyah and Huang Jing finished taking a shower and entered the bedroom. They hadn't slept well for days and were exhausted. Lying on the soft big bed, they soon fell asleep. Not long after, Aliyah was awakened by a knock on the door. Her heart began to feel anxious. What was meant to come has finally arrived. I heard that the first time would be very painful, and Li Mugu fights so fiercely, I wonder if he can be gentle for a moment. Come in. Li Mugu pushed the door open and saw Aliyah sitting against the headboard. She was taller than Zhang Minghui, and Zhang Minghui's pajamas on her became an off-the-shoulder outfit. Her golden long hair rested on her pale, delicate collarbone, with the pajamas stretched tight on top. How did you rest? This is the best sleep I've had in days, thank you, husband. Aliyah smiled. Don't just say it, you need to perform well in the future. Chapter 37 New Fruits, The Grim Reaper's Conditions. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Mugu took out 2 plump fruits and placed them on the bedside table. These 2 are devil fruits, after eating them, your physical quality will become like Gao Shaohai's. This is my reward for you. Thank you, husband. Aliyah's eyes brightened upon seeing the devil fruit. Rest for half an hour, then we'll go out to eat. Li Mugu pinched her cheek. After Li Mugu left, Huang Jing nudged her best friend beside her. pointing at the devil fruit. This thing looks really ugly, will eating it really make us stronger? Definitely. We've already changed this much, does he need to lie to us? Alia said confidently. Huang Jing found this reasonable and picked up the plump fruit to take a bite. I want to get stronger. I don't want to be treated like an item, being passed around anymore. Feeling the growing power, Huang Jing's once hollow eyes once again filled with light. Half an hour later. In the restaurant. When Li Mugu sat down. Zhang Minghui, Wang Xianxian, Alia, and Huang Jing, four charming beauties, sat beside him. On the table were 6 dishes and a soup. Grilled cat ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried mutated cat meat, spicy cabbage, 3 fresh vegetables, and mapo tofu. There was also a bowl of seaweed and egg flour soup. The rich aroma floated in the room. Alia's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, dinner is so lavish too, husband, you are amazing. Zhang Minghui sweetly smiled, wrapping her arm around Li Muji's. Of course, brother can do anything, as long as we listen to him, good days are ahead. Shall we is right, stay with me, and you'll eat tasty meals. Li Mugu said confidently. What they were eating now were all the vegetables and fruits returned by Zhang Minghui and Wang Xianxian, which he had hoarded from Xinhongjia. Li Mugu planned to wait until the loyalty of the women increased before eating new dishes. That way, there would be more returns. In the next room, Wang Quan and others were also having dinner. Their dishes were not as rich as Li Muji's, but they too ate with happiness. Especially the few girls, after putting down their chopsticks, licked their plates clean as if they had enjoyed delicacies beyond compare. Their expressions of enjoyment were as if they had eaten precious treats. Wang Quan leaned back on the sofa and said, now most people are out of resources, living on tap water, while we can enjoy fragrant rice and stir-fried dishes, all thanks to Brotherly. Everyone should be grateful. Right, thank you, Brotherly. Without Brotherly, we would starve. Yes, Brotherly is a good person. Several girls nodded, only those who had gone hungry knew the pain of that feeling. I know that many people still fantasize about the post-apocalypse rescue command to save themselves, perhaps you guys are no exception. Wang Quan's eyes were cold as he stared at them, warning. I put it bluntly, if anyone betrays Brotherly and colludes with other survivors or the command to plot against Brotherly, don't blame me for being ruthless. A soldier dies for his confidant. Now Wang Quan recognized only Li Mugu as the leader. No command, no leaders. If he could make clothes, he would have personally made a dragon robe for Li Mugu to wear. He feared that these women felt they were being stolen away and bore resentment, secretly plotting against him. So that's why he was knocking. But what he didn't know was that Li Mugu had already knocked before. Seeing the twin ponytails with her own eyes, and because she suggested eating the same food as Huang Jing, she was killed by Li Mugu. How could they still have other intentions? Brother Quan, don't worry, we will never betray Brotherly. Yes, we have all thought it through. There are so many scum like Gao Shaohai everywhere. If we get caught by them, not only will we not eat well, but we might also be forced into something worse. With Brotherly, it's enough to follow just one person. We're already very happy. They also figured it out, just treating it as if they had an arranged marriage, marrying someone rich but unloving. Wang Quan was very satisfied with their reactions. After knocking, he decided to give them some benefits. You all have various groups, right? Go in your groups and send messages, collecting devil fruits and beautiful women. The beauties' looks should be similar to those of the sisters-in-law. If you can collect them, Brotherly will reward you highly. He might even give you devil fruits, allowing you to gain special powers too. As soon as the girls heard this, they immediately became interested, holding their recently charged phones, and began to send messages in all their group chats, roommate group, class group, campus group. At this moment in Building 2, Johan held a devil fruit in his hand. When the blood moon rises, doomsday descends. Are humans going to be destroyed? Johan looked up at the blood moon in the sky, his heart was infinitely complex. No. He shook his head fiercely. Whenever a crisis arises, there must be heroes among humanity to save the world, leading us to survive. And these devil fruits are the weapons of heroes. When the blood moon descended, he once despaired, thinking humanity was doomed. But with the appearance of devil fruits, the spark of hope reignited. Should I give it to him? Johan took out his phone and opened the chat with Zhang Minghui. From the videos online, swallowing the devil fruit will make one stronger, but it's limited. It's hard for one person to change anything. Although Li Mugu occupies the idol of our goddess, Zhang Minghui's stage name during live broadcasts, and Johan is her fan, it seems he hasn't done anything bad. He's much better than those bullies. Then let me see if you are qualified to have this fruit. In the room, Li Mugu also looked up at the blood moon. The blood moon has been hanging in the sky, making it impossible to tell the time. After death, if one doesn't cut off the head, they will turn into a zombie 3 days later, and then things will get even more chaotic. These past few days, many bullies like Wang Dishing have killed people to grab food. But they haven't disposed of the bodies in time. Once those bodies turn into zombies, the neighborhood will become even messier. Brother, the messenger of death has contacted us. Zhang Minghui jogged over and handed the phone to Li Mugu. Chapter 38 Wang Disheng, are you bringing women to deliver food? He wants us to kill Wang Disheng? Looking at the message from the messenger of death, Li Mugu was stunned. Could it be that he had a grudge against Wang Disheng? Koi, do you have a grudge against him? Messenger of death, no grudge, but he has done many bad things, he deserves to die. Messenger of death, I live in 1003 of building 2, you can trade for Wang Disheng's people, or just come directly to take my devil fruits. Koi, are you Johan? Messenger of death? You know me? Li Mugu didn't reply, just the image of that lone figure surrounded by countless zombies, shouting loudly appeared in his mind. When doomsday comes, there must be heroes to save the world. May those who wish to save the world, follow me to kill. At that moment, the overflowing vitality he felt wanted to grasp something, so he acted like a rogue, and in an abstract sense, he radiated heroism. You could also say he was suffering from a bit of delusion. Maybe at the moment he rushed out, he already knew he would die. But he still charged forward without hesitation. Because he wanted to ignite a light in the darkness, letting people in despair regain hope. Li Mugu actually admired such people, but he wouldn't be one of them. He would place his own interests first, then consider saving others. Koi, I understand now, wait for the head of Wang Disheng. After rap. During the day, they sent people to break in the door and steal food. This grudge must be repaid. In 10 minutes, we will go to building 3 and wipe out Wang Disheng. He looked at several girls. Aliyah, although you have seen murder, you have never done it. Later, you will follow shall we to finish the kill and gain some experience. Upon hearing this, the girls felt a bit scared, they hadn't even killed a chicken, let alone a person. However, Huang Jing looked calm and comforted, don't be afraid. Actually, when you kill someone, you don't feel much. You just have nightmares at night, but if you do it more, you get used to it. Get used to it after killing many? Listen to this. Jingjing is right. After killing many, you get used to it. Li Mugu said solemnly, with the apocalypse coming, zombies and mutated beasts will only increase. Each of us must adapt to killing, otherwise, we can only die. He didn't require these women to join him like Wang Quan and the others to fight for territory and steal food, but at least they needed to have the ability to protect themselves and not just scream in fear when encountering zombies. Hearing this, the girls quickly expressed that they would not hold anyone back. 10 minutes later, the group went downstairs. Each person held a fire axe, looking fierce. The mutated beasts and zombies in the community were obviously more than a few days ago. On the way from Building 7 to Building 3, they encountered 6 zombies and 2 mutated cats. All were chopped down by Wang Quan and the others. This scene was also seen by the extras in Building 3. Wow, these people are quite fierce. Yeah, their movements for chopping zombies are clean and neat. They must be trained. But why did they bring so many women when they went out? Wow, that little JK, those black stockings, simply amazing. A group of people leaned by the window, looking down, some even drooling. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Look at the leader, isn't that Li Mugu? One of the extras who had acted with Li Mugu suddenly shouted. As soon as this was said, the room erupted in noise. Damn, it really is Li Mugu. I was wondering why Li Chao and the others took so long to come back, it seems they were killed by Li Mugu. Fuck, knowing we had our eyes on them, not only did they not run but dared to come to Building 3, they are truly asking for death. No, who brings so many women to a fight? Li Mugu wouldn't know that Director Wang awakened his ability and came to seek refuge, right? Then what about Li Chao and the others? Who cares, let's report to Director Wang first and let him decide. A little brother immediately ran next door to report to Wang Disheng. What? You say Li Mugu came and brought 7 or 8 beautiful women? Hearing the news, Wang Disheng walked out of the bedroom. He was wearing big shorts, bare-chested, with many lip prints on his body and face. It turned out that the fruit he ate was also strength fruit. After eating, he felt full of strength, so he called several actresses to act out the Prince Charming and the 7 Fairies scene. A typical 3-point man suddenly became heroic and lost control for a moment, acting for several hours. Immersed in the soft surroundings, he nearly forgot about Li Mugu. Yes, Director Wang, they should be downstairs now. It seems they are here to seek peace. The extras analyzed. Seek peace? Wang Disheng's mouth curled up, he had the chance before but didn't want it, now he's scared and wants peace? He's daydreaming. Call the brothers and let's meet him on the first floor. Day. More than 20 people poured out of Building 3, almost everyone holding a fire axe. After all, there was a fire axe on every floor. Its attack range is larger than that of a kitchen knife. It is also more powerful. So, it is the mainstream weapon now. Li Mugu activated his perception eye and scanned around, discovering only one ability user. Name, Wang Disheng. Level 1. Fruit ability, Strength Fruit. Friendliness, -100. Li Mugu was a bit puzzled. He had encountered 2 ability users, and they both had the Strength Fruit. Could it be that the Strength Fruit is the lowest level? So it is more numerous? Li Mugu, you brought so many beauties. Are you here to apologize? Wang Disheng's eyes were fixed on Zhang Minghui, licking his lips with a lewd grin on his face. He had imprisoned many actresses. But compared to Zhang Minghui and the others, it was nothing. Apologize? Li Mugu sneered. Wang Disheng, I apologize to your mother. You sent people to smash my door, and now I'm here to hold you accountable. Wang Disheng frowned, asking, what about Li Chao and the others? They're dead. So, from the sound of it, you want to kill me too? Exactly. Ha 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 ha. Wang Disheng laughed so hard he leaned back, pointing at Li Mugu's group with mockery. Li Mugu, this is the first time I've seen someone bring a group of women to kill people. You sure have some talent. Director Wang, don't underestimate women. What if they start undressing and throwing themselves at me? I'll be trapped, right? Well, it's 1 for 1, right? Not necessarily, it could be 1 for 2, we might attack you from both sides. Ha 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 ha. The extras laughed along, shamelessly mocking Zhang Minghui and the others. Their words instantly enraged Zhang Minghui. In her eyes, her body was Li Mugu's personal possession. These filthy scoundrels were asking for death. Pa! A bunch of filthy, arrogant, rotten people. I could kill all of you by myself. The moment these words left her mouth, the whole place fell silent. The extras didn't expect such a cute woman to say something so vicious. And these words completely enraged Wang Disheng. You little bitch, I thought you were so cute, and I was planning to be gentle with you later. But you're so damn arrogant. Don't just stand there, kill Li Mugu and those men. Chapter 39, The Battle, Wang Disheng's Fear. Kill them. With Wang Disheng's command, several extras immediately charged forward. The fastest one was a man with a flat top, known for playing the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. He was a big shot among short drama actors. In recent days, seeing the small supporting roles he had beaten in past dramas now living a Dragon King life, with women on both sides, he had been upset for a long time. Seeing the crooked-mouthed Dragon King charge at him, Li Mugu remained calm, as if he didn't even consider the other man a threat. This disdain made the crooked-mouthed Dragon King even angrier. Li Mugu, I'm taking your women. With a roar, he swung an axe toward Li Mugu's head. At that moment, Wang Quan appeared between the two and grabbed the Dragon King's wrist, twisting it forcefully. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed as the Dragon King's wrist snapped. Ah! The Dragon King screamed in pain, dropping the fire axe. Wang Quan quickly caught it. He swung it straight at the Dragon King's neck. Swoosh! The sharp axe instantly slit his throat. The Dragon King clutched his neck, trying to stop the bleeding, but blood kept flowing through his fingers. His eyes widened, as if trying to say something, but Wang Quan kicked him over. Then, Wang Quan threw the fire axe at another person. His physical strength was level 1, comparable to the peak of Tyson. The axe cut through the air with a sharp whistle, and the extras didn't even have time to react before their heads were severed. Swoosh! The bloody heads rolled on the ground, stopping right in front of Alia. Alia tried to dodge, but Huang Jing held her back. Huang Jing whispered in her ear, Alia, don't forget why your husband brought us here today. If you're afraid of a severed head, what will you do when he asks you to kill someone later? Alia remembered what Li Mugu had said when they arrived. She gritted her teeth and kicked the head right in front of Wang Disheng. Mocking him, 5 against 1, and you got 2 killed. You really are trash. Damn! The extras' faces turned pale, their eyes now filled with fear as they looked at Wang Quan. 1 glance. 2 killed in a second. This person is terrifying, right? Wang Disheng's brow furrowed deeply. From the perspective of the battle for power, the opponent is absolutely also a supernatural being. Damn it! How could Li Mugu have the capability to make a supernatural being work for him? Wang Disheng seduced, brother, you are a supernatural being. Li Mugu, this useless brat, feasts on delicacies and hugs beautiful women, while you can only wash pots for him. Are you willing? Why don't you kill him and join my team? I'll split half of these women with you. How about that? Wang Quan sneered, idiot, a dog director, really thinks of himself as a character? You want me to betray Brother Li and hang out with you? You think you deserve that? As soon as these words came out, Wang Disheng got angry. How could a great director like him be comparable to a bit-part actor? Crap. I thought you were a supernatural being and wanted to win you over, but you really don't know your place. You enjoy hanging out with Li Mugu, huh? Then they can all go to hell together. Wang Dishang shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Supernatural beings are pretty much the same as normal people except they are stronger. If you all attack together, you can definitely kill him. I promise, those who act today can pick 2 women in the greenhouse. We'll battle for 3 days. Anyone who kills one of those 4 can also choose one from this group of women as a female slave." The bit part actors, seeing the 2 of the Dragon King die suddenly, were a bit scared and didn't want to continue fighting. But when they heard Wang Dishang say that those who chop can pick a female slave, they became excited again. Such top-notch beauties, just one night would be worth a lifetime. Damn it! When people die, the birds fly toward the sky, those who don't die will last for countless years. Let's do it! And Wang Dao is right. So what if they are supernatural beings? They don't have 3 heads or 6 arms. More than 20 of us attacking together, how could we lose? Follow Wang Dao, let's all attack. Chop Li Mu Gu, grab the beauties. Charge! That group of bit part actors had grim expressions as they rushed towards Li Mu Gu and his 3 companions. Humph, you look down on women, right? Zhang Minghui snorted coldly, then took the initiative to attack. Zhang Minghui was already at level 2. Her speed was incredibly fast. The actor in front only felt a flash before Zhang Minghui had already reached him. Before he could react, a kick struck. Smack! Accompanied by the sound of breaking eggs, that actor clutched his groin and knelt on the ground. Severe pain swept through his whole body. Ah! What the hell? The actor next to him felt a chill in his pants. What the hell? This person looks so cute. How can she be so vicious? Humph. To deal with scoundrels like you, slicing is the only lesson. Zhang Minghui sneered, turned, and kicked another watching actor below the belt. Ah! That actor fell to the ground, holding his groin, shrieking like a boiled shrimp. What the hell? Is she also a supernatural being? Wang Dishang's face changed drastically, and an inexplicable fear surged within him. He was slow to realize. 2 supernatural beings, and they both yield to Li Mu Gu. Li Mu Gu must also be a supernatural being. Damn it! I've occupied a building and have only seen 1 devil fruit these days. How could he have 3? No. Wang Dishang's gaze fell on Zhao Bin and Gao Shang. These 2 felt very dangerous to him as well. They are also supernatural beings. Thinking of this, Wang Dishang felt chills all over. 5 supernatural beings. Can they really defeat us? At that moment, seeing Big Sister charge into battle, Zhao Bin and Gao Shang could no longer hold back. Charge! Zhao Bin shouted loudly, stepped forward, and swung his axe down fiercely. Thunk! An actor's head flew off. Gao Shang swung his axe down on an actor's chest, causing him to fall to the ground, blood gushing, but he didn't lose consciousness. Bin Zi, don't forget Brother Li's words, just chop him half dead, don't really kill him. Gao Shang shouted. Okay. Zhao Bin also remembered Li Mu Ji's reminder, striking aims at the body. The power of supernatural beings is something ordinary people simply cannot withstand. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 actors were chopped down. Some had their arms hacked off. Some had their groins kicked to pieces. Others had half of their faces shaved off. The scene was incredibly tragic. Wang Dao, aren't you also a supernatural being? Hurry up. One actor turned back, wanting to ask Wang Dishang for help. But when he turned around, he found Wang Dishang running away at breakneck speed, already down at the foot of building 4. Damn it, that Wang Dishang dog told us to fight, but he ran away. This roar fell into the ears of the crowd, instantly igniting their fury. What the hell, this Wang Dishang is too much of a coward, right? He enjoyed the food, slept with the women, and when it came time to fight, he ran away? I can't stand to see him again, otherwise, I'll have to chop him up. Damn, even the boss ran away, what are we still fighting for? Li Muge, I surrender, I'll follow you from now on. Someone dropped their weapon and chose to surrender. The remaining crowd, seeing the situation was lost, also shouted for surrender. Wang Quan stopped and looked at Li Muge, waiting for his instructions. To be honest, he didn't really want Li Muge to take these people. It wasn't because he feared competition. But because he felt that these people were useless. Today they surrendered for Li Muge's strength, but tomorrow they would betray him for someone else's strength. But he knew that if Li Muge wanted to build a safe zone, the more underlings he had, the better. Li brother, how should we deal with these people? Chapter 40, Killing Blow, Growth, all for survival. Kill them all. Remember to let those few ladies deliver the final blows. Li Muge spoke calmly. Surrender? What a joke. He wouldn't waste food raising this bunch of useless people. Then he turned and charged towards Wang Dishang. Li Muge, at level 3, was like a flash of lightning, instantly catching up to Wang Dishing, kicking him in the lower back. Wang Dishing fell to the ground like a dog eating excrement, and when he tried to get up, pain shot through his back as if it was broken. He turned to look at Li Muge, his expression filled with terror. And, no way, we are all ability users, how could you be so much faster than me? Because you are level 1, while I am level 3. Li Muge replied. Level 3? Wang Dishing's head buzzed, finally understanding why Wang Quan and the others were so loyal. At the same time, he cursed Li Muge in his heart. You're so awesome, yet you only flaunt food every day, not robbing, not killing, not occupying residential buildings. This made everyone think that Li Muge was just a lucky guy who swallowed a lot of food. A lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But unexpectedly, Li Muge was a wolf in sheep's clothing. But now, it was too late to say anything. Wang Dishing tried to play the emotional card. Li brother, I've helped you shoot so many scenes this past year, making you a lot of money. Let's make a deal. I'll give you all the food from my house, just let me go. Li Muge, shoot a short film, flubbing takes over and over, getting my face beaten, and I should be grateful to you? Wang Dishing, that was to hone your acting skills. Shoot a short film and hone your mom's acting skills. Go to hell and direct the little demons. Li Muge swung his right hand. His flaming blade struck down. Amid a piercing scream, Wang Dishing was cut in half. His body quickly turned to ashes under the burning flames, leaving only a crystal. Li Muge picked up the crystal and returned to Building 3. Li Muge, killing is a crime. When the rescue team arrives, they will punish you. You've committed many evils, you will definitely suffer retribution. Wang Dishing's subordinates were all mutilated, lying on the ground, crying out in pain and cursing. I am a kind-hearted person, I can't stand. The extra was struggling and cursing non-stop after being chopped. Blood sprayed all over Alia's face. Only when she chopped the extra's neck with an axe did he finally die. Alia collapsed to the ground like all her strength had been drained, her face pale as death. Huang Jing walked over, patted her back, and comforted her. It's okay, Alia, just throw up and you'll feel better. As soon as Huang Jing finished speaking, Alia threw up with a loud retch. Alia did a good job. Li Muge praised her, then said to everyone, I'm going up to the 18th floor to raid. I hope before I come back down, you've already sent them to reincarnation. Hearing Li Muge's praise, Huang Jing and Alia's faces lit up with joy. Status +1. Wang Quan shouted at his wife, Xiao Qian, you go finish them off too. Husband, I. Even sister-in-law finished them off, what are you hesitating for? Wang Quan cut Lu Qian off and shouted, do you want to finish them off, or go back to the football field and starve? When Lu Qian heard this, she took a deep breath, silently recited Umatba a few times, then walked toward an extra. When she raised the fire axe, that extra shook his head desperately, begging for his life. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I'm only 21, my parents only have one son, if I die, what will they do, please? Shut up. Wang Quan kicked him in the mouth, knocking out all his teeth, leaving him only able to whimper. Wang Quan pointed at his neck and said, brotherly said, after someone dies, as long as the head isn't cut off, they'll turn into zombies after 3 days. Killing zombies will drop crystals that make people stronger. So when you kill someone, try not to cut off the head. You can slit the throat. I got it, husband. Lu Qian shouted and swung the axe at the extra's neck. Slash. She missed, hitting the extra's face instead. Wang Quan held her hand, don't let your hand shake, give another chop. Okay. With Wang Quan's help, Lu Qian swung the axe again. This time it hit the neck. The throat was slit. Blood splashed all over Lu Qian. Looking at the disfigured extra, Lu Qian felt her stomach turn, and vomited everything she just ate. Wang Quan patted her back and comforted her, it's okay, throw up a few more times and you'll be fine. Husband, will we be punished for this? Lu Qian looked at Wang Quan, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. They did a lot of bad things, we're doing justice for heaven, how could we be punished? Wang Quan smiled. Lu Qian knew Wang Quan was trying to comfort her, but she still accepted the answer. Because, she also wanted to live. Alright sisters, go finish them off. At this time Zhang Minghui clapped her hands and said, otherwise when brother comes down and sees people still alive, he'll definitely be mad. Hearing that, Wang Xianxian was the first to go up and finish them off. She never wanted to kneel on the ground and hit people's heads again. These girls were all killing for the first time, they didn't dare to open their eyes when swinging the axe. So it often took several swings, even over a dozen, to kill one person. Because of that, the neighborhood was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Many people leaned on their windows, watching this scene, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Li Muge had already arrived at the 18th floor. He kicked open the door to room 1802 and saw there was actually someone inside. Before Li Muge could speak, That person dropped to the ground with a thud and knelt down. Brother Li, Grandpa Li, don't kill me. I know where Wang Disheng hid the food, and the women. Yes, Wu Shouka is here too. Didn't you used to like Wu Shouka? She's here too, I'll take you to her. He had just seen the earlier fight from the window, and was so scared he forgot to run. By the time he came to his senses and wanted to run, Li Muge had already kicked the door in. Wu Shouka? Li Muge slightly frowned, thought for a while, and a charming face with peach blossom cheeks appeared in his mind. Li Mugu, who just graduated, turned into a fishhook. He chased her for more than half a year, buying a lot of things for Wu Shaoku. Gifts were all accepted. But she neither agreed nor refused. Whenever Li Mugu thought of giving up, Wu Shaoku would invite him to dinner, making him feel there was still hope. In his past life, when he saw Wu Shaoku again, she had turned into a zombie, and Li Mugu, being kind, sent her to be reborn. To him, Wu Shaoku could not be called a fond memory. But she was definitely a yellow moonlight. Just like many men have their plain face, golden friend, tang ring, fan apple, and Li hair in their hearts. You know she has rich experiences. But if given a chance to experience her skills, he would definitely not refuse. Take me to see. Okay, Li Gu. The extra actor got up and took Li Mugu to the 19th floor, where the 3 rooms were the greenhouse of Wang Disheng's gang. The women who were captured were all locked inside, and the outside door had a padlock installed. The extra actor pointed to the door of room 1901 and said, "Brother, Wu Shaoku is in this room, but the key is with Wang Disheng." Bang! Before the extra actor could finish, Li Mugu kicked the door open. Inside the room, all the furniture was cleared out, and there were mats and blankets on the floor. There were over a dozen women lying on top, naked and haggard-looking. Some even had marks from whips on their bodies. Big brother. Choose me. Big brother, I watched movies and learned techniques yesterday, please choose me. Brother, I haven't eaten for a day and night, could you kindly choose me just this once? As soon as Li Mugu entered, the group of women rushed towards him, looking at him with desperate eyes. What's going on? Li Mugu looked at the extra actor. The extra actor replied, Li Gu, Wang Disheng locks them up here for his brothers to have fun, one night of service gets them some food. If no one wants them, they can only starve. Ah, Li Mugu, you are Li Mugu. In the corner, a girl in QQ underwear excitedly stood up. Her curvy figure was vaguely revealed under the black QQ underwear, making one want to explore further. Moreover, she looked different from the other women, her complexion was rosy, and her hair was dark and smooth. She didn't look hungry at all. It seemed she had been busy entertaining guests these past few days. Even someone as cultured as Wei Wu wouldn't have feelings for someone like her. Nevertheless, he was curious about how much of a catch Wu Shaoku was, the one who turned him into a fishhook. He opened his probing eye. Name, Wu Shaoku. Age, 27. Figure, 82 plus 11. Appearance, 78 plus 15. Overall score, 80, post-plastic surgery not included in the score. Friendliness, -7. What the hell? So she doesn't have a single original piece on her? I was actually bewitched by someone like this before? What a fool I am. But thinking about it carefully, this is quite normal. After Wu Shaoku had plastic surgery and filled with silicone, her figure and looks reached 90 plus, making her a top beauty in reality. Plus, with her rich experiences in flirting, it's normal for someone like Li Mugu, who just entered society, to be hooked. But now knowing the truth, he was very angry. A shameless bitch relying on plastic surgery accepted so many gifts from me but didn't even hold my hand. And now that he had saved her, her friendliness was still in the negative. That's utterly shameless. Wu Shaoku, you look good, huh? You must have been exchanging yourself for food these past few days? Wu Shaoku was taken aback for a moment, then put on a pitiful look, crying and saying, Whoa, it's all your fault. I tagged you in a group, wanting to find you, but you ignored me, causing me to be caught by Wang Disheng and brought here. If I don't accompany them, I will starve to death. I'm not afraid of death, but thinking of how much you love me, if I die you must be very sad, so to not let you be sad, I can only strive to live on. Li Mugu, everything I do is for you. Good heavens. You sleep with other men for my sake? When people are speechless, they really want to laugh. This is like wearing a green hat for the husband for many years, and then saying, giving birth is painful enough, why do you care who the father is? What's the difference? You really have no shame at all. Whoa, darling, why did you take so long to come? From now on, don't ever let me get lost again. Wu Shaoku cried as she pushed forward, about to jump into Li Muji's arms. Bang! Li Muji kicked Wu Shaoku in the stomach. Wu Shaoku let out a cry of pain as she flew back, crashing into 2 girls before stopping. She held her stomach, looking at Li Muji with a face full of pain, unable to believe it. Li Muji. I've sacrificed so much for you, and you hit me? Li Muji suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up. Li. Smack. Li Muji slapped her so hard her fake nose flew off. Ah. Wu Xiaoka screamed in pain, almost fainting. Li Muji sneered, Wu Xiaoka, do you think I'm an idiot to be fooled by you? His left hand was like a clamp, gripping Wu Xiaoka's neck tightly. The intense suffocation made Wu Xiaoka's eyes widen in panic. She finally realized that the Li Muji now was no longer the one she could sweet-talk into being her loyal dog. Li, let go of me. I'm willing to be your meat, do whatever you want. Li Muji looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Stop dreaming. A piece of trash like you, I find you disgusting. Crack. The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed. A woman who had been through countless battles, seen many men, Wu Xiaoka ended her short but brilliant life. Brotherly, this idiot acts like a slut but still keeps up appearances. She really has no shame. You should have just killed her. Anyway, there are more than 30 women on this floor. You can pick anyone, play with anyone. You won't miss her. The extra actor approached and said. Actually, I think you two make a good match. Li Muji turned around, his face full of mockery. Ha! Brotherly, don't joke around, how could I be a match for her? The extra actor shook his head in disgust. She's a slut, you're a dog, isn't that a perfect match? The extra actor wanted to argue, but when he saw Li Muji's murderous glare, he quickly nodded. Yes, Brotherly is right. She's a slut and I'm a dog, we are a perfect match in this world. For the sake of his life. No shame. Since you're such a perfect match, let's go to hell together, so she won't be lonely down there. Li Muji looked regretful, then suddenly struck, his fist slamming into the extra actor's chest. Puff. A blood hole appeared in his chest. The extra actor's eyes bulged wide as he stared at Li Muji, wanting to say something, but couldn't speak. In the end, he fell heavily to the ground with resentment and hatred, not willing to accept his fate. The women in the room, seeing how decisively Li Muji killed, all shrank back into the corners of the room. They watched Li Muji with fear, afraid that they would be the next to die. Li Muji took out his phone and called Zhang Minghui, saying indifferently, tell everyone to come to the 19th floor. Chapter 42, Li Muji, I am not a saint. Zhang Minghui and the others walked out of the elevator and saw Li Muji standing by the window, smoking. In these 3 rooms, all the women were brought here by Wang Dishing. You all go in and have a look. Li Muji flicked the ash off his cigarette. Everyone walked into the room, and after seeing the scene inside, they were all stunned. Inside the room, a group of girls were curled up in the corners. Their faces were pale, their lips cracked, and many of them had marks from being whipped. When they saw people enter, they looked over in fear like frightened little cats. Wang Quan and the others were fine, they felt nothing. But those women. One by one, they felt their hair stand on end, their skin crawling. If they hadn't followed Li Muji, but were taken by some other building boss, would they be like these women? Locked in a dark room. Ruthlessly humiliated. Without dignity. Would they even get a warm meal of rice? Compared to them, Li Muji's home was simply heaven. What do you feel after seeing it? In the hallway, Li Muji asked. Brother, it's so good to have you. Zhang Minghui wrapped her arm around Li Muji's and rested her head on his shoulder, looking happy. Brother, I'll never think crazy thoughts again. Wang Xianxian bit her red lips, feeling terribly guilty. Brother is so good to me, and I was thinking of waiting for the rescue team to come. He reported him harshly. The other girls also expressed their gratitude and thanked Li Muge. Loyalty plus 30. Loyalty plus 12. Loyalty plus 28. Loyalty. Watching the increasing loyalty, Li Muge smiled. He wanted this effect when he called everyone over. Seeing the bloodshed and cruelty of the apocalypse. Only then would they understand how lucky they were to follow him. At this moment, he noticed that everyone had quite a bit of blood on them. So he asked, did you solve the people below? Yes. Zhang Minghui thoughtfully reported, each sister killed someone. Well done, there will be rewards when we go back. Li Muge praised, then said to Wang Quan. You 3 go to building 2, room 1003 first, tell Johan that Wang Dishing has been killed by us, and then bring him and the devil fruit back to building 7 to wait for me. Okay, Li Gu. After the 3 left, Li Muge gave another order, shall we, tell the people from those 2 rooms to come to room 1901. MMHM. Soon, the women who were imprisoned by Wang Dishing came to room 1901. There were 37 of them in total. They all knew that Wang Dishing had been killed by Li Muge. But they couldn't be happy about it. In their eyes, Li Muge was no different from Wang Dishing, just using them as tools for release of desires. Li Muge stood at the door, speaking calmly, it seems you are very afraid of me. No, no. The women shook their heads desperately, but their trembling bodies had already betrayed them. Don't worry, I'm not like Wang Dishing. Li Muge comforted, then said, now, I give you two choices. First, I'll let you leave. Second, you follow me like they did. At this moment, a girl asked, Li Muge, if we follow you, what do we need to do? Will it be like now? Li Muge smiled brightly, of course it won't be the same. If you follow me. Li Muge then explained the conditions for Lu Qian and the others. 3 meals a day? Can drink cola? If you make achievements, there will be rewards? After hearing Li Muge's terms, the women's eyes all lit up with hope. Li Muge, I want to follow you. Me too. Please take me with you. Most of these women were short drama actresses. They weren't familiar with Li Muge, but at least had met him before. They didn't doubt Li Muge was lying to them. Given their current situation, would they still be worth deceiving? Be quiet. Li Muge pressed his hand down, and when everyone calmed down, he continued, now, line up and walk out. Soon. The women walked out one by one, like a casting show. As they passed by Li Muge, they kept throwing flirtatious glances, trying to attract his attention. Until they were scolded by Li Muge, only then did they obediently continue walking out. In the room. Wang Yu watched this scene, a flash of hatred appeared in her eyes. Oof. She spoke sweetly, but once we go over, won't it be the same as Wang Dishing, treating us as tools for his desires? When the rescue team arrives, I will be the first to report you. With the crimes you've committed, even slow death wouldn't be enough. However, despite her hatred towards Li Muge, she, as a weak woman, did not dare to leave on her own. She could only bear it for now and go along with Li Muge. Soon, it was Wang Yu's turn. But as soon as she stepped outside, she was stopped by Li Muge. Stop. What's wrong? Wang Yu looked at Li Muge in confusion. Ha, I saved your life, and you still want to harm me? Looking for death. Li Muge acted swiftly. He grabbed Wang Yu's neck, crack with a snap, twisting it directly. Clean and efficient, decisive in killing. Ah! The people behind were all shocked, and the room became chaotic. Quiet down. Li Muge yelled. The room immediately became silent, they stood together, nervously staring at Li Muge. Li Muge's face was grim. He collected these women. One reason was that these women were also quite beautiful. If they formed a beauty legion, they could fight and be pleasing to the eye, which was great. And the system's existence meant Li Muge couldn't be a lone wolf. Because whether it was loyalty or friendliness, as long as it exceeded 95 points, extra rewards would be given. Although it is unclear for now what the reward will be. But he feels it must be something good. Secondly, he believes that after experiencing despair, if he saves them, they will be even more loyal. But Li Muge is not a saint. The eye of investigation is his confidence in recruiting others. Those girls who went out before have loyalty ratings over 60. They belong to the type that won't easily betray. It's quite impressive to have such loyalty right after joining. But then there's Wang Yu. Her loyalty is negative. It's as if she sees Li Muge as an enemy, wanting his life at all times. What good is a person like that? Everyone listen up, I Li Muge am not a saint. Those who sincerely pledge loyalty to me, who are obedient, I will provide them food, give them the courage to survive in this apocalypse. But those with ill intentions, who want to harm me, she will be the next to go. Upon hearing this, the people in the room reacted. Li Muge said, when killing Wang Yu, you actually wanted to harm me. But how did he know that Wang Yu wanted to harm him? Could he also have a power like Wang Dishing? And can he hear other people's thoughts? Most of these people are short drama actors, many have acted in The Voice Was Stolen, I'm the Only One Loved, and after hearing the voice, the Emperor always wins. Now, it's the apocalypse. Having superpowers would be quite normal, right? One must say, those who often shoot short dramas really have wild imaginations. So when Li Muge told them to continue walking out, everyone thought to themselves. Oh my, his muscles are so strong. Woo-woo, Li Muge is my savior, I must love him well from now on. Chapter 43, The Fruit of Devouring, the first maximum loyalty level. In the end, 25 people met the loyalty requirement. The rest were sent by Li Muge to be reincarnated. To be honest, in this chaotic world, beautiful women like them, who lack even self-defense abilities, suffer while living, death would be a relief. They should all thank Li Muge. Wang Dishing had collected a good amount of supplies. Especially alcohol. Red wine, white wine, foreign wine, over 100 bottles of various kinds. Li Muge accepted them all with a smile. He had Zhang Minghui and others stay behind, taking care of these women to shower and change clothes. Li Muge returned to Building 7 himself. Brother Li, you're back. Wang Quan waited at the elevator entrance, and when he saw Li Muge come out, he hurried over to report. The people have been brought back, they are in room 3003. Li Muge nodded and walked into the room. In the living room, a young man stood facing the window, and upon hearing footsteps, he turned around. Li Muge was stunned. Johan is in his 20s, with purple hair, and wears a black eye patch over his right eye. He wears a black long coat, a red scarf, his right hand wrapped in a bandage, black pants, and black boots, and he has a long knife tucked at his waist. He looks like he just returned from a comic convention. Eye of investigation. Name, Johan. Level 0. Friendliness, 60. Hidden attribute, late-stage Chunibu. What a late-stage Chunibu. No wonder he worshipped Zhang Minghui as a goddess. You are Li Muge? Johan asked. Yes, Wang Dishing and his subordinates have all been killed by me, Li Muge replied. Hearing this, Johan's eyes lit up, then he pointed to the box on the coffee table and said. The agreement is fulfilled, the devil fruit is now yours. Li Muge sat down on the sofa, opened the box, revealing a black fruit inside. Eye of investigation. Fruit of devouring, after consumption, there is a certain probability to steal the abilities of other ability users upon killing them. The probability is related to the level, with an initial rate of 1%. Li Muge's eyes sparkled. To devour someone else's abilities. This effect is invincible. He was previously worried that now everyone knows the effects of the devil fruit, it would be nearly impossible to acquire it. Now he isn't afraid of not being able to receive the fruit. However, an initial probability of 1% is a bit too low. Unless. He thought of a possibility, turned around and said to Wang Quan by the door, Quaner, take those two to building 3 to protect the actresses who were imprisoned by Wang Disheng. Shall we come back to find me? Hearing this, Johan raised an eyebrow. Wang Disheng has imprisoned many women, huh? Li Muge nodded and briefly talked about the actress's experiences. That bastard. After hearing this, Johan's face filled with anger, then he frowned and asked, you took in so many people, do you have enough food? Of course, I have so much food that I can't finish it. Li Muge smiled and invited, do you want to join my team? Johan shook his head. No thanks, I'm a giant in thought, but a dwarf in action. Joining you would only be a burden. Li Muge waved his hand, and a zhuang fruit appeared on the coffee table. Telekinesis? Johan's expression tightened. Li Muge was stronger than he had thought. This is zhuang fruit. Eating it will make you a giant in action. Perhaps he was touched by his own tragic figure from the past life of saving the world. Perhaps he was touched by today's choice to trade fruits for food, yet instead performed a foolish act of eliminating bullies. Li Muge decided to help him and invited again, join my team, let's save the world together. You said save the world? Johan looked surprised. The man before him had such a grand ambition? When doomsday arrives, heroes save the world. I am willing to save the world, will you follow me? Li Muge stood up, smiling and extending his right hand. Hearing this, Johan froze for a few seconds, then firmly slapped hands with Li Muge. Bang! Evil King True Eye User, Death God Johan. I am willing to cross the invisible boundary to save the world with you. As Johan said this, he removed his right eye patch, revealing an eye wearing a golden contact lens. So damn cool. Alright, now you should consume the devil fruit to become stronger. Li Muge withdrew his hand. He rarely watched anime, knowing very little about the second dimension. The only thing he understood was beautiful cosplayers like Zhang Minghui. Although he didn't know which characters they were cosplaying, it didn't stop them from being truly beautiful and generous. Thank you, my lord. Johan picked up the devil fruit and took a big bite. Hiss, what a disgusting feeling. Is this the price of gaining power? As the evil King True Eye User, I will never be defeated by this little pain, come on. Saying this, he started to devour the devil fruit like crazy. Awesome. Li Muge couldn't stand his state, picked up the tunton fruit, and prepared to go back to Zhang Minghui's house when the system's notification sound stunned him completely. Ding. Congratulations, the loyalty of the host's Camp Johan exceeds 95 points. Special reward is being generated. Generation complete. The invisible boundary line has been issued to the system space. Loyalty over 95? Johan? What's going on? Li Muge turned around, opened the Eye of Insight. Name, Johan. Level 1. Fruit ability, zhuang fruit. Loyalty, 100, sees the host as the child of destiny, obeys all commands of the host, even if it means death. Hidden attribute, late stage Chunibu. Special reward, invisible boundary line, has been issued. Loyalty 100. Maximum, Li Muge was dumbfounded. Didn't he just give him a zhuang fruit? He would be willing to die for him? Is this reasonable? At this moment, he saw Johan finishing the zhuang fruit. One hand covering the evil King True Eye, while he laughed maniacally. Li Mugu understood, what raised his loyalty was not the devil fruit. It was that line, "Come with me to save the world." I can only say amazing. Li Mugu didn't expect that by showing kindness to Johan, he would unexpectedly receive such great benefits. He couldn't wait to open the system space and check the rewards. Invisible boundary line, a mysterious barrier that isolates time and space. Level 1. Range limit, 100 meters, can be adjusted freely. Effect, can block the erosion of the blood moonlight and convert it into sunlight. Upgrade method, space crystal. Note, the invisible boundary line is colorless and formless. After use, a boundary marker will be generated, with the range centered on the marker. At the current level, the marker can move once a month. After reading the effect of the invisible boundary line, Li Mugu's eyes lit up. With this barrier, he can grow vegetables. Don't underestimate this area of 100 meters in radius. When calculated as area, it's a full 31,000 square meters, as big as 4 or 5 football fields. And it can upgrade and move. Li Mugu has a hunch. When the invisible boundary upgrades to a high level, maybe the barrier can become solid, completely blocking the moonlight. At that time, if he creates an artificial sun and artificial moon inside the barrier, this safe zone will be so comfortable. It's just that he hasn't heard of this spatial crystal and doesn't know where to find it. System, do you have a photo of the spatial crystal? Li Mugu asked, but the system, as always, did not respond. He can only wait and slowly try. Brother, I'm back. Did you need something from me? Chapter 44, Cleaning the short drama building. There's good news. Li Mugu handed the tun fruit to Zhang Minghui. New fruit, eat it. Zhang Minghui's loyalty is now 91. He's very close to getting a special reward at 95 points. Thank you, brother, love you. Zhang Minghui tiptoed and gave Li Mugu a kiss. He. Ha ha ha. Let reality explode. Suddenly, Johan in the living room shouted, and Zhang Minghui jumped in fright. Brother, he is Grim Reaper, a late-stage Chinibu, don't mind him. Li Mugu replied helplessly. Oh. Zhang Minghui nodded and ate the tun fruit. Ding. Zhang Minghui consumed 1 tun fruit, triggering 8,500 times quality return, returning 1 tun fruit, max. Saved in system space. Yes. Quality return, indeed. Xiao Hui is awesome. Tun fruit, max after eating. When killing other ability users, there is a 100% chance of obtaining the other's devil fruit. The effect is just as Li Mugu had previously envisioned, the probability raised to the max. He didn't hesitate and ate the fruit directly. Skill +1. Xiao Hui, tell Wang Xian to gather after they finish cleaning up downstairs. Brother, are we moving? There are too many people now, let's move to the short drama building. Li Mugu packed everything from the 3 rooms into the system space. When going downstairs, he also conveniently stored all the fire axes from a building into the system space. As soon as he stepped out of the unit door, he saw a large group of people surrounding Wang Quan and the others. You can't leave. Yeah, return our food. Exactly, those things are ours, hand them over. Most of these people are elderly people and middle-aged women, holding weapons like kitchen knives and rolling pins. They really don't seem to have much combat power. What are you shouting about? Li Mugu shouted angrily and walked over. Brotherly, they are owners from Building 3, saying that the food from Wang Dishing's house is theirs, wanting us to return it. Wang Quan hurriedly explained when he saw Li Mugu come. Ha! Wang Dishing stole your food, and you come to find me? Li Mugu laughed at this. So obedient to Wang Dishing. But hitting hard on me. What, do you think I'm kinder than Wang Dishing? Little brother, if you give us back the food, when the rescue team arrives, we'll make a banner for you, how about it? An old man with white hair said with a smile. Not at all. Li Mugu coldly laughed and said to Wang Quan, stop talking nonsense, just walk, whoever dares to block you, kill them. Understood, brotherly. Wang Quan led the people forward. You can't. The old man rushed up trying to stop him, but Wang Quan chopped his head off with an axe. Anyone who doesn't want to die, just get the hell out. Wang Quan shouted furiously, pretending to charge at the crowd. Ah! They killed someone, run! The crowd, seeing a murder, instantly ran into the building like birds startled by the bow. They had seen how Li Mugu wiped out Wang Dishing's team, not only rescuing captured girls but also not harassing other residents. They thought Li Mugu was a good person, so they came to ask him for food. Now seeing Li Mugu and his group killing as well, they no longer dared to waste words, each running faster than the last. Truly clueless. Just cut it off, no need to argue with them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even the middle school boy Johan, who was shouting about saving the world, felt that Li Mugo was right. They were not related by blood. What do you want to eat from me? Li Mugo waved his hand, and 25 fire axes appeared on the ground. Then he said to the women, each of you take a fire axe for self-defense. These fire axes weighed just over a kilogram, so they were not hard for the women to handle. Each one picked up an axe and followed Li Mugo outside. There were many people upstairs, standing by the window staring at them. Seeing them leave in a group, everyone was a bit confused. Aren't they afraid of the many mutated beasts and zombies on the street? At this time, wouldn't it be better to stay at home and wait for rescue? No matter how strong the zombies are, they can't withstand bullets. The rescue team will definitely come. As Li Mugo let everyone out of the residential area, a zombie suddenly lunged at them, claws outstretched. Li Mugo threw a powerful punch. Boom! The zombie's head exploded, and a black crystal fell to the ground. Joining my team means you can't eat and drink for free. Every zombie has a crystal in its head. You can use these crystals to trade with me for food or devil fruits. Li Mugo picked up the crystal and showed it to everyone. He planned to use the zombie crystals as currency in the future, with specific conversion rates to be determined later. They killed several zombies on the way and soon arrived at the short play building. Brotherly, the door is open. There seemed to be quite a few zombies inside. Wang Quan approached to observe the situation, then reported back. It looks like the short play building has fallen. Be careful once we get inside, especially you who have no powers. If you encounter danger, just run, don't be brave. Li Mugo reminded them, then led everyone into the short play building. Some may wonder. Why not first give each of these women a strengthening fruit? This would increase their safety, right? But a favor for a favor. If they don't contribute, getting benefits for nothing is not good for future development. Do you want to gain something? Then you must first pay. Moreover, survival of the fittest, capable women can gain devil fruits and become powerful female warriors, while those who are not capable should simply find a man to rely on. As soon as they entered, 7 or 8 zombies rushed over, roaring. Let's get to it. Li Mugo intentionally wanted to train these people, so he did not intervene, instead surveying the situation from the entrance. If anyone were in danger, he could assist in time. The women showed different reactions. Some were terrified, holding their axes and not daring to charge forward. Others shouted and rushed in, swinging their fire axes wildly, facing the zombies head-on. Sister, let's work together and watch each other's backs. Huang Jing wanted to perform well, so she allied with Aliyah. Alright, let's go kill that zombie. Aliyah nodded and swung her fire axe towards a lone zombie. Swish! Although Aliyah had killed before, that was when the opponent was already down, allowing her to finish them off. Suddenly facing a moving zombie, she missed her aim. She intended to strike its head, but ended up chopping its shoulder instead. She was very strong and directly chopped off the zombie's arm. But the zombie felt no pain, opening its mouth to bite toward her neck. She screamed in fear, "Ah! Jing Jing, save me! Sister, I'm coming!" At a critical moment, Huang Jing rushed from the left of the zombie, swinging her fire axe horizontally. Crack thud. This swing directly severed the zombie's head, which then hit Aliyah's face due to the force. Ah! Aliyah screamed in disgust and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, then kicked the zombie's head away. Sister, there's a crystal in its head. Why did you kick it away? Huang Jing shouted, then ran towards the zombie's head. At that moment, Wang Xianxian struck her axe down on the zombie's head. The head split in two. Wang Xianxian reached in, among a pile of yellow and green. The black crystal was taken out. Jingjing, Aliyah, it's still a bit dangerous for 2 people, can we team up with the 3 of us? Wang Xianxian invited. Seeing Wang Xianxian smash a zombie's head so accurately, without changing her expression while digging for the crystal in the green, sticky brain matter, Huang Jing felt she was strong and immediately agreed to the invitation. Wang Xianxian, is it reliable? I practiced it while kneeling. But although she had smashed many zombie heads, she didn't dare to kill zombies alone, so she came to find the 2 to team up. The zombies on the first floor were quickly killed off. The 3 sisters successfully killed 3 zombies and felt it wasn't scary, so they prepared to go upstairs to continue killing. At this moment, tat-hata. Strong footsteps came from the corridor. What the hell is this? A monster, 2 meters tall, looking like a cockroach, walked out from the corridor. With 2 blood-red eyes that rolled around, making people feel their scalp tingle. Cockroach? So big. They wouldn't dare to film this in a short drama. Scanning eye. Type, mutated cockroach. Level 2. Description, a malicious mutated cockroach, covered in a shell as hard as steel, with powerful antennae. This is a level 2 mutated beast, you guys stay behind me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately hid behind Li Muge. Jie! The mutated cockroach let out a strange cry and pounced towards Li Muge. Come on! The burning fruit erupted, powerful flames enveloped Li Muge's right arm. The aura of a level 3 powerhouse emerged. GGG, as expected of Lord Muge, being able to control fire. Seeing Li Muge manipulate fire, Zhou Hanzhong's inner enthusiasm was ignited. Those girls were also shocked. With the new belief in surviving, they felt more confident. Swish! The cockroach's long antennae whipped towards Li Muge's face like a whip. Li Muge gathered power and struck with his fist, colliding with the long antennae. In an instant, the antennae were smashed off. Li Muge pressed the attack again and punched the cockroach. The cockroach was sent flying, its shell couldn't withstand the punch, shattering all over and revealing its soft flesh inside. Level 2 zombies had already gained some intelligence. Realizing they were no match, it crawled up and ran back into the corridor. Flame blade! Li Muge shouted. Instantly. Above the mutated cockroach's head, a flame blade appeared out of thin air and instantly slashed down. Poochie! That mutated cockroach was split in half. The shattered body was burned by the flames, surprisingly releasing a meaty aroma. Cockroach meat, shouldn't anyone love to eat this? Although the meat of a level 2 mutated beast was rich in energy, just thinking it was a cockroach made Li Muge's stomach churn. Brotherly, there are mutated cockroaches over here too. Not good, there's one here too. Damn, one just came in from outside. Suddenly, 3 mutated cockroaches rushed over, seemingly knowing Li Muge was strong, so they headed straight for the women. Quaner, you 3 take on one. Xiaohui, you all deal with one and be careful. Li Muge instructed and then rushed towards the largest one. Fire Fist. The terrifying Fire Fist instantly shattered the mutated cockroach's head. Just as he was about to support Zhang Minghui, a series of tat-ata footsteps echoed in the corridor. He turned to look, a large group of mutated beasts and zombies rushed down with fierce expressions. Most of them were level 1, heading straight for the girls. A few level 2 zombies attacked Li Muge. As Li Muge got entangled, Zhang Minghui and her group were fighting fiercely with the level 2 cockroach. Wang Xianxian swung an axe down, but suddenly the fire axe got stuck in the cockroach and couldn't be pulled out. Ah! Suddenly, the cockroach's antennae wrapped around Wang Xuanxuan's waist and pulled hard, sending her flying towards the cockroach. The cockroach opened its massive mouth, ready to welcome her. In an instant, everyone's faces changed dramatically. If she got bitten by the cockroach, she wouldn't die, but she would get disfigured. Be careful! Zhang Minghui's eyes turned red, she swung her axe with all her might to cut the cockroach's antennae. But Wang Xianxian still flew towards the cockroach due to inertia. Burst the reality. Johan suddenly rushed out, knocking Wang Xianxian aside, while drawing his sword and stabbing it into the cockroach's mouth. Puff! There was no armor in the cockroach's mouth, and blood spilled out from the wound. The cockroach let out a miserable scream. Another antenna swung with a piercing sound, aimed at Johan's neck. If it hit, Johan would be left dead or severely injured. Battle axe strike. In a moment of danger, Zhang Minghui leaped, gripping the axe tightly, and struck hard on the cockroach's head. With full force at level 2, she successfully split the mutated cockroach's head in half. This powerful axe move left several women in shock. Sister Hui, Grim Reaper, thank you for saving me. Wang Xianxian looked at Zhang Minghui with complex feelings. She had previously teased her, but now in a moment of crisis, she put aside grudges and saved her life. We are all our brothers' women, helping each other is the way it should be. Zhang Minghui looked at the continually surging mutated beasts and said, don't just stand there, hurry and help them. Then she swung the fire axe and began hunting zombies. Let's go help. Humans of the same level actually have more combat power than zombies. But because these zombies looked sinister and horrifying, the mutated cockroach was even more terrifying. Everyone felt fearful, resulting in diminished combat strength. But as the killings continued, they also kept growing. By the end, Wang Xianxian and the others could also kill zombies on their own. 10 minutes later, all the zombies had been killed. A group of people slumped to the ground, gasping heavily. Don't think 10 minutes is short. When you are swinging punches at the air with all your strength, holding on for even 2.5 minutes is impressive. Those short play actors could last that long, thanks to adrenaline. Everyone did well. Li Muge clapped his hands and said, take a break, then dig out the crystal stones from the zombies you killed and give them to me. If several people work together to kill, the crystal stones will be divided equally. With 3 women in a performance, Li Muge worried they might argue over crystal stone ownership. So he warned, I don't want to see anyone arguing over the division of crystal stones, understand? Don't worry, brotherly, we will definitely share equally. Yeah, we are life and death sisters, no one will take advantage. They had been through life and death together, now feeling as close as one person. Brotherly, you said before that crystals can be exchanged for demon fruits, is it true? Suddenly, Lu Qian raised her hand to ask. Of course. Li Muge thought for a moment and said, 10 level 1 crystal stones or 1 level 2 crystal stone can be exchanged for 1 strengthening fruit. Great, thank you, brotherly. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with hope, although she had followed Wang Quan, relying on herself was better than anyone else. She also wanted to become stronger. Li Muge shared his thoughts, in my shelter, men and women are equal. Women can kill zombies and level up to become strong, they can also become generals just like Zhong Wuyan and Qin Liangyu. Even if you want to keep a little white face, I don't care. But if you don't have the ability, then you should find a man to lean on. In short, you can't just eat for free. After Li Muge finished, those women had different thoughts. Some felt that they were already exhausted from just killing those zombies and it would be better to find a man to serve them. But some wanted to fight for themselves and hold their own destiny. Zhang Minghui and the others, however, dared not entertain such thoughts. They knew very well that they were different from others. They were Li Muge's women, their fates had already been decided. For those of you who already have fruit abilities, after getting the crystal stones, you can also come to me for exchange. 1 crystal stone can be exchanged for 2. It can only be exchanged for crystals that were dug out from the heads of zombies or mutated beasts. Don't try anything tricky. If I find out that you exchanged with me and then came back looking for me, you will be directly kicked out of the safe zone, understand? Everyone nodded, although they didn't know why Li Muge was willing to exchange 2 crystal stones for 1 of theirs, it was still a personal gain. Happy to play. But what they didn't know was that Li Muge secretly gave a crystal to Zhang Minghui, one that could return thousands. You might earn, but I absolutely won't lose. It's almost time to rest, you all dig out the crystals first. I go. As Li Muge was speaking, Wang Quan suddenly stood up, pointing at the stairs behind Li Muge and shouting. Brotherly, a big guy is coming. Chapter 46, Level 3 Zombie, Unveiling the Invisible Boundary. Li Muge turned to look. A 2-meter-tall zombie was slowly walking down the stairs. Wang Quan said it was big because its tail was over 2 meters long, just like a long-tailed monkey. Eye of Exploration. Type, Deformed Long-Tailed Zombie. Level, 3. Hidden information, mutated due to interference during evolution. Damn. Even if it mutates, it shouldn't mutate like this, right? This is a level 3 zombie. All of you step back. As soon as Li Muge finished speaking, the long-tailed zombie suddenly jumped, landing right in front of him. It swung its long tail, striking at Li Muge's waist. Incredibly fast, Li Muge was caught off guard and was sent flying several meters. Brother! Zhang Minghui shouted, picking up a fire axe and charging towards the long-tailed zombie. The long-tailed zombie swung its tail, wrapping around Zhang Minghui's waist. Zhang Minghui's face turned pale with fear, wildly swinging the fire axe at the tail. The tail was injured from the axe. The long-tailed zombie became furious, pulling Zhang Minghui towards its mouth, as if wanting to eat her. Xiao Hui. Li Muge's eyes turned blood red, and he rushed forward. 8 meters. 5 meters. Fire blade. Whoosh. The terrifying fire blade struck harshly on the tail. As expected of a level 3 zombie. The tail was not cut off, but it was injured severely, charred black, and the smell of cooked meat wafted out. The long-tailed zombie, in great pain, threw Zhang Minghui away. Then, it crazily charged at Li Muge. Damn, I was careless and got ambushed by you, you really think you are tough? Li Muge did not retreat but instead pushed forward, charging head-on. Once close, he fiercely grabbed the tail and threw the creature to the ground with a shoulder throw. Then, he unleashed a torrent of electric punches on the tail. Break for me! With the 7th punch, the tail was smashed off. The zombie let out a chilling scream and kicked at Li Muge. They were both level 3. Their strength was roughly the same. But Li Muge had the power of the burning fruit, every punch carried flames. Soon, the long-tailed zombie's head was turned to mush. A level 3 crystal dropped to the ground. But Li Muge did not go pick it up, instead, he turned to find Zhang Minghui. Xiao Hui, how are you? Brother, I'm fine, cough cough. Zhang Minghui coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're coughing up blood and still saying you're fine, really reckless. She was thrown away earlier and crashed into a pillar, being at level 2, others would not only be injured but dead. When I saw my brother getting hurt, I didn't think too much, I won't dare to next time. Zhang Minghui said timidly. Quan, you go get that level 3 zombie's crystal for me. When Wang Quan brought back the crystal, Li Muge took out 90 level 2 crystals and placed them in Zhang Minghui's arms. Absorb all these, and while absorbing, think about adding to the strengthening fruit. After breaking through to level 3, her physical form would strengthen, helping to heal Zhang Minghui's injuries. Brother, so many crystals, you should keep them. Zhang Minghui tried to refuse. You risked yourself to save me, this is a reward. But... hurry up and absorb, otherwise, I will get angry. Alright, thank you, brother, love you. Zhang Minghui kissed Li Mugu as usual before beginning to absorb the crystals. Seeing Zhang Minghui get a reward, Wang Xianxian and the others were envious but not jealous. After all, she rushed up while risking her life. This was what she deserved. Ding! Zhang Minghui consumed one level 3 crystal, returning 8,901 crystals. Successfully stored in system space. As Zhang Minghui absorbed successfully, Li Mugu also reaped great rewards. Soon, Zhang Minghui broke through to level 3, and her injuries were basically healed. Li Mugu then led the team to clear the short drama building. There were a few fish that slipped through the cracks hiding in the rooms, and they were forcefully slaughtered. After this commotion, it was already 10 o'clock at night, but because the blood moon hung in the sky, it was still bright outside. A large crowd gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Li Mugu stood up and said, everyone has worked hard today, so there will be extra food tonight. Wang Xianxian pushed a food cart out. Looking at the steaming stir-fried dishes and fragrant rice, all the actresses' eyes lit up. They knew they could eat well following Li Mugu. But they didn't expect the food to be this good. Immediately, their loyalty to Li Mugu went up a notch. In addition to the stir-fried dishes, Li Mugu opened a few bottles of red wine, and everyone enjoyed a sip. After a hearty meal, Li Mugu assigned rooms to everyone. The short drama building had a total of 5 floors. Each floor had dozens of rooms. Li Mugu and Zhang Minghui, among others, stayed on the 5th floor, while reserving the 4th floor for the high-scoring beauties who might join in the future. The rest of the people chose rooms on the 3rd floor. Each of them picked a room. However, not all the rooms had beds, quilts, or the like. Fortunately, it wasn't cold now, so sleeping on the floor was fine. And this situation was much more comfortable than being crammed together in a room by Wang Dishang. They let Wang Quan manage the night watch and security rotation. Li Mugu then went upstairs to rest. Extraction, invisible boundary. Back in his room, Li Mugu couldn't wait to take out the special reward. Then, a stone tablet appeared in front of him. The stone tablet was 50 centimeters tall and 20 centimeters wide. Engraved on it were the 5 characters invisible boundary. Li Mugu placed it on the writing desk by the window and silently thought activate. Ding, invisible boundary activation successful, host can adjust the range at any time. Invisible boundary, a mysterious barrier isolating time and space. Level 1. Range limit, 100 meters in diameter, freely adjustable. Effect, can isolate the corruption of the blood moon's light and convert it into sunlight. Enhancement method, spatial crystal. Special effect, indestructible. Current level, can move once a month. Li Mugu felt that the barrier enveloped the entire short drama building. Moreover, many surrounding open areas were also covered. I can grow vegetables now. Li Mugu's lips curled up, planning to get some seeds to try. If he could really grow food and vegetables, he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. The crops would feed Zhang Minghui and the others, and the returns would go to Wang Quan and the others. Life goes on. Brother, are you asleep? A knock came at the door, accompanied by Zhang Minghui's voice. Not asleep, come in. Li Mugu said. Zhang Minghui pushed the door open and walked in, her voice sweet. Brother, thank you for helping me level up to level 3. This is what you earned, perform well, and I will not treat you poorly. Li Mugu smiled. Zhang Minghui looked at Li Mugu, her eyes full of admiration. She had really fallen in love with this man. When she was first brought into Li Mugu's fold, she thought it was enough to have something to eat and not starve to death. But Li Mugu not only provided her with all kinds of delicious food but also gave her precious devil fruits. It allowed her to enjoy a better treatment than before the apocalypse. Now, she had leveled up to level 3. Killing little zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. She was especially excited now, though she also felt a bit unsteady. Because she knew that all of this was given by Li Mugu. Her brother treated her well. It can't be taken for granted. She needed to repay her brother. Chapter 47, Teacher and Daughter from the Science and Engineering University. 3 days later. The 7th day of the blood moon's arrival. Li Mugu leaned against the bed, scrolling through his phone. In these 3 days, Wang Quan and his team transformed into a sweeping team, cleaning out the Diamond Bay community. The shops on the streets. The property management office. The pharmacies. They turned everything upside down. They collected a lot of supplies. What surprised Li Mugu the most was that there were solar panels and small diesel generators in the property office. With these, even if the entire city lost power, they wouldn't have to worry. And by hunting zombies to obtain crystals, Wang Quan and Zhaobin, Gao Shang, and Johan have all risen to level 2. Li Mug has also upgraded his burning fruit and strong fruit to level 4. The level 4 burning fruit has learned a new skill. Flame Ring releases a flame ring with a radius of 1 meter, summoning a great flame pillar that deals multiple damage to enemies, lasting for 10 seconds. Li Muge specifically ran to the seaside to find a level 3 monster and tried this skill. It was incredibly powerful. That level 3 mutated fish was instantly vaporized, leaving no bones behind. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a level 4 mutated beast. Li Muge also tried to raise a level 4 mutated beast himself. He controlled a level 3 mutated beast and kept feeding it level 3 crystal stones, but it didn't work at all. Finding beautiful girls online was for Wang Shenyuan and others. Cleaning the community and plundering supplies was for Wang Quan and his team. Li Muge, with nothing to do, lived like a foolish king. Aliyah found a western dress in the props room, changed into it, and went to find Li Muge. People from the West can sing and dance from a young age. Aliyah, being a professional cheerleader, had extremely flexible body and could perform various difficult moves with ease. Li Muge kept applauding while watching. Nice. The Western dance is great. No wonder the king never holds court anymore. At the Science and Technology University, inside the faculty dormitory, Li Yanui picked up a cigarette box, discovering it was empty. He picked up a cigarette butt, lit it, and took a hard puff. Just one puff. The fire burned to the cigarette tip. He dissatisfiedly extinguished the butt, got up, pushed open the bedroom door, and shouted, "Shinxinwan, I'm starving. Hurry and cook." In the bedroom, a mother and daughter sat on the bed. Both were wearing sportswear, outlining their long figures and curvy shapes. The daughter looked like she was in her teens and probably hadn't eaten enough for days, her face pale and haggard. The mother looked to be in her 30s, elegant in appearance and gentle in demeanor. At this moment, she looked at Li Yanhui with immense disappointment. There's no food left. A few days ago, when the zombies outside were few, I told you to go to the cafeteria with Teacher Wang to grab some food, but you refused. Now all the food at home is gone. Hang in there, the national rescue should be coming soon. Both were teachers at the Science and Technology University, and after seeing the blood moon rise, they hid back home. A few days ago, Teacher Wang next door mentioned in the group that although there were zombies outside, they weren't fierce. It would be better for a few people to go grab some food from the cafeteria together. But Li Yanui said there was no need to take that risk, believing that national rescue would surely come. As a result, they waited for a full 7 days. The command center only shared some self-help knowledge daily, with no further updates. On the second day of the apocalypse, their supply of vegetables ran out, but thankfully they still had some rice. For the past few days, they had been living on rice porridge. But yesterday, the rice porridge also ran out, and they could only rely on drinking water to stave off hunger now. Teacher Wang, you keep mentioning Teacher Wang. Why don't you go with him? Li Yanhui angrily slammed the door as he left. After he left, Shen Xingwan cautiously took out a piece of chocolate and handed it to Li Chuyang. Yang, eat this. Mom, I'm not hungry. You eat it. Hurry and eat. If your dad sees you later, you'll be in trouble. Shen Xingwan forced it into her daughter's mouth. Just then, Li Yanhui pushed the door open and entered. Oh, so you two are secretly eating without me? No wonder the food is running out so fast, turns out you two sneaky people have been eating it all. Li Yanhui was furious and reached for the chocolate. Yanhui, that's for the child, you can't. Get lost, you shameless woman. Li Yanhui angrily slapped Shen Xingwan across the face. Tell me, where are you hiding the food? There really isn't any left, this is the last piece of chocolate. Yang is only 16, can you at least leave her with some hope of survival? Shen Xingwan pleaded desperately. I'll give it to your mom. That good for nothing, what qualification does she have to eat? On the day the apocalypse broke out, she should have been kicked out. Li Yanhui's family valued boys over girls, he never liked Li Chuyang in the first place. Even at home, he never called her by her name, only shouting loser, loser. Here's chocolate for you, just don't hit mom anymore. Li Chuyang rushed over, using her small body to shield Shen Xingwan, defiantly staring at Li Yanhui. Wife, I know where to find food. Looking at Li Chuyang's delicate figure, Li Yanhui's eyes sparkled wildly. What? Shen Xingwan got up, confused as she looked at Li Yanhui. There are zombies outside, where can we possibly find food? Her. Li Yanhui pointed at Li Chuyang, his expression mad. What if we sell her to Teacher Wang? Teacher Wang was 52 this year, his wife had died over a decade ago, and he had remained unmarried since. After the apocalypse broke out, he organized people to raid the cafeteria and grabbed a lot of food, so he was probably the wealthiest in the family quarters. Shen Changwan's heart shook violently, quickly pulling Li Chuyang behind her and shouting angrily. Li Yanhui, she is your daughter, your own daughter. You actually want to exchange her for food? Are you still human? Li Yanhui opened the chocolate, bit into it, and then said. Wife, don't you think about it, how is there any food for us at home now? This loser. Yang Yang can only starve to death with us, sending her to teacher Wang is saving her. To survive, no shame. Don't say this little loser, when I run out of food, I would sell you too. That dog Wang, he always looks at you with strange eyes, selling you to him would definitely be worth more than this little loser. Li Yanhui. Teacher Wang is over 50. Can Yang Yang have a good life at his place? Impossible, I will never agree to let Yang Yang leave. Li Yanhui favored sons over daughters, always treated Li Chu Yang badly, but Qin Shangwan thought, after all, she was his own flesh and blood, there should be a limit. But now, Li Yanhui actually wanted to sell Li Chu Yang to a single man in his 50s, her heart shattered completely. Damn it, she is my daughter, do I need your permission to sell her? Slap. Li Yanhui slapped Qin Shangwan again. But this time, Qin Shangwan did not hold back, rushing up to fight Li Yanhui. Li Chu Yang was small, but seeing her mother being hit, she rushed up to help. All three of them had gone days without food. After a few minutes of struggling, they were too weak to continue, pulling apart. Li Yanhui picked up the remaining half-piece of chocolate, furiously shouting. You two losers, just wait for me. Watching his back, Qin Shangwan's heart turned to ashes, as two streams of hot tears flowed down. She could neither understand nor believe it. A husband. A father. How could he do such a heartless thing? Did family mean so little to him? Chapter 48, The Golden Sparrow Spring deeply locks the two chows. Li Chu Yang got up and wiped Qin Shangwan's tears, then spoke with determination. Mom, let's go, let's leave this home. Leave? The outside is full of zombies, where can we go? Qin Shangwan sighed. Back then, she had followed Li Yanhui against her parents' wishes, and now, she found herself in this situation, unable to return to her family home. Li Chu Yang took out her phone, found Huang Jing's moments, and handed it to Qin Shangwan. Mom, look at Jing Jing's moments, she joined a group that set up a safe zone. As long as pretty women go, they provide food, shelter, and safety. But, isn't this still trading oneself for food? I'm too old for this, but you. Qin Shangwan hesitated. Li Chu Yang was only 16 this year, but she had developed well. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, her figure was long and graceful. Her young face, not wearing any makeup, radiated youth like a blooming peach blossom. Who wouldn't say, the neighbor's girl has just come of age? Mom, stop hesitating, if you don't go, I will kill myself right now. Even in death, I won't let Li Yanhui use me to trade for food. Li Chu Yang was so angry that she didn't even call him dad. Yan Yang, it's because mom is useless, it's mom who let you down. Qin Shangwan sighed. But it seemed, there were no choices left. Seeing how Li Yanhui was earlier. Selling a daughter is not said lightly. Rather than selling the daughter to teacher Wang, it would be better for the mother and daughter to leave together, at least they could look after each other once they reached a safe zone. If necessary, she would simply give him a few more times, draining him until he could no longer bully her daughter. Li Mu Gu? Drain me? Wang Quan, bring the supersized zombie gun. Qin Shangwan reluctantly said, Mom will contact Huang Jing right now. With so many zombies outside, I don't know if they can come to rescue us. In fact, Huang Jing had contacted her a few days ago, but at that time, she didn't want to do anything to let down her husband just for a bit of food. Since Li Yanhui betrayed them first, she wouldn't feel guilty for being ungrateful. Her only thought now was to protect her daughter and let her live. Honey, I want to ask you for a favor. In the bedroom, Huang Jing looked at Li Mugu, who was lying there enjoying Alia's massage, feeling a bit hesitant. What is it? Li Mugu asked. A female teacher from our school wants to bring her daughter to rely on you. Teacher? Daughter? Li Mugu was startled by what he heard, signaling Alia to stop for a moment. He sat up, displeased. Jing Jing, you know the rules for bringing people here, right? I know. Seeing Li Mugu getting angry, Huang Jing quickly said, Honey, the teacher is very beautiful. I'll show you her picture, you will definitely like it. As she spoke, she took out her phone, found Qin Shangwan's photo, and handed it to Li Mugu. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Mugu shook his head, let alone the beautiful women around him now, he didn't have that hobby even before. But in the next moment, he was stunned. The woman in the photo wore a white shirt, tucked into her skirt, perfectly outlining her slender waist. Her skin was fair, with cherry red lips and a delicate nose. Especially those peach blossom eyes, when she smiled, she resembled Sudaji, pulling one's soul even through the screen. Honey, I'm sorry. I just think that the mother and daughter are too pitiful, and that's why I wanted to save them. I won't dare again next time. Huang Jing said with a face full of apology. Zhang Bo and Li Yanhui are friends, and they often eat together. Through this, Huang Jing and Qin Shangwan became good friends. She really thought the mother and daughter were too pitiful and found them very beautiful, which is why she took the risk to ask Li Mugu for help. Jing Jing, I can only say you really have a good eye for people. Li Mugu took the phone, carefully examining a few times. How old is she? 35 years old. And her child? Her daughter is 16, honey. If you flip through, you'll find pictures of her daughter, who is also beautiful. 35 years old. With a 16-year-old daughter. She must have had her very early. Li Mugu flipped through more than 10 pictures, becoming more and more satisfied. If Shin Changwan was a ripe peach, then Li Chu Yang was a blooming flower. Each has its own merits. But unfortunately, this Li Chu Yang is only 16. Underage. At this moment, I suddenly remembered a line of poetry. What poetry? Li Mugu stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and transformed into a great literary master. The east wind does not favor Zhou Lang, and the copper sparrow locks up the two Chao sisters. Back then, Zhao Mengde was defeated at Chibi and failed to fulfill his grand wishes. Today I, Li Mugu, will inherit the legacy of Wei Wu and bring them back. He looked at Huang Jing and asked, quickly tell me, where are the two of them? What's the specific situation? This is how it is. Huang Jing exaggeratedly explained Shin Changwan's family's situation. Alia teased, honey, that Li Yanhui is not a good person either, he often hangs out with Shangbo. I'm not surprised at all he could sell his daughter. Hearing this, Li Mugu said sternly. I can't stand people who betray family and friends the most. Give me Shin teacher's WeChat, let her send me a location, and I'll go rescue her right now. By the time Huang Jing sent over the WeChat, Li Mugu was already dressed with Alia's help. As he exited the building, Li Mugu saw Wang Quan and the others setting up a fire pit at the entrance. They had a long iron skewer over the fire. On the skewer was a meat stick over 2 meters long. What are you roasting? Li Mugu asked. Li Gu. The three quickly stood up to greet him. Then Wang Quan cheekily said, the zombie's gun. What the hell, you three have such heavy tastes? You dare eat a zombie's gun? Li Mugu was stunned. Eating bullets and cannons from animals is already impressive. Zombies. Those are people turned into that. How could these three dare to eat it? What is there to be afraid of? You eat what supplements you. Yeah, Li Gu, my wife was so happy last night. Li Gu, want to try one? After spending time together, everyone knows that as long as they don't go against Li Mugu's orders, he rarely gets angry, so they occasionally dare to make a few jokes. Damn, does my body still need to be supplemented? Just thinking of that day when a long-tailed zombie swung that thing around, Li Mugu felt a chill. Let's talk business, Quan Air, drive me out for a trip. These past few days, Wang Quan had brought back several vehicles for moving things. There are off-road vehicles, RVs, and small cars, everything. They also went to the gas station and brought back dozens of barrels of gasoline, enough for them to use for a while. Li Gu, which car shall we take? Let's take an off-road vehicle to the Polytechnic University, it's quite far. Li Gu, can we go with you? Zhao Bin and the others wanted to join in on the fun upon hearing Polytechnic University. No need, you guys stay back to guard the house. Soon, Wang Quan drove an off-road vehicle to pick up Li Mugu. Before leaving, Wang Quan shouted, you two, don't eat alone, save me a bite. That's definitely impossible. Chapter 49 Unexpected Surprise, The Clever Emperor Ruyen. Binhai Polytechnic University is a key 985 institution, one of the top universities in the country. Being a teacher there, Shin Changwan's abilities are undoubtedly unquestionable. And she is so beautiful too. If she hadn't married young, not to mention marrying a rich man, she could have married into the official circle. So they say, it's fine to date when young, but don't marry too early. Dating is one thing. Starting a family is another. Both men and women need to carefully examine their partner if they really want to walk into the gate of marriage. Li Gu, in the past few days, the number of mutated beasts and zombies has clearly increased. Wang Quan frowned as he looked at the zombies and mutated beasts wandering on the street. Li Gu, do you think these mutated beasts will fight each other? They will, and the level 2 zombies have simple intelligence. The higher the level, the higher the IQ. We are building a safe zone, and zombies are also competing for territory. Even mutated beasts, when their level increases, their intelligence will rise too. Li Mugu said. So that means zombies are another form of humans? You could say that. Li Gu, do you think those zombies still retain memories from when they were alive? Li Mugu paused slightly, he really hadn't thought about this question. If memories are retained, that would be really interesting. 40 minutes later. The car stopped at the entrance of Polytechnic University. Several wandering zombies immediately screamed and rushed towards the car. Wang Quan got out of the car and swung an axe, taking them away to their next life. Li Gu, there are quite a few zombies at the school. Wang Quan glanced into the school and saw dozens of zombies madly rushing toward them. These students live in dorms, without any food reserves. They'd starve to death in 3 or 4 days. Then wouldn't they all become zombies? Get in the car, let's go to the teacher's dorm to look for people. Most of the zombies in the campus are level 1, with no intelligence, crazily bumping into the car. Duong. Duong. Those zombies bounced off like rubber balls, one after another. They crashed all the way to the dormitory area, and Wang Quan parked the car. Just as he was about to ask Li Mugu which was the teacher's dorm, he suddenly heard someone shouting for help. Li Gu, it sounds like a beauty is calling for help. How do you know it's a beauty when you haven't seen anyone? It's the voice charm. Wang Quan had a lewd grin. Just from hearing it, I'm already getting excited. Useless thing. They scolded, but Li Mugu also got interested. If someone can call for help so charmingly, what else would they shout? A brother with rich experience would definitely know. A voice of husband. Surpassing countless in the world. The two got out of the car and saw several zombies constantly banging on a small car. The car's glass had already been shattered. The cries for help were coming from inside that car. Let's send these cute little zombies to reincarnation. Li Mugu called out, and Wang Quan swung the fire axe and charged forward. Soon, those zombies were taken care of. Li Mugu approached the car and looked inside. A student, trembling with fear, was curled up in the back seat, holding his head. The zombies are dead, you're safe now. As he spoke, he activated his vision of investigation. Name, Lu Ruyen. Age, 23. Body, 93. Appearance, 95. Overall score, 94. Friendliness, 50. Damn. Empress Ruyen? Appearance 95? As expected, Empress Ruyen might have been bad or had tea, but she has never been ugly. He eagerly looked at that face, which scored 95 points. Then he was stunned. Her lips were thick and swollen, hanging like 2 sausages by her mouth. Her face was full of moles and acne marks, making it hard to look at. Her hair was a hot mess, with flakes of dandruff like snow on top. He had no visual image in his mind. One could search for Star Master's Tang Boho to find a character like Hua Hua. Seeing this face, Wang Quan directly cursed, damn, that's just too ugly. What a waste of such a good voice. Lu Ruyen, who was insulted for her looks, was not angry at all. Instead, she looked at the two with full expectation. Thank you for saving me. You are so powerful. Are you rescue teams from the Anti-Apocalypse Command? No, we are here to find someone. Li Mugu said. Immediately, the hope on Lu Ruyen's face was replaced by tension. She climbed into the driver's seat and carefully said, then you go look for your person, I want to leave. Something's wrong. Seeing the tension on Lu Ruyen's face, Li Mugu thought of a possibility. She is pretending to be ugly. In this chaotic world, a woman, especially a beautiful woman, faces not just zombies but also bullies. Once targeted. It would be like those actresses, locked up and used as tools for desires. Lu Ruyen purposely disguised herself to deter danger by not looking appealing. This woman is somewhat clever. With so many zombies outside, where can a woman like you go? Li Mugu asked. I want to drive to the city government office. Lu Ruyen admitted. She had been hiding in the dorm for days, and her food was all gone. Waiting for the rescue team, but there was no news. She knew that if she kept waiting like this, she would either be killed by zombies or starve to death. Where in Bin City is both safe and has food? The answer is, the city government office. During the outbreak, it was a workday, those bureaucrats were at work. The rescue team doesn't care for us common folks, they surely won't ignore the bureaucrats, right? But just when she finally found a chance to run downstairs, she got spotted by zombies as soon as she got in the car. If it weren't for Li Mugu's timely arrival, she would have been dead. Li Mugu guessed her thoughts but shook his head. You're quite smart, but do you think, with zombies everywhere outside, you can survive to get to the office? Hearing this, Lu Ruyen's little face turned pale. Why not come back home with me? Food and shelter are guaranteed, and there's meat every meal, plus safety assured. Li Mugu invited. Ah? Why you are Li Mugu? Lu Ruyen instinctively replied. These past few days, she had seen many girls in the campus group posting about Li Mugu. She remembered him quite well. Upon hearing about food and shelter, she immediately thought of him. Yes. But Lu Ruyen hesitated a bit, but you only recruit beauties, I'm not. Wang Quan was also puzzled. This ugly woman, what can we do with her back? No, wait. With the lights off, everyone looks the same. With such a delicate and charming voice, it could easily be imagined as a stunning beauty. It must be Li Gu, his vision is just high. I am kind-hearted and just want to save you, just say whether you will come with me or not. Li Mugu said. Since she is willing to pretend to be ugly, let her continue, as once they return to the base. Is it not easy to take control? Is it surrender or starving to death? He believes Lu Ruyan knows how to choose. I will go, thank you, you are truly a good person. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a few seconds but still agreed. The earlier zombie attack terrified her, she really had no confidence to run to the office alone. And I'm so ugly right now. He wouldn't bully me, would he? By the way, do you know where teacher Shin Xingwan lives? Chapter 50, I come to bring them home. Shin Xingwan's home. The mother and daughter had already changed their clothes, waiting for Li Muge to come pick them up. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Li Yanhui walked in with a big smile on his face, followed by a middle-aged man with lewd eyes. The middle-aged man was carrying 10 pounds of rice and several wilted vegetables. Wow, looking so beautiful, are you waiting for teacher one to come? Li Yanhui's eyes roamed over the mother and daughter, as if assessing goods for sale. Because Huang Jing said that Li Muge is someone who cares about looks. If you aren't good-looking enough, you can't enter his shelter. So Shin Xingwan had carefully dressed up just now, in a light apricot knitted dress that subtly accentuated her waist, perfectly combining grace and allure. Li Chuyang wore a white t-shirt with high-waisted jeans, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking full of youthful energy. Teacher Wang's Adam's apple bobbed, and the desire in his eyes was almost palpable. This mother and daughter pair, one still graceful, the other pure and charming, if they could be together. What a peak in life. Teacher Li. Teacher Wang licked his lips. You see, this bag of rice won't last long, how about you send Teacher Shin with me, and I'll give you another bag of rice and 2 pounds of meat, how about that? Hearing this, Shin Xingwan trembled with anger. Li Yanhui, are you really going to sell us both? You are not a human, you are simply a beast. After all, she was a teacher, her insults were not sharp at all. Li Yanhui completely ignored her and turned to bargain with Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, my wife is so beautiful, 2 pounds of meat is too little, add 10 packets of instant noodles. 10 packets? Are you dreaming? At most 3 packets. 8 packets, can't be less. Just 3 packets, take it or leave it. Teacher Wang threatened, I should warn you, Teacher Shin needs to eat every day too, if you sell her to me, you'll save a lot on food every day. Watching the two bargain. Shin Xingwan felt as if struck by lightning. More than 10 years of marriage. Day and night together. For the first time, she felt this man was so despicable, disgusting, ugly, and vile. Li Yanhui, you beast, I'll fight you. Shin Xingwan picked up the ashtray and smashed it towards Li Yanhui's head. Li Yanhui kicked her down. Shin Xingwan, don't forget, I spent 200,000 to marry you, now selling you, what's wrong with that? After speaking, he was about to rush at her. Don't hit my mom. Li Chuyang spread her arms to protect her mother, her ponytail trembling with anger. Damn it, you worthless piece of trash, dare to block me? Seeing their deep bond, Li Yanhui became even angrier. He raised his hand to slap her when Teacher Wang shouted, Teacher Li, stop. If you break her, I'll have to lower the price. Li Yanhui turned and chuckled, Teacher Wang, I'm just helping you educate them in advance, so they won't misbehave when they get to your place. So, you agree to sell them both to me? Of course, 2 worthless trash are just a waste of food. Li Yanhui said. Okay, you help me bring them to my house, and I'll give you the rest of the food. Thinking about the musical concert he could soon have with the mother and daughter, Teacher Wan was incredibly excited. Don't come over. Li Muge has come to pick us up, he is awesome, and if you dare to bully mom again, he won't let you go. Li Chuyang had no choice but to mention Li Muge. Damn, I knew why you two dressed up so beautifully. Turns out you were selling yourselves. Li Yanhui was furious upon hearing that the mother and daughter had contacted another man behind his back. Suddenly, he was furious. It was as if the mother and daughter had done something to wrong him. Li Chuyang felt a shiver run down his spine. Li Yanhui, stop pretending. You don't want me and my mom anymore, we can love whoever we want, you have no say. Seeing the two continue to argue, Teacher Wang said from the side, enough, all this talk about Li Muge and Li Beige, he's just a clown trying to attract attention in the school district. With so many zombies outside, how could he possibly come to the university? Right, don't worry about him. Li Yanhui thought it made sense and said, Teacher Wang, you take the small one, I'll take the big one, let's hurry and get them to your place, then I can cook some instant noodles. At that moment, a mocking voice came from the door. What a great show! The two turned around and saw 2 men and a woman walking in. Li Yanhui asked, Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Muge. I'm here to take them home. I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to kill anyone. You two should leave now. Li Muge spoke calmly. Ha 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 ha. Li Yanhui laughed like he'd heard the biggest joke, pointing at Li Muge. Kill someone, with you. Bang! Wang Quan punched him in the face. Crack! Li Yanhui lost all his teeth. His face was covered in blood. Just as he was about to fight back, Wang Quan gave him 2 more kicks, hitting his knees. The kneecap shattered. Li Yanhui collapsed to the ground with a thud. Little brat, Li Gu gave you a way out and you still insulted him and his mother. Do you even deserve to talk? Wang Quan cursed and didn't give Li Yanhui a chance to speak. He pressed his head down and slammed it into the ground. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Li Yanhui's face was smashed to a bloody pulp. Li Yanhui struggled desperately, but after being hungry for several days, he was no match for Wang Quan. He screamed and struggled like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Lu Rian screamed in fear, then shakily shouted, Stop, stop, you'll kill him. What, you want to be a saint? Li Muge looked at Lu Ruyan, his cold eyes making her tremble uncontrollably. She quickly shook her head. No. I didn't mean it. I just shouted without thinking, keep going. She had no doubt that if she kept pleading for Li Yanhui, Li Muge would kill her too. Shen Xingwan and her daughter were already stunned. They stood there, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Teacher Wang stepped forward and scolded them. What are you doing? Killing someone is a crime. Let go of Teacher Li, or I'll call for help. This whole building is full of our colleagues. While Teacher Wang was threatening, Wang Quan suddenly stood up and kicked him. You think Li Gu is a clown? Teacher Wang fell to the ground. He took out his phone, trying to contact someone. Wang Quan exploded in rage. He kicked him in the chest. Crack! The terrifying force instantly shattered his ribs and crushed his heart. At this moment, the bloody Li Yanhui actually got up. He frantically tried to escape. Wang Quan picked up the ashtray that had fallen on the ground and threw it forcefully. Crack! The ashtray smashed into his skull, and Li Yanhui fell heavily in the corridor. Having killed someone, Wang Quan acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Li Muge and said, Li Gu, the 2 annoying guys are dead. Now we can talk business. Chapter 51, Come into my arms. 2 living people were killed by Wang Quan just like that. The 3 women were terrified beyond belief. They never imagined that Li Muge and his people were so ruthless, killing without hesitation. Shen Xingwan suddenly began to doubt whether she and her daughter were fleeing into this man's arms to escape danger or to step into a bottomless abyss. Looking at the terrified expressions of the 3, Li Muge spoke coldly. Remember, this is the apocalypse. Li Muge spoke slowly, his voice as sharp as ice. Here, fists are the only logic. They can treat you as property to buy and sell, and I can send them to hell. Follow me, and put away your saintly heart. I'm no savior. Sigh. Just out of the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. Shen Xingwan felt a sense of sadness. But when she looked at her daughter in her arms, she... thinking of Teacher Wang's malicious gaze. Perhaps, this is their only way to survive. We won't be saints, Shen Xingwan bit her lip, please, take us back. Now you are being obedient. Li Muge opened his probing eyes. Name, Shen Xingwan. Age, 35. Build, 93. Appearance, 93. Overall score, 93. Loyalty, 60, will not easily betray. Name, Li Chuyang. Age, 16. Build, 90. Appearance, 93. Overall score, 91. Loyalty, 70, will not easily betray. After reading both of their data, Li Muge felt a bit itchy inside. A gentle and lovely university teacher. A vibrant and beautiful young girl. If this were before the apocalypse, Li Muge wouldn't have dared to dream of this. But now it was right in his hands. However, our Li brother still had principles. Li Chuyang was too young, only 16. Let's wait for a couple of years. Congratulations to you, you've made the right choice. After the stick, it's time to give some sweet dates. Li Muge walked into the kitchen and called, You've been hungry for a few days, come eat. Eat? But there is no food at home anymore. Then, in the next second, Shen Xingwan's beautiful eyes widened. On the dining table, a feast appeared out of thin air. Sizzling pork chops, bright red stir-fried meat, golden tomato scrambled eggs. And 3 bottles of cola. Shen Xingwan was stunned. Oh my. Are you performing magic? Li Muge waved his hand. If I had no skills, would Huang Jing and Aaliyah follow me wholeheartedly? Come and eat. Shen Xingwan felt a bit confused. She couldn't understand where this food came from. But Li Chuyang accepted it very quickly. Mom, why think so much? As long as we can eat, that's enough. Shin Xingwan watched her daughter wolfing down food, unable to help but swallow. Yes. Why think so much? This mom hasn't lived as clearly as her daughter. Shin Xingwan suddenly felt she had made the right decision. He is powerful, and following him means not worrying about being killed by zombies and mutated beasts. Moreover, he has plenty of food, which can make her full. Although he is ruthless, that is toward enemies. Toward her, he probably wouldn't be, right? Already starving, Lu Ruyan also came to the dining room. But just as she was about to sit down, she heard Li Muge say, "Lu Ruyan, if you eat my food, you'll have to go home with me." Seeing Li Muge's smiling face, Lu Ruyan realized that he had recognized her long ago. Her pretty face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. She said, "I'm sorry, I was just afraid of meeting bad people like Teacher Wang, that's why I dress like this." "Well, since you know me, can you give me something to eat?" "I can give you money." Li Muge shook his head. What good is money in an apocalypse? "Good brother, I beg you, just give me a piece of pork chop, please, please." Lu Ruyan grabbed Li Muge's hand, endlessly acting cute. That twisting voice made Wang Quanquan feel helpless. If only he had brought food. But Li Muge remained unmoved. "I only accept payment with your body. Like her and her daughter, go to my shelter, food and accommodation are provided, with meat at every meal." Lu Ruyan couldn't believe it. Huh? Teacher Shin and her daughter are not his friends. But, for food, they submitted to Li Muge? Lu Ruyan found it hard to believe. In her impression, Shin Xingwan was a knowledgeable and graceful professor. How could someone like that do something so shameless? Seeing Lu Ruyan staring at her, Shin Xingwan put down her chopsticks. "Lu, you also saw what happened just now. It's just too hard for us women to survive in this apocalypse." "But the rescue team." Seeing Lu Ruyan still placing hope in the rescue team, Shin Xingwan shook her head directly. "Lu, if there really was a rescue team, they would have come on the first day. The zombies outside can't even withstand a fire axe, let alone bullets. From the beginning, they never planned to save us." Shin Xingwan's words were like a heavy hammer. Knock on Lu Ruyan's head. "Yeah. What zombies? A burst of bullets would turn them into a sieve. Maybe from the very beginning, we were abandoned." Yet Lu Ruyan still felt conflicted. She became famous in her first-year military training, becoming the campus goddess. Countless people pursued her. Among them were scholars, rich second-generation kids, and even many CEOs who wanted to support her. But she rejected them all. Because her goal was to enter a political family and become a person in power. Now, to compromise for some food with an ordinary person, she felt unwilling. Seeing her hesitation, Shin Xingwan advised again, "Lu, I know you have high standards, but Li Muge has power, food, and territory. He is a lord in this apocalypse. To follow him is us climbing high." "Lu Ruyan? I am climbing high with him." "Alright, it really seems to be the case. Aside from my beautiful looks, I really have no advantages. Moreover, Teacher Shin is also very beautiful." "Right. Alia from the cheerleading squad in Huangjing are at Li Muge's house. They are both school flowers. If they both went, what do I have to be reserved for? I'm going to remove my makeup." After all, Lu Ruyan is someone who admires the strong. From Li Muge's situation, he is indeed a strong person. Seeing Lu Ruyan giving in, Shin Xingwan breathed a sigh of relief. If I find him a few more women, he won't harm my daughter, right? Watching Li Chuyang eat heartily, Shin Xingwan felt tenderness all over. Her daughter was her hope for survival, and for her daughter, she could give everything. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan came out after removing her makeup. Li Muge's eyes lit up. So beautiful. A pair of large, bright eyes, a high nose paired with cherry red lips, and not a flaw on her face. This bare face was even more stunning than those heavily made-up stars in memory. Moreover, she was tall, at least 170, slender yet very imposing. Wow! This woman didn't just remove her ugly makeup. She also wore a binder. Wang Quan stared, his eyes wide. Brother Li is amazing, he actually knows this person is a top beauty. Li Muge waved and said, "Come to my arms." Chapter 52, Earthwall Abilities, The Occupied Library. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip, took a deep breath, and slowly sat on Li Muge's lap. The moment their soft bodies touched, Li Muge's Adam's apple moved unconsciously. No wonder she is called the Empress Ruyan, so alluring. If it weren't for so many people here, he would really want to take her right there. For Lu Ruyan, this was her first time being so close to a man. She instantly felt embarrassed, her face turning red. To cover her shyness, she turned her head to look at her mother and daughter, who were happily devouring food. Her stomach growled immediately. "Eat up." Li Muge patted her leg. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan sat beside Li Muge, picked up chopsticks to grab a piece of egg, gently blew on it, and offered it to his lips. "Dear, you eat first." Smart. This praise hit Shin Xingwan's heart like a hammer. She hurriedly put down her chopsticks, realizing too late that she had only focused on giving her daughter food, completely forgetting to please this man in power. But Lu Ruyan had already taken the initiative. If she acted now, it would seem a bit like copying her. She secretly warned herself that once they reached the shelter, she must be understanding and must not provoke Li Mugu. After the meal, the group filed out of the dormitory. Li Mugu took the opportunity to pillage the supplies from teacher Wang's house, putting all that stock into his space. After eating, Li Chuyan was like a cheerful lark, hopping alongside. Not at all affected by Li Yanhui's death. But actually, it was understandable. Li Yanhui had bothered her since she was little. While he didn't hit her, he often scolded her and frequently called her worthless. So, Li Chuyang had no feelings for him, and even had some dislike. Big Brother Li, how many people are there in your base? Is it true that the internet says there are zombies outside? Do they look like zombies from the movies? Yang Yan. Shin Xingwan hurriedly called out, afraid her daughter's chatter would annoy Li Mugu. Li Chuyang stuck out her tongue but suddenly exclaimed as she stepped out of the unit door, "Mom! Why are all these trees dead?" Only then did she notice that the once lush campus was now completely wilted. Under the dark red sky, everything appeared incredibly oppressive. The sun is gone. Without photosynthesis, these plants will naturally die. Unless they mutate. This is also the power of the invisible boundary, converting moonlight into sunlight, allowing plants to survive. Mutate? Get in the car first. Wang Quan drove, Li Mugu sat in the passenger seat, and three beautiful women sat in the back. The SUV was spacious and not crowded. Li Mugu continued to explain. There are two types of mutations. One adapts to the apocalypse and can absorb moonlight. This type of plant can produce demon fruits, which grant special powers when eaten. The other turns into monsters, like mutated cats and dogs. Mutated plants are rarer than mutated animals. In his previous life, Li Mugu had only seen a mutated giant tree, with hundreds of branches that acted like whips, extremely powerful. Demon fruits? Extraordinary abilities? The three women couldn't help but glance at Wang Quan. He must be one of them, otherwise how could he be so strong? By the way, Teacher Shin, where is your school library? Li Mugu suddenly asked. Turn right ahead, then keep walking, and you'll find it. Why are you going to the library? Shin Xingwan looked puzzled. Shouldn't they be looking for food in the supermarket or fresh food store at this time? Books are the ladder of human progress. I must contribute to humanity's continuation, otherwise, if the online database is destroyed, how will our descendants learn? Li Mugu said solemnly. Especially history, the brilliance of 5,000 years must be remembered by future generations. As soon as he said this, respect appeared on Shin Xingwan's face. She was a teacher. Teaching and educating was her duty. She understood the importance of books, especially history. Back then, when China was humiliated, ancestors wrote the outline of national history to ensure the nation's history could continue, right? But she didn't realize that at this moment, Li Mugu could still consider such things. He said he didn't want to be a saint. But everything he did was actually to help humanity continue better. I misunderstood him. He is a hero. A national hero. Li Mugu didn't know what Shin Xingwan was thinking, otherwise, he would have laughed. He actually just wanted to collect some novels to read when he got bored. Roar! Just as they parked the car, a furious roar sounded. Then a shadow dashed towards the front of the car like lightning, raising its paw to strike the windshield. Crash! The windshield shattered. They could finally see that it was a 2-meter-tall mutated dog. Seeking death. Wang Quan got out of the car and kicked the mutated dog away, then rushed up and split its head open with an axe, purple blood splattering all over him. Lu Ruyan and the other two had already seen murder, so they weren't that scared. But they were still extremely surprised. Is this a dog? It's so big. Sisters, don't be afraid, these cats and dogs may look scary, but they're really not that terrifying. Wang Quan reached down to pick up a crystal, putting it in his pocket. Li Ge, this library seems off. Look, the door and glass are blocked by a layer of dirt. Could it have been occupied by someone already? At this moment, the glass and door on the first floor of the library had disappeared. Instead, there was a wall of dirt, like a bunker. Smash it open, let's take a look. Understood. Wang Quan raised the axe and struck hard, but the axe only went in halfway. Keep in mind, Wang Quan was already level 2. With that swing, he could have shattered a load-bearing wall. Yet this dirt wall didn't break. Dang, this dirt wall is pretty solid, it looks like I need to use all my strength. Open up for me. Wang Quan gripped the axe with both hands and swung with all his might. Boom! This time, the axe went completely in. But the earthen wall was not broken, instead, it got the axe stuck inside. Wang Quan's hand ached from the shock as he turned to Li Mugu. Li Gu, this earthen wall is definitely strange, could it be made with special powers? Interesting. Li Mugu originally just wanted to go in to gather some supplies, like clothes, sheets, blankets, pots, and bowls. But now, he had his eyes set on this earthen wall. The short drama building was empty around, with no defensive structures at all. Zombies and mutated beasts could attack the building from all directions. If this earthen wall was indeed made with special powers, then if he looted it and went back to build a city wall, wouldn't he be invincible? Let me try the quality. Li Mugu stepped forward, flames burning on his right fist. Fire fist. As the fire fist struck down, the hard earthen wall instantly shattered into pieces. So powerful. Lu Ruyan and the others saw the fire fist for the first time, their mouths dropped in shock. At the same time, they felt increasingly grateful for their choice. In the apocalypse, following such a strong person is the only way to survive. Li Gu, I'll go in first. Wang Quan went in to check the situation. After confirming it was safe, Li Mugu went in today. On the first floor of the library, there were some chairs and a collection room. Li Mugu transformed into a looting robot, sweeping through room after room. He wandered into a room filled with calligraphy and paintings. Li Mugu felt a little emotional. He didn't know if such a prosperous time, where a painting could sell for tens of millions or even billions, would ever come again. Li Gu, there isn't a single zombie on this floor, it seems there really are special powers here. They've cleared the library and turned it into a refuge. Should we avoid their edge, go back to call by Z and Xiao Gao, and then meet up with them? After all, they were on enemy territory, and bringing 3 burdens made Wang Quan feel a bit unsure. I avoid his edge? Li Mugu chuckled and shook his head. After just 7 days of the apocalypse, he didn't believe anyone would be of a higher level than him. Moreover, he was determined to obtain this earthen wall's special powers. If a fight really breaks out later, just protect those 3. Okay, Li Gu, I promise to keep the 3 sisters safe. The group continued to scavenge. Soon, they had cleared the first floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they suddenly heard a loud shout. How did you get in here? Chapter 53, Xiao Heizi, the imprisoned college student. In the second floor lobby. Study tables were haphazardly placed, and over 20 small black boys were sitting around, casually smoking while playing cards. On the table, cold gleaming steel pipes and sharp axes lay randomly. Not far away, dozens of women were curled up. Their hair was messy, their faces bore streaks of tears. Their once tidy clothes were torn to shreds. Large patches of white skin were exposed, covered with shocking red marks from beatings. Every scar told the story of the pain and humiliation they had suffered in the past few days. When the sound of someone coming upstairs was heard, the small black boys immediately put down their cards and turned to look. How did you get in here? As a teacher, Xin Changwan had never seen such a mad and cruel scene. Looking at those poor girls, her anger and shock erupted like a volcano, and she couldn't help but yell loudly. You actually imprisoned and humiliated your classmates, this is illegal. Illegal? The leading small black boy recognized Xin Changwan and displayed a mocking smile, his tone filled with sarcasm. Professor Shun, has your brain been eaten by zombies? It's the apocalypse now, is there still such a thing as law? His gaze scanned over Xin Changwan and the others like a scanner. Beautiful Professor Xin Changwan, cool campus flower Lu Ruyan, and a young girl. Although I don't know how you got in, since you're here, why don't you stay and keep us company? Li. Xin Changwan looked at Li Mugu with a heart full of compassion, her eyes pleading, wanting to ask him to rescue those poor girls. However, the words Li Mugu had said about not being a saint echoed in her ears. For the sake of her daughter, she forced herself to swallow the words that were almost on the tip of her tongue. At that moment, Lu Ruyan coquettishly hugged Li Mugu's arm, rubbing it softly and gently, while saying in a tender voice. Darling, these little black guys have filthy mouths. They actually want me to be their meat, I am your woman. Darling, can you tolerate this? Lu Ruyan, with a clever mind, also wanted to save those girls, but instead of speaking directly, she shifted the conflict to they insulted your woman. No man could tolerate another man humiliating his woman in public. Except for NTR. Wang Quan, leave one alive, kill the rest. Li Mugu's tone was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. The leader of the little black guys froze, then burst into loud laughter. Yellow-skinned monkey, are you dreaming? Someone like you. Crack. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Quan charged like a black lightning bolt and kicked hard on his knee. The tremendous impact instantly shattered his kneecap, and the little black guy leader collapsed in pain, kneeling on the ground. What level are you to dare to stand and speak to my brother Li? Wang Quan's eyes were cold, his tone filled with disdain. Fuck. The little black guy leader was sweating profusely from the pain, and he roared at his brothers behind him, kill those two. The other little black guys immediately grabbed their weapons and surrounded them like a pack of wild dogs, shouting as they did. 2 yellow-skinned monkeys, how dare you run wild on our turf? Cut them down, we'll have extra for dinner tonight. With that, several of them swung their weapons and aggressively charged at Wang Quan. Li Muge stood still, not intervening. He had used his eyes to probe earlier, and these little black guys were just ordinary people, nothing to be afraid of. That's why he told Wang Quan to leave one alive to inquire about the whereabouts of the dirt wall ability users. Nice! Wang Quan shouted and moved like lightning, striking a fierce punch on a little black guy's face. Smack! The little black guy's nose immediately shattered, blood pouring out, and he collapsed unconscious. Fuck you! The little black guy behind them roared and swung a steel pipe toward Wang Quan's head. Wang Quan reacted extremely quickly, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, swiftly turning and delivering a kick. Boom! The tremendous force sent the little black guy flying more than 10 meters, crashing hard from the second floor to the first, creating a heavy thud. Seeing how ferocious Wang Quan was, the others immediately abandoned their brotherly bonds and turned to flee downstairs. Flame blade! Li Muge's eyes sharpened, and he immediately made his move. In an instant, 3 blazing flame blades appeared out of thin air. With a scorching heat and sharp edges, they instantly cut through 7 or 8 little black guys at the waist. Screams echoed in the hall, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Bullying Chinese women and still expecting to leave alive? They were simply dreaming. You are an ability user? The little black guy leader, kneeling on the ground, showed a flash of fear in his eyes. He immediately put on a flattering smile and said ingratiatingly, "Brother, big brother, it's a misunderstanding. Our team has several ability users, they went with the boss to Wanda Plaza to get food, they'll be back soon. You alone, you definitely aren't their opponent. You Chinese have an ancient saying, a wise man knows how to adapt, why not join our gang? The boss won't pursue the matter of you killing someone. Wang Quan, are you done eating or what? Hurry up and cut down these little black guys." Li Muge completely ignored the little black guy leader and loudly urged Wang Quan. "Brotherly, I'll be right there." Wang Quan didn't dare delay any longer. He drew his fire axe and immediately chased after them. As a level 2 ability user, his speed was astonishing, even several times faster than Bolt. The little black guys who were running away only saw a flash of yellow, and the sharp axe had already chopped right in front of them. There was no time to dodge. In the library, screams echoed one after another, blood continuously flowed, staining the floor dark red. The leader of the little black gang watched as his brothers were slaughtered one by one, his anger reaching its peak. He loudly threatened, "Brothers, our gang has 4 superpowered members, they will be back soon, don't go too far." Go too far? Ha, you humiliated my people, and now you dare to talk to me about going too far? Li Muge sneered, and then suddenly made his move. CEI. CEI. Li Muge brutally ripped off both of the little black gang leader's arms. Ah! My arms! It hurts so much. The little black gang leader let out a mournful scream, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand, how could this young man still dare to attack? Doesn't he fear that his boss will tear him apart when he returns? Li Muge grabbed him by the collar and threw him in front of the women. Ah! The women screamed in fear. Don't you want revenge? Li Muge asked coldly. Most of the women were stunned, unsure of what to do. Only one woman suddenly stood up, took off her high heels, her eyes burning with the fire of revenge, and smashed them hard into the little black gang leader's face. Ah! Chapter 54, The Black Leader Strikes. The high heel hit right in the black leader's eye. Ah! It hurts, my eye, ah! No, let me go. I was wrong, ah! The black leader begged in pain. I'll let your grandmother's leg go, die, you bastard. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, like an angry lioness, swinging her high heels again and again at that hateful face. The black leader's arms were torn off, his knees broken. At this moment, he was like a dying worm, struggling desperately, only able to writhe in pain on the ground, screaming. When the women saw the black leader's face covered in blood, they were shocked to realize that this demon, who normally looked down on them and treated them like toys, could also feel pain, could also fear, and could beg like a stray dog. The suppressed anger instantly exploded, and more women trembled as they stood up, charging towards the black leader. Some kicked him frantically in his lower parts. Some dug their nails into his face. Some even bit him with their teeth, tearing at him crazily. Curses, pleas for mercy, and sounds of beating intertwined. All the humiliation and pain they had suffered during this time turned into the most violent release. Wang Quan, leave them some breath. Li Muge called out to Wang Quan, who had already reached the first floor. Wang Quan was slightly stunned, then quickly realized. Li Gu wanted the women who had suffered such humiliation to take matters into their own hands and vent their anger. Li Gu is still too kind. So he chuckled, all right, Li Gu. There were still 7 black men left. Wang Quan followed suit, cutting off their arms and then carrying them up to the second floor. The female students were already red with anger, and immediately, part of them rushed towards these 7 black men. Li Muge, isn't this too? Xin Xingwan's face turned pale, the bloody scene before her making her stomach churn. In her mind, even if these people were extremely evil, there was no need for such cruel revenge. Just kill them. But before she could finish her sentence, Li Chuyang interrupted her. Mom, the little black gang all deserve to die. Saying that, she picked up a steel pipe, her eyes filled with rage, and smashed it hard into one of the black man's head. Li Muge was somewhat surprised. This little girl actually took action herself. Could she be a frustrated youth who hates the little black gang? Xin Xingwan was even more dumbfounded. The girl in front of her, her face twisted with rage, swinging a steel pipe, was really her obedient daughter? At this moment, Lu Ruoyan also jogged to join the battle. Ah, little black gang, die, you bastard, big bad guy. I will kill you. Shouting loudly from her mouth. But she had actually been slacking off outside. She didn't dare to fight, but was afraid that Li Muge would look down on her, so she had to force herself to pretend to be fierce. But her voice. It sounded like the excited punch of a criminal. 2.5 minutes later. Little Black went straight to heaven. His body was horrifying, with pieces of flesh scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Those female students, who had been red-eyed with rage earlier, seemed fine. Now, realizing the situation, they looked at the scattered corpses, and their stomachs churned violently, all leaning against the walls and vomiting uncontrollably. They hadn't eaten properly in the past few days. Now, what they were vomiting was just bile. This is the apocalypse. To survive, you must learn to be cruel, or else, you will be the one to die. The cold words hit everyone's hearts hard. Wang Quan, you explain the rules of our shelter to them. Those willing to stay can stay, those who don't want to, let them go. He glanced at Xin Xingwan and her daughter, whose faces were pale. Ruyan, come with me to collect the books. Lu Ruyan trotted to catch up, affectionately linking her arm with his, and asked curiously, darling, can they also go to our shelter? But they can't eat and drink for free. Li Muge briefly explained the rules of the shelter. Upon hearing that they either had to depend on other men or fight zombies to survive, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shudder. Woo woo. Thanks to my parents. They gave me a beautiful appearance. In the rooms on the 3rd floor, there were modern novels, both domestic and international. But Li Muge preferred to read online novels. Fast food may lack substance, but it's really refreshing. After moving all the books, tables, and chairs out, Li Muge returned to the 2nd floor. Xin Xingwan and the others were in much better condition now. They looked at Li Muge with gratitude in their eyes. Boss, a total of 35 people are willing to go back with us, Wang Quan reported. Li Muge nodded and scanned everyone. You all understand the rules, right? Understood. Everyone nodded. Then it's fine. I'm not a saint. Once we get to the shelter, if anyone doesn't listen and doesn't follow the rules, I'll throw them out to feed the zombies. As he spoke, Li Muge had already opened the eye of inspection. To his surprise, the loyalty of these people exceeded 70. Sure enough. People who have been through life and death know better how to cherish the hard-earned protection. The 2nd floor was full of broken bodies, it was too disgusting. Li Muge led everyone to the 1st floor and gave each person a bowl of instant noodles, with an extra egg added. The rich fragrance made these girls drool with hunger. Eat up. Li Muge smiled. The girls immediately ran over, each picking up a bowl of instant noodles and eating it, leaving not even the soup. Darling, you are really such a good person. You are a light in the darkness, the savior in the apocalypse. Meeting you is truly a blessing from my past life. Lu Ruyan coquettishly leaned into Li Muge's arms, sweetly whispering nonstop. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside. Smith, this hall is really not small. Yeah. The cold storage in Wanda Mall had more meat than we could imagine. Haha, those yellow-skinned monkeys dared to snatch food earlier, they were simply looking for death. That's right. How could they be a match for the great black people? Why is this wall broken? With their arrogant chatter, more than 30 black people rushed into the library. They were holding bags, covered in blood, clearly having fought over food earlier. The leader, Smith, wasn't a foreign student, but an overseas teacher. Before the apocalypse, he had harmed many female college students with various means. He had even thought about targeting Lu Ruyan. But Ruyan was a campus figure, and his petty tricks didn't work, so he failed repeatedly. After the apocalypse, he awakened an ability by chance. So he gathered a group of black men from his hometown, took over the library, and robbed the girls' dormitory. Unfortunately, he went to Lu Ruyan's dorm, but found no one there. Now seeing Lu Ruyan in the library, he was stunned for a moment. Lu Ruyan? And teacher Shun from the literature department. Why are you here? No, how did these bitches get down? Where are William and the others? When Smith saw those women who should have been trapped on the second floor, his eyes turned cold instantly. His eyes fell on Lee Muge, who was being held by Lu Ruyan. Yellow-skinned monkey, where are William and the others? I chopped them up and fed them to the dogs. Lee Muge laughed coldly. Fuck. Smith and the others instantly jumped with rage. They threw away the bags in their hands in anger. They pulled out their weapons and viciously surrounded Lee Muge and the others. The air was suddenly filled with strong killing intent. Chapter 55, Windblade, Earthwall, and the Mysterious Woman. Don't panic, everyone. Grab your weapons and fight them. Lu Ruyan shouted with all her strength, her voice echoing around them. The trapped female college students gripped their weapons tightly. Their eyes were fierce, standing face to face with those black men without fear. This scene shocked Smith, who stood to the side. Before he left, these women didn't even dare resist after he had forcefully attacked them. Why now, one by one, they're all so brave? Jili Gwala, steal watermelon from your house. What is he babbling about? Lee Muge asked in confusion. Lu Ruyan calmly explained, he said, a group of beautiful women has great courage. Lee Muge heard this. He guessed that Smith must have cursed badly. Lu Ruyan didn't want to translate it. He activated the Eye of Insight, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Name, Smith. Level, Level 2. Fruit ability, Earth Fruit. Skills, Earth Shield, Earth Wall Technique. Friendliness, -71. Found it. Lee Muge was secretly happy in his heart. Now they had someone to build the shelter wall. The black man who had been killed before had revealed that their team had 4 ability users. Lee Muge was curious, wondering what surprises the remaining 3 might bring. Lee Muge was about to continue investigating. At that moment, Smith roared in anger, fuck. Kill them. The group of black men charged up like hungry wolves, howling. All you little blackies, go to hell. Wang Quan shouted loudly and charged into the enemy crowd. The axe in his hand slashed fiercely, splitting a black man's head in 2, blood spraying everywhere. Bang! Wang Quan turned and kicked, sending another black man flying over 10 meters. That black man spat blood wildly from his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground, his life or death unknown. Just then, a black man sneakily attacked from behind, smashing a steel pipe hard on Wang Quan's head. Wang Quan had a level 2 body, extremely strong. That hit made him dizzy, but didn't damage his brain. Wang Quan quickly turned, grabbed the black man's neck, and twisted hard. Crack sound. That black man died on the spot. At the same time, a wind blade appeared out of thin air, slashing toward Wang Quan like lightning. PSHHH. A powerful wind blade left a bloody cut on Wang Quan's face. If Wang Quan hadn't reacted fast enough, that blow might have cut off his head. Wang Quan quickly retreated, watching the surroundings cautiously. At the same time, he warned Lee Muge, brotherly, there's a strong one. At this moment, beside Smith, a black man in a basketball jersey had a proud smile on his face. He waved his arms and released another wind blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 more wind blades roared toward Wang Quan. Flame blade. Lee Muge made his move in time. A giant flame blade instantly shattered the 3 wind blades, blasting a deep pit into the ground, dust flying everywhere. A fire ability user? Smith's eyes narrowed, a hint of fear flashing through them. He was shocked by the powerful destructive power of the flame blade. Its power was far stronger than the wind blade. Everyone stop. Smith suddenly shouted at everyone, then looked at Lee Muge and said, good friend, there's a saying in your China, enemies should be resolved, not made. We are all ability users. If we fight, we will both be hurt. Why don't we stop here? You can take away half of these women. I won't hold you accountable for killing my subordinates, how about it? Dead little blackie? We died for nothing. Mutually destructive? Lee Muge sneered, his eyes filled with disdain, you really think highly of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Muge suddenly attacked. 2 flame knives appeared out of thin air, slashing towards Smith and the wind blade ability user. Puff! The wind blade ability user reacted extremely quickly, moving swiftly to the left the moment Lee Muge attacked. Yet despite this, his right arm was still severed, flames crawling up from his shoulder, causing him to scream in pain, hurriedly stepping back and frantically patting at the flames on his body. On the other side, as the flame knife descended, a dirt wall appeared just in time above Smith's head, blocking the attack of the flame knife. Let's attack together and kill that yellow-skinned monkey. Smith roared in rage and humiliation. As soon as the words fell, the wind blade ability user once again swung out 7 or 8 wind blades towards Lee Muge. Fire fist. Li Mugu shouted angrily, terrifying flames erupted from his fist like an enraged fire beast, crashing towards those wind blades. Li Mugu's power was clearly higher than the opponent's, and in that moment of collision, the wind blades were destroyed. Brother Li is awesome. Wang Quan looked on enviously, sighing in his heart, wind blades, flame knives, this is what true abilities are. I can barely be considered strong, compared to them, I'm far behind. Those two wearing floral shorts over there are first level strength ability users, kill everyone else except for them. I'll handle these two guys. Li Mugu said, then abruptly dashed out. Smith and the others tightened their defenses against Li Mugu's flame knife, unaware that Li Mugu's strength ability had already reached level 4. At that moment, he unleashed all his power, his speed astonishing, and he instantly reached the wind blade ability user. Fire fist. Bang! The wind blade ability user's head shattered like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. The strongman ruling the Polytechnic University was thus killed by Li Mugu in an instant. The little blackies saw this and were filled with fright, staring at Li Mugu in terror. All being ability users, how could the gap be so large? It's your turn. Li Mugu turned around, stepping towards Smith one by one. I admit you are strong, but you cannot break through my defense. Absolute defense Earth Shield. Smith roared, countless earthen energies seeped out from his body, tightly wrapping him up, and in the blink of an eye, Smith transformed into a figure made of earth. A bit interesting, but not much. Li Mugu smiled scornfully and pointed at Smith's feet, flame ring? Fire pillar. A fiery circle appeared instantly beneath Smith's feet. Useless, my earth shield is invincible, even those zombies outside. Boom. Before Smith finished speaking, suddenly a flame erupted like magma, instantly engulfing him. Crack. Crack. Under the scorching flames, numerous cracks appeared on his earth shield. How is this possible? A fleeting look of terror flashed in Smith's eyes as he desperately tried to escape the range of the flame ring. Just at that moment. Bang! The earth shield was completely shattered, and the searing flames shot out towards Smith. No, please. I know I was wrong, spare me. I'm willing to be your dog. Smith's eyes bulged, shouting loudly as he begged Li Mugu for mercy. Li Mugu ignored him, just looking at him with eyes filled with hatred. As Smith's body gradually turned to ashes, scattering in the wind amidst his harrowing screams. Run! Seeing Smith's tragic death, the little blackies were terrified, scrambling to escape outside. Chase them down, kill them! Lu Ruyen transformed into a commander, loudly directing the female college students to pursue and kill the little blackies. Li Mugu didn't hesitate and charged into the crowd. His target was those two strength ability users. Li Mugu threw a punch, and one of them had their chest blasted open, dying on the spot. Fuck! The other little blackie, furious, smashed a heavy punch into Li Mugu's face. Li Mugong was unharmed. He raised his hand and slapped. Little Black's head was directly sent flying. Lu Ruyan looked at Li Mugong's fierce manner in the crowd, her eyes full of admiration, and secretly thought. So cool. So domineering. So powerful. This is the man I, Lu Ruyan, should conquer. Soon, under Wang Quan's leadership, the remaining little blacks were all slain one by one. At this moment, Li Mugong felt a stir in his heart, sensing he was being watched. He suddenly turned his head to look outside the library, where he saw a woman standing quietly, staring at him. Eye of Investigation. Chapter 56, A Demigod-Level Woman, the Divine Machine Smelting Furnace. Name, Ziwei. Level 3. Ding. Detected a demigod-level item, Eye of Investigation function updated. Remaining time, 60 minutes. Li Mugong's pupils suddenly shrank, staring at the system prompt in disbelief. Such a big beauty, are you telling me she is an item? What shocked him even more was demigod level. What does this concept mean? The blood moon that turned the entire world into an apocalypse is merely at the super god level. The Eye of Investigation definitely wouldn't be wrong, so this woman. I must catch her. But when he shot out of the library like an arrow, that mysterious woman had already vanished without a trace. Li Ge, what are you looking for? Wang Quan came out and curiously surveyed the surroundings. Nothing. Li Mugong quickly concealed his emotions and didn't want to stir up any trouble. You go ask who can drive, pack up and return to the shelter. While Wang Quan went to take stock, Li Mugong checked the system prompt again. Killed Smith, effect of swallowing fruit triggered, obtained earth fruit 1 piece. Killed Williams, effect of swallowing fruit triggered, obtained wind blade fruit 1 piece. Obtained strong fruit 1 piece. Obtained strong fruit 1 piece. Looking at the 4 fruits in the system space, Li Mugong was very happy. Wind blade for long range attack. Earth wall for defense. Both are practical skills. As for strong fruit, it's better than nothing. This fruit is the most basic fruit in the apocalypse, and there are many of them. But Lee Mugong has 10,000 times return, who knows, he might create some surprises. 40 minutes later. The convoy returned to the shelter. Lee Mugong handed over those women to Lu Qian. She is Wang Quan's wife. She is now the leader of the women's army in the neighborhood, and her level has also broken through to level 2. Huang Jing and Aaliyah came together, one on each side holding onto his arm, playfully scolding. "Hubby, you finally came back. Where is Xiao Hui?" Lee Mugong looked around and asked. "Sister Xiao Hui is busy in the room." Take them to pick a room." Lee Mugong glanced at Chen Xingwan and her daughter, then finally said to Lu Ruyan, after taking a shower, "Come to my room and wait for me." "Got it, dear." Lu Ruyan knew what she was going to face, but she wasn't nervous. Instead, she felt a bit happy. Clearly, 3 people came together. But I'm the first to be chosen. He surely likes me the most. When Lee Mugong pushed the door open, Zhang Minghui was sitting in front of the computer, her hair casually tied back, with a few strands of hair falling down, adding a touch of lazy charm. "Xiao Hui, what are you busy with?" "Brother, I'm posting to recruit people." Zhang Minghui looked up, her eyebrows bending. "There are quite a few people who want to come, but their looks, none of them are as good looking as Sister Lu Qian." As time goes by, everyone's food is getting less and less, but the zombies and mutated beasts are getting stronger. More and more people are unable to hold on, wanting to seek shelter. Take a break. Lee Mugong placed the 4 demon fruits on the table. "These are the demon fruits I just got today. I give them to you to eat." Zhang Minghui was still the only woman in the team with loyalty over 85, so she naturally got to use them first. "Brother, isn't that bad? You always give me the new fruits. I'm afraid the other sisters will get jealous." Clearly, everyone serves Lee Mugong equally, but she gets the most rewards, which made Zhang Minghui a bit overwhelmed. "Xiao Hui." Lee Mugong reached out and hugged Zhang Minghui, looking into her eyes. "Xiao Hui, whether you love me or not, I clearly understand in my heart. They may be oppressed, seeking refuge, or just want to fill their stomachs, that's why they submit to me. But I know, you are different. At home, surrounded by zombies, you bravely rushed up to help me, and in the short drama building, when I was knocked away by a long-tailed zombie, you ran to rescue me without fear." He looked at her, his gaze gentle and affectionate. "So in my heart, you are the most special one. I have good things, of course, you are the first one I think of, understand?" Hot breaths intertwined, Zhang Minghui felt dizzy. An hour later. Li Mugu laughed with delight. Real feelings cannot be held onto, only tricks can win hearts. A few sweet nothings were said, and Zhang Minghui's loyalty surprisingly broke through. Ding! Congratulations, hosts Camp Zhang Minghui, loyalty exceeds 95 points. Special reward generating. Generation complete. Divine Machine Forging Furnace has been issued to the system space. Li Mugu couldn't wait to check the new item's attributes. Divine Machine Forging Furnace, peak masterpiece of Divine Machine Forging. Level 1. Function, put in corresponding materials, create weapons. Required area, 30 square meters. Enhancement method, space crystal. The new reward was actually a furnace for forging equipment? Li Mugu couldn't wait to try the effect. He found an empty room, cleared out the furniture inside, then took out the Divine Machine Forging Furnace. The furnace was octagonal. Its base was wide, narrowing upward. The dragon might on the furnace was majestic, with claws and teeth, adding to the furnace's aura and mysterious colors. Beside the furnace, there was also a screen. Li Mugu clicked on it and found that there were only 2 pieces of equipment that could be crafted now. Current designs: Cat Demon Leather Armor, Cursed Blade. Cat Demon Leather Armor. Required materials: 1 piece of cat demon skin, not necessarily complete, 1 crystal stone. Effect: defense power determined by the level of the cat demon skin and crystal stone, current highest level, level 2. Cursed Blade. Required materials: a complete zombie arm, 1 crystal stone. Effect: attack power determined by the level of the cat demon skin and crystal stone, current highest level, level 2. 1 for attack and 1 for defense, and the materials are easy to find, awesome. Now Wang Quan and the others were using fire axes. Dealing with level 1 mutated beasts was easy, but encountering level 2 mutated beasts was a bit challenging. Especially those mutated crabs by the seaside. Their hard shells were impossible to split with a fire axe. Li Mugu had Wang Quan bring him a level 2 zombie corpse. He ripped off the right arm, along with a level 2 crystal stone, and tossed it into the furnace. 10 minutes later. The furnace lid opened automatically. A cursed blade flew out. This was a Mongolian saber, 20 centimeters long, with a pitch-black blade exuding a bloodthirsty shine. Li Mugu took out the mutated crab's corpse. With a powerful slash. Crack! The saber effortlessly tore open the mutated crab's shell. Good blade! With this, our fighting power will soar. Next, Li Muge crafted a piece of level 2 cat demon leather armor. This leather armor could actually adapt to body size, and after wearing it, not only was the defense amazing, but it was also very comfortable to wear. He crafted a level 1 piece each as well. The effects were also pretty good. Only then did he return happily to Zhang Minghui's room. This little girl had given him such a big surprise today, he had to reward her well. Meanwhile, in Li Muge's room, Lu Ruyen was only wearing a white shirt, going in bare underneath. Her long beautiful legs crossed casually, but her eyes revealed anxiety and unease. She looked towards the closed door from time to time, murmuring to herself, "It's been so long, why hasn't he come yet?" Chapter 57, Emperor Ruyen and Teacher Shin. After rewarding Zhang Minghui, Li Muge finally remembered that there was still a beauty waiting for him in the room. He hurried back to his room, and as soon as he opened the door, a fragrant breeze rushed over. "Woo woo, darling." Lu Ruyan's eyes were red, glistening with tears, as she pitifully hugged him. "I thought you weren't coming anymore." "Sorry, made you wait so long." Li Muge gently ruffled her hair. "As long as it's you, I am willing to wait no matter how long." She lifted her face and gazed at him affectionately. The blood moon arrived on the 8th day. 12:30. Li Muge slowly awakened. Recalling what happened over the past few days, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Tisk, no wonder the young heir of the richest man looks so dull at such a young age. Beautiful women are wonderful, but too many can harm the body. Li Muge secretly thanked himself for having reached level 4 in his physical body, otherwise, he would probably struggle to get out of bed today. He gently pulled out his arm, quietly got out of bed, kissed Lu Ruyen on the face, then put on his clothes and checked the system messages. System notification. Zhang Minghui has consumed 4 demon fruits, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Strength fruit times 18003. Wind blade fruit times 9800. Earth fruit times 9999. Though the quality return didn't trigger, the quantity is already astonishing. Xiao Hui is impressive. The reward for her yesterday was not wasted. Half an hour later, Li Muge upgraded the Wind Blade Fruit and Earth Fruit both to level 4 and earned 4 new skills. Wind Blade, 5-meter range, 20 centimeters. Great Wind Blade Technique, 10-meter range, 1 meter long. Earth Shield, single target defense. Earth Wall, 1 meter high, 0.5 meter wide, 0.5 meter thick, can exist permanently. Li Muge immediately went downstairs and summoned an Earth Wall. Let Wang Quan come and test its defensive power. Wang Quan punched the earth wall, and the wall didn't budge, but his fist ended up bruised and bleeding. Li Ge, this earth wall's defense is incredible. It's no exaggeration to say that zombies below level 4 find it hard to break through the earth wall. This greatly improved the safety of the shelter. However, summoning the earth wall consumes 1/10 of his spiritual energy. But this isn't a problem for Li Muge at all. Li Ge is a wealthy man. He can recover spiritual energy endlessly by using crystal stones. Mr. Li. A gentle voice came. Li Muge turned his head and saw Shin Xingwan and her daughter Li Chuyang walking side by side. It's you. How did you sleep last night? Li Dage, last night was the best sleep my mom and I have had since the apocalypse, thank you. Li Chuyang answered eagerly. She was young, lively, and straightforward, without much formality with Li Muge. But Shin Xingwan was different. As a teacher, her knowledge was vast and her experiences rich, deeply aware of how her and her daughter's lives depended on Li Muge. So when she saw Li Muge, she felt a bit anxious and uneasy. Mr. Li, I noticed that Huang Jing and the others have tasks. I wonder if my daughter and I can do something? Just in time, I have something I'd like your help with. Li Muge's gaze swept over her. You are a university professor, knowledgeable. I would like to ask you to help establish the management system for the shelter. Let's talk in your room. Shin Xingwan was taken aback. Huh? Talking about the system in the room? This seems reasonable? Shin Xingwan hesitated, not wanting to refuse but feeling that Li Muge had just been busy all night. He just got up recently, and now he wants to do something inappropriate. Is his body able to withstand it? What? You don't want to? Li Muge asked. I do but. Shin Xingwan glanced at Li Chuyang hesitantly, afraid he might want both of them, and said, when we discuss matters, let's not bring Yang Yang along. She doesn't understand these things, why bring her? Li Muge replied. Phew. Fortunately, Li Muge still has a bottom line. Mom, I want to go too. Li Chuyang said. Little kid, don't make trouble, go play with sister Huang Jing. Li Muge ruffled her hair and then looked at Shin Xingwan, let's go. Shin Xingwan bit her lip and softly replied, okay. Humph. Do you really think I'm just a clueless child, talking about policy and going to the bedroom to discuss? Li Chuyang had never been in love. But that doesn't mean she didn't understand anything. Watching the backs of the two leaving, she couldn't help but imagine what might happen next. Oh no, Li Chuyang's face turned red. How should I address Li Dage in the future? Brother? Or dad? Oh, this is so annoying. After the bedroom door closed, Shin Xingwan's face was flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Mr. Li, I will go take a shower first. Huh? Why take a shower? Li Muge was taken aback, but when he saw Shin Xingwan's shy demeanor, he understood. Oh my god. I really want to talk to you about the system. Why did you misunderstand it? Forget it. Misunderstanding is just misunderstanding. The flowers are blooming beautifully. If he doesn't pick them, it would seem he lacks taste. What rules and regulations? We can study them later after we finish the main business. Chapter 58, Exchange System, 3 Police Officers. After the fight ended, Li Muge stood by the window and lit a cigarette. The bathroom door clicked open, and Shin Xingwan walked out wrapped in misty steam. She casually wiped her hair and sat down at the desk, picking up a notebook to write. Wet strands of hair clung to her fair neck, a few wisps falling down, making her eyes even more alluring. Such charm. Who would have thought she was already 35? She looked like a captivating young woman in her late 20s. Li, husband, about the ratio of crystal exchange for real objects, you. Shin Xingwan lifted her head, only to see Li Muge staring at her with passionate eyes, instantly causing her cheeks to flush. Li Muge extinguished his cigarette, took out a hairdryer, and helped her dry her hair. The system stuff can wait, let's dry your hair first to avoid catching a cold. Shin Xingwan was slightly taken aback, surprise flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect this man who killed without blinking outside to have such a gentle side. Her lips curled up, her heart filled with warmth. At 5 p.m., outside the building, Li Muge stood on a temporary makeshift platform, scanning the crowd gathered below. Everyone. Yesterday our shelter welcomed a batch of new partners. With more people, problems also increase. Without rules, there is no order. After discussion with Teacher Shin, we have established the shelter rules and material exchange regulations. The rules will be posted in the first floor hall later for everyone to check. Now, I will explain the material exchange rules. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in commotion, especially Wang Quan and a few others. They were all curious if Li Muge would bring out the powerful wind blade fruit. That's a treasure. Li Muge didn't waste time and said. The specific exchange rate is 1 crystal, exchange for 4 dishes and a soup. 10 crystals, exchange for the strong fruit, cat demon armor, cursed blade. 100 crystals, exchange for earth fruit, or wind blade fruit. Also, a level 2 crystal is equivalent to 10 level 1 crystals. The crowd instantly erupted. Oh my god. You can even exchange for a devil fruit? Then we might have a chance to awaken powers? But killing zombies isn't that easy. A newcomer showed concern, and immediately an elder smiled and explained, it's not difficult. I killed a zombie yesterday, Sister Qian is even better, she has already exchanged for the strong fruit. At this moment, a girl timidly raised her hand and asked, Brother Li, will we need to use crystals for meals from now on? Does that mean meals won't be provided? This question made a lot of people nervous. After all, not every girl has the courage to fight zombies. Li Muge reassured, everyone relax, the shelter will still provide 3 meals a day, just not as plentiful. I know many people are afraid to hunt demon beasts, so we have prepared other jobs, like cleaning, planting vegetables, handling demon beast corpses, and patrol duties. All these come with rewards. Those interested can find Teacher Shin for details later. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Quan asked again, Brother Li, previously it was said that 1 crystal can exchange for 2, is that still valid? Valid, but the crystals exchanged from me cannot be reused for other exchanges, otherwise, you will be directly expelled from the shelter. In addition, the corpses of zombies and mutated beasts can also be exchanged for crystals. Li Muge mentioned a few more exchange rates. He then took out the cat demon armor and cursed blade, demonstrating their power. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. Is there anyone forming a team to kill zombies? I've long wanted to go to the seaside to deal with mutated crabs. I couldn't chop through their shells with an axe before, but now with the cursed blade, I'll have steamed mutated crab tonight. Sounds good, let's go. A group of people who had already awakened their powers excitedly left. Ready for a big effort. The new girls surrounded Shin Xingwan, asking about the details of the work. Li Muge watched this lively scene, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction inside. After gaining strength, his mindset also quietly changed. In the past, he viewed Zhang Minghui and others as tools to be used, and Wang Quan and Lu Qian as slaves to be driven. Now, he began to see them as true partners. As long as everyone is loyal, he doesn't mind letting them live more freely than before the apocalypse. Even if someone develops ambitions because of it, it doesn't matter. He has the eye of exploration, able to grasp everyone's loyalty at any time. Want to betray? I will send you on your way. Master. I have something to report. Johan ran over in a hurry. Master? Lee Muge was taken aback, but let that old middle schooler call whatever he wanted. What's the matter? Master, there are already many people outside starting to hunt zombies, they should have quite a few crystals. Why don't we exchange food with them? How about a conversion rate of 5 times for our people? Lee Muge's eyes lit up. This proposal is really good, he has plenty of supplies and exchanging food for crystals and demon fruits is perfect. And 5 times. This old middle schooler is quite clever. Good suggestion, I'll leave this to you, and there's a commission for doing well. To relieve the master's worries is my honor, I don't need the commission. After receiving the order, Johan hurriedly left. Watching his back, Lee Muge couldn't help but feel emotional. Doing work without the need for gratitude, that's truly a noble spirit. Meanwhile, inside the Penghui police station, the atmosphere was very oppressive. In the hall, there were a dozen zombie bodies lying in disarray, the stench of blood overwhelming. 3 figures in police uniforms were exhaustedly leaning against the door, tightly blocking the entrance. 1 man and 2 women. All were panting, clearly having just gone through a life-and-death battle. Sister Tan, you're hurt. The female officer pointed at Tan Tan's shoulder, her voice filled with panic. The male officer also hurriedly looked over, only to see 4 hideous wounds on Tan Tan's right arm, the flesh torn open. She must have been clawed by a zombie during the fight. Sister Tan, the zombies carry a virus, we need to disinfect it quickly. Tan Tan gritted her teeth, taking out alcohol and pouring it onto the wound. The piercing pain made her face turn pale, but she remained silent. After a long while, she sighed and asked, Xiao Wang, still can't contact the headquarters? Wang Hao shook his head helplessly, there's no way to contact them Sister Tan, do you think the headquarters people have retreated to a safe base and stopped caring about us? Hearing this, Tan Tan fell into silence. As police officers, they knew more than ordinary people. Over the years, the country built many air raid shelters and refuge bases to deal with various disasters. But when the apocalypse arrived, those with guns disappeared, the leaders had no news, and even the high-ups of the hierarchical system vanished without a trace. The so-called anti-apocalypse command center only issues empty announcements that do not solve real problems. For the past few days, the 3 of them have been stuck in the police station, facing constant zombie attacks, and their ammunition and food are nearly exhausted. If they don't figure out a way to save themselves, they might die here. Where to get some food? At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, what the heck? How do they have so much food? Chapter 59, Your shelter has been requisitioned. On the 9th day of the blood moon. At 10 a.m. In the room on the 2nd floor of the shelter, passionate music began to play. Aliyah and Wang Xianxian danced joyfully to the rhythm, their bright yellow cheerleader outfits clinging to their bodies, perfectly outlining their graceful curves. The short skirt that barely covered their hips flew with their movements, revealing their long, fair legs, captivating the soul. On the sofa, Lee Muge sat comfortably, enjoying the graceful dance while being fed by Lu Ruyan. Darling, they dance so well, unlike me who can't do anything, Lu Ruyan said, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She found that the sisters in the shelter each had their own specialties. Xin Xingwan was knowledgeable and intelligent, now she had clearly become the head manager of the shelter, handling all affairs neatly. Zhang Minghui and Huang Jing were sweet but fierce, often going out to fight zombies. Wang Xianxian and Aliyah both had a background in dance and could even do splits. As for herself, she felt completely useless. Li Muge was about to speak when her phone rang. It was Xin Xingwan calling. As soon as Li Muge answered, she heard Xin Xingwan say, honey, 3 police officers have come outside, saying they want to discuss something with you. Should I let them in? Last night, Li Muge had hurriedly built a dirt wall, enclosing the shelter. He also dismantled 2 large doors from the community to install. There were guards at the entrance, and outsiders couldn't come in at all. Don't let them in. I have nothing to discuss with them. Li Muge didn't have a good impression of these officials. Just like that command center, always making big promises online, but in reality, he hadn't heard anyone say they were saved by the command center. But, I saw that the leading female officer is quite beautiful. Before Xin Xingwan could finish, Li Muge's attitude instantly changed, let them in. We should be like family with the police. Beside them, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, thinking, my dear really can talk nonsense, clearly wanting to experience a new skin, but says it's about being family with the police. Isn't it just skin? I'll go find some nurse outfits or a teacher's costume. I don't believe I can't hold your heart. Li Muge asked Wang Xianxian and the others to rest, then took Lu Ruyan downstairs. In the hall on the 1st floor, Xin Xingwan stood with 3 police officers. One of the female officers was striking. Her shoulder-length hair was neat and tidy, and her sharp eyebrows framed a pair of almond eyes that were bright and intense, exuding an aura of authority. The fitted police uniform accentuated her figure, making her curves stand out, the fabric stretched tightly across her chest as if it might burst open at any moment. Beautiful police flower? Shin teacher really understands me. Lee Muge felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly activated his perception ability. Name, Tan Tan. Age, 28. Figure, 94. Appearance, 90. Comprehensive score, 92. Friendliness, 20. Seeing Lee Muge brazenly skin Tan Tan, Wang Hao felt a surge of unexplained anger. Our police flower is not something a small extra like you can fantasize about. When he saw Lu Ruyan's looks, he felt even more envious and jealous. He just heard Xin Xingwan's phone call. She called him honey. Isn't Lee Muge just a small extra? Why does he get to be surrounded by beautiful women? Does he deserve it? This kind of treatment should be mine. Wang Hao stepped forward, chest puffed out, speaking from a position of superiority. Lee Muge, do you know you are breaking the law? Who are you? Lee Muge raised his eyebrows and asked. My name is Wang Hao, a police officer stationed at Diamond Bay. We are in the same owner group. Oh? Then tell me, how have I broken the law? Lee Muge looked at him with interest. Seeing Lee Muge's indifference, Wang Hao became even harsher. You have made malicious comments in the group, used food to coerce and occupy a young girl, and are also suspected of murder. These crimes are enough to sentence you to death, do you understand? Nearby, Lu Ruyan suddenly wanted to laugh, but seeing Lee Muge's serious face, she had to hold it in. Xin Xingwan looked at Wang Hao as if he were a fool. Does this guy have a problem with his head? In this apocalypse, where is the law? The only law is the fist. Wang Hao, we are not. Tan Tan tried to speak but was interrupted by Wang Hao waving his hand. Tan, let me explain. Yes, Officer Tan, just let Officer Wang explain. I'm quite curious how he plans to deal with me. Lee Muge let a teasing smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao cleared his throat. Ahem, although you have committed many mistakes, we are willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now I announce, your shelter and all your food have been requisitioned by our Penghui police station. From now on, the supplies here will be distributed by us. You must also listen to our commands. His tone was firm, as if he were really reading legal provisions. As no one responded, he turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan. Beautiful lady, I know you followed Lee Muge because he threatened you. Now that our group is here, you don't have to be afraid of him anymore. After saying this, Wang Hao looked proudly at Lee Muge. Haha, little extra, I have taken over your shelter and woman for you. Put. Lu Ruyan laughed brightly. Sorry, I rarely laugh, but I just can't hold it in. How can there be such a fool in our group? Wang Hao was dumbfounded. Beautiful lady, we are here to save you. Why are you cursing? You deserve to be cursed. Lu Ruyan suddenly changed her expression, sternly questioning. Where were you when we were trapped in the school, hungry and on the brink of death? Where were you when those girls were imprisoned and humiliated by a group of thugs? Where were you when innocent people were attacked, their doors smashed, and their food stolen? Now Lee Muge has saved us, given us food, and protected our safety. And you jump out to say he is breaking the law, wanting to take everything from him. Why? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me why. Tan Tan and another female officer turned red, speechless. Indeed, they had been hiding in the police station for the past few days, waiting for orders from above. Even when someone in the group asked for help, they chose to ignore it. If they hadn't run out of supplies, they wouldn't have risked coming here to trade for food. But Wang Hao showed no sign of remorse. Even because Lu Ruyan protected Lee Muge, he angrily pulled out his gun, aiming it at Lee Muge. I see you have been brainwashed by him. In short, this shelter is now ours. Let me see who dares to oppose. Chapter 60, Here, the master is the law. Wang Hao suddenly pulled out his gun, pointing it at Lee Muge. This sudden change shocked everyone present. Lu Ruyan instinctively stepped in front of Lee Muge, her slender body slightly trembling under the gunpoint, yet she stood tall, her almond eyes wide with anger as she shouted. Wang Hao. When the zombies were surrounding the city, you hid in the station like a turtle, now you have the nerve to point a gun at the hero who saved dozens of people? That uniform you wear is truly worn by a dog. Her scolding was especially piercing in the silence, each word like a knife. Tan Tan's pupils suddenly contracted, clearly not expecting Wang Hao to do this. She urgently reached out to stop him, her voice full of anxiety. Wang Hao. Put down your weapon. We are here to buy food, not to judge. Sister Tan, listen to me. Wang Hao stood tall like a righteous messenger, the gun unwavering. This Lee Muge is scum and a bully. Letting him be the owner of the shelter will only lead to more girls suffering. As a cap, I must eliminate this menace. Shut up. Your actions now are that of a corrupt individual. Tan Tan's eyes widened, her voice icy. Put down the gun. That's an order. But Wang Hao ignored her, still gripping the trigger tightly. Li Mughal looked at Wang Hao like he was a clown putting on a show. This guy talks all about morals. Yet, he's doing the things wolves and tigers do. He guessed someone would come to take advantage when the shelter was established. But unexpectedly, even a small district officer dared to come. Truly, he has been high and mighty before the apocalypse, thinking everyone was afraid of him. Seeing Tan Tan actually speak for Li Mugu, a glint of malice flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. In the end, isn't it just because Li Mugu is food? Once he kills Li Mugu, all the food and women in the shelter will be his. Sister Tan, don't say anymore, today I must act for justice. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a scream. Put. A cold light flashed, and Wang Hao's right hand instantly flew off. Johan held a knife against Wang Hao's neck, her voice cold as ice. Daring to point a gun at the master, you have chosen the path to death. Wang Hao fell to the ground, clutching his severed wrist with his left hand, yet he still screamed hysterica. Thug. Tan Tan's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, thinking to herself, if it weren't for this fool pointing a gun at him, would he be chopped? She knew clearly that Wang Hao had brought this upon himself, but after all, they were comrades fighting side by side, and she couldn't just sit by and watch. Mr. Li, although Wang Hao is at fault, he doesn't deserve to die. Now that he has lost a hand, he has been punished. Can you perhaps? No. Li Muge interrupted Tan Tan's plea, speaking calmly, Officer Tan, I kindly let you in, but he repaid me with a gun. If I were an ordinary person, I would already be dead at his hands. Do you think I would let him go? Hearing that Li Muge really intended to kill him, Wang Hao felt a bit scared. Sister Tan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save me. Seeing Wang Hao's anxious expression, Tan Tan felt a pang of sympathy. They had been fighting side by side for days. A revolutionary friendship had formed. It was not her style to watch her comrade die. She took a deep breath, took out more than a dozen crystal stones, and placed them on the ground. Mr. Li, these crystals were originally intended to trade food with you, now I give them to you, just hoping you can spare his life. Looking at Tan Tan's pleading expression, Li Muge thought that if he let Wang Hao go, he would surely gain a wave of goodwill. Perhaps tonight, he could experience a new skin. But this kind of disgusting scum was a waste of air alive. Kill. Johan heard the command and quickly struck, chopping down. Pfff. A head rolled away. Wang Hao's eyes bulged wide, as if he couldn't believe Li Muge dared to kill the hat. After killing, Johan's cold eyes fixed on Tan Tan and the others. As long as they dared to pull their guns, he would send all three to reunite without hesitation. Officer Tan, he tried to kill me, and I killed him in self-defense. This should count as justifiable defense, right? Li Muge smiled, but that decisive look made Tan Tan and the others feel uneasy. The two instinctively took a step back. That fool Wang Hao. If Li Muge didn't have some skills, could he have built the shelter as solid as a rock? Could he have cleaned out all the nearby zombies? Did he think having a gun made him invincible? Dying was well-deserved. Tan Tan fell silent for a moment, it counts. As she spoke, Li Muge used his probing eye to scan the two. Tan Tan's friendliness level hadn't changed, still 20. But the nearby female police officer named Fong Fong had a friendliness level of 65. It seemed they didn't resent him for killing Wang Hao. They could be taken in. Okay, the farce is over, let's talk about business. You came to trade for food? Yes, Wang Hao saw you post in the group that crystals can be exchanged for food, so we came. Tan Tan also calmed down, the urgent matter was still to trade for food. Li Muge glanced at the crystal stones on the ground. A total of 17 pieces. These crystals can be exchanged for 3 portions of food, but if you two join my shelter, you can get 7 portions of food plus 1 devil fruit. How about that? Li Muge genuinely wanted to take Tan Tan into his harem. But this was a female hat, strong-willed, and wouldn't easily compromise. Moreover, he just killed her teammate. So, it was better to take Tan Tan into the shelter first and approach her slowly. As for using force, Li Muge scorned it. With how impressive he was, would he still need to use force to sleep with a woman? That would be too much of a loss of face. Hearing Li Muge's invitation, Fong Fong was tempted. The people in the shelter were so strong, following them would at least guarantee safety. So she nudged Tan Tan and whispered, Sister Tan, how about we? Tan Tan felt a bit conflicted. She knew Wang Hao's death was self-inflicted, and really couldn't blame Li Muge. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's reprimand made her realize that Li Muge was a good person, at least he was always saving people. But still, she felt that Li Muge was now occupying the mountain as king and turning into a bandit, not putting the country in his sights. She was a hat. She had responsibilities. She feared that one day if Li Muge really became powerful, she wouldn't know how to place herself if a war broke out with the country. Officer Tan, I know what you are worried about. It's that you are afraid of a day when we confront the officials, and you are stuck in the middle, right? Shin Xingwan guessed Tan Tan's thoughts and stepped forward to say, first of all, the apocalypse has lasted so long, besides posting useless messages online, have the officials shown any signs? Secondly, our shelter has never committed senseless killings and has always been saving lives. Even if the officials really step forward, what reason do they have to conflict with us? Like Wang Hao, just finding a few vague accusations, do they want to condemn us to death? If that is the case, do we still need to recognize this official? No, they wouldn't do that. They won't. Tan Tan immediately rebutted, her faith incredibly strong. Shin Xingwan smiled, since the officials won't come to reap the rewards, and we are not doing anything bad, then we will never have conflict with the officials, and naturally, you won't be stuck in the middle. Moreover, given the current situation, whether they will appear is still uncertain. Yes, Officer Tan, join our shelter, let's kill zombies and eat good food together. Lu Ruoyan also invited. Sister Tan, I think what they say makes sense. Whether we go back now or stay here, we will be fighting zombies. Staying here, we can get more food, even get the devil fruit to become stronger. Let's stay. Fong Fong couldn't help but persuade. When Tan Tan heard about the devil fruit, she couldn't help but think of Johan's lightning fast strike just now, and her heart started to waver. Alright, I will join your shelter. Chapter 61, Are you here for a vacation? Teacher Shin, take them to take a shower, then to the cafeteria on the 4th floor for dinner. Hearing they could shower, Tan Tan and Fong Fong were overjoyed. Since the apocalypse broke out, they had been fighting with zombies every day. The sweat and blood had long soaked their police uniforms, and they hadn't felt much before in the struggle for survival. Now that they were safe, they could feel the sour and smelly feeling on themselves. Teacher Shin noticed their tattered uniforms and thoughtfully brought over 2 sets of brand new clothes, then led them to shower. Ruoyan, call Xiaowei and Jingjing back, we will have a feast for lunch today. Officer Tan had just arrived, and Li Mugo planned to let her enjoy some sweet benefits first. After all, it is easier to slip from frugality to extravagance than it is to go back to frugality after being in luxury. Once she tasted the mountain delicacies, he could let her eat instant noodles every day, and her heart would definitely be unbalanced. By then, would he still have to worry about her not coming to him? Li Mugu began to busily work in the kitchen. Steamed mutated crabs, tempura mutated crabs, spicy stir-fried mutated crabs, braised mutated fish fillets. Then prepared 8 vegetable dishes. He even pulled out 3 bottles of red wine. This grand meal was ready to go. After showering, the two followed Shin Xingwan to the 4th floor. Fong Fong leaned close to Tan Tan's ear, her voice full of suppressed excitement. Sister Tan, what do you think Li Mugo will prepare for us? Could it be the delicious food he shared in the group? Don't think too much. Tan Tan whispered back, living under someone else's roof, having a hot meal is already good enough. But when they walked into the cafeteria and saw the table full of delicious dishes, she widened her eyes. Oh my gosh, crabs, fish, red wine, and so many vegetables, this is unbelievable. Tan Tan was very surprised. She could understand that crabs and fish were mutated beasts. But the apocalypse had already lasted 9 days, how were these vegetables preserved? Shin Xingwan remained calm. She knew Li Mugo had a spatial ability with endless food inside, and she had already gotten used to it. Fong Fong looked at Li Mugo with admiration, thinking to herself, no wonder so many beautiful women are devoted to him. They can not only fill their stomachs but also ensure their safety. If it were her, she would be willing too. Come, sit down. We'll start eating once everyone is here. Soon, Zhang Minghui and the others returned one after another, and everyone took their seats. Wang Xianxian poured half a cup of red wine for everyone with the decanter. Li Mugo raised his glass and stood up. The gaze fell on Tan Tan. Welcome Officer Tan and Officer Fong to the shelter. Let's toast to our new members. Tan Tan hurriedly stood up, holding her wine glass awkwardly. Li. Brotherly, this glass should be for you. Thank you for providing shelter for Fong Fong and me. Don't worry, we won't take advantage of it. After dinner, we'll go hunt zombies and collect crystals. Tan Tan was now wearing a new dress that Shin Xingwan had helped her pick out. A low-cut black dress. After putting it on, she lost some of her heroism and gained a touch of sensuality. Especially at this moment, as she bent down to toast, her pale skin was dazzling. However, Brotherly had recently climbed many peaks and was already immune to such temptations. He just glanced politely and then moved his gaze away. This detail made Tan Tan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Wang Hao's assessment of Li Mugo was biased, at least he was not a lecherous man. Officer Tan, don't be so polite. Once you enter the shelter, we're all family. And let's not have anyone toasting anyone. Let's all drink together. After finishing a glass of wine, Li Mugo announced that it was time to eat. Zhang Minghui skillfully peeled crab shells and put the white crab meat into Li Muji's plate. Lu Ruyan immediately picked up a piece of braised meat, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to his mouth. Seeing this, the others also hastily added dishes to Li Muji's plate. Before long, the plate was piled high with food. It wasn't until Li Mugu criticized them that they stopped fighting for his favor. Li Mugu noticed that Tan Tan only picked up vegetarian dishes, so he spoke up, "Officer Tan, try the crab." "No." Tan Tan was about to refuse when Shin Xinhuan had already put a crab leg on her plate. "Eat up." Since it was already on her plate, refusing would be impolite. Tan Tan thanked her and started to eat. As the crab meat entered her mouth, the sweet flavor overwhelmed her taste buds. Tan Tan came from a good family and had eaten lobster and king crab, but compared to the crab meat in front of her, everything she had eaten before felt like trash. This was simply too delicious. After finishing the crab leg, she couldn't help but take a bite of fish. Tender, juicy, and sweet. The meat of the mutated catfish was even firmer and more delicious, making it irresistible. Outside the window was a blood-red apocalyptic scene, but inside was a feast of clinking glasses. This stark contrast made Tan Tan feel increasingly uneasy. Her instincts as a police officer told her, there is no free lunch in the world. Her gaze swept over the table of women bursting with laughter, and finally fixed on Li Mugu. "Brotherly, if there are any conditions, feel free to say them. Otherwise, eating this meal makes me feel uneasy." Li Mugu swirled his wine glass, his smile unchanged. "Don't be nervous. This meal was specially prepared for you, but..." His tone changed, "the daily meals for ordinary members aren't this lavish." Tan Tan nodded lightly, that made sense. If everyone in the shelter had meat every meal, wouldn't it become a paradise? Li Mugu continued, "However, you can also choose to become my family like them. That way, not only can you eat meat every meal, but crystals and devil fruits can be prioritized for you." Was the plot finally unfolding? Tan Tan was a proud person, and she had always been strong. She would never be willing to become someone else's subordinate or even plaything. She forced herself to remain calm and asked, "If I refuse, can I still stay in the shelter?" "Of course not." Li Mugu smiled. "I, Li Mugu, never force anyone. The conditions are here, the choice is yours." Phew. Tan Tan's tense body relaxed. She had already made up her mind that if Li Mugu tried to force her, she would commit suicide. Now it seemed that Li Mugu did have a conscience and a bottom line. Only temptation, no coercion. If someone couldn't resist, it was a mutual willingness. Although this feast was delicious, she could fill her stomach with steamed buns and pickles just the same. Tan Tan would rather rely on her own hands to hunt zombies and grow stronger than become a caged bird clinging to someone else. Just as her thoughts were swirling, Fong Fong beside her suddenly timidly raised her hand. Brotherly. Can I? What can you do?" Li Mugu raised an eyebrow. "I mean..." Fong Fong's voice grew softer, "to eat these every day." The restaurant suddenly fell silent for a second. Shin Xinhuan timely added a piece of meat to her plate. "Fong Fong, eat well first." "Oh." Fong Fong, disappointed, lowered her head to pick at the rice and vegetables in her bowl, thinking angrily in her heart. As expected, this is a world that values looks. Only beauties like Officer Tan can enjoy special treatment. Ordinary girls like me, even in the apocalypse, are still sad workers. Thinking of this, she turned her grief and anger into hunger and viciously picked up a large piece of mutated beast meat to shove into her mouth. Since that's the case, I must make this meal worth it. Not only must I be full, but I also have to stuff myself until he feels sorry. "Officer Tan, no more worries, let's eat," Li Mugu said to Tan Tan. "After the meal, I need to talk to you privately." Chapter 62. Someone occupied the armory. Privately talk? Tan Tan's fingertips trembled slightly. Could it be he was unwilling, wanting to sweeten the deal and tempt her with benefits? Or did he want to force her directly? Forget it. Let's fill our stomachs first. Tan Tan suppressed her distracting thoughts and began to enjoy the delicious food on the table. On the rooftop. "Officer Tan, can you contact the Anti-Apocalypse Command Center?" Li Mugu asked. So that was what he wanted to ask. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Even my direct superior is out of contact now." After a pause, she added, "Wang Hao believes they have all retreated to the shelter." Is there really a shelter? Li Mugu's brows knitted slightly. Tan Tan had already decided to side with Li Mugu and naturally held nothing back. A few years ago, when the virus broke out, many underground facilities were secretly built, but the exact locations? She shrugged. "It's not something someone at my level would know." Li Mugu looked gloomy. "So, were we all discarded chess pieces?" This thought lingered in his mind for just a moment before being cast aside. In that case, isn't it better? No more need to have misgivings. Then do you know where there are guns? You want to steal police weapons? Aren't you too bold? Tan Tan gasped. then realized how ridiculous her reaction was. Now, what kind of police weapon control is there? Using them to fight mutated beasts is also a form of resource utilization. I know the location of the armory, but it's probably been looted clean. How do you know if you don't go take a look? Lee Muge insisted, you take the crystal stone, find Teacher Shin to exchange for a growth fruit, awaken your powers, then take me to the armory. Thank you, Brother Lee. Tan Tan was very excited. She was worried that Lee Muge would threaten her with demon fruits and food to force her to submit. Now she realized she was thinking too poorly of him. Looking at Lee Muge's calm profile, an even more shocking guess arose in her heart. Lee Muge sells the demon fruits so cheaply and without limits. Isn't he afraid of being bought out? Or does he have a way to cultivate demon fruits? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that in the future, everyone in the shelter can awaken their powers? Tan Tan dared not imagine how powerful the future of the shelter would be. The jeep rolled over the broken streets. In the rearview mirror, several mutated dogs were tearing into a grotesque corpse. Brother Lee, can humanity survive this apocalypse? Of course. Lee Muge replied without hesitation. With the invisible boundary line in place, his shelter was no different from before the apocalypse. What needed to be dealt with were just mutated beasts and zombies. This was not difficult for him. I think we can too, but only a few will survive, sigh. Tan Tan felt a bit melancholic. Survival of the fittest, this is nature's unchanged truth. Moreover, after every great disaster, there comes a surge in population. Lee Muge said. That's true. After the War of Resistance, didn't the population in Huaxia also surge crazy? The two chatted back and forth, quickly becoming familiar with each other. An hour later, the two arrived outside the armory. As soon as they got out of the car, several people gathered around them. Fa Gu, someone else is here. Is this the 7th wave? The plan that the boss set up, to wait for the rabbit by the tree, really works. Wow, this little girl is quite cute. Looks like we can eat meat today. The leader, Joe Fa, whistled, and the dark barrel of his gun gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Isn't this Officer Tan from Penghui Station? I almost didn't recognize you without your uniform. One of them recognized Tan Tan and reached out to touch her face. Lee Muge narrowed his eyes. His right hand shot out quickly, grabbing the person's wrist and twisting it hard. Crack! The sound of broken bones echoed. Ah! The person screamed in agony, kneeling on the ground, his wrist twisted at an odd angle. A psychic! The other two's faces changed drastically, and Joe Fa immediately raised his gun, pointing it at Lee Muge. Kid, let go of my brother, or I'll shoot you. Don't think you're tough just because you're a psychic. I've killed so many psychics recently I could set up a mahjong table with them. Recently, there had been many psychics coming to get guns. But they all died by his bullets. So he was extremely confident. Joe Fa, you're the hat, and you're leading the killings? How can you wear that uniform with pride? Tan Tan also recognized the three of them. They were all hats from the neighboring police station, and she had worked with them on missions before. Uniform? Joe Fa sneered, the leaders have all run off, who are you trying to act righteous for? Let him go, or I'll shoot him myself. His words struck Tan Tan like a thunderbolt. It seemed that Wang Hao was not an exception. Too many people in the team, relying on their guns, had become tyrants in the apocalypse. Looks like today's harvest will be quite big. Lee Muge smiled, since the armory had been occupied, it meant all the equipment was in their hands. Their trip wasn't in vain. Then, he kicked out. The terrifying force directly sent the person flying over 10 meters, and after crashing to the ground, he spat out blood and stopped moving. Looking for death. Joe Fa's eyes turned red, and bullets whizzed out. Bang! A dirt shield appeared in front of Lee Muge. The bullets hit it and were directly blocked, falling to the ground. This is impossible. Joe Fa's gun began to tremble. The ones they had encountered before were all psychics with the strong fruit ability. Although strong and fast, they couldn't block bullets. But this was something they had never seen before. What kind of psychic power is this? Dead people don't need to know so much. Lee Muge smiled as he walked toward them. Damn it, don't get too cocky. Joe Fa and the others pulled out their guns and emptied their magazines. But all the bullets were blocked by the dirt shield, not even grazing Lee Muge's clothes. Joe Fa's face turned pale with fear as he turned and shouted, "Run!" The two men immediately turned to flee. Great wind blade technique. Lee Muge shouted softly. A massive wind blade materialized out of thin air, directly severing the two men's lower legs. The two men's legs stayed in the running position. But their upper bodies had already crashed to the ground. Looking at their severed legs, the two men were terrified beyond belief. Tan Tan was also stunned, hardly able to believe her eyes. A dirt shield that blocks bullets. Was this truly his real power? Tan Tan felt dazed. People with this kind of power could do anything they wanted, yet they always stuck to their bottom line. They never bullied the weak, never committed robbery or murder. They only killed those who deserved to die. And the ones who should have been protecting order were the first to fall in the apocalypse. They thought about occupying others' territory, about robbery and killing, throwing their faith and vows aside. Tan Tan, for the sake of our past cooperation, please beg for mercy for me, don't let him kill me. Ah. Chen Fa covered his wound, pleading with Tan Tan. Tan Tan took a half step back. These people were even more detestable than the rioters, they had betrayed their vows and tarnished the police badge. Beg for mercy? Tan Tan's gaze was cold and merciless, you don't even deserve to live. Chapter 63, the second generation official Ren Tiange. No, please. Tan Tan, our leader is Ren Tiange, are you sure you want to go against him? Seeing Tan Tan's indifference, Chen Fa's voice trembled, his face full of fear. Ren Tiange? Li Muge turned to Tan Tan, eyes slightly cold, what sort of background? Ren Tiange is the son of our chief. Tan Tan explained in a low voice, relying on his father's power, he runs rampant in the police station and has taken advantage of many female officers. Li Muge raised his eyebrows. The chief's son, this is a big fish. Maybe he can reveal some secrets about the refuge. Seeing Li Muge silent, Chen Fa thought he was scared. Immediately, he became arrogant and threatened, kid, you'd better send us back for treatment, or else. Puff. Before he could finish his words, the wind blade fell, directly severing his head. The last surviving person trembled in fear, urine mixed with blood running down his pants. Tell me, how many people are under Ren Tiange? How many superhumans? How many guns? Li Muge stepped on his chest, his gaze chilling, dare to leak a single word, and I'll throw you on the street to feed the zombies. Don't, please don't. I'll tell you everything. Everything. In front of the weapon storage, the sound of metal clanging echoed in the corridor. Useless. All of you are fucking useless. Ren Tiange kicked over the officer who was smashing the door, tearing open the top button of his Givenchy shirt, exposing his neck covered in bulging veins. It's been 5 days, and you can't even open a door. It's better to raise a dog than to raise you. Guns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, all the good stuff are inside, but they don't know the password and can only smash it. Young Master Ren, this anti-theft door is military grade. Not even a rocket launcher can blow it open, let alone our broken axe. Why don't you contact the chief again? He must know the password. Slap. Before he could finish, he got slapped in the face. If I could contact him, would I need you useless fools? Then, with a dark face, he said, everyone assemble, we're going to the headquarters, there must be password documents there. A handgun is powerful. But zombies have no pain, shooting them in the head still allows them to act, so you must smash their heads, which wastes bullets. He urgently needs rifles. When the time comes, with a few bursts, all zombies would be smashed. Just like that. He led more than 20 officers, all armed with handguns, towards the weapon storage exit. But at the door, he ran into Li Muge and the others. Tan Tan? He was not unfamiliar with this beautiful police flower. Before the apocalypse, he wanted to use his father's power to force Tan Tan to submit. But Tan Tan had a remarkable background too, so that plan fell through. He didn't expect to run into her here today. Wait, how did you two get here? What about Chen Fa and the others? Ren Tiange asked, realizing something was amiss. I killed them. Tan Tan's face was filled with frost, a bunch of officers who do not maintain order, actually ambushing survivors, they deserve to die. Let those 3 fools die. Ren Tiange wasn't furious about the deaths, instead, he invited, Tan Tan, survival of the fittest is the law of survival. With so little food, if we don't want to die, we must rob others. Why not join my team? Once I open the weapon storage door, I'll give you an AK, and I'll get an M4. Let's grow bigger and stronger, creating brilliance together. Tan Tan shouted angrily, stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't fall in with you scum. She saw clearly that Ren Tiange and his group had lost their bottom line, to survive, they would do anything. In contrast, Li Muge never kills innocents. Moreover, there's food and cursed fruits in Li Muge's refuge. Compared to that, Ren Tiange and his group are nothing but a bunch of useless waste. Sooner or later. Oh no. Today will be their demise. Ren Tiange looked at her in shock, his face filled with disbelief. No way, sis, are you crazy? I have so many people and so many guns, and you dare to blabber at me? Ren Tiange was stunned for several seconds before coming back to reality, asking again, Tan Tan. If I heard correctly. You're rejecting me, and calling me scum, right? Exactly. You are just a bunch of stinky rotten shrimp, disgusting. Damn. You filthy bitch, don't you see what's happening right now? I invited you out of pity, and you still dare to curse me? Ren Tiange was furious. Before the end of the world, you rejected me. After the end of the world, you still rejected me. Doesn't that make the apocalypse pointless? Ren Tiange flipped his wrist and aimed his gun at Tan Tan. I'm asking you again, will you join or not? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The others quickly drew their guns, pointing them at Tan Tan and Li Muge. Sorry, she's already joined my shelter. Li Muge stepped forward, just in time to block all angles of fire. Ren Tiange then noticed another man. Who the hell are you? My name is Li Muge. Li Muge? I know you, you're the one always posting online about free food and shelter, right? Thinking that Tan Tan might have already been with Li Muge, Ren Tiange's anger flared. Tan Tan, you've been kept by someone just for food. A filthy bitch, pretending to be pure in front of me. Poof. A dull thud interrupted his speech. Ren Tiange's hands were both severed, blood spurting from the wounds. Li Muge smiled faintly. Sorry, it's the apocalypse now. Guns are useless. Ah. It hurts, my hands. Damn. Ren Tiange felt an agonizing pain, trying to cover his wounds, but both hands were gone. Damn it, kill him. The scene happened too fast, and the 20-something people behind were all stunned. Hearing Ren Tiange's roar, they finally reacted and raised their guns to shoot. Earth wall. Li Muge summoned an earth wall, blocking in front of Tan Tan, then took the initiative to attack. Fire fist. The people in the front row only felt intense heat, and their heads were smashed to pieces by fire fists. This scene left Ren Tiange, who had his hands severed, dumbfounded. Wind, earth, fire. In just 1 minute, he had used 3 different abilities. Could it be that after the apocalypse, he fell into a devil fruit nest? Ren Tiange had a ridiculous thought in his mind. Everyone, don't panic. His abilities are so strong, they must consume a lot of energy. Let's scatter and wear him down. In Ren Tiange's team, there were experienced old-timers who, seeing the others getting nervous and some trying to run, immediately stepped up to encourage everyone. Concentrate fire. After scattering, the old-timer ordered them to concentrate fire. Bang, bang, bang. The hats emptied their magazines, firing hundreds of bullets at Li Muge in a frenzy. I don't believe you can block all these bullets, the old-timer sneered. However, the next second, his smile froze. A series of whistling sounds were heard as wind blades flew out from Li Muge's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The bullets that were fired were actually cut in half by the wind blades. Bullet fragments fell to the ground, making a clinking sound, and the world fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 64, The Humans in the Armory. Bullets were actually sliced open by wind blades. This is impossible? Even the battle-hardened old-timer stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. The other hats were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood what true supernatural abilities were. Now, it's my turn. The cold voice whispered like the Grim Reaper in everyone's ears. Without hesitation, everyone turned to run. But it was too late. A huge wind blade cut through the sky, instantly severing 5 bodies at the waist. Blood spurted out like fountains, intestines scattered on the ground, and the heavy smell of blood immediately filled the air. Boom! Flame Ring Fire Pillar roared as it spurted out, engulfing 3 more people. They crazily beat the flames, trying to put them out. But it was useless, and they finally turned into charred corpses. Li Muge did not chase after the remaining soldiers, but turned towards the earth wall. Officer Tan, how long are you going to watch the show? Tan Tan's fingertips slightly trembled. 3 seconds later. Bang! 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 Tan Tan's shooting was extremely accurate, each bullet hitting the back of the heart, quickly killing all the escaping hats. The fallen hats struggled to turn their heads, glaring at Tan Tan with hatred and anger. Tan Tan's face was pale, and her expression was full of pain. Killing her former colleagues with her own hands, that kind of feeling was truly painful. It's okay, Tan Tan. They were bullies, bad people, a cancer. Tan Tan bit her lower lip hard, persuading herself again and again. Killing them means saving those innocent civilians. You didn't do anything wrong, you did the right thing. You all are crazy. Ren Tiange sat limp in a pool of blood, the terrifying scene before him made him stutter. He had lost too much blood, his face was pale, and he didn't even have the strength to run. Now it's your turn. Li Muge's footsteps sounded like a death bell. Ah. No, I beg you, don't kill me. Ren Tiange was so scared he kept crawling backward. He may have worn the badge. But because of his bureau chief father, he had run wild in the bureau, bullying men and women, never doing a real mission. He had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. Someone like you still wants to partner with Officer Tan and rise to power? Li Muge lifted his leg and stomped down on Ren Tianga's leg. Crack! A sharp bone-breaking sound echoed out. Ren Tianga's left leg was broken right away. Ah! A pig-like scream burst from Ren Tianga's mouth, sweat pouring down from the pain, his eyes full of fear as he begged, "Please, have mercy on me." Want to live? Li Muge squatted next to him. Yes, I want to live. Ren Tianga nodded like a pounding drum. I heard the top officials all hid in shelters? Yes, my dad went too. Ren Tianga grabbed the chance like a lifeline. The leaders knew about Doomsday early, they prepared for years, but spots were limited, only high-level people could go. Oh? Then where is the shelter? I don't know. Li Muge's fingers suddenly poked into his wound. Ah! Ren Tianga twisted in pain, struggling and begging non-stop. Brother, I really don't know, I can't reach my dad now either. Can't reach him, then what's the use of you? Li Muge smiled, and raised his fiery fist. No, don't kill me. Ren Tianga's face was full of fear. Brother, I'm my dad's only son, he won't give up on me. When things calm down, he'll contact me for sure, then I can take you to the shelter too. Take me to the shelter, and then let your dad kill me? Li Muge gently shook his head and smashed Ren Tianga's head with one punch. After that, he took out Ren Tianga's phone and put it in his pocket. Let me see. Will your dad really come to take his son to the shelter? Then, the two of them picked up the guns from the ground and went into the weapon room. Sit and rest for a bit. After using powers repeatedly, Li Muge's energy was almost gone. He took out a few crystals to restore his strength. Looking at the dazed Tan, he smiled and said, What, after hearing about the shelter, did your beliefs collapse? A little. It's not really necessary. Li Muge shook his head. The shelter has limited space, of course they'll save important people first. Scientists, politicians, as long as they're still around, society can still function. Saving them first fits the country's best interest. Just like my shelter, at first I only let in pretty women, but later, didn't I also take in many poor girls? Tan understood the logic, but she still felt sad. Tan was silent for a while. At least they shouldn't have lied to us. That kind of slow, hopeless waiting is very painful. Li Muge shook his head. Why think so much? As long as we stay safe, and try to save more people, that's my goal. Tan looked up, the young man smiled at her warmly. Bright, confident. Like a beam of light, shining into her world, in the doomsday, in the darkness, giving her a direction. You're right. Tan stood up, eyes firm, walking toward the weapon room door. I know the password to the weapon room, let's empty it out and save more people. Even the chief's son didn't know the password, but you do? My dad, forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Li Muge raised an eyebrow. Looks like Tan's father was no simple man either, maybe he also went to the shelter. But after all these blows, this made Tan even more convinced of him. With a loyalty of 72, he would not easily betray him, so there was nothing to worry about. With the sound of machinery operating, the heavy steel door slowly opened. A strong sense of unease rose in Li Muge's heart. Earthen wall. He immediately cast the earthen wall to block the door and quickly pulled Tan to move left. Tat 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 tat. The sound of bullets slicing through the air came from the armory, followed by a series of muffled bangs. Boom! 10 seconds later. The earthen wall shattered. It's a submachine gun. Tan drew her pistol, blocking in front of Li Muge, her expression serious. The armory has been occupied. Li Muge squinted his eyes. It seemed the level 4 earthen wall was not strong enough, enduring only 10 seconds. But since there were people inside, why didn't Ren Tiangu and the others come out after smashing the door for so many days? Or was it? Was the inside actually a refuge? The next second. Tat. 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 As the door slowly opened, dull footsteps could be heard from inside. Tan and Li Muge found cover, intensely focused on the armory. Tan held her gun with both hands, her gaze firm. I'm sorry, but you abandoned me first, now I will only listen to Li Muge. At that moment, the door fully opened. Figures walked out from inside. When she saw their appearance, a trace of astonishment flashed across Tan's face. What are those? Chapter 65, Gun Girls. Cold eyes. 5 figures emerged from the armory. They all had short blue hair that reached their ears and skin that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. What was most horrifying was their eyes. They were not human eyes at all, but mechanical pupils resembling gun sights, locking onto Li Muge and Tan tightly. Click. With the sound of machinery operating, they raised their right arms in unison. Where their palms should have been, gun barrels spewing smoke extended instead. Eye of investigation. Li Muji's pupils shrank, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He was certain that those emerging from the armory were definitely not human. Type, gun girl. Grade, yellow level, in the hierarchy of all beings, deity, god, minor god, heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, the higher the grade within the same category, the stronger the combat power. Level, 2. Description, mutated from the U-05 silent submachine gun, with a steel body and powerful firepower. Weakness, magazine capacity of 50 rounds, requires 10 seconds to reload after firing. Gun girls. Li Muji's face was filled with confusion. Since the apocalypse, he had seen mutated beasts, zombies, and even plants that could mutate. But the living beings in front of him, mutated from cold firearms, completely exceeded his understanding. Tat 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 tat. Suddenly, deafening footsteps erupted from deep within the armory, as if thousands of troops were charging. Li Mugo was shocked and pulled Tan Tan to turn and run. But it was too late. The armory erupted with countless gun girls, surrounding the two completely. These gun girls moved in perfect unison, each step precise, emitting a suffocating sense of pressure. However, strangely, they did not immediately launch an attack, merely slowly raising their hands, pointing their dark gun barrels at the two. There, so many? Tan Tan's hand holding the gun trembled, her pretty face pale. Li Gu, I will attract their attention with gunfire. You take the chance to escape. Li Mugo felt warmth in his heart. Even in the face of death, she still thought of letting him escape first. This woman was worth it. Don't panic. He forced himself to remain calm, scanning the surrounding gun girls. Theoretically, low-level zombies have no intelligence, but they are surrounding us without attacking, which means there is a leader here. Li Muji's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the armory's entrance. She's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun girls at the armory entrance retreated like a tide, neatly creating a passageway. A woman dressed in black armor walked out, wearing a mask that only revealed her eyes, which were blood-red crosses. Her silvery white hair casually draped behind her. Black tactical pants, outlining her slender and long legs. She stopped 10 meters away. And 10 meters was the maximum range of Li Muji's wind blade attack. This left Li Mugo in shock. Could it be that the opponent knows his skill? He anxiously opened his eye of exploration. Type, gun girl. Name, Lin Tong. Rank, earth level. Level, 9. Skill, Cold Star Eye, can analyze target abilities below her level. Skill, one strike from heaven, charge for 30 seconds, causing a 5,000 meter area annihilation strike. Skill, Laser Shield, condenses a laser particle shield. What a joke. Li Muji's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. A monster like this appears on the 9th day of the apocalypse? Just as Li Mugo was at a loss, Lin Tong suddenly spoke. Li Mugo, thank you for releasing me. Hearing this, Li Mugo was not surprised. Since she has the Cold Star Eye skill, knowing his name is quite normal. But it seems the opponent has no hostility. That's good news. No need to thank me. He forced himself to be calm. My wife is about to give birth, I have to go home. Do you think I will let you go? Lin Tong stared at Li Mugu, her blood-red pupils glowing faintly. Actually, I want to kill you because you have a scent that fascinates me. Li Mugu fell silent. He really wanted to say, if you are truly fascinated, we should have a duel of guns and cannons to see who takes down whom. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that if he spoke, Lin Tong would blast him away. However, Lin Tong suddenly chuckled, her mechanical fingers tapped on the cannon. My intuition tells me that if I make a move, I will definitely be the one to die. Li Muji's heart trembled. Could it be that the system has some life-saving mechanism that he didn't know about? Other than that, he couldn't think of any way to turn the situation around. So, I want to make a deal with you. Lin Tong said with a smile. What deal? Lin Tong looked at Li Mugo and said, help me find a kind of steel called dark erosion steel. This steel has a surface that presents a deep gray to black matte texture, covered in spiderweb-like fluorescent blue patterns, very recognizable. As for where to find it, I don't know, but I believe in your luck. Alright, since it's a deal, what do I get? Since the other party wanted to cooperate, Li Mugo was no longer timid and directly asked for benefits. Lin Tong raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A sudden storm of gunfire erupted. Li Mugo thought Lin Tong had changed her mind and was going to shoot him dead. He instinctively summoned earth walls, but saw the front line of gun girls all turn their cannons and pulled the triggers at his head. Amidst the splattering of metallic fragments, they fell one by one. Then, a group of gun girls approached, picked up the scattered crystals on the ground, and handed them to Li Mugu. These 100 level 4 crystals are your down payment. Lin Tong continued, after you find the dark erosion steel, regardless of your level, I will send you another 100 crystals of the same level. Her own people kill without hesitation. This little girl is quite ruthless. But these crystals were enough for him to reach level 5, so he wouldn't turn them down. As for finding dark erosion steel, even if he was lucky enough to find it, it was impossible for him to deliver it to her. Deal. Lee Mugu took the crystals and then said, once I go back, I'll have my people look for dark erosion steel, and as soon as it's found, they'll deliver it to you. Lee Mugu, do you know, actually humans, zombies, mutated beasts, gun girls, we are not enemies. Lin Tong suddenly said. Lee Mugu fell silent. Lin Tong continued, we are all pitiful creatures in the apocalypse, and killing each other is just to survive. If you can find the dark erosion steel, I will treat you as my best friend, and we will survive together in the apocalypse. I believe your nonsense. Lee Mugu sneered in his heart, you kill your own kind at will, yet you want to be friends with me? Don't spout nonsense. However, he still smiled and said, from the moment you gave me these crystals, you have been my best friend for life. Best friend, I will take my leave now. Okay, I will wait for you to bring me the abyssal steel. Absolutely. After saying this, Lee Mugu grabbed Tan Tan and walked out, and the gun girls outside immediately cleared a path. Their movements were synchronized. Just like the soldiers of Huaxia. Lin Tong watched their backs, and in her right hand, black light flickered continuously. Her Qiankuan strike was always in a charged state. As long as she raised her hand to fire, she could blow Lee Mugu away. She could claim that enticing thing for herself. But she didn't dare. In the depths of her intuition, she felt that the moment she raised her gun, she would die. Chapter 66, The Lady of the Voyage. Crisis of the Shelter. Until they exited the armory, Li Muji's back was taut and straight. He could clearly feel the killing intent from Lin Tong still lingering. It was just fear of something that held her back from making a move. The two got into the car, and just as they were about to leave, Li Mugu sensed a sudden jolt in his heart. He quickly turned his head and saw a striking figure sitting quietly on the roof of the armory. Her gaze was fixed directly on him. Ziwei? Li Muji's expression changed. He instinctively wanted to activate the Eye of Inquiry. But Ziwei disappeared into thin air, as if she had never appeared. Still pondering about those monsters? Tan Tan noticed he was staring at the direction of the armory and couldn't help but ask. No, let's go home. Li Mugu shook his head, not saying much more, but in his heart, he was secretly pondering about Ziwei. Seeing him like this, Tan Tan tactfully stopped questioning. What happened today had impacted her even more. She also needed to calm down. On the way back, Li Muji's thoughts were racing at high speed. Could the danger that Lin Tong felt be from Ziwei? At the Science and Technology University, Ziwei was only level 3, but her rank reached a staggering subgod level. She might possess some terrifying ultimate move capable of devastating everything. But the question arose, why would she want to protect him? Also, was she human? Or was she some kind of lady like Lin Tong? A series of mysteries tangled in Li Muji's mind, hard to shake off. Back at the shelter, Li Mugu directly found Zhang Minghui. First, he helped Zhang Minghui upgrade the Wind Blade Fruit to level 4, then he gave her all the crystals from Lin Tong for her to absorb. Eventually, the return was, level 4 crystals times 987,689. Li Mugu immediately raised all his abilities to level 5. At this moment, his attribute panel was completely renewed. Name, Li Mugu. Level, 4. Rank, yellow level. Fruit ability, Strong Fruit, 5. Fruit ability, Burn Fruit, 5. Fruit ability, Wind Blade Fruit, 5. Fruit ability, Earth Fruit, 5. By lightly pressing the symbol on the attribute panel, he could clearly see the specific skills contained in the Devil Fruit. However, when he saw the rank column, his expression darkened instantly. Yellow level? Isn't that too low? System, how can I raise my rank? He asked eagerly. Ding. Consuming evolution liquid can promote to mysterious level. How can I obtain evolution liquid? Ding. Please explore it yourself. Li Muji's mouth twitched. This broken system plays dead at critical moments. But soon, he suddenly recalled Lin Tong's commission. System, is abyssal steel a material for Lin Tong's upgrade? Ding, yes. As expected. Li Mugu scoffed. Lin Tong was already a ground-level powerhouse. The materials that could promote her must be extraordinarily valuable. She actually wanted to exchange for just 200 crystals. This little lady is truly sharp. Li Mugu made up his mind, even if he really stumbled upon abyssal steel, he absolutely wouldn't trade it. At the very least, he would wait until he was on par with Lin Tong to have some negotiating power, then he would teach this little lady a lesson. Abyssal steel, spatial crystals. Whether it's for the evolution of the gun lady or the system rewards for equipment upgrades, it all seemed to hinge on these rare materials. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately instructed Shin Changwan to inform all personnel in the shelter to pay special attention to stones and iron while hunting monsters outside. Once a figure is found, bring it back to the shelter without exception. If it has value, he will reward crystal stones or devil fruits. Everyone received the announcement and immediately felt blood boiling with excitement. Everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation, imagining themselves finding treasures and exchanging for a devil fruit to soar into the sky from then on. On Li Muji's side, he wasn't idle either. The appearance of Ling Tong hit him like a wake-up call, making him realize that the influence of the blood moon was more terrifying than he imagined. Even guns had mutated. So, what about ships? The shipyard in Bin City is right next to Diamond Bay. China's first aircraft carrier, the Ning ship, was completed here. If even the aircraft carrier has mutated, what hope does humanity have in this apocalypse? Just thinking about it made Li Muji's back feel cold and sweats pour down. Filled with worry and unease, Li Mugu drove to the seaside. He looked far across the sea, his gaze fixed on the big ships docked in the bay. 1, 2, 3. Li Mugu counted and realized there were a total of 6 big ships in the bay, with only 2 having been completed. And the Ning ship was not among them. This was great news. Seeing that they still look like big ships, they probably haven't mutated yet. Of course, if those big ships had mutated, humanity would have no way to survive. Li Mugu murmured softly to himself, but still uneasily opened his eye of investigation. The eye of investigation was powerful. As long as the target was within sight, no matter how far away, it could accurately reveal detailed information. Type, Shipgirl, evolution level 33%. Grade, mysterious. Level, 7, in growth. Hidden information, growing Shipgirl, no combat power yet, but will have guardians nearby. Though the data was only 4 short lines, it scared Li Mugu into a cold sweat. There really is a Shipgirl. And it's already evolved 33%, yet its level is 7, if it fully evolves, wouldn't its level skyrocket to 21? Who can fight that? Li Mugu bitterly cried in his heart. But fortunately, this Shipgirl's grade was only mysterious. It seems that evolution in the apocalypse doesn't solely depend on size to determine grade. In 9 days, the evolution level reached 33%, going by that pace, it will complete evolution in 18 days. Li Mugu quickly calculated in his mind, I must exceed level 21 before that, or I'll just have to move out. Then, Li Mugu checked the data of a few other ships one by one. As expected, the data of the other already built ship was similar to that of the ship where the Shipgirl was located. And the 4 ships still under construction showed no sign of mutation yet. Wait. Since she hasn't completed her evolution yet, can I destroy her during this opportunity? A bold idea suddenly flashed in Li Muji's mind. In his view, the Shipgirl was still a ship now. As long as a fire was thrown, the big ship would turn to ash, and the so-called Shipgirl would die before birth. But as soon as that thought arose, Li Mugu remembered the hidden information. Hidden information, growing Shipgirl, no combat power yet, but will have guardians nearby. Li Mugu pondered for a while but eventually decided to take the risk. It wasn't that he was reckless. But he thought that since this Shipgirl was just mysterious grade, her guardians would at most be yellow grade. Not everyone can be mysterious. Why should I serve you as a dog? What right do you have? And in the armory, Ling Tong's subordinates, the highest level was only level 5. 10 minutes later. Li Mugu arrived at the shipyard but hesitated before entering. At the entrance, there were a dozen corpses lying around haphazardly, and they all had one thing in common, their hearts had been ripped out. Based on the theory of 3 days dead turning into zombies. These people had all died within 3 days. It seems the shipyard has already been occupied by mutated beasts and zombies. Thinking of this, Li Mugu cautiously drew the cursed blade and slowly walked into the shipyard. He was highly alert, sensing the changes around him. Strangely, he didn't see a single mutated beast. Safely passing through the silent factory, Li Mugu finally arrived at the shipbuilding area and found the Shipgirl. Clearly still in the process of evolution. Yet it brought him a chilling sense of danger. If she were to complete her evolution, he would probably just be defeated in an instant. He raised his hand, and flames instantly ignited on his fist, distorting the air around it with intense heat. Blue flames. Li Mugu murmured. But just as he was about to throw the flames at the ship, completely destroying this potential threat, a cold voice unexpectedly sounded softly behind him. There are many special items inside her body. It would be a pity to just burn it. Chapter 67, Ziwei's Hint, delving into the ship's interior. Hearing the voice behind him, Li Muji's hair stood on end. With his current perception, he hadn't noticed anyone approaching at all. This could only mean one thing, the other's power overwhelmed him. Li Mugu suddenly turned around to see a girl, looking about 16 or 17, with an aloof and cold appearance. Strangely, her hair and pupils were purple, and a long sword was tied at her waist. The sword remained sheathed, yet Li Mugu felt a sense of danger creeping up his back. It's you? Li Mugu was astonished. You dared to probe my information. Ziwei lightly brushed her finger against the sword hilt, die. Li Muji's expression changed dramatically, feeling as if his breath had stopped, as if he were being watched by a fierce beast. If she wanted to, a single strike could split him in half. Li Mugu took a deep look at Ziwei and nodded, then tentatively asked, You saved me in the weapon depot today, right? Yes. Why? The weak have no right to ask questions. Ziwei's lips curled slightly. Fine. You're a demigod, so impressive, I won't ask anymore. Li Mugu bit his teeth secretly, waiting for the moment he reached demigod level, he'd capture all those gun girls, ship girls, cat girls, and bring them back to the shelter as maids. Ziwei pointed at the large ship and said, There are a few good things inside that will benefit your development. It's just a matter of whether you dare to take them. This time Li Mugu learned his lesson, not asking what the good things were, and jumped directly onto the ship. As for danger. What a joke, this tsundere girl could easily kill him without any tricks. The ship was dark, without lights. Li Mugu raised his hand, and a flicker of flame burst from his fingertips, illuminating the surroundings. Li Mugu noticed there was a bloodstain on the floor formed by dragging. He followed the blood trail and arrived outside the control room. He first cast a soil shield around himself, then kicked the door open while sending the flame into the room. Under the firelight, he saw a giant meatball hanging inside the control room. The meatball was about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, an irregular shape formed by a mass of hearts. Li Mugu felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled the bodies at the door, their hearts hollowed out, and the bloodstains on the floor of the cabin. It seemed the guardian of the ship girl had killed them, removed their hearts, and brought them here. Li Mugu opened his probing eye. Item, Heart of the Ship Girl, in evolution. Hint, excellent food and nutrients, can accelerate plant growth and has a very low probability of causing evolution. Food? Seeing the hint, Li Mugu felt a sickening chill. Thousands of mutated beasts and zombies crowded on the deck and in the cabin. Several mutated beasts that had reached level 5, with intelligence close to that of humans, were chatting constantly. The heart of the ship girl has been taken away, what should we do? We must go save the ship girl. Don't be impulsive, that one outside is too terrifying, going out will lead to death? But the ship girl. I know that human, he lives across the sea. Once that one leaves, we will gather our forces and take back the heart of the ship girl. That's the only way, but the heart of the ship girl is already beyond repair, can we eat it? Of course, we will split the heart of the ship girl evenly. On the other side, Li Mugu finally found 2 new things. A handgun and a stone. Red Tide? Exploder, Mystic. Magazine capacity, 12. Description, converts crystal energy into bullets. After hitting an enemy, it causes an explosion, bullet power relates to the level of the crystal used. Water Spirit Pearl, Mystic. Description, after consumption, allows free breathing underwater. Li Mugu took out 12 crystals, filled bullets for the Red Tide, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! A burning bullet shot out and crashed into the wall of the room. At the moment of impact, the bullet exploded with a bang. Wood chips flew, flames burned. The wall left behind a hole with a radius of 1 meter. This power is a bit stronger than my fire fist when I was level 1, not bad. If this handgun fell into someone else's hands, it wouldn't be of much help. After all, killing a mutated beast only gets 1 crystal, so the reward is almost 0. But Li Mugu could obtain thousands of crystals by killing a mutated beast, so the bullet expenditure was negligible. Li Mugu began his journey back, collecting everything useful in the ship and putting it into the system space. He thought about looting again when he went to another ship girl. But as soon as he came out, he saw the deck of another ship girl teeming with hundreds of mutated beasts. They were staring at him with blood-red eyes. Damn, does it mean all the mutated beasts in the shipyard are on that ship girl? Li Mugu was startled. Seeing that the group of mutated beasts had no intention of attacking him, he finally relaxed. Then he opened his exploration eye and discovered that a few of the mutated beasts in front were level 5, while there were a dozen level 4 ones behind, most were level 3 and 2. At this moment, the mutated beasts seemed to have seen their nemesis, scared and scrambling to flee into the cabin. In the panic, trampling occurred. Many mutated beasts screamed in pain as they were stepped on. Li Mugu turned to look back and saw Ziwei striding towards him, her purple hair floating in the wind, a terrifying presence. Did you get the things? Li Mugu nodded and pointed at the mutated beasts, saying, Those mutated beasts seem very afraid of you. Yes, a bunch of lowly crawlers fear me like they fear death, Ziwei tilted her head and said. You are the best. Li Mugu raised his thumb in agreement. Ziwei seemed to like this, revealing a satisfied expression. You can go back now, I want to bring the other ship girl back to life. What a pity. There might be treasures on that ship girl too. But Li Mugo was already very content. If it weren't for Ziwei scaring the mutated beasts here, he might not have gained even this much. Suddenly, Li Mugo had a bright idea. Would you like to visit my shelter? There's a lot of good food. Ziwei was too mysterious. And incredibly powerful. If he could get her to come back, it would mean another anchor for the shelter. No. You severed the heart of the ship girl. These mutated beasts hate you deeply. In 3 hours, they will attack your shelter. I don't want to help you clean up the mess. Chapter 68, Dawn Shelter, the wave of mutated beasts is coming. Hiss. Li Mugo gasped, a trace of anger on his face. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? You didn't ask. Instead of whining, you should go back and set up defenses as soon as possible. She gently leaped, landing on the deck of the opposing ship girl. Those fierce mutant beasts were actually crouching on the ground like startled birds, not daring to make a sound. Damn. Li Mugo finally understood why Ziwei could accurately predict the timing of the mutant beast's retaliation. Seeing her calm demeanor, it was clear she planned to stay there for 3 hours. What is she after? This question lingered in Li Muge's mind. He looked deeply at Ziwei and turned to leave. No matter what kind of trick Ziying was playing, the urgent task was to deal with the impending beast tide. After getting in the car, he contacted Shin Changwan, summoning all members back to the shelter. By the time he returned to the shelter, everyone had already gathered in the square. Li Mugo recounted the situation of the mutant beast tide. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone immediately began to discuss heatedly. The beast tide is great. I've been worried about not having enough crystals, and they just delivered themselves. Yeah, I just need 20 more crystals to exchange for the wind blade fruit. I must get it tonight. Don't be too optimistic. The beast tide isn't a joke. What are you afraid of? With Li Gu here, we can just pick up the scraps. No problem, Li Gu is invincible. Li Mugo scanned the area and found everyone's loyalty levels were above 60. This number meant they would not easily betray him. Time to distribute some benefits. He raised his hand to hush the chatter. As the saying goes, an emperor does not want hungry soldiers. Among you, there are still many who have not awakened their powers, and facing the beast tide would be too dangerous. So I have decided to distribute either a strengthening fruit or 10 level 1 crystals to everyone. A cursed blade and a cat demon leather armor. Moreover, within 24 hours after the beast tide, all items in the shelter will be available for half price. The main force of the mutant beast tide consisted of level 2 and 3 mutant beasts. With these supplies, it wouldn't be too difficult to cope. Li Gu is powerful. Wang Quan and the others shouted energetically, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They had long desired the wind blade fruit, and half price meant only 50 crystals. The rewards Li Mugo had just announced were worth 30 crystals. Woohoo, can I also awaken my powers now? Li Gu is so nice. Li Gu, you are my reborn parents. Lu Qian and the others trembled with excitement. Having weapons and armor increased their chances of survival. Li Gu. Tan Tan weakly raised her hand. I and Fong Fong just joined the shelter on the first day. Isn't it unfair to get benefits without making contributions? Since you joined the shelter, we're family, of course, you share in it. Li Muge's gaze was intense and firm. I say again, as long as you follow me loyally, I, Li Muge, guarantee you will eat well, dress warmly, and live safely. Eat well, dress warmly, and be safe. Before the apocalypse, these were just ordinary things. But in this dark and chaotic world, they became distant dreams for many. Wang Quan shouted excitedly, Li Gu is so good to us, if anyone dares to betray Li Gu, I'll be the first to chop them up. Betraying Li Gu means a death without a proper burial. Everyone expressed their agreement. At the same time, the system's notification sounded continuously. Ding, loyalty plus 5. Ding, loyalty plus 2. Ding, loyalty. Alright, the beast tide is coming soon. Li Mugo waved his hand, everyone follow Teacher Shin to get supplies, then eat and drink enough to prepare for battle. There were probably 700 to 800 mutant beasts on the deck. There must be more in the cabin. This was just the scale of the tide, estimated to be over 1,000 beasts. It would definitely be a tough battle. Thankfully, the earthen walls built in advance surrounded the shelter like a fortress, so they only needed to guard the door. Otherwise, there would surely be casualties. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Minghui suddenly suggested, Brother, why don't you give the shelter a name? A name? Yes, more and more shelters are being established recently. Having a name would help distinguish them, right? Do you guys have any ideas? Wang Xianxian, let's call it all meals included. It's concise and to the point. Huang Jing, kill and punish. Aliyah, why not use my husband's name and call it Mugu Shelter? Li Mugu was speechless. What is this? Just when Li Mugu was left speechless, Lu Ruyan quietly said, Dear, how about we call it Dawn? Though we are in the end times, we firmly believe that dawn will eventually come. These words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since we saw the sun. This is the first time I miss the sunlight so much. The blood moon is long, but dawn will eventually arrive. The few girls suddenly became emotional. Lee Mugo gazed up at the blood moon in the sky, his fingers slowly curling into a fist. Yes, the blood moon is long, but dawn will eventually come. He must lead the dawn refuge and carve a path to survival in this apocalypse. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, at 1:30 in the morning, the searchlights illuminated the area around the dawn refuge as brightly as day. Brother, they're coming. Wang Xian, on lookout duty upstairs, warned through the intercom. Following that, footsteps sounded outside. The noise was chaotic and loud. It grew louder and louder. Everyone tightened their grip on the curse blade, their breathing becoming a bit hurried, as it was their first time facing the tide of mutated beasts, naturally making them a little anxious. Li Mugu, however, was quite calm. He stood on the earthen wall, ready to support everyone at any moment with his powers. They're here. In his sight, groups of zombies with red eyes clawed and lunged forward. Each had a terrifying bloody hole in their chest, surely from the shipyard workers who had died earlier. I didn't expect these mutated beasts to be quite clever, knowing to send these cannon fodder to test my strength. These low-level zombies were just right for the members of the refuge to hone their skills. Li Muji's heart stirred, and he shouted, "Open the door, take the initiative, and quickly solve these zombies." Wang Quan could no longer hold back and was the first to break through the door. The curse blade gleamed coldly as he split the first zombie's head in two. Zhang Minghui raised her delicate hand, and several wind blades howled out, tearing the distant zombies apart. The fiercest was Zhao Bin, who threw a punch, and the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, its stinking fluid splattering everywhere. The girls who had not fought before, feeling a bit anxious earlier, now gained confidence upon seeing 3 people kill zombies in an instant. They grabbed their curse blades and began to chop madly. Those zombies were fearless, surging forward en masse, clawing at people wildly. Slash! A female college student was caught off guard and had her outer clothes shredded by claws, only to see that her cat demon leather armor remained unharmed underneath. This leather armor is amazing. She was first overjoyed, then her eyes glinted fiercely as she swung her knife in anger. Dare to assault me, die. Everyone in the Dawn Refuge sprang into action and soon hacked the group of zombies into pieces. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Li Gu, the mutated beasts are launching a total attack." Chapter 69, The Cunning Level 5 Mutated Beast. Everyone retreat to the refuge. Li Muji's voice roared in the night wind, his pupils narrowing as he fixed his gaze on the black shadows surging in like a tide. The real battle is about to begin. There was no time to collect the spoils, everyone quickly retreated back into the Dawn Refuge and closed the doors. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and everyone's breathing became rapid. Sisters, the real test has come. Zhang Minghui tightened her grip on the long knife, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Everyone, stay sharp. Wang Quan roared, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Hee, there are so many fishmen outside, we'll have spicy grilled fish tomorrow. Whoever made the joke made everyone burst into laughter. The earlier ease of slaying over 100 zombies boosted the morale of the team. Outside the door, the dense footsteps approached like a torrential rain. However, unexpectedly, the mutated beast horde did not charge in immediately. Clearly, they also realized. The 2 large doors of the refuge were a total of 6 meters wide. Only 2 or 3 mutated beasts could enter at once, a reckless charge would only make them live targets. Suddenly. Bang! 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 The dull crashing sounds came from the direction of the walls, each sound like a war drum beating in everyone's hearts. Li Gu! They are destroying the walls. The voice of Wang Quan was filled with a hint of panic. Once the wall was breached, they would be surrounded by the tide of beasts, losing their last line of defense. Li Mugu furrowed his brow tightly. Those few level 5 mutated beasts were far smarter than expected, not only did they use zombies as cannon fodder, but they also knew to destroy the walls first. With a loud bang, the front wall collapsed, and a tidal wave of fishmen warriors surged in. These fishmen had scaly fish heads on their upper bodies, while their lower bodies sported thick limbs, rusted iron spears glimmering with blood under the moonlight. Kill! Li Mugu shouted, drawing the curse blade, its edge slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. The first fishman didn't even have time to react before it was cut in half. 2 other fishmen lunged with their spears, and Li Mugu waved his left hand, wind blade. Several wind blades shredded the 2 fishmen into pieces. For him, now at level 5, these low-level fishmen were utterly insignificant. His gaze was always searching for the few hidden level 5 leaders. Transformed into the Grim Reaper, he charged outside the refuge, ready to catch the king by seizing the thief first. He cut down more than 10 fishmen in a row. Li Mugo felt distinctly that these fishmen were much tougher than zombies. After chopping down several, the curse blade had become dull. This broken knife. Li Mugo muttered, and then flames surged from within, wrapping around the curse blade. It wasn't that the knife was useless. It was that Li Mugo preferred to split heads, and the hard skulls of the fishmen naturally wore down the curse blade severely. Whoosh! A pink afterimage suddenly shot through the air. Instinctively, Li Mugo summoned an earth shield, and with a bang, a tongue covered in pockmarks was deflected. Looking closely, he saw a 1-meter-high toad staring at him with a cold gaze, its pink poison sac oozing slime continuously. Whoosh! The toad opened its mouth, and its tongue struck again. Li Mugo flicked his wrist, the burning blade precisely severing that disgusting tongue, and then a wind blade sliced the sneaky toad in half. The appearance of the toad tightened Li Mugo's heart. The fishmen warriors were attacking head-on, while the toads were launching remote sneak attacks. These mutated beasts could actually deploy tactics. He wasn't afraid, but what about the others? He immediately disengaged from the battle and jumped onto the wall. Inside the refuge, chaos reigned. Those toads' poison tongue attacks were hard to defend against, and several members were injured. Damn it! Li Mugo frowned. He intended to train these people but didn't want them to die. These toads could attack from too far away, he could no longer let it go on. Li Mugo jumped down from the wall, unleashing all his power. Dozens of wind blades shot through the air, immediately shredding 7 or 8 toads. They attacked unpredictably, but their defenses were quite average. The leader of the beast tide had noticed Li Mugo's strength and promptly sent a large number of mutated beasts to swarm him. Seeing this, Li Mugo didn't dare to be careless, wrapping himself in a layer of earth shield. At the same time, he took out dozens of level 4 crystals to keep on him, ready to replenish his spiritual energy at any time. Cunning and crafty mutated beasts that fear for their lives. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the battlefield. Those level 5 leaders were nowhere to be seen. Great wind blade. Spiritual energy poured out, and 7 giant wind blades fanned out, cutting through the mutated beasts in a 10-meter radius. Li Mugo quickly absorbed crystals to replenish his spiritual energy and then unleashed Flame Ring, Fire Pillar. Several fire pillars shot into the sky. The ignited monsters screamed and fled in all directions, ultimately collapsing in agony. With Li Mugo blocking the toads outside, the pressure on Wang Quan and the others drastically lessened. Watching the fishmen cleaved in half by wind blades and the toads struggling painfully in the flames, everyone was extremely excited. Brother Li is so strong. He's simply a war god. Wang Quan shouted excitedly, slicing through the fishmen in front of him. After this ends, I must exchange for the wind blade ability. Zhao Bin said with excitement. Zhang Minghui's calm voice rang out, don't get distracted. The Eastern Wall. Before the words fell, a thunderous roar came from the east, as another wave of fishmen stormed in, trapping the members of the shelter in the middle. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Li Mugo frowned deeply, his gaze swept across every corner of the battlefield like a hawk, but he still could not find the traces of the several leaders. The plan to take down the king first was completely shattered. Since you like using your minions as cannon fodder, I will send them off to their next life. Like a whirlwind, he charged toward the east, his hands swirling, as dozens of wind blades howled out, tearing flesh and blood apart in their path. Fortunately, this is not a game, skills have no cooldown limits, otherwise, even he would struggle against so many opponents. Despite the continuous casting making his temples throb, he was still within his limits. After replenishing his crystal stones, Li Mugo changed his strategy, alternating between wind blades and flame rings. Although the latter couldn't kill immediately, the heartbreaking screams of enemies engulfed in flames greatly demoralized the beast tide. Even so, the defense line within the shelter was on the verge of collapse. The relentless, high-intensity fighting left the team members exhausted, nearly everyone wounded. Fortunately, Zhang Minghui was also at level 5, her wind blades often timely resolved crises, preventing further casualties. Otherwise, once people started dying, the rest would surely feel fear, and with a demoralized army, the shelter would truly fall. On a small hill, 100 meters away from the battlefield, several huge shadows stood quietly. This is impossible. A level 5 mutated beast resembling a lizard roared. Is his spiritual power endless? Another creature, looking much like an octopus, had a serious expression. It's the crystal stones, he is using them to restore his spiritual power. What do we do? Let's push a bit more, I don't believe his crystals are endless. Chapter 70, The Clam and the Heron, the Fisherman Benefits? The roars of thousands of mutated beasts tore through the night silence, waking all the survivors in Diamond Bay from their sleep. They rushed to the window, nervously looking toward Liming's shelter. There, flames soared into the sky, and explosions echoed one after another. On the rooftop of a building in District B of Diamond Bay, a dozen people gathered, staring at Liming's shelter. These were the core members of the Diamond Bay Survivor Alliance, each one having awakened supernatural abilities. Incredible! A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses lowered his binoculars, his voice trembling. A handful of people can actually hold off thousands of mutated beasts. That Li Muge is so strong. A woman with dyed red hair said, his wind blades are at least level 2, and his crystal stone reserves are unfathomable. He is completely unafraid of spiritual power consumption. Should we go lend a hand? A young man rubbed his fists together. Afterward, we could ask for some food and crystals as a reward. Are you out of your mind? A burly man with a scarred face grabbed him by the collar. There are thousands of mutated beasts. Why should we risk our lives for Li Muge? Suddenly, Lu Hao, who had been silent, pushed up his glasses. Have you ever thought why the beast tide is attacking their shelter? This question was like a bucket of cold water thrown over everyone's heads. Indeed, if it were just about feeding, the helpless survivors in the community would be far easier to target. There would be no need to gnaw on a hard bone like Li Muge. Unless. The red-haired woman's eyes flashed with greed. There's something they're attracting them. The scar-faced man, Wang Tianba, excitedly slapped his thigh. Whatever can drive so many mutated beasts mad is definitely a priceless treasure. This kind of treasure should belong to us. The man with gold-rimmed glasses smirked slyly. Brother Wang, how about we let them fight to the death while we profit from the chaos? Isn't that immoral? We are all human. It's one thing not to help, but we absolutely cannot take advantage of others' misfortune. Lu Hao frowned. Morality? Wang Tianba spat. This is F*********** D up doomsday. If you want to be a saint, then get lost. I was just saying. Lu Hao changed the topic and said, but with so many mutated beasts, can Li Mugu and the others really make it through? Let's see what the situation is first. Everyone walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the battlefield in the distance. Lu Hao looked through the binoculars, clearly seeing the chaos at the front line of the shelter. Those young girls were covered in blood, yet still fought fiercely. He recalled how, when he went to exchange for supplies yesterday, Xin Changwan had talked to him about the tragic experiences of those girls, and he felt a pang of sympathy. I'm sorry, I really can't bear it. They didn't die under the fishmen's guns, but instead perished at the hands of humans. Lu Hao shook his head gently, then took out his phone and sent the conspiracies he found to Xin Changwan. 4:30 a.m. The several level 5 mutated beasts saw that their subordinates had suffered over half casualties and, seeing Li Mugu appeared not tired at all, reluctantly issued the retreat order. Otherwise, if more of them died, they feared they wouldn't be able to protect even one more shipgirl. When the last mutated beast fell with a wail, the entire shelter fell into an eerie silence. Everyone felt as if their strength had been drained, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Damn it, these monsters finally retreated. Wang Quan lay down on the ground, sounding weak. Yeah, my arms can't even lift anymore. My blade broke, and I had to pick up a gun to shoot back at them. My hands are bleeding. I can't imagine that one day I would kill so many people, a girl said, trembling. Li Mugu leaned against the wall, his temples throbbing. Using his powers continuously made him feel like his head was being stabbed by 1,000 needles. Even though my skills are not on cooldown, using them too much has its side effects. But after today, their strength will be boosted, and I won't have to be so exhausted. Li Mugu looked at the resting members on the ground. A smile appeared on his face. He had a lot of crystals, enough to raise everyone to level 5, but he did not do that. There's no free lunch. If I give them benefits unconditionally, they'll get used to it, and what if they are dissatisfied when I don't give them later? It's the same old saying. He could sell things cheaply, but he could never give them away for free. Free is not appreciated. Everyone. He forced himself to stand up and clapped his hands. All of them struggled to sit up, their tired faces filled with pride. Tonight, we created a miracle. Li Muji's voice echoed in the shelter. Over 1,000 mutated beasts attacked the shelter, but we held them off. Thunderous applause erupted, and some people even cried tears of joy. Only they knew how difficult this battle had been. But later, I lost track of who I had killed in the chaos, so I decided to gather the crystals together and share them equally. Xiaowei, Wang Quan, Zhaobin, Gao Shang, Lu Qian, and Zhou Han, you all killed more mutated beasts, so you will get an extra reward of 20 level 1 crystals. Is everyone okay with this distribution? Li Gu. Wang Quan suddenly raised his hand. You killed more than half of the beasts, you should take half of the crystals first. Wang Quan's words resonated with everyone. They had seen Li Muji's performance. It could be said. If it weren't for Li Mugu, they would have died 800 times already. But they did not know that Li Mugu didn't actually care about those crystals. Let's divide it as I said. Li Mugu became a dictator, but this dictatorship warmed the hearts of the shelter members. Loyalty +3. Loyalty +2. Loyalty plus. A series of system notifications made Li Mugu very pleased. He felt that after a bit more time, these people's loyalty might exceed 90. But 95 would be a hurdle. If these people could break through 95, Li Mugu felt he could become invincible. Shall we? Don't rush to collect the crystals, take a few people to treat the injured. Make sure the wounds are properly disinfected. To avoid bacterial infections. If scratched by a mutated beast, one wouldn't turn into a zombie, but if not cleaned up in time, the wounds could become infected and even necrotic. At this moment, Shin Chang-won suddenly walked over. Whispering softly into Li Mu-ji's ear, "Honey. Oh. Do they see themselves as fishermen?" A smile curved at the corner of Li Mu-ji's mouth. Since the apocalypse, he had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others if they did not provoke him. To the survivors from the other areas of Diamond Bay, he had never held any ill will. He even offered exchange services, selling them food and devil fruits. But these people actually planned to take advantage of the chaos and destroy his shelter. "If you really want to seek death, then I can only fulfill your wish." A flicker of killing intent flashed in Li Mu-ji's eyes. In the distance, a group of 100 was swiftly approaching. The strong man at the forefront wore a hypocritical smile. Seeing the scene, Wang Quan and the others immediately became tense. After all, they had just fought a great battle and were already at the end of their ropes. Even lifting a knife was a struggle, let alone fighting to the death. "Li Gu, they don't seem to be here for good intentions. What should we do?" Wang Quan spoke nervously. "No need to panic. Shall we take the injured inside first, the rest come here to get handguns?" Li Mu-ji's tone was calm, as if he didn't take these people seriously at all. Soon, over 100 people rushed over. The leader, named Wang Tianba, laughed and said, "I wonder who Li Mu-gu is?" "I am. What's the matter?" Li Mu-gu stepped forward. "Brother Li." Wang Tianba pretended to be polite, "We are here to help, though we arrived a bit late." He greedily scanned the ground littered with corpses, suddenly changing his face, "But brothers can't just run for nothing. We will take all these corpses and crystals, and prepare 20,000 pounds of rice, 3,000 pounds of vegetables, and 100 boxes of coke. Let's call it our effort fee." Chapter 71, Since there's nothing to talk about, let's kill. "What if I don't give it to you?" Li Mu-gu countered. "Li Mu-gu, I know you're strong, but you just fought off the beast tide, your spiritual power must be exhausted." He licked his lips, greed and malice flickering in his eyes. "Cooperate obediently, and we'll take our things and leave. If not..." He suddenly punched a corpse on the ground, flames bursting forth, as the fishman shattered into pieces. "I don't mind sending you on your way myself." Turns out he is also a fire fruit ability user. No wonder he was so arrogant. Li Mu-gu sneered, a surge of killing intent rising in his heart. Just as he was about to take action, someone stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone calm down." Everyone turned to look at the shouting person. It was Lu Hao. Lu Hao came between the two, first casting a reproachful glance at Li Mu-gu, as if to say, "I've warned you, why didn't you hurry to escape?" Then he turned to Wang Tianba. "Wang Tianba, we are all humans, there's no need to go to extremes, right? We'll take the corpses of these mutated beasts, so let's not fight over food, okay? After all, beast meat can also be eaten, why must we tear our faces apart?" Wang Tianba was stunned for a moment, then suddenly erupted in fury, shoving Lu Hao aside and cursing loudly. "Damn! Which side are you on? Worried about them? Fine, you can roll over there, I'll take you down too." The crowd behind erupted in laughter and ridicule. "Lu Hao, did you lose your mind? It's the apocalypse, and you still play the saint? Laughable. How did someone like you come out of Area C?" Lu Hao's face turned pale, his clenched fists trembling slightly. He looked at Li Mu-gu, then at the fierce crowd behind Wang Tianba, eventually letting out a bitter smile, slowly retreating behind Wang Tianba. "Lu Hao." Li Mu-gu fixed his gaze on him, his voice low, "Are you sure you want to side with them to rob me?" Lu Hao remained silent, not answering. This was the answer. Lu Hao had tipped them off before, so Li Mu-gu had a good impression of him. At this moment, even if he chose to remain neutral, Li Mu-gu would have given him some food and crystals as a reward. But unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. "Fine, since the talk is over." He slowly raised his hand, icy light flashing in his eyes. "Then let's send you on your way." Bang! 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 Before the words finished, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out outside the shelter. "Ah! They have guns! Damn it! Quickly hide! My leg! My leg's been shot!" Wang Tianba's team immediately fell into chaos, their previously arrogant attitude shattered by this round of gunfire. The ones firing were Tan Tan and the others. After killing Ren Tianga, they had seized more than a dozen handguns and thousands of bullets. Knowing Wang Tianba was coming, Li Mu-gu had already distributed the guns, waiting for this moment. "Don't be afraid. They have guns. The more we run, the worse it will be for us. Charge and kill them!" Wang Tianba shouted loudly. "A bunch of fools trying to take advantage of the chaos, go to hell with these zombies." Li Muge sneered coldly, his body suddenly leaping forward, heading straight for Wang Tianba. Damn it! Wang Tianba didn't expect Li Muge, who had been fighting all night, to still be this strong. His face changed drastically as he suddenly grabbed a nearby underling and shoved him in front of him. Boom! Li Muge's punch blasted out, the explosion of flames tearing apart the underling without even a scream, his body shattered into pieces, burning limbs flying everywhere. Good-heartedly Ge not only killed them, but also helped them with a cremation. Kill them all, leave none alive. Li Muge issued the order for total annihilation. He seemed like the god of fire descending, charging into the crowd. Each punch he landed sent a survivor flying apart into pieces. Blood splattered all over him. It made him appear like a demon walking out of hell. At this moment, a shadow quietly approached, suddenly striking from behind. Swish! A cold light slashed toward Lu Chen. It was a bald man, and his awakened knife block power allowed him to turn his arm into a blade. Hard, sharp. It could even split zombies in half. I hit him. Seeing the blade hit Li Muge, the bald man was overjoyed. Li Muge had fire abilities and his physical body wasn't strong. There's no way he could survive this slash. However, the scene of a waist-level cut didn't happen as expected. The bald man widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at his own blade hand. It was actually blocked by Li Muge's clothes. How is this possible? The bald man's face was full of disbelief. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Li Muge sneered, reached out, grabbed the bald man's neck, and lifted him up. Flames erupted from his palm, and the bald man's face twisted in pain as he was burned. Humans cannot defeat those mutated beasts. Humans will all die. I'll wait for you below. The bald man didn't beg for mercy, instead, he mocked Li Muge. I will live a colorful life, more carefree than before the apocalypse. Li Muge snapped his neck and casually threw him aside, then killed another mutant. He never expected that among these people, more than 10 had awakened powers. It seemed the devil's fruits, like the mutated beasts, were evolving, and their numbers were increasing. Damn it! Why does my head hurt so much? After throwing another fire punch, Li Muge felt like his head was about to explode. Ding! Warning, continued high-intensity use of powers will cause irreversible damage to the host's soul. Please stop immediately. The system's prompt rang in his mind. Then I'll kill with a knife. Li Muge took out 2 cursed blades, swinging them wildly, chopping crazily. He was covered in blood, with chunks of flesh hanging from his arms. He looked even more terrifying than the zombies. At this moment, Wang Tianba noticed that Li Muge was no longer using his abilities. He immediately shouted, Li Muge's spiritual energy is completely exhausted, charge with me, kill him. A few mutants saw this and rushed toward Li Muge. Come on. Li Muge sneered coldly in his heart. He couldn't use his powers anymore, but his physical body was already level 5. The people in front of him, except for 2 level 2s, were all level 1s. He just wanted to say one thing, everyone here is trash. But that's normal. Most people only awakened their abilities 4 or 5 days after the apocalypse started. After awakening their abilities, the first thing they did was rob food. They didn't have time to hunt 100 mutated beasts to level up. If Li Muge hadn't had the 1000-fold return, he'd probably only be level 2 right now. The huge level gap made the battle turn into a one-sided slaughter. The mutants charging in the front were instantly chopped down by Li Muge's blade. Li Muge did not show mercy just because they were all humans. His principle was, if others don't offend me, I don't offend them. If others offend me, I will strike them dead. Wang Tianba saw this and immediately roared, charging forward, flames wrapping around his fist, smashing toward Li Muge. Fire fist. Li Muge swung his knife to strike the fire fist. A cold light flashed. Ah! Wang Tianba's miserable scream echoed in all directions, his entire right arm was severed at the root, blood spraying everywhere. Li Muge grinned and walked toward him. An unprecedented death crisis began to grow in Wang Tianba's heart. No, don't kill me. He collapsed to the ground, fearfully crawling backward, all my resources are yours. Spare my life. Li Muge's face was expressionless as he slowly raised his long knife. It's too late. The blade flashed, and Wang Tianba's body was instantly sliced into dozens of pieces, his internal organs and crushed flesh scattered all over the ground. Li Muge stepped on his skull, his cold gaze sweeping toward the last escaping mutant. It's your turn. You better not come. That person was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, crawling and running away, his shoes smoking from the speed. But could he escape? Li Muge's lips curled into a cruel arc, and he raised his knife to chase after him. Chapter 72, Elevating Johan, Traces of the Shelter. Not just him. Everyone in the Survivor Alliance was desperately fleeing for their lives. The moment Tan Tan and others drew their guns, these people had already started retreating. And now, watching Li Muge butcher Wang Tianba into pieces like a killing god, their last mental defense completely collapsed. Unfortunately, it was too late to run. Li Muge, holding the cursed blade, with each flash of the blade, one person fell. From the shelter to Diamond Bay, along the way, a corpse lay every few steps. The last few survivors scrambled in a panic into a supermarket, trembling as they pulled down the rolling door. Li Muge took out the red tide. Li Muge pulled out the red tide and immediately fired a shot. Boom! The bullet exploded into a vicious hole in the metal door. Terrified screams erupted from inside the supermarket. Lu Hao's team saw Li Muge's figure walking through the smoke. Brotherly! Please spare us! Lu Hao pressed himself tightly against the shelf, his voice cracking with tears. I reported to you earlier, I'm on your side. He never expected that after hours of fierce battle, Li Muge's team still had such power. If he had known, he should have decisively sided with them earlier. I gave you a chance. Li Muge's voice was as cold as ice. If Lu Hao had remained neutral, not only would he have been forgiven, but Li Muge might have even shared some supplies as thanks. But since he chose to align with Wang Tianba, he became an enemy. And to enemies they must be eradicated without mercy. Please, let me explain. Boom! The bullet pierced through his forehead, and Lu Hao's expression was forever frozen between fear and regret. After several more gunshots, the supermarket returned to silence. Remember this in your next life. Li Muge put away the firearm and gently shook his head. People who waver die the fastest. After confirming there were no fish escaping the net, he dragged his tired body back to the shelter. He had just killed a dozen or so mutants. It was a very rewarding haul. But he didn't rush to check the system notifications. He was too tired, his head felt like it was about to explode. The priority now was to get a good night's sleep. Johan, come here. He placed the wind blade fruit and upgrade crystals on the table. Johan, who was wiping his long knife, immediately ran over. Master, this is... I need to rest. Li Muge rubbed his temples. You level up first, then handle the mutant beast corpses outside. He had neglected one thing earlier, Johan's loyalty was maxed out, and any amount of benefits would be worth it. He. Is the master finally going to improve my combat ability? Excitement flashed in Johan's eyes, and without hesitation, he accepted the resources. In his understanding, becoming stronger was to better serve the master. Take the red tie too. Li Muge tossed the pistol. Be on guard for those mutant beasts to attack from behind. The cunning of those 5-level mutant beasts had left a deep impression on him. Please, master, rest at ease. In the name of the god of death, the evil king swears that no small devil will disturb your sweet dreams. After receiving affirmation, Li Muge quickly washed off the blood, and just as he touched the pillow, he slipped into a deep sleep. In the haze, it seemed that a warm touch was slipping into his arms. All rest. This place is guarded by me, the god of death. No mutant beast shall cross this line. In the hall of the shelter, exhausted people were sprawled all over the ground, falling into a deep sleep instantly. Johan carried a long knife and walked outside, starting to dissect the mountain of mutant beast corpses. Xin Changwan and her daughter followed closely behind, collecting the crystals one by one from the bags they carried. Diamond Bay. Many people came to the street, looking this way with eyes full of greed and longing. Mr. Lu Sun once said, people tend to make associations. Seeing white makes them think of legs, then. Now, seeing the fish people's severed pieces on the ground, they thought of sweet and sour fish, delicious fish soup, and tasty chopped pepper fish head. They all swallowed hard, craving intensely. But the scattered remains of Wang Tianba's team on the street were like a red line that they dared not cross. Xin Changwan looked at these pale and emaciated neighbors, recalling her own days of hunger and cold, even almost sold by her scumbag ex-husband. But these prey were exchanged for their lives by Li Muge and the others. She had no right to dispose of them, nor could she generously share with others. Lu Hao and Wang Tianba's place should still have provisions. She ultimately said this with reluctance. Her words woke those in a daze. Upon hearing her, they immediately ran towards the community. The speed of their sprint over 100 meters was nothing like someone who had been starving for several days. Ah! In this chaotic world, how difficult it is to survive. Xin Changwan sighed lightly, turned to look at her daughter, who was focused on her work, and a flame of determination ignited in her eyes. Live on. No matter what, she must let this child live on. On the rooftop of the football field. Ziwei's purple robe fluttered in the night wind, the crimson moonlight casting a blood-red outline around her. She witnessed the slaughter tonight, a smile of approval curling at her lips. To stop killing with killing is the only way to peace. He does not suffer from the common human weakness of compassion. Cruelty, yet not numbness. He truly is a good seed. But this still isn't enough. Ziwei raised her head, gazing at the blood moon in the sky, a trace of worry flickering across her face. She only had one chance to choose allies, so she must be cautious and careful. Apart from Li Mugu, there were other candidates on her observation list. Let me see more of your true nature. Her whispers floated away into the bloody night. Jiangnan, Donggeng. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit stood silently amidst the ruins, looking up at the sky. The blood moon hung high. It dyed the entire world a dark red. In his ears, the roars of mutant beasts rose and fell, mixed with distant human screams. He knew this world could never return to the way it was. Behind him, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by an urgent shout. Mr. Tan. Tan Guoxiong closed his eyes briefly and slowly turned around. Tan Guoxiong sighed and looked over. Several young men in military uniforms were crawling out from a manhole that was the secret entrance to the shelter. Ironically, who could have imagined that the only shelter in Jiangnan was hidden in this filthy sewer? What's this? Have I lost even the right to breathe fresh air? Tan Guoxiong said coldly. The young soldiers hurried forward, their faces tense. Mr. Tan, it's too dangerous outside. Mutant beasts could appear at any moment. Danger? Tan Guoxiong scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the distant burning ruins. And what about the common people outside? Who is responsible for their safety? The soldiers were momentarily speechless. The capacity of the shelter was limited and could not accommodate all survivors. In the silence, a young soldier suddenly clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Mr. Tan. We don't not want to save, but the weapons have mutated. We have no ability to clear out all the monsters. His eyes were red, and his voice was choked. My parents, my sister are still at home. I damn can't even save them. Damn. His voice shattered in the night wind, like a muffled hammer, striking fiercely at everyone's chest. Chapter 73, Strong Enhancement Needs Doctors. I understand. Tan Guoxiong's eyes gradually became firm. We will quickly crack the genetic sequence of the devil fruit, so everyone can awaken their abilities. After saying this, Tan Guoxiong turned seriously and walked toward the sewer. The four young warriors silently followed behind him, their gazes like steel tempered in fire. Just as the worn wall of the sewer wrote, there has never been a hurdle that cannot be overcome on this land. They will definitely take back their homeland from the mutated beasts. Li Mugu slowly woke up from his slumber, feeling warm and soft in his embrace. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Ruyan looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Dear, you are awake. How long have I slept? You have slept for more than a day, brother must be hungry, let me get you something to eat. Lu Ruyan was considerate, like a newlywed wife. After saying this, she lifted the quilt, preparing to get out of bed. But she forgot about her condition, revealing a stunningly beautiful sight before Li Mugu. No rush. Let's do some morning exercises before eating. 1 hour later. Li Mugu finished his morning exercises, while Lu Ruyan went to cook. He checked the system prompts. Yesterday he had slain a total of 13 ability users. After triggering the Fruit of Devour, he collected Blade Block Fruit, Burning Fruit, Exploration Fruit, and 10 Strong Fruit. Blade Block Fruit allows body parts to transform into blade blocks, indestructible. The term indestructible must be exaggerated, the person yesterday couldn't even cut through a cat demon's skin armor. But it could also be because the opponent was too weak. Li Mugu didn't rush to distribute the fruits. After finishing the meal, he called Shin Changwan to his room. Honey, did you call me for something? Shin Changwan wore a dark green cheongsam, her posture dignified and graceful, as if she had stepped out of a scene from the Republic of China. Li Mugu asked, have the bodies outside been dealt with? Yes. Shin Changwan opened her notebook. Total collected crystals, level 4, 15 pieces, level 3, 70 pieces, level 2, 210 pieces, level 1, 401 pieces. They have been distributed evenly as you instructed. The bodies of the mutated beasts are temporarily piled outside the shelter. She closed her notebook, frowning slightly. Additionally, we urgently need professional doctors. Doctors? Is someone injured? Yes, several people are quite seriously injured. Shin Changwan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Mugu went with Shin Changwan to check on the wounded. The heaviest injury was King Quan's wife, Lu Qian. Her stomach had been stabbed by a fishman, and it was said that her intestines had even flowed out at that time. Everyone didn't know how to stitch, so they could only disinfect with alcohol and wrap it with bandages. Fortunately, she used the crystals she received to raise her ability to level 4, otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Now she was very weak, and King Quan made her mutated fish soup to nourish her body. Post online to recruit doctors to the shelter for a high salary. Li Mugu thought that the war would only become more brutal in the future, and injuries would become commonplace. Moreover, many mutated beasts carried bacteria. If injuries were not treated in time, there was a risk of amputation. Bringing in a few doctors could effectively reduce casualties. It would be even better if they could recruit those who could treat abilities. Honey, the internet signal has been cut off, we can't contact the outside world now. Shin Changwan said. So soon? Li Mugo frowned slightly. This time the internet was cut much earlier than the last. Then we can only risk it and go to the hospital. Li Mugo called Zhang Minghui and let her eat all the demon fruits collected yesterday. The return multiplier was very generous. All were 99.99. But unfortunately, there was no quality return. Li Mugo felt that her ideas hadn't been great recently. If there are new fruits, they can be exchanged for others to absorb and try. After last night's wave of mutated beasts, his woman's loyalty exceeded 85, allowing for quality returns. He left Johan to guard the shelter, while Li Mugo took Huang Jing and Aliyah to the affiliated second hospital. The affiliated second hospital, officially known as the Second Hospital of Binhai Medical University. It is a top-tier hospital. The medical level is very high. As soon as they got out of the car, they were surrounded by dozens of zombies in patient gowns. It seems the medical system collapsed first, Huang Jing whispered, gripping her weapon tightly. The scene before Li Mugo raised doubts in his heart. In this environment, could there really be survivors in the hospital? But since they were here, Li Mugo still decided to take a chance. If they couldn't find a doctor, at least collecting some medicines and medical equipment would be good. He tried his blade block ability, and his right arm instantly transformed into a sharp blade glinting cold light. The level 5 blade block was much stronger than that person from Wang Tianba's team. Killing these zombies was like chopping vegetables. Huang Jing and Aliyah didn't need to lift a finger, they just followed behind Li Mugo and picked up crystal stones. Entering the hospital lobby, more wandering zombies were attracted by the noise. Li Mugo swung his wind blades to clear the area, while instructing the two, first find the location of the director's office, the doctor's information should be there. Given the situation, it was hard to expect any survivors in the hospital. The director's office should have the doctor's information. He needed to find the home address of the doctor who didn't come to work that day and go directly to their home. Huang Jing quickly found the floor plan at the front desk, with the director's office on the east side of the 7th floor. On the way there, Li Mugo checked every office. As he expected, there were no survivors at all. Arriving at the director's office, Li Mugo found the door was locked from the inside. Could it be that there were survivors inside? Li Muji's eyes lit up, and he kicked the door open. There really was someone inside. Why you, who are you? A man in a white coat trembled as he stood up. Behind him were piles of empty glucose 4 bottles. Don't be nervous, I am Li Mugo from the Dawn Shelter. Li Mugo? You are the one who posted on the forum, looking for beautiful women, providing food and shelter? The man's expression froze. Yes, that's me. Li Mugo got straight to the point. Are you a doctor? There are injured people at our shelter who need stitches and treatment. I'm not. The man in the white coat shook his head but quickly added, but I know where there are doctors. Really? Please take me there. Li Mugo was overjoyed to hear this. Having doctors would be great, otherwise, he would have to have Zhang Minghui stitch Lu Qian's wound. Zhang Minghui had previously made cosplay costumes, so she could be considered a half-seamstress. The surviving doctors are in the morgue. Many people were scratched by zombies and went to seek treatment from them. They don't charge money, only food and crystal stones. Li Mugo smiled, he wasn't lacking in food and crystal stones. I can take you to find them, but you need to give me some food, the man in the white coat said quickly when he saw Li Muji's interest. Sure. Li Mugo nodded in agreement, then left with the man in the white coat and the 2 women, heading outside. Chapter 74, Greed Leads to Destruction. On the way to the doctor's morgue, the man in the white coat took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Yang Jian, I am a senior nurse at the second hospital. As he guided them, he spoke, his voice carrying the fatigue of having survived. On the day the apocalypse broke out, all the bodies in the morgue mutated. I couldn't escape and could only hide in the director's office, surviving on glucose until now. Why did he have to hide here, when there was no food in the director's office? Li Mugo calmly used his eye of exploration on him, secretly staying alert. The group arrived outside the morgue. They saw a lot of blood on the floor of the corridor and traces of dragged bodies. The blood was red. This proved that the dead were not zombies, but living people. Interesting. Li Mugo curled his lips into a cold smile. Gave a warning glance to Aliyah and Huang Jing. We've arrived, the doctor is right here. Yang Jian's voice had just fallen, and the door to the morgue opened with a creak. A doctor in a blood-stained white coat stepped out, his eyes behind glasses gleaming with shrewdness. Here for some treatment? My friend has been stabbed in the abdomen and needs urgent stitching. Li Mugo spoke calmly. Where is he? In the shelter, there are many injured. I'm afraid we need you to make a house call. Lee Mugo scanned the doctor, continuing to speak. Hearing this, the doctor scoffed. Zombies are rampant outside, making house calls is risking your life. He rubbed his fingers together, showing a greedy smile. It has to be more money. As long as people can be saved, the price is negotiable. The doctor exchanged a glance with Yang Jian, opening his mouth wide. 1 person for a devil fruit, plus 10 crystals. Aliyah gasped in shock. Are you robbing us? Huang Jing was also speechless. You really dare to ask for that much? Do you think a devil fruit is as cheap as cabbage? Robbing? The doctor chuckled coldly. In this apocalypse, saving a life is worth this price. Too black-hearted. Aliyah clenched her fists in anger, wanting to haggle with him. Lee Mugo raised his hand to stop her. Deal, can we leave now? What's the rush? The doctor turned back toward the morgue. You can't save someone without tools. Come in and lend a hand. Just as Lee Mugo was about to step forward, Yang Jian suddenly drew his gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at the back of his head. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the corridor. At the critical moment, a dirt shield appeared out of nowhere, and the bullet clinked as it fell to the ground. He has abilities. Yang Jian screamed as he stepped back, shouting toward the morgue, quick, come out to help. Immediately, 7 or 8 men wielding weapons rushed out from the morgue. They were all hospital staff who, after the apocalypse, formed an alliance and resorted to fishing for legal punishment online. In the past few days, over a dozen people had arrived, all killed by them. The bloodstains on the ground were formed from this. Their previous sky-high price was just testing Li Muji's stockpile in the shelter. Now they confirmed. A lot. So, they were driven by murderous intent. In their eyes, apart from Li Mugu, the shelter was filled with beautiful women, having no combat power at all. As long as they killed Li Mugu, they could inherit all of the Dawn shelter. Kill him. 3 muscular men rushed to the front. They were all strong fruit users. The leader was even at level 3, his immense combat power making him unstoppable in killing and looting. But unfortunately, they had kicked a steel plate today. Li Muji's internal spiritual power surged, and scorching flames wrapped around his fists. With one punch, the blazing flames roared like a dragon, instantly tearing apart the level 3 user. When the head rolled to the doctor's feet, the face still bore an expression of disbelief. The others were stunned upon seeing this. The strongest among them was actually killed by Li Mugu in an instant. But Li Mugu gave them no chance to react, flashing out like lightning, killing another man. Stop, or I'll blow these 2 up. Yang Jian turned the gun's muzzle toward Huang Jing, his voice distorted with fear. Humph. Huang Jing snorted coldly, charging right at Yang Jian. Yang Jian immediately pulled the trigger, but the bullet hit Huang Jing and surprisingly did not stop. He then noticed that he had hit only an afterimage. How is this possible? Yang Jian's eyes widened. How could this woman be so fast? Huang Jing drew the cursed blade. Swish! A cold flash darted past. Yang Jian's right hand holding the gun was severed, and the gun fell to the ground along with it. Ah! Yang Jian screamed in horror, looking terrified at Huang Jing. When he saw the 3 in the dean's office, he had mocked Li Mugu inwardly for being foolish, bringing 2 burdens to run around in such chaos outside. Yet this woman actually possessed the power to kill him in an instant. The clown turned out to be me. Don't kill me, please, I can be your dog. Yang Jian knelt down on the ground with a thud, shouting loudly for mercy. Idiot! Huang Jing swung the knife and slashed. Puff! Another perfect head rolled to the ground. Aliyah also joined the battle, the cursed blade like a venomous snake striking, and in an instant, another doctor was pierced through the heart. Yesterday, during the mutant beast tide, each of them had killed dozens of demon beasts. Their hearts were already as hard as steel. There was no burden in killing. In the blink of an eye, the hallway was left with only the doctor who had opened the door initially. Looking at the severed limbs and arms of his companions, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed on the ground. Li Ge. Spare my life, I am really a doctor, I can help you save people. He trembled as he pulled out his last card. Why did Zhang Jian go to the dean's office? Li Mugu asked. Someone said the dean and several directors went to the shelter. Yang Jian went to try his luck, hoping to find information about the shelter, but he didn't expect to run into you. The doctor stammered, shifting the blame. He sent me a message, asking me to probe your situation first. If there's plenty of supplies, he would act on you. Everything was his idea. WeChat? Isn't the network down? No. The doctor hurriedly pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, and WeChat was indeed online. Li Mugu checked his own phone, full signal bars. It seemed that the base station in Diamond Bay was destroyed in the beast tide, so Diamond Bay lost network. Then you must have your hospital's work group. Li Mugu asked with a smile. Yes. That's good. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Mugu threw a punch. Thud. Another body fell to the ground. He sincerely came to find the doctor, and if they were willing to help him heal people, he wouldn't hesitate to provide food, drink, and even devil fruits. But they were too greedy, wanting to kill Li Mugu and take everything from the dawn shelter. How could Li Mugu let them off? Li Mugu picked up the doctor's phone, found the work group, and saw that just minutes ago, there were still people chatting. And there were quite a few of them. Although the process wasn't very pleasant. Li Mugu smiled and typed a line of text, sending it to the work group, but I finally found a doctor, nice. Chapter 75, Dr. Chang from the second hospital, surgery fruit. On Blackstone Reef, in a certain neighborhood. Chang Nan weakly leaned against the sofa, her fingers scrolling over the phone screen, the notice from the command center, please citizens find their own survival resources, stinging her eyes. Could it be that ordinary people really have been abandoned, she murmured, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. As a surgeon from the second hospital of the medical university, she was always busy, barely eating anything other than takeout. At home, there was nothing but a few boxes of instant food. The last pack of instant noodles was eaten yesterday. On the sixth day, she discovered that a money tree on the windowsill had grown a devil fruit. At that moment, she thought she had finally waited for a turn of fate. But reality dealt her a heavy blow, it was a surgery fruit. Surgery fruit, level 1 consumes spiritual power to stitch wounds, healing rate increases by 20%. Heh. Chang Nan bitterly shook her head. In this apocalyptic world, where mutant beasts ran rampant, such a powerless ability was practically a joke. The constant stream of messages from the workgroup only made her heart ache like a knife. Her colleagues, who once prided themselves as independent women, now sold themselves for a piece of bread. She stared at the disgusting trade messages on the screen, her brain spinning from hunger. If this continues, maybe I too will. Just when Chang Nan was about to be crushed by hunger, suddenly, dozens of messages popped up one after another. Second Hospital Shaolong, hello everyone, I am Li Mugu from the Dawn Shelter, my friend has suffered a stab wound to the abdomen, we are offering a high reward for a surgeon, no limit on the number, food and accommodation provided, house calls available, if interested, private message me. Second Hospital Shaolong, hello everyone. Li Mugu sent dozens of messages, flooding the screen. Chang Nan immediately sent him a private message. Are you Li Mugu? And where is Shaolong? Li Mugu glanced at the note. Chang Nan 172 of 32, loves iced Americano. She has a decent height. However, her profile picture is of a crayon Shinchan, and it's unclear what she looks like. Shaolong, I went to him for treatment, he wanted to kill me, but I fought back and killed him. Chang Nan's pupils suddenly contracted. The rumors in the group turned out to be true, Shaolong and his group lured survivors to the morgue under the guise of healing to kill and take their supplies. She once thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems, the apocalypse is more brutal than she imagined. Do you really have food and accommodation for doctors? She heard that Shaolong and his group had gathered together. Since Li Mugu could fight back, he should be quite capable. Of course. Are there any other requirements? Chang Nan asked cautiously, like, sleeping companionship. Not needed, Li Mugu replied, as long as you can stitch, I will provide 3 meals a day for you. Can I ask what we eat every day? Image JPG, image JPG, image JPG. Chang Nan widened her eyes when she saw the pictures sent by Li Mugu. Many people are out of food, yet Li Mugu can still eat stir-fried dishes? And that meat chop. Red wine. Big crabs. Heavens, is this really what one can eat after the apocalypse? You aren't lying, right? You have a lot of nonsense, Li Mugu replied impatiently, other doctors have already contacted me, goodbye. Wait, don't say goodbye. Seeing Li Mugu mention contacting others, Chang Nan panicked, trembling and sent several voice messages directly. Li Mugu, I'm willing to go to your shelter. I'm stronger than others, I've awakened the surgery fruit ability, and I have a higher healing rate. Seeing Chang Nan's message, Li Mugu was stunned. Surgery fruit? Higher healing rate? That's a great ability. He quickly replied, location. Location, room 302. About 20 minutes. Okay. I'll wait for you. Honey, you're smiling so happily, did you find a doctor? Aliyah, after digging out several people's crystals, saw Li Mugu smiling and quickly asked. Yes, and he's a doctor who awakens surgical abilities, Li Mugu replied. That's wonderful. Aliyah, feeling worried about Lu Qian's injuries, said urgently, let's go find her quickly. Li Mugu nodded and left the hospital with the 2 women, driving straight to Chang Nan's community. Chang Nan was packing her things at home. Just as she packed her clothes and family photos into the box, she heard someone knock on the door. Her heart jumped with joy as she immediately opened the door. Li Mugu, you came just in time. Before she finished her sentence, a machete was pressed against her neck. Wow, didn't expect there's such a beautiful girl in this building. It seems like I've heard this somewhere before. Damn, I just remembered, isn't this Lee Mugu the one who provides food and lodging online? Xiaoyu suddenly woke up, feeling a bit panicked inside. In his view, if Lee Mugu could shelter so many beautiful women in the apocalypse, he must have a lot of food. With so much food, and not being robbed, it showed he must be very strong. He must have awakened special powers. Being an ordinary person, he definitely couldn't compete with Lee Mugu. But, looking at the tall and outstanding beauty in front of him, he felt a bit unwilling. There's a saying that goes well. If I could sleep with her just once, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. If he could take Chang Nan back, repeatedly deepen their connection, then even if he died tomorrow, his life wouldn't have been in vain. Thinking this way, he threatened, "You turn your back, I will tie your hands, then I will take you back to my house. If you dare to resist, I'll slice you in half with a knife." Chang Nan slowly turned around, glancing out the window. In the distance, an off-road vehicle was crushing over the ruins, speeding this way. Chapter 76, just in time, Lu Qian has a fever. Be honest, come with me. Xiaoyu roughly tied Chang Nan's hands behind her back, shoving her towards the door. With my hands bound, how can I run if we encounter zombies? Chang Nan feigned panic. Don't worry. Xiaoyu grinned, revealing a sinister smile, I'm much stronger than zombies. Though he said that, Xiaoyu's eyes were scanning left and right, afraid a zombie would pop out from somewhere. At that moment, Chang Nan saw the off-road vehicle. She suddenly turned around and kicked Xiaoyu hard in the groin. Ah! Xiaoyu let out a painful scream, curling up like a shrimp. I'm Chang Nan, save me! Chang Nan shouted as she ran towards the off-road vehicle. Damn bitch, don't push your luck. Xiaoyu squeezed this out between his teeth, his expression twisted as he chased after her. Chang Nan heard the footsteps getting closer behind her, and before she could look back, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Bang, she stumbled forward, her cheek hitting the rough concrete ground, instantly burning with pain. Damn bitch, I'm gonna kill you. Xiaoyu gasped for breath, having been kicked in his precious area, and he raised a machete, aiming for Chang Nan's face. Swish, a silver-white blade sliced through the air. Xiaoyu felt a sudden lightness in his right arm, followed by a piercing pain. Looking down, his right hand, along with the machete, fell to the ground with a dull thud. Special power user? Xiaoyu covered his bleeding severed wrist, his face filled with fear as he looked towards the off-road vehicle. 3 people got out of the off-road vehicle. Li Gu. Xiaoyu guessed their identity, enduring the agony, his voice trembling, I can pick locks, I can help you open all the gates of the community. Please spare my life. Do I need you to open the door? Li Mugu scoffed and turned to the girl beside him, Jing Jing. Huang Jing nodded, taking slow steps forward. Her delicate figure looked a bit fragile under the moonlight. A trace of malice flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes as his left hand quietly reached towards his waist, drawing out a fruit knife. He thought to himself, can't deal with a power user, but I can't handle this little girl? First grab her as a hostage. Then I won't be afraid of Li Mugu not letting me go. Be careful, he has a knife. Chang Nan immediately warned. Bang, a dull sound echoed. Chang Nan only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and Xiaoyu flew backwards like a rag doll, crashing against the wall several meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, convulsing a few times, before falling silent. Chang Nan's eyes widened, unable to believe that this girl, thinner than herself, had kicked a grown man to death. How much strength must that have taken? Huang Jing approached, gently untied the ropes on Chang Nan's wrist and helped her up. Hello, my name is Huang Jing. Why you all are great, I'm Chang Nan, thank you for saving me. Chang Nan looked at them with gratitude on her face. That Xiaoyu was definitely not a good person. If she had been caught by him, her life would have been miserable. You're welcome, since you've joined the Dawn Shelter, I will definitely protect your safety. Li Mugu said, using his eye of insight. Name, Chang Nan. Age, 32. Build, 92 points. Appearance, 93 points. Overall score, 92. Loyalty, 65. Fruit ability, Surgery Fruit. Surgery Fruit, level 1 consumes spirit power to suture wounds, healing rate increases by 20%. A 20% increase in healing rate. A shock ran through Li Mugu's mind. If this ability could be developed to the extreme, its effect would be absolutely heaven-defying. In an instant, a dark thought flashed through his mind, seize this ability. But soon, he shook his head, driving the thought away. Some lines, once crossed, can never be returned from. He did not want to become a devil without boundaries, trampling on life at will. My companions are still waiting for treatment, we should go back. Li Mugu said calmly, pulling back his thoughts. Chang Nan hesitated for a moment. Can I go up to get some things? Li Muga nodded. Jing, you go with her. The atmosphere in the dawn shelter was tense. Lu Qian's forehead was burning hot, and an abnormal flush was on her pale face. Wasn't it disinfected? How could she have a fever? Wang Quan, touching Lu Qian's hot forehead, looked anxious. Chen, how do you feel now? Lu Qian weakly opened her eyes, tiny beads of sweat clinging to her eyelashes. Wang Quan. I'm so sleepy. Am I going to? Don't say such things. Li Gu has already gone to find a doctor. You will definitely be fine. Wang Quan held Lu Qian's hand to comfort her. Though they had only known each other for a few days. But sharing hardships and relying on each other had made their bond very deep. Seeing Lu Qian's painful expression, Wang Quan felt incredibly anxious, yet there was nothing he could do, only to hope that Li Mugu could find a doctor. He looked out the window. A jeep was driving from afar. It's Li Ji's car. Wang Quan's eyes lit up, excitedly assuring Lu Qian, Chen, Li Gu must have brought the doctor back. I'll go get the doctor to treat your injury. After Wang Quan finished speaking, he ran downstairs. But when he got outside and saw Li Mugu and others getting out of the car, only bringing back a beautiful woman, he felt a bit disappointed. Li Mugu frowned when he saw Wang Quan's blank and lost expression. What expression is that? Li Gu, Qian has a fever. Wang Quan lowered his head, almost on the verge of crying. It must be an infection from the wound. I feel she can't hold on much longer. So serious? Li Mugu frowned, immediately rushing to Chang Nan. Dr. Chang, I'm counting on you. This is what I should do. Chang Nan nodded, looking at Wang Quan. Where is the injured person? You're a doctor? Of course, otherwise why would I have gone out? Li Mugu kicked him in annoyance. Quickly take Dr. Chung upstairs. I thought you went to find a beauty. Wang Quan muttered in his heart, then hurriedly led Chang Nan upstairs. On the way, Chang Nan encountered quite a few people. Most of them were women. Seeing the bright color on their faces, they didn't look like they had been starving at all. It seems Li Mugu wasn't lying. Here people really could eat their fill. And with someone injured, he was also actively looking for doctors to help, not the kind of person who would casually abandon their companions. This made Chang Nan feel a bit more recognition towards the dawn shelter. After checking Lu Qian's wound, Chang Nan asked, is there a needle for suturing? There is. Wang Quan had previously swept the pharmacies and clinics in Diamond Bay. The tools were very complete. Chang Nan put on gloves and began cleaning the wound with practiced movements. As her fingertips touched the wound, a faint blue light escaped from her fingertips. The threads formed by spirit power weaved through the wound, visibly accelerating tissue regeneration at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, Chang Nan walked out of the room, her back soaked in sweat. She leaned against the wall, her legs slightly trembling. How is it? Li Mugu asked. The wound has been treated. Chang Nan's voice was weak. Just take some more antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medicine, and she should be able to lower her fever by tomorrow. Li Mugu thought she had used a lot of power, so he pulled out a few level 1 crystal stones. This is a crystal stone. You have absorbed energy to recover your spiritual power, and there are still a few injured people who need treatment. My spiritual power is enough, it's just... Chang Nan awkwardly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Could you please let me eat something first? I haven't eaten for several days and I feel a bit hypoglycemic. Chapter 77, Dr. Chang, you deserve better treatment. Could you please let me eat something first? I haven't eaten for several days and I feel a bit hypoglycemic. Hearing this, Li Mugu immediately felt embarrassed. He had been eating and drinking well every day, almost forgetting that most people had run out of food for several days and were living on water. Jing, go inform the injured people to wait for treatment in the lounge on the first floor. Li Mugu instructed and then brought Chang Nan to the cafeteria. Li Mugu took out a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of shredded potatoes, a plate of stir-fried meat, and a pot of fragrant rice. I heard that after being hungry for a long time, you can't eat something too greasy, so you can make do with this meal. Li Mugu smiled at her. Once you heal them all, I'll throw you a celebration feast. Make do with this? Chang Nan's eyes widened as she stared at the delicious food before her. Having both meat and vegetables, this was already a great luxury, okay? She curiously asked, what do you usually eat? Mutated crabs, mutated cat dishes, and yesterday we even took down hundreds of fishmen, ready to prepare a roasted fish feast. Li Mugu said casually. Oh my god. Chang Nan exclaimed in shock, while we are still worried about being killed by mutated beasts, you have already started eating them? With me around, you don't need to worry about food, drinks, or safety. Li Mugu replied with a smile. Now, let's eat. Thank goodness I'm smart, I chose to rely on Li Mugu. Otherwise, if I relied on someone else, how could I enjoy this kind of treatment? I can eat enough without working hard. As for performing surgeries, it's her job, just consider it as changing workplaces. Thinking of this, Chang Nan picked up the bowl and began to eat. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Having eaten instant noodles for 10 days, now eating stir-fried dishes made her feel extremely happy. Chang Nan devoured her meal and almost swallowed her tongue. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, Chang Nan touched her slightly rounded belly, her face full of satisfaction. I'm so full, this is truly happiness. After eating and drinking enough, we can work. Without waiting for Li Mugu to urge, Chang Nan got up and said, let's go, we will treat the remaining injured. Okay. Li Mugu nodded and took her to the lounge on the first floor. This was originally an office, over 100 square meters, and Shin Changwan had cleared the desks, leaving only a few rows of chairs. Then she hung a projector so everyone could watch a movie and relax during rest time. More than a dozen girls were sitting there chatting. I heard Sister Qian almost died. That's right, her fever was over 40 degrees, and to save her, Brother Li went to the second affiliated hospital of Medical University to find a doctor. He provides us with food and drink, helps us become stronger, and finds doctors to help us when we are injured. Brother Li is really nice. Yes, I wish I could marry Brother Li. Don't dream, just look at Sister Xiao Wei and Teacher Shin. Those who can go into Brother Li's room are prettier than stars. There's no chance for us. Stop talking, Brother Li is here, someone reminded. Li Mugu led Chang Nan in and introduced to everyone, this is Dr. Chang, whom I invited to help everyone heal. You all line up for treatment, those with serious injuries go first. Upon hearing this, everyone consciously lined up. Dr. Chang, I have other things to take care of, so I'll trouble you here. Li Mugu said. This is what I should do. Chang Nan smiled. After Li Mugu left, Chang Nan continued to help everyone with wound care and healing. Girls love to gossip when they gather together. Doctors are no exception. I just heard you guys talking outside, he has several girlfriends? Chang Nan asked curiously. Yes, Sister Xiao Wei, Teacher Shin, Lu Ruyen. That person counted them and added one more. I heard Officer Tan is also going to join Brother Li's harem. Chang Nan found it hard to believe, don't they get jealous? Of course not. That girl said with a hint of longing, being Brother Li's woman. Not only can they eat exquisite food and drink fine wine, but they can also casually consume devil fruits. Just like Sister Hui, she has multiple supernatural abilities. Moreover, in ancient times, Brother Li would be a character like an emperor, having 3 wives and 4 concubines would be normal. But Brother Li has high standards, he looks down on us. She looked at Chang Nan and suddenly her eyes lit up, but Dr. Chang is really beautiful, and has good temperament. Maybe she can meet Brother Li's standards. That's right, Dr. Chang is pretty and has a great temperament. Dr. Chang, have you already, with Brother Li? Is Brother Li really powerful? A group of girls gathered around, chattering excitedly, looking nothing like they were injured. Chang Nan listened to their teasing, her face flushed, she said, no, I haven't. Don't think too much, I'm just here to be a doctor. Alright, let's stitch up. Chang Nan continued to use her powers to help everyone stitch their wounds, but she couldn't help but think, Brother Li Mugu has such a high reputation in the shelter. I'm afraid if he raises a flag and shouts, the heaven is dead, the yellow sky shall rise. This group of people would personally sew a yellow robe and wrap it around him. Brother, this is the clothes I made for you. Try it on. Zhang Minghui walked into Li Mugu's room holding a piece of clothing. Okay, I'll try it. Li Mugu knew that Zhang Minghui used to be a cosplayer and often made costumes by herself, and her skills were quite good. He was still thinking that if they really couldn't find a doctor, he would let Zhang Minghui stitch up Lu Qian's wounds. After taking the clothes, Li Mugu's expression was a bit strange. How to say it? This outfit looked a bit like the Naruto cloak worn by Hinata. With a white base color, it looked clean and airy, with red flame patterns embroidered at the hem, and the words Lord of Dawn printed on the back, clearly identifying Li Mugu's identity. Overall it's simple and elegant, and wearing it is very comfortable. Very great. Li Mugu was very pleased, he affectionately patted her head, go call Teacher Shin and the others, bring Johan with you, I have something to discuss. Okay, brother. Zhang Minghui, who received praise, went off joyfully to gather people. Soon, a group of girls plus Johan arrived at Li Mugu's room. Li Mugu first looked at the housekeeper. Teacher Shin, is the supply we exchanged enough? Enough. Shin Changwan took out a notebook, reporting, today we exchanged for 7 wind blade fruits, 5 flame fruits, and 5 blade block fruits, along with several crystals and food. The exchanged crystals have all been stored in the warehouse. Shin Changwan paused, then said, however, the corpses of the fishmen outside have attracted quite a number of mutated beasts to feast on, we need to deal with them quickly. Additionally, the walls of the shelter also need to be rebuilt. Right now, she was the busiest person in the entire shelter. She was in charge of various affairs all by herself. Because Li Mugu believed that Shin Changwan's management skills were superior to his own. The artist Zhang Yixing once said a profound truth, if you can't manage the team, you can only work yourself to death. As long as his subordinates were loyal enough, Li Mugo didn't mind delegating power. Teacher Shin, you've worked hard. He praised her, then said, I'll go handle the walls and the fishmen corpses later. Now, I have a few tasks to assign. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood straight, listening to his commands. Johan. Your Majesty. Johan stepped forward. You take a few people to the city to collect some vegetable and grain seeds. Thinking for a moment, he added, also flowers and fruit trees, collect them if you come across any. Seeds? Honey, without photosynthesis, those plants won't grow at all, right? Exactly, the flowers, grass, and trees outside have basically withered. Clearly, everyone hadn't noticed that within the invisible boundary, the moonlight had already been transformed into sunlight. Li Mugu didn't explain and directly ordered, do as I say. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will complete the task. Johan promised loudly. Good. Li Mugu replied, bring Chichao along for self-defense. If you encounter strong mutated beasts, run away immediately. Safety first. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. After Johan left, Li Mugu looked at the few women and asked, who among you dares to eat a human heart? Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. A human heart? Who would dare to eat that? Just the thought of it makes one's stomach churn. Li Mugu was not surprised by their reaction. No one would willingly resort to cannibalism unless pushed to the brink. Just as he was about to give up on returning the ship girl's heart, Wang Xianxian timidly raised her hand and said, brother, if you need, I can eat. Seeing Wang Xianxian's sincere expression, Li Mugu was a bit stunned. Are you sure? Anyway, it will taste the same when cooked, Wang Xianxian replied. Ever since they moved to the shelter, Li Mugu had not shown her any affection, which made her quite uneasy. After all, she had previously angered Li Mugu. She was afraid that with more beautiful women around, Li Mugu would lose interest in her and send her to the first floor. She did not want to end up like Lu Qian and the others, fighting mutated beasts for something to eat. Alright, Xian, come with me. The rest of you can disperse. The other women felt a pang of regret seeing Li Mugu take Wang Xian away. Why didn't they raise their hands just now? After all, it would all taste the same when cooked. Just eat with your eyes closed, what's to fear? Li Mugu went outside, first cutting the ship girl's heart into small pieces, then skewering them over the campfire to roast. While waiting for the barbecue, he stored the merman corpse into his space. As for the toads, they were covered in sores, looking too disgusting, so Li Mugu just burned them all with a fire. Before long, the smell of roasted heart wafted through the air. Wow, I must say, this thing tastes the same when cooked. If I didn't say it was a human heart, who would know? Li Mugu remarked, looking at the fragrant barbecued meat. Brother, is this heart really human? It's so big. Wang Xianxian asked, puzzled. To be precise, it's hundreds of human hearts piled together. Li Mugu roughly explained the origin of the ship girl's heart. After hearing this, Wang Xianxian felt much better, finding herself an excuse. Then this doesn't count as a human heart, it's the heart of a mutated beast. Looks like it's done, I'll eat. Wang Xianxian took a piece of roasted meat and took a big bite. At first, she wanted to please Li Mugu, but after tasting it, she realized the barbecued meat was quite delicious. Brother, this is tasty. After saying this, Wang Xianxian noticed Li Mugu's expression was a bit dark, seeming not very happy. She quickly asked, brother, what's wrong? Did I eat too early? You just eat. Li Mugu stepped aside and thought to himself. System, what's going on? Why is the return just barbecued meat? Indeed. Just now, after Wang Xianxian ate the roasted meat, the system prompted. Ding. Wang Xianxian consumed a piece of roasted ship girl's heart, returned 7,500 points. Already stored in system space. Did I need this little bit of food from you? Previously, when Zhang Minghui ate grilled steak, was the return a mutated cat? Please host, don't ask such foolish questions again. Li Mugu slapped his forehead. Damn. Why didn't I think of this? Last time when I ate cat meat, stir-fried dishes, it was all returned as finished products. Seeing Li Mugu hitting himself, Wang Xianxian was afraid she had done something wrong, so she cautiously asked, brother? It's not your fault. Li Mugu interrupted her, a bit embarrassed as he said, eating cooked doesn't work, it has to be raw. Ha? Wang Xianxian's eyes widened. I know it's too disgusting, but still. Li Mugu thought that Wang Xianxian would refuse. After all, biting into a raw heart, the feeling of a mouthful of blood was something a normal person couldn't bear. Only someone like Bear Grylls could do that. But unexpectedly, Wang Xianxian readily agreed. I'll eat. Wang Xianxian bit her lip, gathering her courage. As long as it can help brother, I can eat anything. Look at that. What a obedient girl. Li Muge said, Xian, I see your dedication. I will compensate you later. Taking out a piece of raw ship girl's heart, Li Mugu also took out a few bottles of water, just in case she needed to rinse her mouth. I'm glad to help, brother. Wang Xian also learned some sweet words. She took the ship girl's heart. Then she closed her eyes. This is barbecue, this is mantis shrimp, this is big crab, this is durian. After a round of brainwashing, Wang Xian took a bite. People who often eat raw meat know, this bite, that sour feeling, really is the top of the top. The bloody smell rushed straight to the brain. Wang Xuanchuan's stomach turned like a stormy sea. Wang Xian, you are not allowed to throw up. If you throw up, you have to go fight the mutant beast. You will be like Lu Qian, with your guts stabbed and spilling out. The miserable look of Lu Qian lying on the bed flashed in Wang Xuanchuan's mind. She steeled herself, and directly swallowed all the meat in her mouth. As a result, she took too big a bite and choked. She quickly grabbed water to help it go down. Ding! Wang Xian consumed one ship maiden's heart, evolving, triggered 5,320 times mass return, ship maiden's heart, heaven level. Stored in system space. It worked! Li Muge excitedly pulled Wang Xian into his arms. Xian, you are amazing. Lin Tong is only earth level, already so powerful. Now that the ship maiden's heart rose to heaven level, isn't it going to fly straight up? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Xuanchuan's face. Brother, it's good as long as I can help you. You helped me a lot. Li Muge thought Wang Xian had good luck, and while the iron was hot, he took out the water spirit pearl, mystic level. Xian, this is the treasure of heaven and earth, the water spirit pearl. After taking it you can breathe freely underwater, it's a reward for you. Ha! This function doesn't seem very useful. There are so many monsters underwater, I don't want to go there. Thinking this in her heart, but her mouth sweetly said, thank you, brother. Ding! Wang Xian consumed one water spirit pearl, mystic level, returned 8,000 pieces. Stored in system space. No mass return. But Li Muge wasn't disappointed either. The effect of the water spirit pearl is still quite strong. After taking it, you can breathe freely underwater. 8,000 pieces. It's likely Muge owns 8,000 warriors who can fight underwater. Maybe one day, when life on land can't go on, they can still go mix in the sea. Seeing Wang Xian still looking nauseous, Li Muge told her to go brush her teeth and rinse her mouth first. He himself checked the effect of ship maiden's heart, heaven level. Chapter 79, Johann loots Walmart. Ship maiden's heart, heaven level. Effect, eating it can gain a large amount of spiritual power. Effect, burying it in the ground can make plants in the area grow 500% faster, and there's a 20% chance of mutation. Hidden tip, can merge with the invisible boundary line. After merging, the area of effect will match the invisible boundary line, and can grow together with it. There's actually an unexpected surprise. This way, Dawn Shelter really becomes a plant holy land. 5 times the growth speed, is totally against the heavens. Like cucumbers, tomatoes, chili peppers, those vegetables usually mature in 40 to 60 days. If planted in the shelter, they can mature in 10 days. And main foods like rice and wheat that mature in over 100 days, after shortening, it's less than a month. This way, even without returned food, he can still feed the people in the shelter. Invisible boundary line is too strong, not only can expand, but also can merge with other things. Li Muge got a bit excited, muttering, if one day, the coverage of invisible boundary line reaches the whole earth, then the doomsday won't exist anymore? This dream is kind of sweet. He returned to the room, and merged the ship maiden's heart with the invisible boundary line. But what puzzled him was, his eye of detection couldn't see the grade of the invisible boundary line, and also the God Machine refining furnace had no grade. He asked the system, but the system didn't reply. South China. Johann led 5 girls, walking on the dark street. They were holding the blade of curse, stained with green blood, obviously had just been in a fight. But the ones wandering the street were all low-level zombies, not their match at all. Everyone. Johann looked at the map and said, ahead is Walmart, usually big supermarkets like this must have been visited by survivors. Maybe, it's already been taken over by someone. But, the master's main seeds, we must take them back. Anyone who tries to stop us will die, understand? In Johann's heart, the only one able to turn the tides and save humanity was the great master Li Muge. So, anyone who opposed Li Muge was a villain. Villains deserve to die. Understood. A girl looked at the cursed blade in her hand and said firmly, those who go against Brother Li will die. But the girl hesitated and said, I want to take some sanitary pads and panty liners back. I'm running out. Her words resonated with a few other girls, they hadn't brought anything when they came. Later, Wang Quan and the others had snatched some from the supermarket, but they all gave them to Zhang Minghui and her group. These girls received nothing at all. It wasn't that Zhang Minghui and her group were domineering, but they thought everyone had gotten some. Now that Aunt Flo had come, they were using paper to pad themselves, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Johan paused, recalling the surprise of the boys and girls, and comforted, "Take whatever you need. Also, when we go back, I will mention this to the master. He will surely have a way to solve it." Solve it? How to solve it? Could he let Aunt Flo run away from home? Oh. Brotherly really might be able to. As long as he just, he. A few girls flushed red in their faces. In no time, everyone arrived at Iha City Mall. The first floor of the mall was a mess, with broken glass everywhere and dried bloodstains on the ground, along with several corpses. Johan led the five into the mall, not rushing to Walmart, but heading straight for the mobile phone area. His goal was the long-distance communication. The communication station in Diamond Bay had been destroyed by the monster tide, leaving them unable to contact the outside world. But long-distance communication was different. It could connect directly to satellite signals. Perhaps everyone thought food was more important, so the mobile phone area was well kept. Johan filled a bag with over 500 various phones. Only then did he lead the group to the supermarket. As he had expected, the supermarket had long been looted, and the food section shelves were empty. Pair up in twos to gather supplies. Sanitary products, condiments, toiletries, whatever can be taken, we need it all. Of course, don't forget the most important seeds. Johan divided the teams and then pushed a shopping cart into the supermarket. "Brother Zhou, with so many things, how will we take them back?" A girl next to him asked while stuffing items into the bag. "There's a delivery truck outside, I can drive it." Johan replied, scanning the signs for information about seeds. "Brother Zhou, it looks like there are seeds over there," the girl suddenly exclaimed. The two pushed their cart forward and found that this area sold flowers and plants. Money trees, pothos, lucky bamboo. Since they were indoors, unaffected by the blood moon, they were a bit wilted but not dead. On the nearby display rack, there were many seeds. Tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and more. It's all vegetables, there's no staple food. Johan frowned. Carbs are something people cannot lack. "Peach, put these in the bag first." Johan told Peach to bag it up while he took out his phone and started searching online. Where are grain seeds in Bin City? Where is Bin City's grain reserve? "Brother Hao, come see, someone went to Walmart." A shout came from the surveillance room. "Oh? How many people? What formation?" "One man and 5 women, but they are all holding knives, they look tough." "Tough? Are you kidding? These girls look like they're in their 20s, they probably wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Holding knives is just for show, they definitely wouldn't stab anyone." Hao Yanping rubbed his bald head, staring at the screen showing Peach and the others, with a somewhat sinister smile. "The old dog is right, sheep with knives are still sheep. Brother, we can't be careless." One person reminded, "I saw them rummaging through things, making a lot of noise as if they weren't afraid of attracting zombies. They might be superpowered." "Exactly, either they are superpowered or they're fools. Let's keep observing." The others also felt they should be cautious to avoid a mishap. "Okay, let's observe a little longer." Hao Yanpeng nodded, and a group of people surrounded the monitor for over an hour. But to their disappointment, after such a long time, no zombies jumped out to help test the strength of those 5 people. Watching Johan and the others pushing several shopping carts to leave, some people couldn't sit still. "Brother Hao, let's make a move." "Yeah, if we don't act now, they will get away." "Brother Hao, please, let's take them down. I really want them." Several men couldn't hold back any longer and started pleading. "Grab your weapons." Hao Yanpeng stared at the few people on the monitor and said coldly, "There are plenty of survivors on this street. Once we start, we need to act fast to avoid being caught by others. Watch the situation, that man should be the leader. When the fight starts, make sure to take him down first." Hao Yanpeng pointed at the few women on the screen and continued, "As for those women, try your best not to hurt them. If anyone gets hurt, then tonight you'll have to sleep by yourself."